श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरि ओम। गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमस्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिश्चेदसादनम् प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्रयवतु गणेशाय नमः। सरस्वत्यै नमः। श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरि ओम। ओम शांति शांति शांति। ओम भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ओम भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ओम भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ओम शांति शांति शांति। ओम श्री शिरडी साई अष्टोत्तर शतनामावली। ओम श्री साई नाथाय नमः। ओम लक्ष्मी नारायणाय नमः। ओम कृष्ण राम शिव मारुति नमः। ओम शेषसायिने नमः। ओम गोदावरी तटशीलनिवासिने नमः। ओम भक्तहृदयाय नमः। ओम सर्वहनिलयाय नमः। ओम भूतावासाय नमः। ओम भूतभविष्यद्वावसिताय नमः। ओम कालातीताय नमः। ओम कालाय नमः। ओम कालकालाय नमः। ओम कालदर्पणमनाय नमः। ओम मृत्युंजयाय नमः। ओम अमर्त्याय नमः। ओम मर्त्याभयप्रदाय नमः। ओम जीवाधाराय नमः। ओम सर्वाधाराय नमः। ओम भक्तावन समर्थाय नमः। ओम भक्तावन प्रतिज्ञाय नमः। ओम अन्नवस्त्रदाय नमः। ओम आरोग्यक्षेमदाय नमः। ओम धनप्रदाय नमः। ओम ऋद्धिसिद्धिदाय नमः। ओम पुत्र मित्र कौलत्रबंधुदाय नमः। ओम योगक्षेमवाय नमः। ओम आपदबांधवाय नमः। ओम मार्गबंधवे नमः। ओम भक्ति मुक्ति स्वर्गापोर्गदाय नमः। ओम प्रियाय नमः। ओम प्रतिवर्धनाय नमः। ओम अंतर्यामिने नमः। ओम सच्चिदात्मने नमः। ओम नित्यानंदाय नमः। ओम परम सुखदाय नमः। ओम परमेश्वराय नमः। ओम परब्रह्मणे नमः। ओम परमात्मने नमः। ओम ज्ञान स्वरूपिणे नमः। ओम जगत्पित्रे नमः। ओम भक्तानां मातृधात्री पितामहाय नमः। ओम भक्ताभयप्रदाय नमः। ओम भक्तपराधीनाय नमः। ओम भक्तानुग्रहकातराय नमः। ओम शरणागत वत्सलाय नमः। ओम भक्ति शक्तिप्रदाय नमः। ओम ज्ञान वैराग्यदाय नमः। ओम प्रेमदाय नमः। ओम संशय हृदय दौर्बल्य पाप कर्म वासना क्षयकराय नमः। ओम हृदय ग्रंथि वेदकाय नमः। ओम कर्म ध्वंसिने नमः। ओम शुद्ध सठस्थिताय नमः। ओम गुणात्मने नमः। ओम अनंत कल्याण गुणाय नमः। ओम अमित प्रकरणाय नमः। ओम जयिने नमः। ओम दुर्गस्य शोभाय नमः। ओम अपराजिताय नमः। ओम त्रिलोकेश अभिकारगते नमः। ओम असक्यरहिताय नमः। ओम सर्वशक्ति मूर्तये नमः। ओम स्वरूप सुंदराय नमः। ओम सुलोचनाय नमः। ओम विष्णुमूर्तये नमः। ओम अर्पाभिक्ताय नमः। ओम अचिंत्याय नमः। ओम सूक्ष्माय नमः। ओम सर्वांतर्यामिने नमः। ओम अनुवागतिताय नमः। ओम प्रेम मूर्तये नमः। ओम सुलभ दुर्लभाय नमः। ओम असहाय सहाय नमः। ओम अनाथ नाथ दीन बंधवे नमः। ओम सर्ववार विजय नमः। ओम अकर्मानेक कर्म सुकर्मिणे नमः। ओम पुण्य सर्वण कीर्तनाय नमः। ओम तीर्थाय नमः। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। ओम सतां गते नमः। ओम सत्वराय नमः। ओम लोकनाथाय नमः। ओम वामनानखाय नमः। ओम अमृतावसे नमः। ओम भास्कर प्रभाय नमः। ओम ब्रह्मचर्य परिचर्याय सुब्रताय नमः। ओम सत्य धर्म परायणाय नमः। ओम सिद्धेश्वराय नमः। ओम सिद्ध संकल्पाय नमः। ओम योगेश्वराय नमः। ओम भगवते नमः। ओम भक्तवत्सलाय नमः। ओम सत्पुरुषाय नमः। ओम पुरुषोत्तमाय नमः। ओम सत्यतरबोधकाय नमः। ओम कामादिसेवेरि ध्वंसिने नमः। ओम अभेदानंद भव प्रदाय नमः। ओम समसरणमत समर्थाय नमः। ओम श्री दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। ओम श्री वेंकटेश्वरमराय नमः। ओम अवनानंदचराय नमः। ओम प्रपन्नाति हराय नमः। ओम संसार सर्व दुख क्षय कराय नमः। ओम सर्व विसर्जमुखाय नमः। ओम सर्वांतर बहिस्थिताय नमः। ओम सर्वमंगल कराय नमः। ओम सर्वाभिष्ट प्रदाय नमः। ओम समर्थ सर्मार्थ नमः। ओम श्री समर्थ सद्गुरु साईनाथाय नमः। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
ओम शिर्डिवासाय विद्महे सच्चिदानंदाय धीमहि तन्नो साई प्रचोदयात्। ओम शिर्डिवासाय विद्महे सच्चिदानंदाय धीमहि तन्नो साई प्रचोदयात्। ओम शिर्डिवासाय विद्महे सच्चिदानंदाय धीमहि तन्नो साई प्रचोदयात्। Sri Sai Satcharita, Chapter 1, Obeisances, the story of grinding wheat and its philosophical significance. According to the ancient and revered custom, Hematman begins the work Sri Sai Satcharita with various salutations. First, he makes obeisance to the god Ganesha to remove all obstacles and make the work a success, and says that Sri Sai is God Ganesh himself. Then to goddess Saraswati to inspire him to write the work, and says that Sri Sai is one with the goddess and that he is himself singing his own life. Then to the gods Brahma, Vishnu, and Shankar, the creating, preserving, and destroying deities respectively, and says that Sainath is one with them, and he, the great teacher, will carry us across the river of worldly existence. Then to his tutelary deity, Narayan Adinath, who manifested himself in Konkan, the land reclaimed by Parshurama, Ram in Hindi version, from the sea, and to the Adi original Purush of the family. Then to Bharadwaj Muni, into whose Gotra clan he was born, and also to various rishis, Yajnavalkya, Bhrigu, Parashar, Narad, Vedavyas, Sanak, Sanandan, Sanat Kumar, Sukha, Saunak, Vishwamitra, Vaishta, Valmiki, Vamadev, Jaimini, Vaishampayan, Nava Yogindra, etc. And also modern saints such as Nivriti, Danyadev, Sopan, Muktabhai, Janardhan, Eknath, Namdev, Tukaram, Kana, and Narahari, etc. Then to his grandfather, Sadashiv, father Raghunath, his mother, who left him in his infancy, to his paternal aunt who brought him up, and to his lovely elder brother. Then to the readers and praise to them to give their whole and undivided attention to his work. And lastly, to his guru, Sri Sainath, an incarnation of Sri Dattatreya, who is his sole refuge and who will make him realize that Brahma is the reality and the world an illusion, and incidentally to all beings in whom the Lord God dwells. After describing in brief the various modes of devotion according to Parashar, Vyasa, and Sandilya, etc., the author goes on to relate the following story. It was sometime after 1910 that I went one fine morning to the masjid in Shirdi to have darshan of Sai Baba. I was wonderstruck to see the following phenomenon. After washing his mouth and face, Sai Baba began to make preparations for grinding wheat. He spread a sack on the floor and thereon set a hand mill. He took some quantity of wheat in a winnowing fan, and then, drawing up the sleeves of his kafni robe and taking hold of the peg of the hand mill, started grinding the wheat by putting a few handfuls of wheat in the upper opening of the mill and rotating it. I thought, what business Baba had with the grinding of the wheat when he possessed nothing and stored nothing, and as he lived on alms. Some people who had come there thought likewise, but none had the courage to ask Baba what he was doing. Immediately, this news of Baba grinding wheat spread into the village, and at once men and women ran to the masjid and flocked there to see Baba's act. 4 bold women from the crowd forced their way up and, pushing Baba aside, forcibly took the peg or handle into their hands and, singing Baba's leelas, started grinding. At first, Baba was enraged, but on seeing the women's love and devotion, he was such he was much pleased and began to smile. While they were grinding, they began to think that Baba had no house, no property, no children, none to look after, and he lived on alms, and therefore he did not require any wheat flour for making bread or roti. What will he do with the large quantity of flour? Perhaps, as Baba is very kind, he will distribute the flour amongst us. Thinking in this way, and while singing, they finished grinding, and after putting the hand mill aside, they divided the flour into 4 portions and began to remove them by taking 1 portion per head. Baba, who was calm and quiet up till now, got wild and started abusing them, saying, "Ladies, have you gone mad? Whose father's property are you looting away? Have I brought any wheat from you so that you can safely take the flour? Now do this, take the flour and throw it on the village borders." On hearing this, the women felt abashed and, whispering amongst themselves, went to the outskirts of the village and spread the flour as directed by Baba. I asked the Shirdi people, what was this that Baba did? They replied that as cholera epidemic was spreading in the village, this was Baba's remedy for the same, and it was not wheat that was ground, but cholera itself was ground to pieces and pushed out of the village. From this time onward, the cholera epidemic subsided, and the people of the village were happy. I was much pleased to know all this, but at the same time, my curiosity was also aroused. I began to ask myself what earthly connection was there between wheat flour and cholera? What was the causal relation between the two, and how to reconcile them? The incident seems to be inexplicable, and I thought I should write something on this and sing to my heart's content Baba's sweet Leelas. Thinking in this way about this Leela, my heart was filled with joy, and I was thus inspired to write Baba's life, the Sai Satcharita. And as we know, with Baba's grace and blessings, this work was successfully accomplished. Philosophical significance of grinding. Apart from the meaning which people of Shirdi put on this incident of grinding wheat, there is, we think, a philosophical significance too. Baba lived in Shirdi for about 60 years, and during this long period, he did the business of grinding almost every day, not, however, wheat alone, but the sins, the mental and physical afflictions, and the miseries of his innumerable devotees. The 2 stones of his mill consisted of karma and bhakti, the former being the lower one and the latter the upper one. The handle with which Baba worked the mill consisted of dhyan. It was a firm conviction of Baba that knowledge or self-realization is not possible unless there is prior act of grinding of all our impulse, desires, sins, gunas, namely sattva, rajas, and tamas, and the ahankar, which is so subtle and therefore so difficult to get rid of. This reminds us of similar story of Kabir, who, seeing a woman grinding corn, said to his guru, "Nibbat Niranjan, I am weeping because I feel the agony of being crushed under this wheel of worldly existence, like the corn in the handle." Nibbatri Ranjan replied, "Do not be afraid. Hold fast to the handle of knowledge of this mill as I do, and do not wander far away from the same, but turn inward to the center, and you are sure to be saved. Bow to Sri Sai, Peace be to all. Chapter 2, Object of Writing the Work, Incapacity and Boldness in the Undertaking, hot discussion conferring significant and prophetic title of Himatpant, Necessity of a Guru. In the last chapter, the author mentioned in the original Marathi book that he should state the reason that led him to undertake the work and about the persons qualified to read the same and such other points. Now, in this chapter, he narrates the same, the object of writing this work. In the first chapter, I described Sai Baba's miracle of checking and destroying the cholera epidemic by grinding wheat and throwing the flour on the outskirts of the village. I heard other miracles of Sai Baba to my great delight, and this delight burst forth into this poetic work. I also thought that the description of these miracles of Sai Baba would be interesting and instructive to his devotees and would remove their sins. And so I began to write the sacred life and teachings of Sai Baba. The life of the saint is neither logical nor dialectical. It shows us the true and great path, incapacity and boldness in undertaking the work. Hematpan thought that he was not a fit person to undertake the work. He said, I do not know the life of my intimate friend, nor do I know my own mind. Then how can I write the life of a saint or describe the nature of incarnations, which even the Vedas were unable to do? One must be a saint himself before he could know other saints. But otherwise, how can I describe their glory? To write the life of a saint is most difficult. One may as well be able to measure the depth of the seven seas or enclose the sky with cloth trappings. I knew this was the most venturous undertaking, which might expose me to the ridicule. I therefore invoked Sai Baba's grace. The premier poet saint of Maharashtra, Sri Dhyaneshwar Maharaj, has stated that the Lord loves those who write the lives of saints, and the saints who also have their own peculiar method of assigning the service which the devotees long for. The saint inspires the work. The devotee becomes only an indirect cause or an instrument in achieving the end. For instance, in 1700 Shaka year, the poet Mahipadi aspired to write the lives of saints. Saints inspired him and got the work done. So also in 1800 Shaka year, Dasganu's service was accepted. The former wrote 4 works, Bhakta Vijay, Sant Vijay, Bhakta Lilamrit, and Sant Lilamrit, while the latter wrote 2, Bhakta Lilamrit and Sant Kadhamrit, in which the lives of modern saints were described. In chapters 31, 32, and 33 of Bhakta Lilamrit, and in chapter 57 of Sant Kadhamrit, life and teachings of Sai Baba are very well depicted. These have been separately published in Sai Leela magazine, number 11 and 12, volume 17. The readers are advised to read these chapters. So also, Sai Baba's wonderful Leelas are described by Mrs. Savitri Bai Raghunath Tendulkar of Bandra in a small book named Sri Sainath Bhajan Mala. Dasganu Maharaj also has composed various sweet poems on Sai Baba. A devotee named Amidas Bhavani Mehta has also published some stories of Sai Baba in Gujarati, some numbers of Sainath Prabha, a magazine published by Dakshina Bhiksha Sanstha of Shirdi, are also published. Then the question of objection comes in, that while so many works regarding Sai Baba are extant, why should this Sai Satcharita be written? And where is its necessity? The answer is plain and simple. The life of Sai Baba is as wide and deep as the infinite ocean, and all can dive deep into the same and take out precious gems of knowledge and bhakti and distribute them among the aspiring people. The stories, parables, and teachings of Sai Baba are very wonderful. They will give peace and happiness to the people who are afflicted with sorrows and heavily loaded with miseries of this worldly existence, and also bestow knowledge and wisdom, both in worldly and in spiritual domains. If these teachings of Sai Baba, which are interesting and instructive as Vedic lore, are listened to and meditated upon, devotees will get what they long for, namely union with Brahma, mastery in eightfold yoga, bliss of meditation, etc. So I thought that I should collect these stories together. That would be my best upasana. This collection would be most delightful to those simple souls whose eyes were not blessed with Sai Baba's darshan. So I set about collecting Sai Baba's teaching and expressions, the outcome of his boundless self-realization. It was Sai Baba who inspired me in this matter. In fact, I surrendered my ego at his feet and thought that my path was clear and that he would make me quite happy here and in the next world. I could not myself ask Sai Baba to give me permission for this work, so I requested Mr. Madhavrao Deshpande, alias Shama, Baba's most intimate devotee, to speak to him for me. He pleaded my cause and said to Sai Baba, "This Anna Sahib wishes to write your biography. You don't say that you are poor fakir and there is no necessity to write it. But if you agree and help him, he will write, or rather, your grace will accomplish the work. Without your consent and blessing, nothing can be done successfully." When Sai Baba heard this request, he was moved and blessed me by giving me his Udi, sacred ash, and placing his boon bestowing hand on my head, said, "Let him make a collection of stories and experiences. Keep notes and memos. I will help him. He is only an outward instrument. I should write my autobiography myself and satisfy the wishes of my devotees. He should get rid of his ego, surrender it at my feet. He who acts like this in life, him I help the most. What of my life stories? I serve him in his house in all possible ways. When his ego is completely annihilated and there is left no trace of it, I myself shall enter into him and shall myself write my own life. Hearing my stories and teachings will create faith in devotees' hearts, and they will easily get self-realization and bliss. Let there be no insistence on establishing one's own view, no attempt to refute others' opinions, no discussion of pros and cons of any subject." Significant and prophetic title. The word discussion put me in mind of my promise to explain the story of my getting the title of Hemant Pant, and now I began to relate the same. I was on close friendly terms with Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Nana Sahib Chandrokar. They pressed me to go to Shirdi and have Baba's darshan, and I promised them to do so. But something in the meanwhile turned up which prevented me from going to Shirdi. The son of a friend of mine at Lonawala fell ill. My friend tried all possible means, physical and spiritual, but the fever would not abate. At length, he got his guru to sit by the bedside of his son, but this too was of no avail. Hearing this, I thought, what was the utility of the guru if he could not save my friend's son? If the guru can't do anything for us, why should I go to Shirdi at all? Thinking this way, I postponed my Shirdi trip, but the inevitable must happen, and it happened in my case as follows. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandrokar, who was a divisional officer, was going on tour to Bassein. From Thana, he came to Dada and was waiting for a train bound for Bassein. Meanwhile, a Bandra local turned up. He sat in it and came to Bandra and sent for me and took me to task for putting off my Shirdi trip. Nana's argument for my Shirdi trip was convincing and delightful, and so I decided to start for Shirdi the same night. I packed my luggage and started for Shirdi. I planned to go to Dadar and from there to catch the train for Manmad, and so I booked myself for Dadar and sat in the train. While the train was to start, a Mohammedan came hastily to my compartment and, seeing all my paraphernalia, asked me where I was bound to. I told him about my plan. He then suggested that I should go straight to Boribanda and not to wait at Dadar, as the Manmad mail did not stop at Dadar. If this little miracle or Leela had not happened, I would not have reached Shirdi next day as settled, and many doubts would have assailed me. But that was not to be. As fortune favored me, I reached Shirdi the next day before 9 or 10 a.m. Babu Sahib Kaka Dikshit was waiting for me there. This was in 1910. when there was only one place, namely Sateswada, for lodging pilgrim devotees. After after alighting from the Tonga, I was anxious to have darshan from when the great devotee Tatya Sahib Nurkar returned from the masjid and said that Sai Baba was at the corner of the wada and that I should first get preliminary darshan and then after bath see him at leisure. Hearing this, I ran and prostrated before Baba, and my joy knew no bounds. I found more than what Nana Chandrokar had told me. All my senses were satisfied, and I forgot my thirst and hunger. The moment I touched Sai Baba's feet, I began a new life. I felt myself much obliged to those who spurred and helped me to get the darshan, and I considered them as my real relatives, and I cannot repay their debt. I only remember them and prostrate mentally before them. The peculiarity of Sai Baba's darshan, as I found it, is that by his darshan our thoughts are changed, the force of previous actions is abated, and gradually non-attachment or dispassion towards worldly objects grows up. It is by the merit of actions in many past births that such darshan is got. And if only you see Sai Baba, all the world assumes the form of Sai Baba. Hot discussion. On the first day of my arrival in Shirdi, there was a discussion between me and Bala Sahib Bhate regarding the necessity of a guru. I contended, why should we lose our freedom and submit to others? When we have to do our duty, why a guru is necessary? One must try his best and save himself. What can the guru do to a man who does nothing but sleeps indolently? Thus I pleaded free will, while Mr. Bhate took up the other side, namely destiny, and said, whatever is bound to happen must happen. Even great men have failed. Man proposes one way, but God disposes the other way. Brush aside your cleverness, pride or egoism won't help you. This discussion, with all its pros and cons, went on for an hour or so, and as usual, no conclusion was arrived at. We had to stop the discussion ultimately as we were exhausted. The net result of this was that I lost my peace of mind and found that unless there is a strong body consciousness and egoism, there would be no discussion. In other words, it is egoism which breeds discussion. Then, when we went to masjid with others, Baba asked Kaka Sahib Dikshit the following: what was going on in the Satis Vada? What was the discussion about? And staring at me, Baba further added, what did this Hematpan say? Hearing these words, I was much surprised. The masjid was at a considerable distance from Satewada, where I was staying and where the discussion was going on. How could Baba know our discussion unless he be omniscient and inner ruler of us all? I began to think why Sai Baba should call me by the name Hemad Pant. This word is a distorted form of Hemadri Pant. The Hemadri Pant was a well-known minister of the kings Mahadev and Ramdev of Devgiri of the Yadav dynasty. He was a very learned, good-natured, and author of works such as Chadurvarga, Chintamani, dealing with spiritual subjects, and Raj Prashasti. He invented and started new methods of accounts and was the originator of the Modi Marathi shorthand script. But I was quite the opposite, an ignoramus and mediocre intellect. So I could not understand why the name or title was conferred upon me, but thinking seriously upon it, I thought that the title was a dart to destroy my ego so that I should always remain meek and humble. It was also a compliment paid to me for the cleverness in the discussion. Looking into history, we think that Baba's word calling Mr. Dabholkar by name Hemat Pant was significant and prophetic, as we find that he looked after the management of Sai Sansthan very intelligently, kept all the accounts properly, and was also the author of such a good work, Sai Satcharita, which deals with such important and spiritual subjects as dhyan, bhakti, dispassion, self-surrender, and self-realization. About the necessity of a guru, Hemat Pant has left no note, no memo about what Baba said regarding the subject. But Kaka Sahib Dikshit has published his notes regarding this matter. Next day, after Hemat Pant's meeting with Sai Baba, Kaka Sahib went to Baba and asked, Baba, where to go? Baba said, high up. Then the man said, where is the way? Baba said, there are many ways leading there. There is one way from here, Shirdi also. The way is difficult. There are tigers and wolves in the jungles on the way. I, Kaka Sahib, asked, but Baba, what if we take a guide with us? Baba answered, then there is no difficulty. The guide will take you straight to your destination, avoiding the wolves, tigers, and ditches, etc. on the way. If there be no guide, there is danger of your being lost in the jungles or falling into ditches. Mr. Dabolkar was present on this occasion and he thought that this was the answer Baba gave to the question whether Guru was a necessity. White Sai Leela, Volume 1, number 5, page 47. And he thereupon took the hint that no discussion whether man is free or bound is of any use in spiritual matters. But on the contrary, real Paramartha is possible only as the result of the teachings of the Guru, as is illustrated in this chapter of the original work, in the instances of great avatars like Ram and Krishna, who had to submit themselves to their gurus, Vasishta and Sandipani, respectively, for getting self-realization, and that the only virtues necessary for such progress are faith and patience. White Sai Satcharita, Chapter 2, 191 to 92. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 3, Sai Baba's sanction and promise, assignment of work to devotees, Baba's stories as bacon light, his motherly love, Rohila's story, his sweet and nectar-like words, Sai Baba's sanction and promise. As described in the previous chapter, Sai Baba gave his complete assent to the writing of Sai Satcharita and said, I fully agree with you regarding the writing of Satcharita. You do your duty. Don't be afraid in the least. Steady your mind and have faith in my words. If my Leelas are written, the avidya, nescience, will vanish. And if they are attentively and devotedly listened to, the consciousness of the worldly existence will abate, and strong waves of devotion and love will rise up. And if one dives deep into my Leelas, he would get precious jewels of knowledge. Hearing this, the author was much pleased, and he at once became fearless and confident and thought that the work was bound to be success. Then, turning to Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande, Sai Baba said, if a man utters my name with love, I shall fulfill all his wishes, increase his devotion, and if he sings earnestly my life and my deeds, him I shall besit in front and back and all sides. Those devotees who are attached to me, heart and soul, will naturally feel happiness when they hear these stories. Believe me that if anybody sings my Leelas, I will give him infinite joy and everlasting contentment. It is my special characteristics to free any person who surrenders completely to me and who worships me faithfully and who remembers me and meditates on me constantly. How can they be conscious of worldly objects and sensations who utter my name, who worship me, who think of my stories and my life, and who thus always remember me? I shall draw out my devotees from the jaws of death. If my stories are listened to, all diseases will be got rid of. So hear my stories with respect and think and meditate on them, assimilate them. This is the way of happiness and contentment. The pride and egoism of my devotees will vanish. The mind of the hearers will be set at rest. And if he has wholehearted and complete faith, he will be one with supreme consciousness. The simple remembrance of my name as Sai, Sai will do away with sins of speech and hearing. Different works assigned to devotees. The Lord entrusts different works to different devotees. Some are given the work of building temples in muds or ghats, flights of steps on rivers. Some are made to sing the glories of God. Some are sent to pilgrimages. But to me was allotted the work of writing the Sai Satcharita. Being a jack of all trades, but master of none, I was quite unqualified for this job. Then why should I undertake such a difficult task? Who can describe the true life of Sai Baba? Sai Baba's grace alone can enable one to accomplish this difficult work. So when I took the pen in my hand, Sai Baba took away my egoism and himself wrote his stories. The credit of relating these stories therefore goes to him and not to me. Though Brahmin by birth, I lacked the two eyes, that is, the sight or vision of, of Shirdi and Smriti, and therefore was not at all capable of writing the Sai Satcharita. But the grace of the Lord makes a dumb man talk, enables a lame man to cross a mountain. He alone knows the ways of getting things done as he likes. Neither the flute nor the harmonium knows how the sounds are produced. This is the concern of the player. The oozing of Chandrakant jewel and the surging of the sea are not due to the jewel and the sea, but due to the rising of the moon. Baba's stories as beacon light. Lighthouses are constructed at various places in the sea to enable the boatmen to avoid rocks and dangers and make them sail safely. Sai Baba's stories serve a similar purpose in the ocean of worldly existence. They surpass nectar in sweetness and make our worldly path smooth and easy to traverse. Blessed are the stories of the saints. When they enter our hearts through the years, the body consciousness of egoism and the sense of duality vanish, and when they are stored in the heart, doubts will dissipate, pride of the body will fall, and wisdom will be stored in abundance. The description of Baba's pure fame and the hearing of the same with love will destroy the sins of the devotee, and therefore, this is a simple sadhana for attaining salvation. The sadhana for Krita age was Samadama, tranquility of mind and body, for Treta age, sacrifice, for Dwapar, worship, and for Kali, which is the present age, it is singing of the name and glory of the Lord. This last sadhana is open to all people of the four varnas, Brahmins, etc. This other sadhanas, namely yoga, yoga tyaga, sacrifice, dhyan, meditation, and dhyan dharana, concentration, are very difficult to practice, but singing and hearing the stories and the glory of Lord Sai Baba is very easy. We have to turn our attention towards them. The listening to and singing of the stories will remove the attachment to the senses and their objects and will make the devotees dispassionate and will ultimately lead them to self-realization. With this end in view, Sai Baba made me write his stories as Satcharita. The devotees may now easily read and hear these stories of Sai Baba, and while doing so, meditate on his form and thus attain devotion to Guru and God, Sai Baba, get dispassion and self-realization. In the preparation and writing of this work, Satcharita, it is Sai Baba's grace which has accomplished everything, making use of me as a mere instrument. Motherly love of Sai Baba. Everybody knows how a cow loves her infant calf. Her udder is always full, and when the calf wants milk and dashes at the udder, out comes the milk in an unceasing flow. Similarly, a human mother knows the wants of her child beforehand and feeds him at her breast in time. In case of dressing and adorning the child, the mother takes particular care to see that this is well done. The child knows or cares nothing about this, but the mother's joy knows no bounds when she sees her child well dressed and adorned. The love of the mother is peculiar, extraordinary, and disinterested and has no parallel. Sadgurus feel this motherly love towards their disciples. Sai Baba has the same love towards me, and I gave an instance of it below. In 1916, I retired from government service. The pension that was settled in my case was not sufficient to maintain my family decently. On Guru Purnima, 15th of Ashada day of that year, I went to Shirdi with other devotees. There, Mr. Anna Chichnikar, of his own accord, prayed to Baba for me as follows. Please look kindly at him. The pension he gets is quite insufficient. His family is growing. Give him some other appointment, remove his anxiety and make him happy. Baba replied, he will get some other job, but now he should serve me and be happy. His plates will be ever full and never empty. He should turn all his attention towards me and avoid the company of atheists, irreligious, and wicked people. He should be modest and humble towards all and worship me with heart and soul. If he does this, he will get eternal happiness. The question, who is this he whose worship is advocated, is already answered in a note on Who is Sai Baba in the prelude at the beginning of this work. Rohila's story, the story of Rohila, illustrates Sai Baba's all-embracing love. Once Rohila, tall and well-built, strong as a bull, came to Shirdi wearing a long kafni robe and was enamored of the Sai, who stayed there. Day and night, he used to recite in a loud and harsh tone the Kalma verses of Holy Quran and shout, Allahu Akbar, God is great. Most people of Shirdi were working in their fields during the day, and when they returned to their homes at night, they were welcomed with Rohila's harsh cries and shouts. They could get no sleep and felt much trouble and inconvenience. They suffered this nuisance for some days in silence, and when they could stand it no longer, they approached Baba and requested him to check the Rohila and to stop the nuisance. Baba did not attend to their complaint. On the contrary, Baba took the villagers to task and asked them to mind their own business. He said to them that Rohila had got a very bad wife who tried to trouble the Rohila and himself. But hearing the Rohila's prayers, she dare not enter, and they were at peace. In fact, the Rohila had no wife, and by his wife, Baba meant durbuddhi, that is, evil thoughts. As Baba liked prayers and cries to God better than anything else, he took the side of Rohila and asked the villagers to wait and bear with the nuisance, which would abate in due course. Baba's sweet and nectar-like words. One day at noon, after Arati, devotees were returning to their lodgings when Baba gave the following beautiful advice. Be wherever you like. Do whatever you choose. Remember this well, that all what you do is known to me. I am the inner ruler of all and seated in your hearts. Excuse me. I envelop all the creatures, the movable and the immovable world. I am the controller, the wire puller of the show. Excuse me. I am the controller, the bipolar of the show of this universe. I am the mother, origin of all beings, the harmony of three gunas, the propeller of all senses, the creator, preserver, and destroyer. Nothing will harm him who turns his attention towards me, but Maya will lash or whip him who forgets me. All the insects, ants, the visible, movable, and immovable world is my body or form. Hearing these beautiful and precious words, I at once decided in my mind to serve no man henceforth but my Guru only. But the reply of Baba to Anna Chichnikar's query, which was really mine, that I would get some job, began to revolve in my mind, and I began to think whether it would come to happen. As future events showed, Baba's words came true, and I got a government job, but that was of short duration. Then I became free and devoted myself solely to the service of my Guru Sai Baba. Before concluding this chapter, I request the readers to leave out the various hindrances, namely indolence, sleep, wandering of mind, attachment to senses, etc., and turn their whole and undivided attention to these stories of Sai Baba. Let their love be natural. Let them know the secret of devotion. Let them not exhaust themselves by other sadhanas. Let them stick to the simple remedy, that is, listening to Sai Baba's stories. This will destroy their ignorance and will secure for them salvation. A Mysore may stay at various places, but he constantly thinks of his buried treasure. So let Sai Baba be enthroned in the hearts of all. In the next chapter, I shall speak of Sai Baba's advent in Shirdi. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. Chapter 4. Sai Baba's first advent in Shirdi. Mission of the Saints. Shirdi, a holy truth. Personality of Sai Baba. Victim of Goli Baba. Appearance of Vittal. Krishaga's story. Das Ganu's bath in Prayag. Immaculate conception of Sai Baba and his first advent in Shirdi. 3 Vadas. In the last chapter, I described the circumstances which led me to write Sai Satcharita. Let me now describe the first advent of Sai Baba in Shirdi. Mission of the Saints. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, 7, 8, that whenever there is a decay of dharma, righteousness, and an ascendancy of unrighteousness, I manifest myself, and for the protection of the virtuous, the destruction of the vicious, and for the establishment of righteousness, I manifest myself in age after age. This is the mission of Lord and the sages and saints, who are its representatives and who appear here at proper times. Help him their own way to fulfill the mission. For instance, when the twice born, that is, the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, and the Vaishyas neglect their duties, and when the Shudras try to usurp the rights of their higher classes, when spiritual preceptors are not respected but humiliated, when nobody cares for religious instructions, when everybody thinks himself very learned, when people begins to partake of forbidden foods and intoxicating drinks, when under the cloak of religion, people indulge in malpractices, when people belonging to different sects fight amongst themselves, when Brahmins fail to do Sandhya adoration, and the Orthodox, the religious practices, when yogis neglect their meditation, when people began to think the wealth, progeny, wife, or their sole concern, and thus turns away from the true path of salvation. Then do signs appear and try to set matters right by their words and action. They serve us as beacon lights and show us the right path and the right way for us to follow. In this way, many signs, Nivritri, Janadev, Tabai, Namdev, Gora, Gonai, Eknath, Tukaram, Narahari, Narsibai, Sajan Kasi, Swata, Ramdas, and various others did appear at various times to show the right path of the people, and so presently came to Shirdi, Sai Baba of Shirdi. Shirdi, a holy truth. The banks of the Godavari River in the Ahmednagar district are very fortunate, for they gave birth and refuge to a many saints, prominent amongst them being Janeshwar. Shirdi also falls in the Kopargaon Taluka of the Ahmednagar district. After crossing the Godavari River at Kopargaon, one gets the way to Shirdi. When you go 3 course 9 miles, you come to Nimagaon, from where Shirdi is visible. Shirdi is a famous and well known as other holy places like Gangapur, Nashrinvadi, Adumbar on the banks of Krishna River. As a devotee, Damaji flourished in and blessed Mangalveda near Bandarpur, as Samarth Ramdas at Sanjigon, as Sri Narasimha Saraswati, as Saraswati Vadi, as So Sainath flourished at Shirdi and blessed it. Personality of Sai Baba. It is on account of Sai Baba that Shirdi grew into importance. Let us see that sort of personage Sai Baba was. He conquered this samsar, worldly existence, which is very difficult and hard to cross. Peace or mental calm was his ornament, and he was the repository of wisdom. He was the home of Vaishnava devotees, most liberal like Karna, amongst liberals, the essence of all essences. He had no love for perishable things, and was always engrossed in self-realizations, which was in his sole concern. He felt no pleasure in things of this world or the world beyond. His Anantrang heart was very clear as a mirror, and his Antarang heart was as clear as a mirror, and his speech was always rain nectar. The reach of poor people were the same to him. He did not know or care for honor or dishonor. He was the Lord of all beings. He spoke freely and mixed with all people, saw the actings and dances of Nautch girls, and heard Gajal songs. Still, he swayed and not an inch from Samadhi, mental equilibrium. The name of Allah was always on his lips. While the world awoke, he slept, and while the world slept, he was vigilant. His abdomen inside was as calm as the deep sea. His ashram could not be determined, nor his actions could be definitely determined. And though he lived in one place, he knew all the transactions of the world. His darbar was imposing. He told daily hundreds of stories, still he strove not an inch from his oath of silence. He always learned against the wall in the masjid or walk morning, noon, and evening towards Lendi, Nala, and Chavadi. Still, he at all times abided in the self. Though as Siddha, he acted like a sadhuka. He was meek, humble, and egoless, and pleased all. Such was Sai Baba, and as the soil Shirdi was drawn by Sai Baba's feet, it attained extraordinary importance. As Janeshwar elevated Alandi, Eknath did to Paitan, so Sai Baba raised Shirdi, blessed are the grass leaves and stones of Shirdi, for they could easily kiss the holy feet of Sai Baba and take their rest on their head. Shirdi become to us devotees, another Pandharpur, Jagannath, Dwaraka, Banaras, Kashi, and Rameshwar, Badri Kedar, Nasik, Triampakeshwar, Ujjain, and Mahakaleshwar or Mahabaleshwar, Gorkhan. Contact of Sai Baba in Shirdi was like our Veda and Tantra. It quieted our samsara, world consciousness, and rendered self-realization easy. The darshan of Sri Sai was our yoga sadhana, and talk to him removed our sins. Shampooing his legs was our bath in Triveni Prayag, and drinking the holy water of his feet destroyed our desires to us. His commands were Vedas, and accepting eating his Udi, sacred ashes, and prasad was all purifying. He was our Sri Krishna and Sri Rama who gave us solace, and he was our Parabrahma, absolute reality. He was himself beyond the pair of Dvantas opposite, near, dejected, and nor irritated. He was always engrossed and his self as existence, knowledge and bliss. Shirdi was his center, but his field of action extended forward to Punjab, Calcutta, North India, Gujarat, Dhaka, now in Bangladesh, and Konkan. Thus, the fame of Sai Baba spread far and wide, and people from all parts came to take his darshana and be blessed. By mere darshan, minds of people, whether pure or impure, world become at once quiet. They got here the same sort of unparalleled joy that devotees get at Pandharpur by seeing Vittal Rukmani. This is not as aggregation. Consider what a devotee says in this respect. Dictum of Golibova. An old devotee by name Golibua, aged about 95 years, was a Varkari of Pandari. He stayed 8 months at Bandarpur and 4 months Ashada to Kartika, July to November, on the banks of the Ganges. He had an ass with him for carrying his luggage and a disciple as his companion. Every year he made his wari trip to Pandarpur and came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba, who loved him more, who he loved most. He used to stare at Baba and say, "This is Bandarinath Vittal incarnate, the merciful, Lord of the poor and helpless." This Golibua was an old devotee of Vithoba and had made many trips to Pandari, and he testified that Sai Baba was real Pandarnath. Vittal himself appeared. Sai Baba was very fond of remembering and singing God's name. He always uttered Allah Malik, God is Lord, and in his presence made others sing God name continuously, day and night, for 7 days. This is called Nama Saptaha. Once he asked Das Kanu Maharaj to do the Nama Saptaha, he replied that he would do it, provided he was assured that Vittal would appear at the end of the 7th day. The Baba, placing his hand on his breast, assured him that that certainly Vittal would appear, but the devotee must be earnest and devout. The Dankapuri, Thakur of Thakurnath, the Pandari of Vittal, the Dwaraka French both, Krishna is in Shirdi. One need not to go far out of the to see Dwaraka. Will Vittal come here from some outside place? He is here only when the devotee is bursting with the love and devotion. Vittal will manifest himself here, Shirdi. After the Saptaha was over, Vittal did manifest himself in the following manner. Akasaheb Dikshit was, as usual, sitting in the meditation after the bath, and he saw Vittal in a vision. When he went at noon for Baba Darshana, Baba asked him point blank, did Vittal Patil come? Did you see him? He is a very strong fellow, catch him firmly, otherwise he will escape. If you be a little inattentive, this happened in the morning, and no, there was another Vittal Darshana. One hawker from outside came there for selling 25 or 30 pictures of Vidhoba. This picture exactly tailed with the figure that appeared in Kaka Sahib's vision. On seeing this and remembering Baba's word, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was very much surprised and delighted. He bought one picture of Vidhoba and placed it in his shrine for worship. Bhavantro Shir Saga story. How found was Baba for Vittal worship was illustrated in Bhavantro Kishaga story. The father of Bhavantro was a devotee of Vidhoba and used to make varis, annual trips to Bandarpur. He also had an image Vidhoba at home, which he, Mr. B.V. Devo, retired Mammalatar of Thana, has proved by his researchers that Shirdi comes in the limit of Madhapur, which was the southernmost center of Dwaraka, and therefore Shirdi was Dwaraka itself. Vaid Sailila, volume 14, numbers 1, 2, 3. I have come across another definition of Dwaraka quoted from Skanda Puran by K. Narayanan Iyer in his permanent history of Bharatvarsha, volume 2, part 1, page 90, which runs thus. This place where doors are open for all the people, for all the four, Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Sudra classes, for accomplishing the four Purushudas, whereas Dharma, Hartha, Karma and Moksha is called Dwaraka by the wise philosophers. Baba's Masjid in Shirdi was the only open for four classes, but to the depressed untouchables, reapers, etc., like Bagoji Shinde, and therefore it was appropriately styled Dwaraka. Worship after his death and son stopped everything. The worship and Sharda ceremony, etc. When Bhagavantarao came to Shirdi, Baba, on remembering his father, at once said, his father was my friend, so I dragged him, the son, here. He never offered Naivedya, offering of food, And so he starved with Vittal and me. And so I brought him here. I shall remonstrate him now and set him to worship. Das Ganu's bath in Prayag. The Hindu think that take a bath in a holy truth of Prayag, where the Ganga and Yamuna meet. He is very notorious and thousands of pilgrims go there. Periodical times to have his cat bath there. Once Daskano thought that he should go to Prayag for a bath and came to Baba to his permission for doing so. Baba replied to him, "It is not necessary to go so long. Prayag is here, believe me." Then, wonder of wonders, when Daskano placed on his head on Baba's feet, outcome of flower streams of Ganga, Yamuna water from both of the toes of Baba. Seeing the miracle, Daskano was overwhelmed with feelings of love and adoration and was full of tears. Inwardly, he felt inspired and his speech burst forth into a song in praise of Baba and his Leelas. Immaculate conception of Sai Baba and his friend and his first advent in Shirdi. Nobody knew the parents, the birth or birthplace of Sai Baba. Many inquiries were made. Many questions were put to Baba and others regarding these items, but no satisfactory answer or information has yet been obtained. Practically, we know nothing about these matters. Namdev and Kabir were not born like ordinary mortals. They were found as infants in mother of pearls, Namdev being found on the bank of Brimarthi river by Gonai and Kabir on the bank of Bhagirathi river by Tamal. Similarly, was the case with Sai Baba. He first manifested himself as a young lad of 16 under the neem tree in Shirdi for the sake of Bhaktas. Even then, he seemed to be full with the knowledge of Brahman. He had no desire for worldly objects even in dream. He kicked out Maya and Mukti deliverance and was serving at his feet. The old woman of Shirdi, the mother of Nana Chopdar, described him thus: this lady, fair, smart, very handsome, was first seen under the neem tree, seated in a asan. The people of the village were wonderstruck to see such a young lad practicing hot penance, not minding heat and cold. By day, he associated with none. By night, he was afraid of nobody. People were wondering and asking. Hence, this young chap had turned up. His form and features were so beautiful that a mere look endeared him to all. He went to nobody's door, always sat near the neem tree. Outwardly, he looked very young, but by his action, he was really a great soul. He was the embodiment of dispassion and was an enigma to all. One day, it so happened the god Kandoba possessed the body to some devotee, and people began to ask him, "Deva, you please inquire what blessed father son in his lad, and when did he come?" God Kandoba asked them to bring a pickaxe and dig in a particular place. When it was dark, bricks were found underneath a flat stone. When the stone was removed, a corridor led a cellar where cow mouths showed sculptures, wooden boards, necklaces were seen. Kandoba said, "This lad practiced penance here for 12 years. Then the people began to question the lad about this. He put them off the scent by telling them that it was Guru's place, his holy Vatan, and requested them to guard it well. The people then closed the corridor as before, as Ashwatha and Adumbar trees were held sacred. Baba regarded this neem tree equally sacred and loved it most. Makalsapati and other Shirdi devotees regard this site as a resting place, Samadhi Satana, and of Baba's Guru, and prostrate before it. Three Vadas, the site with the neem tree and surrounding space was bought by Mr. Hari Vinayak Sate on his site, a big building styled Sate Swada, and erected. This Swada was the sole resting place of the pilgrims who flocked there. A platform was built round the neem tree and lots with steps were constructed. Under the steps, there is an shape facing south and devotees sit on the platform facing north. It is believed that he who burns incense there on Thursday and Friday evenings will, by God's grace, be happy. This Svada was old and dilapidated and wanted repairs, the necessary repairs. Additions and alternatives have been made now by the Sansthan. Then, after some years, another Vada, the Dikshit's Vada, was constructed. Kakasaheb Dikshit, solicitor of Bombay, had gone to England. He had injured his leg by an accident there. The injury could not be get rid of by any means. Nana Sahib Chandorkar advised him to try Sai Baba. So he has saw Sai Baba in 1909 AD and requested him to cure rather than lameness of his mind than that of his leg. He was so much pleased with the darshan of Sai Baba that he decided to reside in Shirdi. So he built Vada for himself and other devotees. The foundation of the building was laid on 10/12/1910. On this day, two other important events took place. Mr. Dada Saheb Chatwade was giving permission to return home to the night Aarti in Chavadi and was commenced. The Vada was complete and was inhabited on Ram Navami day in 1911 AD, with due rites and formalities. Third, the another Vada, a palatial mansion, was put up by the famous millionaire, Mr. Booty of Nagpur. Lots of money was spent on his building, but all the amount was well utilized as Sai Baba's body resting in this Vada, which is now called Samadhi Mandir. The site of the mandir and had formerly a garden which was watered and looked after by Baba. Three Vadas thus sprang up, where there was none formerly. Of these, Sateswada was most useful to all in the early days. The story of the garden attended to by Sai Baba with the help of Vaman Tatya, the temporary absence of Sai Baba from Shirdi, and his coming again of Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patil, the company of Devidas, Janakidas, and Gangir. Baba's wrestling match with Monding Tampoli is residents of Masjid, love of Mr. Dangale and other devotees and other incidents will be described in the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram, can you hear me? Chapter 5. Baba's return with Chand Patil's marriage party, welcome and address as Sai, contact with other saints, his dress and daily routine, the story of Padukas, wrestling bout with Mohdin, and change in life, turning water into oil, the Sido Guru Jawahar Ali. Return with Chand Patil's marriage party. As hinted in the last chapter, I shall now describe first how Sai Baba returned to Shirdi. After his disappearance, there lived in the Aurangabad district in a village called Dhoop, a well-to-do Mohammedan gentleman by name Chand Patil. While he was making a trip to Aurangabad, he lost his mare. For 2 long months, he made a diligent search but could get no trace of the lost mare. After being disappointed, he returned from Aurangabad with the saddle on his back. After traveling 4 kos and a half, he came on the way to a mango tree under the foot of which sat a Ratna and Ratna, he had a cap on his head, wore kafni, and had a satka under his armpit, and he was preparing to smoke a chilam. On seeing Chand Patil's pass by the way, he called out to him and asked him to have a smoke and to rest a little. The fakir asked him about the saddle. Chand Patil replied that it was of his mare and which was lost. The queer fellow or fakir asked him to make a search in the nala close by. He went, and the wonders of wonders, he found out the mare. He thought that this fakir was not an ordinary man, but an awliya. He returned to the fakir with the mare. The chilam was ready for being smoked, but 2 things were wanting: fire to light the pipe and water to wet the chapi. The fakir took his prong and thrust it forcibly into the ground and out came a live burning coal, which he put on the pipe. Then he dashed the satka on the ground, from whence water began to ooze. The chapi was wetted with that water, was then wrung out and wrapped round the pipe. Thus, everything being complete, the fakirs smoked the chillum and then gave it also to Chand Patil. On seeing all this, Chand Patil was wonderstruck. He requested the fakir to come to his home and accept his hospitality. Next day, he went to Patil's house and stayed there for some time. The Patil was a village officer of Dhoop. His wife's brother's son was to be married, and the bride was from Shirdi. So Patil made preparations to start for Shirdi for the marriage. The fakir also accompanied the marriage party. The marriage went off without any hitch. The party returned to Dhoop, except the fakir alone stayed in Shirdi and remained there forever. However, how the fakir got the name Sai. When the marriage party came to Shirdi, it alighted at the foot of Banyan tree in Bhagat Mahasapati's field near Khandoba's temple. The carts were loosened in the open courtyard of Khandoba temple. The car, and the members of the party descended one by one, and the fakir also got down. Bhagat Marsapati saw the young fakir getting down and accosted him, Ya Sai. Others also addressed him as Sai, and thenceforth he became known as Sai Baba. Contact with other saints. Sai Baba began to stay in a deserted masjid. One saint named Devidas was living in Shirdi many years before Baba came there. Baba liked his company. He stayed with him in the Maruti temple in the Chowdi and some time lived alone. Then came another saint by name Jankidas. Baba spent most of his time in talking with him, or Jankidas went to Baba's residence. So also one Vaishya householder saint from Pautambe by name Ganganir always frequented Shirdi. When he first saw Sai Baba carrying pitchers of water in both hands for watering the garden, he was amazed and said openly, Blessed is Shirdi that it caught this precious jewel. This man is carrying water today, but he is not an ordinary fellow. As this land was lucky and meritorious, it secured this jewel. So also one famous saint by name Anandnath of Yevlamat, a disciple of Akkalkot Maharaj, came to Shirdi with some Shirdi people. When he saw Sai Baba, he said openly, This is a precious diamond in reality. Though he looks like an ordinary man, he is not a eager, but a diamond. You will realize this in the near future. Saying this, he returned to Jeola. This was said while Sai Baba was a youngster. Baba's dress and daily routine. In these young days, Sai Baba grew hair on his head, never had his head shaved. He dressed like an athlete. When he went to Rahata, he brought with him small plants of marigold, zai, and zui, and after cleaning, he planted and watered them. A devotee by name Vaman Tatya supplied him daily with 2 earthen pitchers. With this, Baba himself used to water the plants. He drew water from the well and carried the pitchers on his shoulder. In the evening, the pitchers were kept at the foot of neem tree. As soon as they were placed there, they were broken, as they were made of raw earth and not baked. Next day, Tatya supplied 2 fresh pitchers. These course went on for 3 years, and with Sai Baba's toil and labor, there grew a flower garden. On this site at present stands the big mansion, Samadhi Mandir of Baba, which is now frequented and used by so many devotees. The story of Paduka under the neem tree. A devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj by name Bhai Krishnaji Ali Bagkar worshipped the photo of Akkalkot Maharaj. He once thought of going to Akkalkot, taking the darshan of the Padukas of the Maharaj and offering his sincere worship there. But before he could go there, he got a vision in his dream. Akkalkot Maharaj appeared in the vision and said to him, Now Shirdi is my resting place, go there and offer your worship. So Bhai changed his plan and came to Shirdi, worshipped Baba, stayed there for 6 months and was happy. As a reminiscence of this vision, etc., he prepared the Padukas and installed them on an auspicious day of Shravan, Shaka 1834. 1912 AD under the neem tree with due ceremonies and formalities conducted by Dada Kelkar and Upasni. One Dikshit Brahmin was appointed for worship and the management was entrusted to devotee Sagun. Complete version of this story. Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamlatdar of Thana and a great devotee of Sai Baba, made inquiry about this matter with Sagun Meru Naik and Govind Kamlakar Dikshit and has published a full version of the Padukas in Sai Leela, volume 11, number 1, page 25. It runs as follows. In 1834 Shaka, when Dr. Ramrao Puthare of Bombay came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan, his compounder and his friend Bhai Krishnaji Ali Bakkar accompanied him. The compounder and Bhai became intimate with Sagun Meru Naik and G.K. Dikshit. While discussing things, these persons thought that there must be some memorial of the fact of Sai Baba's first coming to Shirdi and sitting under the holy neem tree. They thought of installing Baba's padukas there and were going to make them of some rough stones. Then Bhai's friend, the compounder, suggested that if this matter be made known to his master, Mr. Ramarao Kuthare, who would prepare nice padukas for this purpose. All liked the proposal and Dr. Kuthare was informed of it. He came to Shirdi and drew a plan of the padukas. He went to Basni Maharaj in Khandova's temple and showed him his plan. The latter made many improvements, drew lotuses, flowers, conch, discmen, etc., and suggested that the following shlok regarding neem tree's greatness and Baba's yogi powers be inscribed. The verse was as follows: Sada nimba vrakshasya muladhivasa sada sravinam tikkam apriyam tam tarum kalpavriksha sadhikam sadhayantam namamishwaram sadguru sainatham. Upasni's suggestions were accepted and carried out. The padukas were made in Bombay and sent to Shirdi with the compounder. Baba said that they should be installed on the Purnima of Shravan. On that day at 11 a.m., G.K. Dikshit brought them on his head from Khandoba's temple to the Dwarka Mai Masjid in procession. Baba touched the Paduka, saying that these are the feet of the Lord and asked the people to install them under a foot of neem tree. A day before, one Parsi devotee of Bombay named Pashta Sheth sent rupees 25 by money order. Baba gave this sum for the installation of the Padukas. The total expense of installation came up to rupees 100, out of which rupees 75 were collected by subscriptions. For the first 5 years, G.K. Dikshit worshipped the Padukas daily, and then this was done by Lakshman Kacheshwar Jhakadi. In the first 5 years, Dr. Kuthare sent rupees 2 per month for lighting, and he also sent the railing round the Padukas. The expense of bringing the railing from station to Shirdi and roofing was paid by Sagun Meru Nayak. Now, Jakhadi does the worship, and Sagun Meru Nayak offers the Naivedya and lights the evening lamps. Bhai Krishnaji was originally a devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj. He had come to Shirdi at the installation of Padukas in Shaka 1834 on his way to Akkalkot. He wanted to go to Akkalkot after taking the darshan of Baba. He asked Baba's permission for this. Baba said, "Oh, what is there in Akkalkot? Why do you go there? The incumbent Maharaj of that place is here, myself." Hearing this, Bhai did not go to Akkalkot. He came to Shirdi off and on after the installation of Padukas. Mr. B.V. Dev concluded that Hemadpant did not know these details. Had he known them, he would not have failed to depict them in his Satcharita, resting bout with Mohdin Tamboli and change in life. To return to other stories of Baba, there was a wrestler in Shirdi by name Mohdin Tamboli. Baba and he did not agree on some items and both had a fight. In this, Baba was defeated. Thenceforth, Baba changed his dress and mode of living. He donned kafni, wore a langot and covered his head with a piece of cloth. He took a piece of sackcloth for his seat, sackcloth for his bed, and was content with wearing torn and worn out rags. He always said that poverty is better than kingship, far better than lordship. The Lord is always brother of the poor. Ganganir was also very fond of wrestling. While he was once wrestling, a similar feeling of dispassion came over him, and at the proper time he heard the voice of an adept saying that he should wear out his body playing with God. So he too gave up samsara and turned towards God realization. He established a mutt on the banks of river near Pautambe and lived there with disciples. Sai Baba did not mix and speak with people. He only gave answers when he was questioned. By day, he always sat under the neem tree, sometimes under the shade of a branch of a babool tree near the stream at the outskirts of the village. In afternoon, he used to walk at random and go at times to Nimgao. There, he frequented the house of Balasaheb Dengare. Baba loved Mr. Balasaheb. His younger brother, named Nana Sahib, had no son, though he married a second wife. Balasaheb sent Nana Sahib for taking darshan of Sai Baba, and after some time, with his grace, Nana Sahib got a son. From that time onwards, people began to come in numbers to see Sai Baba, and his fame began to spread and reach Ahmednagar. From thence, Nana Sahib Chandorkar and Keshav Chidambar and many others began to come to Shirdi. Baba was surrounded by his devotees during day and slept at night in an old and dilapidated masjid. Baba's paraphernalia at this time consisted of a chilam, a tobacco, a tamrail, long flowing kafni, piece of cloth round his head, and a satka, which he always kept with him. The piece of white cloth on the head was twisted like matted hair and flowed down from the left ear on the back. This was not washed for weeks. He wore no shoes, no sandals. A piece of sackcloth was his seat for most of the day. He wore a kupin, and for warding of cold, he always sat in front of a dhuni, facing south with his left hand resting on the wooden railing. In that dhuni, he offered as oblation egoism, desires, and all thoughts, and always uttered Allah Malik. The masjid in which he sat was only of two-room dimension, where all devotees came and saw him. After 1912 AD, there was a chance the old masjid was repaired and pavement was constructed. Before Baba came to live in this masjid, he lived for a long time in a place Takia, where with gungur on his legs, Baba danced beautifully, sang with tender love, turning water into oil. Sai Baba was very fond of lights. He used to borrow oil from shopkeepers and keep lamps burning the whole night in the masjid and temple. This went on for some time. The Baniyas who supplied oil gratis once met together and decided not to give him oil. When, as usual, Baba went to ask for oil, they all gave him a distinct no. Unperturbed, Baba returned to masjid and kept the dry wicks and lamps. Baniyas were watching him with curiosity. Baba took the tamrail, which contained very little of oil, put water into it and drank it and forced it fall in the container. After consecrating the tin pot in this way, he again took water in the tin pot and filled all the lamps with it and lighted them. To the surprise and dismay of the watching Banyas, the lamps began to burn and kept burning the whole night. Banyas repented and apologized. Baba forgave them and asked them to be more truthful in future. The Sidhu Guru Jawahar Ali, 5 years after the wrestling about mentioned above, one fakir from Ahmednagar by name Jawahar Ali came to Rata with his disciples and stayed in Bakkal near Veerbhadra temple. The fakir was learned, could repeat the whole Quran, and had a sweet tongue. Many religious and devout people of the village came to him and began to respect him. With the help of the people, he started to build an Eidgah near the Veerbhadra temple. There was some quarrel about this affair on account of which Jawahar Ali had to leave Rata. Then he came to Shirdi and lived in the masjid with Baba. People were captured by his sweet talk and he began to call Baba his disciple. Baba did not object and consented to be his chela. Then both Guru and chela decided to return to Rata and live there. The Guru never knew his disciple's worth, but the disciple knew the defects of the Guru. Still he never disrespected him, observing carefully his duties. He even served the master in various ways. They used to come to Shirdi off and on, but their mainstay was in Rata. The loving devotees of Baba in Shirdi did not like that Baba should stay away from them in Rata. So they went in a deputation to bring Baba back to Shirdi. When they met Baba near the Eidgah and told the purpose for which they came, Baba said to them that the fakir was an ill-tempered fellow. He should not leave him, and they should better return to Shirdi without him before the fakir returned. While they were thus talking, the fakir turned up and was very angry with them for trying to take away his disciple. There was some discussion and altercation, and it was finally decided that both the Guru and Chela should return to Shirdi. And so they returned and lived in Shirdi. But after a few days, the Guru was tested by Devidas and he was found wanting. 12 years before Baba arrived in Shirdi with the marriage party, this Devidas, aged about 10 or 11, came to Shirdi and lived in the Maruti temple. The Devidas had fine features and brilliant eyes, and he was dispassionate, incarnate, and a jnani. Many persons, namely Tatya Kote, Kashinath, and others, regarded him as their guru. They brought Jawahar Ali in his presence, and in the discussion on that followed, Jawahar was bursted and fled from Shirdi. He went and stayed in Bijapur and returned after many years to Shirdi and prostrated himself before Sai Baba. The delusion that he was Guru and Sai Baba was his chela was cleared away and he repented. Sai Baba treated him with respect. In this case, Sai Baba showed by actual conduct how one should get rid of egoism and do the duties of a disciple to attain the highest end, such as self realization. This story is told here according to the version given by Mahasapati, a great devotee of Baba. In the next chapter will be described Ramanavami festival, the masjid, its former condition and later improvement, etc. Woe to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Chapter 6, Ram Navami Festival and Masjid Repairs. Before describing Ram Navami Festival and Masjid Repairs, the author makes some preliminary remarks about Sadhguru as follows. Efficacy of the touch of the Guru's hand. When Sadhguru is a helpsman, he is sure to carry us safely and easily beyond the worldly ocean. The word Sadhguru brings to mind Sai Baba, the perfect master. He appears to me as if standing before me and applying Uti to my forehead and placing his hand of blessing on my head. Then joy fills my heart and love overflows my eyes. Wonderful is the power of the touch of Guru's hand. The subtle body consisting of thoughts and desires, which cannot be burnt by the gross fire, is destroyed by the mere touch of the Guru's hand, and the sins of many past births are cleaned and washed away. Even the speech of those who feel agitated when they hear religious and godly talks attain calmness. The sight of Sai Baba's handsome form chokes our throat with joy, makes the eyes overflow with tears, and overwhelms the heart with emotions. It awakens in us I am He, Soham, Brahma. Consciousness manifests the joy of self-realization, and dissolving the distinction of I and Thou makes us one with the Supreme One reality. When I begin to read scriptures at every step, I'm reminded of my Sadguru Sai Baba, who assumes the form of Rama, Krishna, and makes me listen to his life. For instance, when I sit to listen to Bhagavad, Sai becomes Krishna from top to toe, and I think he sings the Bhagavad or Uddhav Gita for the welfare of the devotees. When I myself start to write anything, I cannot compose a few words or sentences, but when he of his own accord makes me write, I go on writing, and there is no end to it. When the disciple's egoism props up, he presses it down with his hand and gives him his own power, makes him achieve his object, and thus satisfies and blesses him. If anyone prostrates before Sai and surrenders his heart and soul to him, then all the chief objects of life, that is dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, are attained easily and unsolicitedly. Four paths, that is of karma, dhyan, yoga, and bhakti, lead us separately to God. Of these, the path of bhakti is thorny and full of pits and ditches, and thus difficult to traverse. But if you, relying on your Sadguru, avoid the pits and thorns and walk straight, it will take you to your destination, so says Sai Baba. After philosophizing about the self-existent Brahma, his power or Maya to create this world and the world created, and stating that all these three are ultimately one and the same, the author quotes Sai Baba's words guaranteeing the welfare of the bhaktas. There will never be any dearth or scarcity regarding food and clothes in my devotees' home. It is my special characteristic that I always look to and provide for the welfare of those devotees who worship me wholeheartedly with their minds ever fixed on me. Lord Krishna has also said the same in the Gita. Therefore, strive not much for food and clothes. If you want anything, beg of the Lord, renounce worldly honors, try to get Lord's grace and blessings, and be honored in his court. Don't be deluded by worldly honor. The form of the deity should be firmly fixed in the mind.
Let all the senses and mind be ever devoted to the worship of the Lord. Let there be no attraction for any other thing. Fix the mind in remembering me always, so that it will not wander elsewhere towards body, wealth, and home. Then it will be calm, peaceful, and carefree. This is the sign of the mind being well engaged in good company. If the mind is vagrant, it cannot be called well merged in him. After quoting these words, the author goes on to relate the story of Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. As Ram Navami is the most celebrated festival of Shirdi, another fuller account as published in Sri Sai Leela magazine of 1925 is also referred to, and a summary of the festival as related in both these accounts is attempted here. Origin. One Mr. Gopal Rao Gund was a surveyor at Survey Department, Kopargaon. He was a great devotee of Baba. He had 3 wives, but had no issue. With Sai Baba's blessings, a son was born to him. In the joy that he felt due to this, an idea of celebrating a fair of Urus occurred to him in the year 1897. And he placed it for consideration before other Shirdi devotees, that is Tatya Patil, Dada Kote Patil, and Mother Rao Deshpande. They all approved of the idea and obtained Sai Baba's permission and blessings for it. Then an application was made to get the collector's sanction for celebrating the Urus. But as the village Kulkarni held against holding the fair, the sanction was refused. But as Sai Baba had blessed it, they tried again and ultimately succeeded in getting the collector's sanction. The day for the Urus was fixed on Ram Navami after having consultation with Sai Baba. It seems he had some purpose behind this, that is the unification of the two festivals, the Urus and the Ram Navami, and the unification of the two communities, the Hindus and the Mohammedans. As future events showed, this end or object was duly achieved. Though the permission was obtained, but other difficulties cropped up. Shirdi was a village and there was scarcity of water. There were 2 wells in the village. The one in use dried up soon, and the water from the second was brackish. This brackish water was turned into sweet water by Sai Baba by putting flowers into it. As the water of this well was insufficient, so Tatya Patil had to arrange to get water from outside. Temporary shops were to be constructed and wrestling bouts arranged. Gopal Rao Gund had a friend by name Damo Anna Kasar of Ahmednagar. He also was similarly unhappy in the matter of progeny. Though he had 2 wives, he too was blessed by Sai Baba with sons, and Mr. Gund prevailed upon his friend to prepare and supply 1 flag for the procession of the fair. He also succeeded in inducing Mr. Nana Sahib Nimonkar to supply another flag. Both these flags were taken in procession through the village and finally fixed at the 2 corners of the masjid, which is called by Sai Baba as Dwaraka Mai. This is being done even now. The sandal procession. There was another procession which is started in this fair. The idea of sandal procession originated with one Mr. Amir Shakkar Dalal, a Mohammedan Bhakta from Kodla. This procession is held in honor of great Muslim saints. Sandal, that is chandan paste and scrapings, are put in the thali with incense burning before them and carried in procession to the accompaniment of band and music through the village, and then after returning to the masjid, the contents of the dishes are thrown on the nimbar and walls of the masjid. This work was managed by Mr. Amir Shakkar for the first 3 years, and then afterwards by his wife. So on the same day, the 2 processions, the flags by the Hindus and sandal by the Muslims, went on side by side and are still going on without any problem. Arrangement. This day was very dear and sacred to the devotees of Sai Baba. Most of them turned up for the occasion to part in the management of the fair. Tatya Koti Patil looked to all outward affairs, while the internal management was entirely left to Radhakrishna Mai, a family devotee of Baba. Her residence was full of guests on the occasion, and she had to look after their needs and also arrange for all the paraphernalia of the fair. Another work which she willingly did was to clean and whitewash the entire masjid. Its walls and floor, which were blackened and were full of soot on account of the perpetual duni of Sai Baba. This she did during the night when Sai Baba had gone to sleep every alternate night in the Chavadi. She had to take out all the things, including the duni, and after thorough cleaning and whitewashing, replace them as they were before. Feeding the poor, which was so dear to Sai Baba, was also an important item in this fair. For this purpose, cooking on a grand scale and preparing various sweet dishes was done in Radhakrishna Mai's lodging, and various rich and wealthy devotees took a leading part in this. Transformation of Urus into Ram Navami festival. Things were going on in this way, and the fair was gradually increasing in importance till 1912, when a change took place. That year, one devotee, Mr. Krishna Rao Jogeshwar Brishma, the author of Sai Saguna Pasna, came for the fair with Dada Sahib Kapadde of Amravati and was staying on the previous day in the Dikshit Vada. While he was lying in the veranda, and while Mr. Lakshman Rao alias Kaka Mahajani was going with puja materials to the masjid, a thought arose in his mind and he accosted the latter thus: There is some providential arrangement in the fact that the Uruz affair is celebrated in Shirdi on Ram Navami. Ram Navami is very dear to all the Hindus. Then why not begin the Ram Navami festival, the celebration of the birth of Sri Ram on this day here? Kaka Mahajani liked the idea and it was arranged to get Baba's permission in this matter. The main difficulty was how to secure a Haridas who would do Kirtan and sing the glories of the Lord on the occasion. But Bhishma solved the difficulty by saying that his Ram Akhyan, the composition Rama's birth, was ready and he would do the Kirtan himself, while Kaka Mahajani should play on the harmonium. It was also arranged to get the Sunda Vada, ginger powder mixed with sugar, as prasad prepared by Radha Krishna Mai. So they immediately went to the masjid to get Baba's permission. Baba, who knew everything and aware of what was happening there, asked Mahajani as to what was going on in the Vada. Being rather perturbed, Mahajani couldn't catch the purport of the question and remained silent. Then Baba asked Bhishma what he had to say. He explained the idea of celebrating Ram Navami festival and asked for Baba's permission. Baba gladly gave it. All rejoiced and made preparations for the Jayanti festival. Next day, the masjid was decorated with buntings, etc. Cradle was supplied by Radha Krishna Mai and placed in front of Baba's seat, and the proceedings started. Bhishma stood up for Kirtan and Mahajani began to play on the harmonium. Sai Baba sent a man to call Mahajani. He was hesitating to go, doubtful whether Baba would allow the festival to go on, but when he went to Baba, the latter asked him as to what was going on and why the cradle was placed there. He answered that the Ram Navami festival had commenced and the cradle was put out for that purpose. Then Baba took a garland from the nimber and placed it on his neck and sent another garland for Bhishma. Then the Kirtan commenced. When it came to a close, loud sounds of victory to Ram went up and gulal, kala powder was thrown upon around. Amidst band and music, everybody was overjoyed when suddenly a roar was heard. The red powder thrown promiscuously went up and somehow fell into Baba's eyes. Baba got wild and began to scold and abuse loudly. People got frightened and took to their heels. The intimate devotees who knew Baba well took these scoldings and outpourings of Baba's blessings in disguise. They thought that when Ram was born, it was proper for Baba to get wild and enraged to kill Ravan and his demons in the form of egoism and wicked thoughts, etc. Besides, they knew that whenever a new thing was undertaken with Shirdi, it was usually with Baba to get wild and angry, and so they kept quiet. Radha Krishna Mai was rather afraid and thought that Baba might break her cradle, and she asked Mahajani to pull the cradle back. When he went to loosen and unfasten the cradle, Baba went to him and asked him not to remove it. Then after some time, Baba became calm. At that day's program, including Baba, Puja and Aarti was finished. Later on, Mr. Mahajani asked Baba for permission to remove the cradle. Baba refused the same, saying that the festival was not yet over. Next day, another Kirtan Gopal Kala ceremony was, and the Gopal in an earthen pot containing parched rice mixed with curd is hung to be broken of the Kirtan, and the contents distributed to all as was done by Lord Krishna amongst his cowherd friends was performed. And then Baba allowed the cradle to be removed. While the Ram Navami festival was thus going on, the procession of the two flags by day and that of the sandal by night went off with the usual pomp and show. From this time onwards, the Urus of Baba was transformed into the Ram Navami festival. From next year, that is 1913, the items of the program of Ram Navami began to increase. Radha Krishna Mai started a Nam Saptaha, singing the glory of God's name continuously, day and night, for 7 days. From 11th day of Chaitra, for this, all devotees took part by turns, and she also joined it sometimes early in the morning. As Ram Navami festival is celebrated in many places all over the country, the difficulty of getting Haridas was felt again. But 5 or 6 days before the festival, Mahajani incidentally met Balabua, who was known as modern Tukaram, and got him to do the Kirtan that year. The next year, 1914, another Balabao Satarkar of Birhad Siddha Kavate district, Satara, could not act as a Haridas in his own town, as plague was prevailing then, so he came to Shirdi. With Baba's permission, which was secured through Kaka Sahib Dikshit, he did the Kirtan and was sufficiently recompensated for his labor. The difficulty of getting a new Haridas every year was finally solved from 1914 by Sai Baba, as he entrusted this function to Das Gahnu Maharaj permanently, and since that time he has been successfully, creditably conducting the function until now. Since 1912, this festival began to grow gradually year by year. From the 8th to 12th of Chaitra, Shirdi looked like a beehive of men. Shops began to increase, celebrated wrestlers took part in wrestling bouts, feeding of the poor was done on a grander scale, hard work and sincere efforts of Radha Krishna Mai turned Shirdi into Sansthan. But paraphernalia increased, a beautiful horse, a palanquin, chariot, and many silver items, utensils, pots, buckets, pictures, mirrors, etc. were presented. Elephants were also sent for the procession. Though all this paraphernalia increased enormously, Sai Baba ignored all these things and maintained his simplicity and modesty as before. It is to be noted that both the Hindus and Mohammedans have been working in unison in both the processions during the entire festival. Then there has been no confrontation or quarrel between them at all so far. First, about 5,000, 7,000 people used to gather, but that figure went up to 95,000 in some years. Still, there was no outbreak of any epidemic disease nor any riots worth the name during past so many years. Repairs to the masjid. Another important idea occurred to Gopal Gun just as he started the Uruz affair. He thought that he should repair and renovate the masjid. So in order to carry the repairs, he collected stones and got them dressed. But this work was not assigned to him. This was reserved for Nana Sahib Chandorkar and the pavement work for Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Initially, Baba was unwilling to allow them to have work done. But with the intervention of Masalpati, a local devotee of Baba, his permission was secured. Baba took a small gadi for a seat, discarding the usual piece of sackcloth used till then. In 1911, the Sabab Mandap courtyard was also put in order with great labor and effort. The open space in front of the masjid was very small and inconvenient. Kaka Sahib Dikshit wanted to extend it and put a roofing on it. At great expense, he got iron posts, pillars and trusses and started the work. At night, all the devotees worked hard and fixed the posts, but Baba, when he returned from Chowdi next morning, uprooted them all and threw them out. Once it so happened that Baba got very excited, caught a pole with one hand, began to shake and uproot it, and with the other hand caught Tatya Patil's neck. He took by force Tatya's pita, struck a mat, set it on fire, threw it into the pit. At that time, Baba's eyes flashed like burning embers. None dared to look at him. All were terribly frightened. Baba took a rupee from his pocket and threw it there, as if it were an offering on an auspicious occasion. Tatya was also much frightened. None knew what was going to happen to Tatya, and none dared to interfere. Bhagoji Shinde, the leper devotee of Baba, made a bold advance, but he was pushed aside by Baba. Madhav Rao was also similarly treated, pelted with brick pieces, so all those who went to intercede were similarly dealt with. But after some time, Baba's anger cooled down. He sent for a shopkeeper, got from him an embroidered feta, and himself tied it on Tatya's head as if he was being given a special honor. All the people were wonderstruck to see the strange behavior of Baba. They were at a loss to know what enraged Baba so suddenly and what led him to assault Tatya Patil and why his anger cooled down the next moment. Baba was sometimes very calm and quiet and talked sweet things with love, but suddenly, without any reason, got enraged. Many such incidents may be related, but I don't know which to choose and which to omit. I therefore refer them as they occur to me. In the next chapter, the question whether Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan will be taken up, and his yogic practices and powers and other matters will also be dealt with. Bo to Sri Sai Baba, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 7. Wonderful Incarnation. Sai Baba knew all yogic practices. He was well versed in the 6 processes, including dhauti, which is the stomach cleaning by a moistened piece of cloth, and separating the limbs and joining them again as samadhi, etc. If you thought he was a Hindu, he looked like a Yavan. If you thought him to be a Yavan, he looked like a pious Hindu. No one definitely knew whether he was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. He celebrated the Hindu festival of Ram Navami with all due formalities, and at the same time permitted the sandal procession of Mohammedans. He encouraged wrestling bouts in this festival. When the Gokulashtami came, he got the Gopal Kala ceremony duly performed, and on Eid festivals, he allowed the Mohammedans to say their prayers, that is namaz, in his masjid. Once during a Muharram festival, some Mohammedans proposed to construct a tazia or tabut in the masjid, keep it there for some days, and afterwards take it in procession through the village. Sai Baba allowed the keeping of the tabut for 4 days, and on the 5th day got it removed from the masjid without the least compunction. If we say that he was a Mohammedan, his ears were pierced. If you think that he was a Hindu, he advocated the practice of circumcision, though actually he was not himself circumcised. If you call him Hindu, he always lived in the masjid. If Mohammedan, he had always the Dhuni sacred fire there, and the following things which are contrary to Mohammedan religion, that is grinding on the hand mill, blowing of the conch and bells, oblation the fire, bhajan, giving of food and worship of Baba's feet by means of agya were allowed there. If you think that he was a Mohammedan, the best of Brahmins and Agnihotris, leaving aside the orthodox ways, fell prostrate at his feet. Those who went to make inquiries about his caste were dumbfounded and were captured by his darshan. So none could definitely decide whether Sai Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. This is no wonder, for he who completely surrenders himself to the Lord by getting rid of his egoism and body consciousness thus becomes one with him, and has nothing to do with any question of caste or nationality. Baba saw no difference between any two castes and even between things. He took meat and fish with fakirs but didn't grumble when dogs touched the dishes with their mouths. Such a unique and wonderful incarnation was Sai Baba. On account of the merits in my past birth, I had the good fortune to sit at his feet and enjoy his blessed company. The joy and delight I derived therefrom was incomparable. In fact, Sai Baba was pure Anand and consciousness. I cannot sufficiently describe him. His greatness and uniqueness, he who took delight at his feet, was established in his own self. Many sannyasis, sadhaks, and all sorts of men aspiring for salvation came to Sai Baba. He always walked, talked, and laughed with them and always uttered Allah Malik. He never liked discussion or disputation. He was always calm and controlled, though irritable at times. Always preached Vedanta and nobody knew till the last who was Baba. Princes and poor people were treated alike by him. He knew the inmost secrets of all, and when he gave expression to them, all were surprised. He was a repository of all knowledge till he pained ignorance. He also disliked honor. Such were the characteristics of Sai Baba. Though he had a human body, his deeds testified to his godhood. All people considered him as the god in Shirdi. Behavior of Sai Baba. Ignorant that I am, I cannot describe Baba's miracles. He got almost all the temples in Shirdi repaired. Truth are there parts of the temples of Shani, Ganapati, Shankar Parvati, village deity, and Marathi were put in order. His charity was also remarkable. The money he used to collect his dakshinas freely distributed, rupees 20 to some, 15 to some, 50 to others every day. The recipients saw that this was pure charity money, and Baba wished that it should be usefully employed. People benefited immensely by having Baba's darshan. Some became hale and hearty. Wicked people were turned into good ones. Leprosy was cured in some cases. Many got their desires fulfilled without any medicine being put in the eyes. Some blind men got back their sight, and some lame ones got their limbs. Nobody could see the end of his extraordinary greatness. His fame spread far and wide, and pilgrims from all sides flocked to Shirdi. Baba had his asana near the Duni and always rested there. He sat there in meditation, sometimes without a bath. He used to tie a small white turban on his head and wear a clean dhota around his waist and a shirt on his body. This was his attire in the beginning. He first practiced medicine in the village. He examined patients and gave medicines. He was always successful and became famous as a hakim. A curious case may be narrated here. One devotee had his eyes quite red and swollen. No doctor was available in Shirdi. The other devotees took him to Baba. In such cases, other doctors would use ointments, unguents, coils, milk, and camphorated drugs, etc. Baba's remedy was quite unique. He pounded some biber, which is the carpus anacardium, that is martini nuts, and made 2 balls of them and thrust them on each eye of the patient and wrapped a cloth bandage on them. Next day, the bandage was removed and water was poured over them. The inflammation subsided and the pupils became white and clear. Though the eyes are very delicate, the biber caused no hurt but removed the disease of the eyes. Many such cases were cured. This is only one instance in this regard. Baba's yogic practices. Baba knew all the processes and practices of yoga. 2 of them will be described here. The Dhauti Kriya cleansing process. Every 3rd day, Baba went to the well near Banyan Tree, a considerable distance from the masjid, washed his mouth and had a bath. On one occasion, he was seen throwing up his intestines, cleaned them inside outside, and placed them on a jam tree for drying. There are people in Shirdi who have actually seen this and who have testified to this fact. Ordinary dhauti is done by a moistened piece of linen, 3 inches broad, 22.5 feet long. This piece is gulped down the throat and allowed to remain in the stomach for about half an hour, being reacted there and then taken out. But Baba's dhauti was quite unique and extraordinary. Second is the Khanda Yoga. In this practice, Baba extracted the limbs from his body and left them separately at different places in the masjid. Once a gentleman went to the masjid and saw the limbs of Baba lying in separate places. He was terrified. He first thought of running to the village officers and informing them of Baba being hacked to pieces and murdered. He thought that perhaps he would be held responsible as he was the first informant and knew something of the affair. So he kept silent. But next day when he went to the masjid, he was very much surprised to see Baba hale and hearty as before. He thought that what he had seen the previous day was only a dream. Baba practiced yoga since his infancy, and nobody knew or guessed the proficiency he had attained in it. He charged no fees for his cures, became renowned and famous by virtue of his merits, gave help to many a poor and suffering person. This famous doctor of doctors cared not for his interest, but always worked for the good and welfare of others, himself suffering unbearable and terrible pain many a time in the process. One such instance I'll relate now, which will show the all-pervasive and the most merciful character of Sai Baba. Baba's all-pervasiveness and mercy. In the year 1910, Baba was sitting near the Duni on Diwali and warming himself. He was putting firewood into the Duni, which was burning brightly. A little later, instead of pushing logs of wood, Baba was noticed by the errand boy Madhav and also by Madhav Deshpande. They at once ran to Baba and Madhav clasped Baba by his waist from the end and dragged him forcibly backward and asked, Deva, why you done this? Then Baba came to his senses and replied, the wife of a blacksmith in some distant place was working the bellows of a furnace. Her husband called her, forgetting that the child was in the lap. She got up hastily and the child slipped into the furnace. I immediately thrust my hand into the furnace and saved the child. I don't mind my arm being burnt. but I'm glad that the life of the child is saved. The leper devotee service. On hearing the news of Baba's hands being burnt from Shama, Badhavrao Deshpande, Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, accompanied by the famous Dr. Parmanand of Mumbai with his medical outfit consisting of ointments, lint and bandages, etc., rushed to Shirdi and requested Baba to allow Dr. Parmanand to examine the arm and dress the wound caused by the burn. This was refused. Ever since the burnt arm was dressed for Bhagoji Shinde, a leper devotee. His treatment consisted in massaging the burnt part with ghee and then placing a leaf over it and bandaging it tightly. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar solicited Baba many a time to unfasten the bandages, get the wound examined, dressed and treated by Dr. Parmanand, with the object that it may heal fast. Dr. Parmanand himself made similar requests, but Baba postponed it by saying that Allah was his doctor and didn't allow his arm to be examined. Dr. Parmanand's medicines were not exposed to the air of Shirdi and they remained intact, but he had the good fortune of getting a darshan of Baba. Bhagoji was allowed to treat the hand daily. After some days, the arm healed and all were happy. Still, we don't know whether any trace of pain was left or not. Every morning, Bhagoji went through his program of untying the bandages, massaging the arm with ghee and tightly bandaging it again. This went on to Sai Baba's samadhi. Sai Baba, a perfect siddha as he was, didn't really want this treatment, but out of his love for his devotee, he allowed the upasana, service of Bhagoji, to go on uninterrupted all along. When Baba started for Lendi, Bhagoji held an umbrella over him and accompanied him. Every morning when Baba sat near the post, close to Duni, Bhagoji was present and started his service. Bhagoji was a siddha in his past birth. He was suffering from leprosy. His fingers had shrunk. His body was full of pus and smelling badly. Though outwardly he seemed so unfortunate, he was really very lucky and happy, for he was a previous servant of Baba and got the benefit of his company. Master Kaparde's plague case. I shall now relate another instance of Baba's wonderful Leela. Mrs. Kaparde, the wife of Mr. Dada Sahib Kaparde of Amravati, was staying at Shirdi with a young son for some days. One day, the son got high fever, which further developed into bubonic plague. The mother was frightened and felt most uneasy. She thought of leaving the place for Amravati and went near Baba in the evening. When he was coming near the Vada, now Samadhi Mandir, in his evening rounds for asking his permission, she informed him in a trembling tone that her dear young son was down with plague. Baba spoke kindly and softly to her, saying that the sky is beset with clouds, but they will melt and pass off and everything will be smooth and clear. So saying, he lifted up his kafni up to the waist and showed to all present 4 fully developed bubus as big as eggs and added, see how I have to suffer for my devotees, the difficulties are mine. Seeing his unique and extraordinary deed, Leela, the people were convinced as to how the saints suffer pains for their devotees. The hearts of the saints are softer than wax. It is soft, it and out as butter. They love their devotees without any idea of gain and regard them as their true relatives. Going to Pandharpur. I shall now close this chapter after relating a story illustrating how Sai Baba loved his devotees and anticipated their wishes and movements. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar was a great devotee. Baba was Mamlatar at Tandurkar in Khatesh. He got an order of transfer to Pandharpur. His devotion to Sai Baba bore fruit, as he got an order to go and stay at Pandharpur, which is regarded as a Bhuva Kurita, heaven on the earth. Nana Sahib had to take immediate charge, so he left for the place without even writing or informing anybody at Shirdi. He wanted to give a surprise visit to Shirdi, his Pandharpur. See and salute his Vithoba Baba and then proceed further. Nobody knew of Nana Sahib's departure for Shirdi, but Sai Baba knew all about this, as his eyes were everywhere, omniscient. As soon as Nana Sahib approached Limgaon, a few miles from Shirdi, there was a stir in the masjid at Shirdi. Baba was sitting and talking with Malsalpati, Appa Shinde and Kashiram, when he at once said, "Let us all 4 do some bhajan. The doors of Pandari are open, let's sing merrily." Then they began to sing in chorus. The bhava of the song being, I have to go to Pandharpur and I have to stay on there, for it is the house of my Lord. Baba sang and the devotees followed him. After a short while, Nana Sahib came there with his family, prostrated before Baba and requested him to accompany them to Pandharpur and stay with them there. This solicitation was not necessary, as the devotees told Nana Sahib that Baba was already in the mood of going to Pandharpur and staying there. Hearing this, Nana Sahib was moved and fell at Baba's feet. Then after getting Baba's permission, Udi and blessings, Nana Sahib left for Pandharpur. There is no end to Baba's stories. But let me now stop here, reserving for the next chapter other topics such as importance of human life, Baba's living on alms, Bajabai's service and other stories. Go to Sri Sai, please be joined. Shri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 8. As hinted in the last chapter, Hemanta now explains at length in his preliminary remarks the importance of human birth, and then proceeds to relate how Sai Baba begged his food, how Bajabai served him, how he slept in the masjid with Tatya Kote Patil and Masalpati, and how he loved Kushal Chand of Rahatha. Importance of human birth. In this wonderful universe, God has created millions of creatures, inhabiting heaven, hell, earth, ocean, sky, and other intermediate regions. Of these, those creatures are souls whose merits preponderate go to heaven and live there till they enjoy the fruits of their actions. And when this is done, they cast down, while those souls whose sins or demerits preponderate go down to hell and suffer the consequence of their misdeeds for as long as they deserve it. When the merits and demerits balance each other, they are born on earth as human beings and are given a chance to work out their salvation. Ultimately, when their merits and demerits both are worked out completely, they get their deliverance and become free. To put the matter in a nutshell, souls get their birth or transmigration according to their deeds and evolvement. Special value of the human body. As we all know, four things are common to all creatures, that is food, sleep, fear, and sexual union. In the case of man, he is endowed with a special faculty, that is knowledge, with the help of which he can attain God's vision, which is impossible in any other species. It is for this reason that gods envy the human species and aspire to be born as men on earth, so as to get their final deliverance. Some say that there is nothing worse than the human body, which is full of filth, mucus, phlegm, and dirt, and which is subject to decay, disease, and death. This is true to a certain extent, but in spite of these drawbacks and defects, the special value of the human body is that man has got the capacity to acquire knowledge. It is only due to the human body on account of it that one can think of the perishable and transitory nature of the body itself and of the world, and have aversion for sense enjoyments, and can discriminate between the unreal and the real, and thus attain God vision. So if we reject or neglect the body because it is filthy, we lose the chance of God vision. And if we indulge it and run out of sense enjoyments because it is precious, we go to hell. The proper course, therefore, for us to pursue is the following: that the body should neither be neglected nor fondled, but should be properly cared for, just as a traveler on horseback takes care of his horse on the way, till he reaches his destination and returns home. Thus, the body should ever be used or engaged to attain God vision or self-realization, which is the supreme end of life. It is said that though God created various kinds of creatures, he was not satisfied, for none of them was able to know and appreciate his work. So he had to create a special being, man, and endow him with a special faculty for his knowledge. And when he saw that was able to appreciate his Leela, marvelous work and intelligence, he was highly pleased and satisfied, I said in the Bhagavad. So really, it is fortunate to get a human body, better still to be born in a Brahmin family, and best to get an opportunity of being close to Sai Baba's feet and surrendering to him. Realizing how precious human life is and knowing that death is certain and may snatch us at any time, we should be ever alert to achieve the objective of our lives. We should not make the least delay, but make every possible haste to gain our object, just as a king leaves no stone unturned to seek his lost son. So with all earnestness, we should strive to attain our end, that is self-realization, casting aside laziness, worry, or drowsiness. We should day and night meditate on the self. If we fail to do this, we reduce ourselves to the level of peace. How to proceed? The most effective and speedy way to gain object is to approach a worthy saint or sage, Sadguru, who has himself attained God vision. What can't be achieved by hearing religious discourses and studying religious texts is easily obtained in the company of such worthy souls. Just as the sun only gives light, which all the stars put together can't do, so the Sadguru alone imparts spiritual wisdom, which all the sacred books and sermons cannot do. His movements and simple talks gives us silent advice. The virtues of forgiveness, calmness, disinterestedness, charity, benevolence, control of mind and body, egolessness, etc., observed by the disciples as they are being practiced in such pure and holy company. This enlightens their merit minds and lifts them up spiritually. That is, Sai Baba was such a sage or Sadguru. Though he entered as a king, he was always impressed himself. He always loved all people with whom he saw God at unity. For pleasures, he was not related. He was not depressed by misfortunes. A king and a pauper would say to him, he whose glance would turn a beggar into a king. He used to go begging food from door to door in Shirdi. And let us now see how he did it. Baba begging food. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, in front of whose houses Baba stood as a beggar and called out, "Oh my, give me a piece of bread," and spread out his hand to receive the same. In one hand, he carried a tin pot and the other solely a chopper that he was rectangular piece of cloth. He visited certain houses daily. Liquid or semi-liquid things such as soup, vegetables, milk or buttermilk were received in the tin pot, while cooked rice, bread and other such solid things were taken in the zoli. Baba's tongue knew no taste and he had acquired control over it. So how could he care for the taste of different things mixed up together? Whatever things he got in his zoli and the tin pot were mixed together and partaken by Baba to his heart's content. Whether particular things were tasty or otherwise was never noticed by Baba, as his tongue was devoid of a sense of taste altogether. Baba begged till noon, but his begging was very irregular. Some days he went a few rounds, or other days up to 12 noon. The food thus collected was kept in it could be that a early pot. Dogs, cats, and crows freely ate from it, and Baba never drove them away. The woman who swept the floor of the basket took some 10 to 12 pieces of bread to her house, and nobody prevented her from doing so. How could he, who even in dreams never wanted of cats and dogs, were harsh words and signs, refused food to poor, helpless people? Blessed indeed is the life of such a noble person. People in Shirdi took him in the beginning for a mad fakir. He was known in the village by this name. How could one who lived on alms, begging on few crumbs of bread, be revered and worshipped? But this fakir was very liberal of heart, detached and charitable. Though he looked restless from outside, he was firm and steady inside. His way was inscrutable. So still in that small village there were a few and kind, blessed people who recognized and regarded him as a great soul. One such person's account is given below. Baija Bai's brilliant service. Tate Kote's mother, Baija Bai, used to go to the woods every afternoon with a basket on her head containing bread and vegetables. She roamed in the jungle after about 3 miles. After cross, trampling bushes and shrubs in search of the mad fakir, and after finding him, fell at his feet. The fakir sat calm and motionless in meditation while she placed a meat before him, spread her things, eatables, bread, vegetables, etc. thereon, and fed him. Wonderful was her faith and service. Every day she roamed at noon in the jungles and insisted upon Baba to partake of the lunch. Her service of past her penance by whatever name we call it, was never forgotten by Baba till the end. Remembering fully what service she rendered, Baba benefited her son significantly. Both the son and the mother had great faith in the fakir, who was their god. Baba often said to them that fakiri, mendicancy, is real, lordship, riches is transient. After 7 years, Baba stopped going into the woods and began to live in the village and take his food in the masjid. Thus, Baija Bai's troubles of roaming in the jungles ended. Ever blessed are the saints in whose heart Lord Vasudeva dwells, and fortunate indeed are the devotees who get the benefit of the company of such saints. Two such fortunate fellows, Tata Kote Patil and Bhagat Malsapati, equally shared the company of Sai Baba. Baba also loved them both. These 3 persons slept in the masjid with their heads towards the east, west, and north, and with their feet touching one another at the center. After spreading their beds, they lay on them chit-chatting and gossiping till late at night. If any one of them showed any signs of sleep, others would wake him up. For instance, if Tatya began to snore, Baba at once got up and shook him from side to side, pressed his head. If it was Malsapati, he pulled him close, stroked his leg, and patted his back. In this way, for a period of 14 years, Tatya, leaving his parents at home, slept in the masjid on account of his deep love for Baba. How happy and never to be forgotten were his tales. How to measure that love and how to value the grace of Baba. After the passing away of his father, Tatya took charge of the household affairs and began to sleep at home. Kushal Chandra Brahata. Baba loved Ganpat Kote Patil of Shirdi. He loved Chandrabhan Sheth Marwadi of Rahata equally. After the demise of this Sheth, Baba loved his nephew Kushal Chand equally or perhaps more, and looked after his welfare day and night, sometimes in a bullock cart, at other times in a tonga. With intimate devotees, Baba went to Rahata. People of that village would come out with band and music and receive Baba at the gate of the village and prostrate before him. Thus he was taken to village with great honor and ceremonies. Kushal Chand took Baba to his house, seated him on a comfortable seat and gave him a good meal. Then they talked freely and merrily for some time, after which Baba returned to Shirdi, giving delight and blessings to all. Shirdi is midway and equidistant from Rahata on one side and Nimgaon on the other. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He never saw any train nor travel by. Still, he knew exactly the timings of arrival and departure of all trains. Devotees who acted according to Baba's instruction given at the time of taking his leave fared well, while those who disregarded them suffered many a mishap and accident. More about this and other matters will be told in the next chapter. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 9. At the end of the last chapter, it was briefly stated that the bhaktas who obeyed Baba's orders at the time of taking leave fared well, and those who disobeyed them suffered many a mishap. This statement will be amplified and illustrated with a few striking instances and by the other matters dealt with in this chapter. Characteristic of Shirdi pilgrimage. One special peculiarity of Shirdi pilgrimage was that none could leave Shirdi without Baba's permission. And if he did, he invited troubles. But if anyone was asked to quit Shirdi, he could stay there no longer. Baba gave certain suggestions or hints when devotees went to bid goodbye and take leave. These suggestions had to be followed. If they were not followed or were departed from, accidents were sure to be followed. We give below a few instances. Tate Kote Pate. Tate Kote was once going in a tonga to Kopargaon Bazaar. He came in haste to the masjid, saluted Baba and said that he would go to Kopargaon Bazaar. Baba said, "Don't make haste. Stop a little. Forget the bazaar. Don't go out of the village." On seeing his anxiousness to go, Baba asked him to take Shama with him. Not minding this direction, Tate Kote immediately drove his tonga of the two horses. One which cost rupees 300 was very active and restless. After passing Savli, it began to run rushly, got a sprain in his waist and fell down. Tate was not much hurt, but was reminded of Mother Sai's direction. On another occasion, when proceeding to Kolhar village, he disregarded Baba's direction and drove in a tonga, which met with a similar accident. One European gentleman of Mumbai once came to Shirdi with an introductory note from Nana Sahib Chandorkar and with some object in view. He was comfortably accommodated in a tent. He wanted to kneel before Baba and kiss his hand. Therefore, he tried thrice to step into the masjid, but Baba prevented him from doing so. He was asked to sit in the open courtyard below and take Baba's darshan from there. Not pleased with the reception he got, he wanted to leave Shirdi at once and came to bid goodbye. Baba asked him to go the next day and not to hurry. People also requested him to abide by Baba's instructions. Not listening to all this, he left Shirdi in a tonga. The horses ran all right, but when Savli was passed, a bicycle came in front. On seeing which, the horses were frightened and ran fast. The tonga turned topsy-turvy and the gentleman fell down and was dragged over some distance. He was immediately rescued, but had to go and lie in Kopargaon hospital for the treatment of his injuries. Such experiences were legion, and people learned the lesson that those who disobeyed Baba's instructions met with accidents in one way or the other, and those who obeyed them were safe and happy. The necessity of mendicancy. Now to return to the question of mendicancy. A question may arise in the minds of some that, if Baba was such a great personage, God manifest, why should he have taken recourse to begging both throughout his life? Who are the people who have a right to, this question may be considered replied from two standpoints. Who are the people who have a right to live by the begging bowl? Our Shastras say that those persons who, after getting rid of or becoming free from the three main desires, that is progeny, wealth, fame, and accept sannyas, are the fit persons who live by begging alms. They can't make cooking arrangements and dine at their home. The duty of feeding them is laid on the shoulders of householders. Sai Baba was neither a householder nor vanaprastha. He was a celibate sannyasi. He was a sannyasi from boyhood. His firm conviction was that the universe is his home. He was a Lord Vasudeva, the support of the universe and the imperishable Brahma. So he had full right to take recourse to begging. Now from the standpoint of Panchasuna, 5 sins and their atonement. We all know that in order to prepare foodstuff and meals, the householders have to go through 5 actions or processes. That is Kandani, pounding, Peshani, grinding, Udakumbi, washing pots, Marjani, sweeping and cleaning, Chulli, lighting hearths. These processes involve destruction of a lot of small insects and creatures, and thus the householders incur sin. In order to atone for his sins, our Shastras prescribe 6 kinds of sacrifices. That is Brahma Yajna, Veda Dhyanam, offering to Brahmins in the study of the Vedas, Pitri Yajna, offering to ancestors, Dev Yajna, offering to the gods, Bhuta Yajna, offering to the beings, Manushya Atiti Yajna, offering to men or uninvited guests. If these sacrifices are enjoyed by the Shastras are duly performed, the purification of their minds is effected, and this helps them to get knowledge and self-realization. Baba, in going from house to house, reminded the inmates of their sacred duty, and fortune to the people who got the lesson at their homes from Baba. Devotees' experiences. Now to return to the other more interesting subject. Lord Krishna said in the Bhagavad Gita, whosoever devotedly offers to me a leaf, a flower, or a fruit, or water of the pure-hearted man, I accept that pious offering. In the case of Sai Baba, if a devotee intended really to offer anything to Sai Baba, and if he afterwards forgot to offer the same, Baba reminded him or his friend about the offering and made him bring it to him and then accepted it and blessed the devotee. A few instances are given below. Tarkat family. Mr. Ramachandra Atmaram, alias Baba Sahib Tarkat, formerly a Pratna Samajist, was a staunch devotee of Sai Baba. His wife and son loved Baba equally or perhaps more. It was once proposed that Master Tarkat should go with his mother to Shirdi and spend a summer vacation there. But the son was unwilling to go, as he thought that in case he left his home in Bandra, the worship of Sai Baba in the house would not be properly attended to, as his father, being a Pratna Samajist, would not care to worship Sai Baba's picture. However, on his father's giving an assurance under oath that he would perform the worship exactly as his son was doing, the mother and the son left for Shirdi on a Friday night. Next day, Saturday, Mr. Tarkat got up early, took his bath, and before proceeding with the puja, prostrated himself before the shrine and said, Baba, I am going to perform the puja exactly as my son has been doing, but please let it not be a formal drill. Saying so, he performed the puja and offered a few pieces of lump sugar as naivedya. The sugar was distributed at lunchtime. That evening and next day, Sunday, everything went on well. The following Monday was a working day. It also passed well. Mr. Tarkar, who had never performed puja like this in all his life, felt great confidence within himself that everything was passing on quite satisfactorily as per the promise given to the son. Next Tuesday, he performed the morning puja as usual at first work. Coming home at noon, he found that there was no prasad or sugar to partake of. When the meal was served, he asked the servant cook, who told him that there was no offering made that morning, that he had completely forgotten to perform that part of the puja, that is offering naivedya. At this, he left his seat and prostrated himself in the shrine, expressed his regrets at the same time, chiding Baba for the want of guidance in making the whole affair a matter of mere drill. Then he wrote a letter to his son, stating the facts and requested him to lay at Baba's feet and ask his pardon for his neglect. This happened in Bandra at about Tuesday noon. At about the same time, when the noon aarti was about to commence in Shirdi, Baba said to Mrs. Tarkar, Mother, I had been to your house in Bandra with a view to have something to eat. I found the door locked. I somehow got an entry, found to my regret that Bhau had left nothing to eat for me, so I returned with my hunger unappeased. The lady didn't understand this, but the son who was close by understood the whole thing, that there was something wrong with the puja in Bandra, and he therefore requested Baba to permit him to go home. Baba refused this, but allowed him to perform puja there. Then the son wrote a letter to his father stating all that took place in Shirdi and implored his father not to neglect the puja at home. Both these letters crossed each other and were delivered to the respective parties the next day. Is this not wonderful? Mrs. Tarkar. Let us now take up the case of Mrs. Tarkar herself. She offered three things, that is, Bharat, roasted brinjal mixed with curds and spice, kacharia, circular piece of brinjal fried in heat, peda, sweet meatball. Let's see how Baba accepted these. Once Mr. Raghuveer Bhaskar Purandare of Bandra, great devotee of Baba, started for Shirdi with family. Mrs. Tarkar went to Mrs. Purandare and gave her two brinjals and requested her to prepare Bharat to one veg brinjal and kacharia of the other. When she went to Shirdi and served Baba with them. After reaching Shirdi, Mrs. Purandare went with a dish of bharat to the masjid when Baba was just sitting for meal. Baba found the bulk big pieces, so he distributed to all this and that he wanted kacharia now. A word was sent to Radha Krishna Mai that Baba wanted kacharia. She was in a fix, as that was no season of brinjals. How to get brinjals was the question. When an inquiry was made as to who brought the bharat, it was found that Mrs. Purandare was entrusted with the duty of serving kacharia. Everybody then came to know the significance of Baba's inquiry regarding kacharia and was wonderstruck at Baba's all-pervasive knowledge. In December 1915, one Govind Balram Mankar wanted to go to Shirdi to perform the obsequies of his father. Before he left, he came to see Mrs. Tarkar. Then Mrs. Tarkar wanted to send something with him to Baba. She searched the whole house but found nothing except a peda which had already been offered as naivedya. The boy Govind was in mourning. Out of great devotion to Baba, she sent the peda with him, hoping that Baba would accept him. Govind went to Shirdi and saw Baba but forgot to take the peda with him. Baba simply waited. When he again went to Baba and the bed empty without a prayer, Baba could wait no longer and did ask him straight. What did you bring for me? Nothing was the reply. Baba asked him again. Same reply came for the kid. Then Baba asked him the question. Did the mother, Mrs. Tarkar, give some sweet meat to you for me at the time of his starting? The boy then remembered the whole thing. He felt abashed, asked Baba's pardon, ran to his lodging, brought the plate and gave to Baba. As soon as Baba got it in his hand, he put it in his mouth and gulped it down. Thus, the devotion of Mrs. Tarkar was recognized and accepted. As men believe in me, so do I accept them was proved in this case. Once Mrs. Tharkar was staying in a certain house in Shirdi. Noon meals were ready and being served when a hungry dog turned up there and began to bark. Mrs. Tharkar got up at once and threw a piece of bread which the dog got with great relish. In the afternoon, when she went to masjid and sat at some distance, Sai Baba said to her, "Mother, you fed me sumptuously. My famished pranas have been satisfied. Ever act like this? And this will stand in instead, sitting in the masjid, I shall never speak untruth. Take pity on me like this. First give bread to the hungry and then eat yourself." Note this one. She couldn't understand at first the meaning of what Baba said. So she replied, "Baba, how could I feed you?" Then Baba replied, "Eating the lovely bread, I'm heartily contented and I'm still belching. The dog which you saw before meals and to which you gave a piece of bread is one with me. So also other creatures, cats, pigs, flies, cows, etc. are with me. I am roaming in their forms. He who sees me in all these creatures is my beloved. So abandon the sense of duality distinction and serve me as you did today." Drinking these nectar like virtues, moved eyes were brimmed with tears, her throat was choked, and her joy knew no bounds. See God in all beings is the model of this chapter. The Upanishads, the Gita, and the Bhagavad all exhort us to perceive God of divinity in all the creatures. By the instance given at the end of this chapter, another devotees to mention, Sai Baba practically demonstrate to us how to put the Upanishad teachings into practice. In this way, Sai Baba stands as a best exponent or teacher of the Upanishadic doctrines. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Om Sai Ram, Chapter 10. Sai Baba's mode of life, his sleeping plank, his stay in Shirdi, his teachings, his humility, Nanavali, the easiest path. Remember him always with love, for he was ever engrossed in doing good to all and always abided in his self. To remember him only is to solve the riddle of life and death. This is the best and easiest of sadhanas, that it involves no expenditure. A little exertion here brings great reward. So as long as our senses are sound, we should minute by minute practice this sadhana. All other gods are illusory. Guru is the only God. If we believe in Sadguru's holy feet, we can change our fortune for the better. If we serve him sincerely, we get rid of our worldly afflictions. We need not study any philosophy like the Nyaya and the Mimasa. As we trust the helpsman in crossing rivers and seas, so we have to trust our Sadguru in getting over the ocean of worldly existence. The Sadguru looks to the intense feeling and devotion of his devotees, endows them with knowledge and eternal bliss. In the last chapter, Baba's mendicancy and devotees' experiences and other subjects are dealt with. Let the readers now read where and how Baba lived, how he slept, and how he taught, etc. Baba's wonderful bedstead. Let us first see where and how Baba slept. Mr. Nana Sahib Dingare brought for Sai Baba a wooden plank about 4 arms in length and only a span in breadth for sleeping upon. Instead of keeping the plank on the floor and then sleeping on it, Baba tied it like a swing to the rafters of the masjid with old shreds or rags and commenced to sleep on it. The rags were so thin and worn out that it was wonder how they could bear or support the weight of the plank itself, let alone the weight of the Baba. But somehow or other, it was Baba's sheer Leela that the worn out rags did sustain the plank along with the weight of Baba on it. On the 4 corners of this plank, Baba lighted pantis, one at each corner, and kept them burning the whole night. It was a sight for the gods to see Baba sitting or sleeping on this plank. It was a wonder to all how Baba got up and down the plank. Out of curiosity, many observers kept watching the process of mounting and dismounting, but none succeeded. As crowds began to swell so as to detect this wonderful feat, Baba one day broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Baba had all the 8 Mahasiddhis at his command. He neither practiced nor craved for them. They came to him naturally as a result of his spiritual perfection. Though manifestation of Brahma. Though Sai Baba looked like a man 3 cubits and a half in length, still he dwelt in the hearts of all. Inwardly he was unattached and indifferent, but outwardly he longed for mass welfare. Though inwardly an abode of peace, he looked outwardly restless. Inwardly he had the state of Brahma, outwardly he seemed engrossed in the world. Sometimes he looked on all with affection, and at times he threw stones at them. Sometimes he scolded them, while at times he embraced them and was calm, composed, tolerant, and well balanced. He always abided and was engrossed in the self and was self-disposed towards his bhaktas. He always sat on one asana and never traveled. His satka was a small stick which he always carried in his hand. He was calm and so thought-free. He never cared for wealth and fame and lived on alms. Such a life he led. He always uttered Allah Malik and unbroken was his love for bhaktas. He was the mine or storehouse for self-knowledge and full of divine bliss. Such was the divine form of Sai Baba, boundless, endless, and bliss, and undifferentiated. One principle which envelops the whole universe and incarnated in Sai Baba. The really meritorious and fortunate people got this treasure grove in their hands, while those people who do not know the real worth of Sai Baba took him to be a mere human being, were indeed unfortunate. His stay in Shirdi and probable birth date. None knew or knows the parents and the exact date of birth of Sai Baba, but it can be approximately determined by his stay in Shirdi. Baba first came to Shirdi when he was a young lad of 16 and stayed there for 3 years. Then all of a sudden he disappeared for some time. After some time, he reappeared in the Nizam state near Aurangabad and again came to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patil when he was about 20 years old. Thence he stayed in Shirdi for an unbroken period of 60 years, after which Baba took his Mahasamadhi in the year 1918. From this, we can say that the year of Baba's birth is approximately 1838 AD. Baba's mission and advice. Saint Ramdas flourished in the 17th century and fulfilled to a great extent his mission of protecting cows and Brahmins against the Yavanas. But within 2 centuries after him, the split between the two communities, Hindus and Mohammedans, widened up and Sai Baba came to bridge that gulf. His constant advice to all was to this effect: Ram and Rahim were one and the same. There was not the slightest difference between them. Then why should their devotees fall out and quarrel among themselves? You ignorant folk, join hands and bring both the communities together. Act sanely, and thus you'll gain your object of national unity. It is not good to dispute and argue. So don't argue, don't emulate others. Always consider your interests and welfare. The Lord will protect you. Yoga, sacrifice, penance, and knowledge are the means to attain God. If you do not succeed in this by any means, in vain is your birth. If anyone does any evil unto you, do not retaliate. If you can do anything, do some good unto others. This is, in short, was Sai Baba's advice to all, and this will stand us in good stead both in material and spiritual matters. Sai Baba as Sadguru. There are many so-called gurus who go about from house to house with cymbals and veena in their hands and make a show of their spirituality. They blow mantras into the ears of the disciples and extract money from them. They profess to teach piety and religion to their disciples, but are themselves impious and irreligious. Sai Baba never thought of making the least show of his work. He had no body consciousness, but he had great love for his disciples. There are two kinds of gurus, niyat, aniyat. The latter, by their advice, develop the good qualities in us, purify our hearts, and set us on the path of salvation. But the contact with the former dispels our sense of dualities and establishes us in unity by making us realize, thou art that. There are various gurus imparting to us various kinds of worldly knowledge, but he who fixes us in our nature and carries us beyond the ocean of worldly existence is the Sadguru. Sai Baba was such a Sadguru. His greatness is incredible. If anybody went to take his darshan, he, without being asked, would give every detail of his past, present, and future. He saw divinity in all beings, friends and foes were alike to him. Disinterested and balanced, he obliged the evildoers as well as the pious. He was the same in prosperity and adversity. No doubt ever touched him. Though he acted through the body, he was not in the least attached to his body or house. Though he looked embodied, he was really unembodied, that is, free from gross existence. Blessed are the people of Shirdi who worship Sai as their God while eating, drinking, working in their backyards and fields and doing various household works. They always embraced Sai and sang his glory. They knew no other god except Sai. What to speak of the sweetness of the love of the women of Shirdi? They were quite ignorant, but their pure love inspired them to compose poems or songs in the simple rustic language. Letters of learning they had none. Still, one can discern real poetry in their simple songs. It is not intelligence, but love that inspires real poetry as such. Real poetry is the manifestation of true love, and this can be seen and appreciated by intelligent listeners. Collection of these folk songs is desirable, and by Baba's wish, some fortunate devotees may undertake the task of compiling and publishing these folk songs either in the Sai Leela magazine or separately in a book. Baba's humility. Lord or Bhagwan is said to have 6 qualities: fame, wealth, non-attachment, knowledge, grandeur, and liberality. Baba had all these in him. He incarnated in flesh for the sake of bhaktas. Wonderful was his grace and kindness, for he drew the devotees to him, or how else could one have known him? For the devotees to him, for the sake of his bhaktas, Baba spoke such words the goddess of speech could not utter. Here is the specimen. Baba spoke very humbly as follows: Slave of slaves, I am your debtor. I am satisfied at your darshan. It is a great favor that I saw your feet. I am an insect in your excluta. Consider myself blessed thereby. What humility is this? Though outwardly Baba seemed to enjoy sense objects, he had not the least flavor in them, nor even the consciousness of enjoying them. Though he ate, he had noticed, and though he saw, he never felt any interest in what he saw. Regarding passion, he was as perfect a celibate as Hanuman. He was not attached to anything. He was pure consciousness, the resting place of desire, anger, envy, and other feelings. In short, he was disinterested, free, and perfect. A striking instance may be cited in illustration of this statement. Nanavali. There was in Shirdi a very quaint and queer fellow by name Nanavali. He looked to Baba's work and affairs. He once approached Baba, who was seated on his gadi and attached. He once approached Baba, who was seated on his gadi, and asked him to get up as he wanted to occupy the name. Baba at once got up and left the seat which he had occupied. After sitting there while Nanavali got up and asked Baba to resume his seat. Then Baba sat down and Nanavali felt at his feet. Baba did not show the slightest displeasure in being dictated or ousted. This Nanavali loved Baba so much that he breathed his last on the 13th day of Baba's Mahasamadhi. The easiest path, hearing the stories of the saints and being in their company. Though Sai Baba acted outwardly like an ordinary man, his actions showed extraordinary wisdom and skill. Whatever he did was done for the good of his devotees. He never practiced any asana, regulating or breathing or any rites to his bhaktas, nor did he blow any mantra into their ears. He told them to leave off all cleverness and always remember Sai, Sai. If you did that, he said, all your shackles would be removed and you would be free. Sitting through 5 fires, sacrifices, chantings, 8-fold yoga are possible for Brahmins only. They are of no use to the other classes. The function of the mind is to think. It cannot remain without thinking for a minute. If you give it a sense object, it will think about it. If you give it to Guru, it will think about Guru. You have heard most attentively the grandeur of Sai. This is the natural remembrance of Sai. Hearing the stories of the saints is not so difficult as other sadhanas mentioned above. They remove all fear of this sansar and take you onto the spiritual path. So listen to these stories, meditate on them and assimilate them. You may attend to your worldly duties, but give your mind to Sai and his stories, and then he is sure to bless you. This is the easiest path, but why do not all take to it? The reason is that without God's grace, we do not get the desire to listen to the stories of saints. With God's grace, everything is smooth and easy. Hearing the stories of the saints is, in a way, keeping their company. The importance of the company of the saints is very great. It removes our body consciousness and egoism, destroys completely the chain of our birth and death, cuts asunder all the knots of the mind, and takes us to God, who is pure consciousness. It certainly increases our non-attachment to sense objects and makes us quite indifferent to pleasures and pains, and leads us onward on the spiritual path. If you have no other sadhana, such as uttering God's name, worship, or devotion, etc., but if you take refuge in them wholeheartedly, they will carry you off safely across the ocean of worldly existence. It is for this reason that the saints manifest themselves in this world. Even sacred rivers such as the Ganges, Godavari, Krishna, and Kaveri, etc., which wash away the sins of the world, desire that the saints should come to them for a bathe and purify them. Such is the grandeur of the saint. It is on account of the store of merit and past births that we have attained the feet of Sai Baba. We conclude this chapter with meditation on Sai's form. He, the graceful and handsome Sai, standing on the edge of the masjid and distributing odi to each and every bhakt with a view to his welfare. He who thinks of the world as an illusion, and he who is never engrossed in supreme bliss. Before him, we humbly prostrate ourselves. Lord Roshi Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 11. Sai as Sagun Brahma. Dr. Pandit worship Haji Siddiq Farke, control over the elements. Let us now in this chapter describe the manifested Sagun Brahma Sai as to how he was worshipped and how he controlled the elements. Sai as Sagun Brahma. There are two aspects of God or Brahma, the unmanifested Nirgun and the manifested Sagun. The Nirgun is formless while the Sagun is with form, though both denote the same Brahma. Some prefer to worship the former, some the latter. As stated in the Gita, chapter 8, the worship of the latter is easy and preferable. As man has got a form, it is natural and easy for him to worship the God with form. Our love and devotion do not develop unless we worship Sagun Brahma for a certain period of time. And as we advance, it leads us to the worship of Nirgun Brahma. So let us start with Sagun worship. Image, altar, fire, light, sun, water, Brahma are the 7 objects of worship. But Sadguru is better than all these. Let us on this occasion bring to our mind the form of Sai, who was non-attachment incarnate and who was a resting place for his devotees. Our faith in his words is the asan, and our sankalp is the abandonment of all our desires. Some say that Sai was a Bhagavad Bhakt. Others say he was Mahabhagavad, but to us he is God incarnate. He was ever forgiving, never irritable, straight, soft, tolerant, and content beyond comparison. Though he looked embodied, he was really disembodied, emotionless, unattached, and internally free. The Ganges on its way to the sea cools and refreshes the creatures affected with heat, gives life to the crops and trees, and quenches the thirst of many. Similarly, saints like Sai, while they live their own, give solace and comfort to all. Lord Krishna has said that the saint is my soul, my living image. I am he, or he is my pure form. This indescribable Shakti or power of God, known as pure existence, knowledge, and bliss incarnate in the form of Sai is Shirdi. The Shruti describes Brahma as pure bliss. This we read or hear daily in the books, but the devout people experience this Brahma or bliss in Shirdi. Baba, the support of all, required no prop or asan from anybody. He always used a piece of sackcloth for his seat, which was covered with a small mattress by his bhaktas and had a bolster placed by them to rest as his back. Baba respected the feelings of his devotees and allowed them to worship him as they liked. Some waved chamar or fans before him, some played on musical instruments, some washed his feet and hands, and some others applied scent and chandan. Some gave betel nut with leaves, and some others offered naivedya. Though he looked like living in Shirdi, he was present everywhere. This all pervasiveness of his was daily experienced by his devotees. Our humble prostration to all pervasive Sadguru. Dr. Pandit's worship. One Dr. Pandit, a friend of Tata Sahib Nulkar, once came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. After saluting Baba, he sat in the masjid for some time. Baba asked him to go to Dadabad Kirka. He went to Dadabad, by whom he was well received. Then Dadabad left his house for puja, and Dr. Pandit accompanied him. Dadabad worship Baba. Nobody until then dared to apply sandal paste to Baba's forehead. Only Mahasapati used to apply it to his neck. But this simple-hearted Dr. Pandit took Dadabad's dish containing puja materials and taking sandal paste out of it drew a tripun, that is 3 horizontal lines on Baba's forehead. To the surprise of all, Baba kept silent, not uttering a single word. Then Dadabad that evening asked Baba, "How is it that though you object to the sandal paste being applied by others to your forehead, you allowed Dr. Pandit to do so?" Baba replied that Dr. Pandit believed him to be the same as his guru, Raghunath Maharaj of Topeshwar, known as Kaka Puranik, and he applied the paste to his forehead as he was doing to his guru. Hence, he could not object. On inquiry, Dr. Pandit told Dadabha that he took Baba as his guru, Kaka Puranik, and realized him as the same. Hence, he marked the tripun on Baba's forehead, as he did on his gurus. Though Baba allowed the devotees to worship him as they pleased, still sometimes he acted in a strange way. Sometimes he threw away the puja dish and was wrath incarnate. Then who could approach him. Sometimes he scolded the devotees, at times he looked softer than a wax, a statue of peace and forgiveness, though he seemed to shake with anger and his red eyes rolled round. Still, he was internally an ocean of affection and motherly love. He would call out his devotees and say that he never knew when he was ever angry with them. If it was possible that mothers could kick their children and the sea turned back the river, he too could neglect the devotees' welfare, that he, the slave of his devotees, always stood by them and responded to them whenever they called upon him, and that he always longed for their love. Haji Siddiq Farke. There was no knowing as to when Baba would accept a devotee that depended on his will. Siddiq Farke's story is to the point. One Mohammedan gentleman by name Siddiq Farke of Kalyan, after making pilgrim to Mecca and Medina, came to Shirdi. He lived in the Chowdi facing north and sat in the open courtyard of the masjid. For 9 months, Baba ignored him and did not allow him to step into the masjid. Farke felt disconsolate and did not know what to do. Somebody advised him not to be disappointed and but to try to approach Baba through Shama, a close and intimate devotee of Baba. He told him that as they approached the Lord Shiva through his servant and devotee Nandi, so should Baba be approached through Shama. Farke liked the idea and implored Shama to intercede for him. Shama agreed and on a convenient occasion spoke to Baba about him. Thus, Baba, why don't you allow the old Haji to step into the masjid? Why so many people freely come and go after taking your darshan? Why not bless him once? Baba replied, Shama, you are immature to understand things. If the fakir does not allow, what can I do? Without his grace, who will climb into masjid? Well, go to him and ask him whether he will come to narrow footpath near the Barvi well. Shama went and returned with an affirmative answer. Again, Baba said to Shama, ask him whether he is willing to pay me the sum of rupees 40,000 in 4 installments. Shama went and returned with the answer that he was willing to pay even 40 lakhs. Again, Baba said to Shama, we are going to cut a goat in the masjid, so ask him whether he would like to have its meat, haunch, or testicles of the goat. Shama returned with the answer that Haji would love to have a small crumb from Baba's koramba. Hearing this, Baba got excited and with his hands threw away the earthen jars and koramba and straightway advanced to the Haji and lifting his kafni up in arms and said, why do you brag and pose yourself as an old Haji? Do you read Quran like this? You are proud of your pilgrimage to Makkah, but you do not know me. Being thus scolded, the Haji was confounded. Baba then went back to the masjid, purchased a basket of mangoes and sent them to the Haji. Then again Baba went to the Haji and taking out rupees 55 from his pocket, gave them in Haji's hands. Thenceforth Baba loved the Haji, invited him for meals, and the Haji thereafter came into the masjid whenever he liked. Baba gave him at times some rupees, and thus the Haji was enrolled in Baba's darbar. Baba's control over the elements. We shall close this chapter after describing two incidents showing Baba's control over the elements. Once at evening time, there was a terrible storm at Shirdi. The sky was overcast with thick black clouds. Winds began to blow with great force. Clouds roared and lightning began to flash, and rain started pouring in torrents. In a short time, the whole place was flooded with water. All creatures, birds, beasts, and men got terribly frightened, and they all flocked to the masjid for shelter. There are many local deities in Shirdi, but none of them came to their rescue. So they all prayed to Baba, their God, who was fond of their devotion, to intercede and quell the storm. Baba was much moved. He came out and standing at the edge of the masjid addressed the storm in a loud and thunderous voice. Stop your fury and be calm. In a few minutes, the rain subsided, the wind ceased to blow, and the storm came to a stop. Then the moon rose in the sky and people went back home well pleased. On another occasion at noon, the fire in Dhoni began to burn brightly. Its flames were seen to be reaching the rafters above. The people who were sitting in the masjid did not know what to do. They dared not to ask Baba to pour water or do anything to quench the flame. But Baba soon came to realize what was happening. He took up his satka and dashed it against a pillar in front, saying, "Get down, be calm." At each stroke of the satka, the flames began to slow down, and in a few minutes, the dhoni became calm and normal. This is our Sai, an incarnation of God. He will bless any man who will prostrate and surrender himself to him. He who will read the stories of this chapter daily with faith and devotion will soon be free from all calamities. Not only this, but always attached and devotees to Sai, he will get very soon God vision. All his desires will be fulfilled, and being ultimately desireless, he will attain the supreme Amen.
Chapter 12. Saint's mission. We've seen before that the purpose or object of divine incarnation is to protect the good and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saints is quite different. To them, the good and the wicked are the same. First, they draw the evildoers and set them on the right path. They are the Agasti to destroy the Bhavasagar of the sun, to destroy the darkness of ignorance. The God dwells in the saints. In fact, they are not different from him. Our Sai is one of these, who incarnated for the welfare of the devotee, supreme in knowledge and surrounded with divine aura. He loved all beings equally. He was unattached. Foes and friends, kings and paupers, all were same to him. Here is Leelas. For the sake of devotees, he gave a stock of merits and was ever alert to help them. But the devotees could never approach him unless he meant to receive them. If their appointed time didn't come, they didn't remember Baba, and his Leelas could not reach their ears. Then how could they think of seeing him? Some men desired to see Sai Baba, but they didn't get any opportunity of taking his darshan till his Mahasamadhi. There are many such persons whose desire for Baba's darshan was not thus satisfied. If these persons, believing in him, listened to his Leelas, their quest for darshan would be to a great extent satisfied by the Leelas. Even if some persons went there by sheer luck and took Baba's darshan, were they able to stay there longer? No. Nobody could go there of his own accord, and nobody could stay there longer if Baba didn't wish so. They could stay there so long as Baba permitted them to stay, and had to leave the place when Baba asked to do so by him. So everything depended on Baba's divine will. Kaka Mahajani. Once Kaka Mahajani went to Shirdi from Mumbai. He wanted to stay there for 1 week and enjoy the Gokulashtami festival. As soon as he took Baba's darshan, Baba asked him, "When are you returning home?" He was rather surprised at this question, but he had to give an answer. He said that he would go home. When he ordered him to do so, then Baba said, "Go tomorrow." Baba's word was law and had to be obeyed. Kaka Mahajani therefore left Shirdi immediately. When he went to his office in Mumbai, he found his employer anxiously waiting for him. His Monin, that is, the manager, suddenly fell ill. Hence, Kaka's presence was absolutely necessary. He had sent a letter to Kaka at Shirdi, which was redirected to him at Mumbai. Bhau Sahib Dhumal. Now listen to another story. Once Bhau Sahib Dhumal was going to Nifat for a case. On the way, he came to Shirdi to Baba's darshan, wanted to proceed to Nifat immediately, but Baba didn't permit him to do so. He made him stay at Shirdi for a week or more. In the meanwhile, the magistrate at Nifat suffered intensely from pain in his abdomen. The case was adjourned. Mr. Dhumal was then allowed to go and attend to his case. It went on for some months and was tried by 4 magistrates. Ultimately, Mr. Dhumal won the case and his client was acquitted. Mrs. Nimonkar, Mr. Nanasab Nimonkar, Vatandar of Nimon, an honorary magistrate, was staying at Shirdi with his wife. Mr. and Mrs. Nimonkar were spending most of their time in the masjid with Baba and serving him. It so happened that their son fell ill at Belapur, and the mother decided with Baba's consent to go to Belapur and see her son and other relatives and stay there for a few days. But Mrs. Nana Sahib asked her to return the next day. The lady was in a fix and didn't know what to do, but her God Sai came to her help. When leaving Shirdi, she went to Baba, who was standing in front of Sati's Vada with Mr. Nansab and others, and prostrated at his feet and asked his permission to go. Baba said to her, go quickly, be calm and unperturbed. Stay comfortably at Bilapur for 4 days. See all your relatives and then return to Shirdi." How opportune Baba's was. Mr. Nansab's proposal was overruled by Baba's decree. Mule Shastri of Nasik, an orthodox Agnihotri Brahmin of Nasik. Mule Shastri, who had studied the 6 Shastras and was well versed in astrology and palmistry, once came to Shirdi to see Mr. Bapu Sahib Bhuti, the famous millionaire of Nagpur. After seeing me, he and others went to see Baba in the masjid. Baba bought various fruits and other things from vendors with his own money and distributed them to the people present in the masjid. Baba used to press a mango on all sides so skillfully that when Baba sucked it, he got all the pulp at once in his mouth, then could throw away the seed. Plantains were peeled off by Baba and the bulk was distributed to the devotees, while the skins were retained by Baba for himself. Mule Shastri, days, a palmist wanted to examine Baba's palm and asked him to extend his hand. Baba ignored his request and gave 4 plantains to him. Then they all returned to the Vada, and Muli Shastri bathed, wore fresh clothes, and started his routine duties, that is Agnihotra, etc. Then Baba's usual started for Lendi and said, take some geru, that is red mighty substance used to dye clothes in saffron color. We shall today don saffron colored cloth. None understood what Baba meant. Then after some time, when Baba returned, preparations for the noon Aarti were being made. Baba Sahib Jog asked Murchi Shastri whether he would accompany him for the Aarti. He replied that he would see Baba in the afternoon. Baba sat in the seat, was worshipped by the devotees in the Aarti commenced. Baba said, get some dakshina from the new Brahmin. Murchi went to the Vada to get dakshina, and when he gave Baba's message to Murchi Shastri, he was sorely perplexed. He thought in his mind, as I'm a pure Agnihotri Brahmin, why should I pay dakshina? Baba may be a great saint, I'm not his dependent, but since a great saint like Sai Baba was asking for dakshina through a millionaire like Booty, he couldn't refuse. So leaving his routine unfinished, he started with Booty for masjid. Thinking himself holy in the masjid, otherwise he remained at a distance, and after joining his palms, threw flowers at Baba from there. Then lo, all of a sudden he saw not Baba but his late Guru Golab Swami there. He was wonderstruck. Could this be a dream? No, it was not, as he was wide awake. But how could his late Guru Golab be there? He was speechless for some time. He pinched himself and thought again, but couldn't reconcile to the fact of his late Guru Golab being in the masjid. Ultimately, leaving aside all doubt, he went up, fell at his Guru's feet, and then stood there with folded hands. Other people sang Baba's Aarti when Murchi Shastri shouted loudly his Guru's name. Then, casting a bald pride of caste and sacredness, he fell at his Guru's feet and closed his eyes. When he got up and opened his eyes, he saw Baba asking for dakshina. Seeing Baba's blissful form and his inconceivable power, Murchi Shastri forgot himself. He was extremely pleased. His eyes were full of tears of joy. He again saluted Baba and gave a dakshina. He said that his doubt was removed, and he saw his own Guru on seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba. All the people, including Murchi Shastri, were much moved, and they realized the meaning of Baba's words. Bring geru, we shall don saffron colored clothes. Such is the wonderful Leela of Baba. A doctor. Once a Mamlatdar came to Shirdi with a doctor friend of his. The doctor said that his deity was Ram and that he would not go before Muhammadan, and so he was unwilling to go to Shirdi. The Mamlatdar replied that nobody would press him to go down, so he should come and give the pleasure and of his company. Accordingly, they reached Shirdi and went to the masjid for Baba's darshan. All were wonderstruck to see the doctor going ahead and saluting Baba. They asked him how he forgot his resolve and bowed down to Musalman. Then the doctor replied that he saw his beloved deity Ram on the seat, and he therefore prostrated himself before him. Then as he was saying this, he again saw Sai Baba there. Being dismayed, he again said, is this a dream? How could he be a Mohammedan? He's a great Yoga Sampanna avatar. Next day, he made a vow and began to fast. He absented himself from the masjid, resolving not to go there until Baba blessed him. 3 days passed. On the 4th day, a close friend of his from Khandesh turned up, and with him he went to the masjid for Baba's darshan. After the salutation, Baba asked him whether anybody had gone to call him that he had come. Hearing this vital question, the doctor was moved. The same night, he was blessed by Baba, and he experienced bliss supreme in his sleep. Then he left for his town, where he remained in the same state for a fortnight. Thus, his devotion for Sai Baba increased manifold. The moral of all the stories mentioned above, especially that of Murchi Shastri, is that we should have firm faith in our Guru and on none else. More Leelas of Sai Baba will be described in the next chapter. Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 13. The inscrutable power of Maya. Baba's words were always short, deep, full of meaning, effective, and well-balanced. He was ever content and never cared for anything. He said, though I'm a fakir, have no house or wife, and though leaving all care, I stay at one place. The inevitable Maya teases me often. Though I forgot myself, but she can't forget me. She always envelops me. This Maya, elusive power of the Lord, Sri Hari nourishes even Lord Brahma and others. And what to speak of a poor fakir like me? Those who take refuge in God will be freed from her clutches with his grace. In such terms, Baba spoke about the power of Maya. Lord Sri Krishna has said to Uddhava in the Bhagavad that the saints are his living forms, and see what Baba has said for the welfare of his devotees. Those who are fortunate and whose demerits have vanished, take to my worship. If you always say Sai, Sai, I shall take you over the 7 seas. Believe in these words, then you will be certainly benefited. I don't need any paraphernalia for worship, either 8-fold or 16-fold. I rest there, where there is full devotion. Now read what Sai did for the welfare of those who surrendered themselves to him. Bhimaji Patil. One Bhimaji Patil of Narayangaon, Taluka, Junnar district, Pune, suffered in the year 1909 from a severe and chronic chest disease, which ultimately developed into tuberculosis. He tried all sorts of remedies, but to no effect. Losing all hopes, he ultimately prayed to God, "Oh Lord Narayan, help me now." It is a well-known fact that when our circumstances are well, we do remember God, but when calamities and adversities overtake us, we are reminded of him. So Bhimaji now turned to God. It occurred to him that he should consult Mr. Nana Sahib Chandokar, great devotee of Baba, in this respect. So he wrote to him a letter giving all details of his malady and asking for his opinion. In reply, Mr. Nana Sahib wrote to him that there was only one remedy left, and that was to take recourse to Baba's feet. Relying on Mr. Nana Sahib's advice, he made preparations for going to Shirdi. He was brought to Shirdi and taken to the masjid and placed before Baba. Mr. Nana Sahib and Shama were present there. Baba pointed out that the disease was due to the previous evil karma and was not disposed to interfere. But the patient cried out in despair that he was helpless and sought refuge in him as he was lost hope and prayed for mercy. Baba's heart melted and he says, "Take cast off your anxiety, your sufferings have come to an end. However oppressed and troubled one may be, soon as he steps in the masjid, he is on the pathway to happiness. The fakir here is very kind and he'll cure the disease and protect all with love and kindness." The patient used to vomit blood every 5 minutes, but there was no vomiting in the presence of Baba. From the time Baba uttered the words of mercy, the malady took a favorable turn. Baba asked him to stay in Bhima Bai's house, which was not a convenient fit place, but Baba's order had to be obeyed. While he was staying there, Baba cured him by 2 dreams. In the first dream, he saw himself as a boy suffering the severe pain of a flogging, which he received for not reciting his poetry lesson before his class master. In the second dream, someone caused him intense pain by rolling a stone up and down over his chest. With the pain that suffered in dream, his cure was complete and he went home. He then often came to Shirdi, gratefully remembering what Baba did for him and prostrated before him. Baba also didn't expect anything from devotees but remembrance, unswerving faith and devotion. People in Maharashtra always celebrate Satyanarayan Puja in their homes every fortnight or month. But it was this Bhimaji Patel who started a new Sai Satyavrata Puja instead of Satyanarayan Vrata Puja in his house when he returned to his village. Bala Ganpat Shimpi, another devotee of Baba by name Bala Ganpat Shimpi, suffered much from malignant type of malaria. He tried all sorts of medicine decoctions, but in vain. The fever didn't abate a jot, and so he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba gave him a strange recipe. In this case, as follows: give a black dog some morsels of rice mixed with curd in front of the Lakshmi temple. Bala didn't know how to execute this recipe, but no sooner he went home, then he found rice and curd. After mixing them together, he brought the mixture near the Lakshmi temple where he found a black dog waving its tail. He placed the curd and rice before the dog. The dog ate it, and strange to say, Bala got rid of his malaria. Bapu Sahib Bhuti, Shriman Bapu Sahib Bhuti suffered once from dysentery and vomiting. His cupboard was full of patent drugs and medicines, but none of them had any effect. Bapu Sahib got very weak on account of purgings and vomitings and therefore was not able to go to the masjid for Baba's darshan. Baba then sent for him and made him sit before him and said, "Now take care, you should not purge anymore," and gestured with his index finger. The vomiting was also stopped. Now look at the power of Baba's words. Both the maladies disappeared and Bhuti felt well. On another occasion, he had an attack of cholera and suffered from severe thirst. Dr. Pillai tried all sorts of remedies but could give him no relief. Then he went to Baba and consulted him as to what to drink that would allay his thirst and cure the disease. Baba prescribed an infusion of almonds, walnuts, pistachio, boiled in sugar. This would be considered cause of fatal aggravation of the disease by any other doctor, but in implicit obedience to Baba's order, the infusion was administered, and strange to say, the disease was cured. Alandi Swami, a Swami from Alandi with a desire for Baba's darshan, came to Shirdi. He suffered from severe pain in his ear, which prevented him from getting sleep. He was operated for this, but served no purpose. The pain was severe and he didn't know what to do. While he was returning, he came to Baba's leave and Shama requested Baba to do something for the pain in the Swami's ear. Baba comforted him, saying, "Allah acha karega." The Swami then returned to Pune and after a week sent a letter to Shirdi saying that the pain in the ear had subsided. Though the swelling was there, not to get the swelling removed, he went to Mumbai for operation, but the surgeon examining the ear said that no operation was necessary. Such was the wonderful and potent effect of Baba's words. Kaka Mahajani, another devotee named Kaka Mahaji, suffered once from diarrhea. In order that there could be no break in the services to Baba, Kaka kept a tambia with water in some corner of the masjid. Whenever there was a call, he would go out. As Baba knew everything, Kaka didn't inform of his disease, thinking the Baba would offer his own cure it soon. The work of constructing the pavement from the masjid was permitted by Baba, but when the actual work began, Baba got wild and shouted out loudly. Everybody ran away, and as Kaka was also doing the same, Baba caught hold of him and made him sit there. In the confusion that followed, somebody left a small pouch of ground was there. Baba took a handful of grounders, rubbed them in his hands, blew his skins, and gave the cleaners to Kaka and made him eat them. Scolding, cleaning nuts, and making Kaka eat them went on simultaneously. Baba himself ate some of them. Then when the nuts were finished, Baba asked him to fetch water. As he felt thirsty, Kaka brought a pitcher full of water. Then Baba drank some water and made Kaka also drink it. Baba declared, "Now your diarrhea stopped. You may even attend to the work of the pavement." In the meanwhile, other people who had run away returned and started the work. And Kaka, whose motions had stopped, also joined them. Are groundnuts medicine for diarrhea? According to current medical opinion, groundnuts would aggravate the disease and not cure it. The true medicine in this, as in other cases, was Baba's word. Datapant of Harda. A gentleman from Harda by name Dattapant suffered from stomachache for about 14 years. None of the remedies gave him any relief. Then on hearing Baba's fame that he cures diseases by sight, he ran to Shirdi and felt Baba's feet. Baba looked at him kindly and gave him blessings. When Baba placed his hand on his head and gave him Buddhi with blessings, he felt relieved and there was no further trouble about the malady. Towards the end of this chapter, 3 cases are cited in footnotes. Madhav Rao Deshpande suffered from piles. Baba gave him decoction, Sonamukhi. This relieved him. Then after 2 years, the trouble recurred and Madhav Rao took the same decoction without consulting Baba. The result was that the disease aggravated, but later on it was cured by Baba's grace. Second is Kaka Mahajani's elder brother Gangadhar suffered for many years from stomach pain. Hearing Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi and requested Baba to cure him. Baba touched his belly and said, God will cure. From that time, there was no stomach pain and he was completely cured. Nana Sahib Chandorkar also once suffered from acute stomach pain. He was restless the whole day and doctors administered injections to produce no effect. Then he approached Baba, who told him to eat barfi mixed with ghee. This recipe gave him complete relief. All these stories show that the real medicine that cured the various diseases permanently was Baba's word and grace, and not any medicine or drugs. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 14. In the last chapter, we described how Baba's word and grace cured many incurable diseases. Now we shall describe how Baba blessed Mr. Ratanji Badia and gave him an issue. The life of the saint is real, naturally sweet. His various doings, eating, walking, and his natural things are also sweet. His life is bliss incarnate. Sai gave bliss to his devotees as a means of remembrance. He gave them various stories of duty and action which ultimately led them to true religion. The object may be that people should live happily in this world, but they should be ever cautious and achieve the object of their life, that is self-realization. We get human body as a result of medicine past births, and it's worthwhile that with his aid we should attain devotional liberation in this life. So we should never be lazy, but always be on the alert to attain our goal in life. If you hear the Leelas of Sai daily, you will always see him. Day and night, you will remember him in your mind. When you assimilate Sai in this way, your mind will lose its fickleness. And if you go on in this manner, it will be finally merged in pure consciousness. Ratanji of Nanded. Now let us come to the main story of this chapter. In Nanded, in the Nizam state, there lived a Parsi mill contractor and trader by name Ratanji Shakurji Badia. He had amassed a large amount of money and had acquired fields and lands. He had cattle, horses, conveyance, and was very prosperous in all outward appearance. He looked very happy and contented, but inwardly he was not so providential, dispensation such that no one in this world is completely happy. And rich Ratanji was no exception to this. He was liberal and charitable. He food and clothing to the poor and helped all in various ways. People took him to be a good and happy man, but Ratanji thought himself miserable. As he had no issue, male or female, for a long time. Just as Kirtan without love or devotion, song without rhythm, accompaniment, Brahman without the sacred bread, proficiency in all arts without common sense, pilgrimage without repentance, ornamentation without reckless or futile, useless souls or household without an issue. Ratanji always brooded on this matter and said in his mind, would God be ever pleased to grant me a son? He does look morose and didn't relish his food. Day and night he was enveloped with anxiety as to whether he would ever be blessed with a son. He had prayed to God for Das Maharaj. He saw him and opened his heart before him. Das advised him to go to Shirdi, take Baba's darshan, follow his feet and seek his blessing. Pray for Sri Ratanji. Like the idea, decided to go to Shirdi. After some days he went to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, fell at his feet. Then opening a basket, took out a beautiful garland and flowers and placed it around Baba's neck and offered him a basket of fruits. With reverence, he then sat near Baba and prayed to him, saying, many persons who find themselves in difficult situations come to you and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this, I've anxiously sought your feet. Please don't disappoint me. Sai Baba then asked him for dakshina of rupees 5, which Ratanji intended to give, but added that he had already received rupees 314 from him and that he should pay the balance only. Hearing this, Ratanji was rather puzzled. He couldn't make out as to what Baba meant. That was the first time he thought that he had come to Shirdi. And how was it that Baba said that he'd earlier got 314 from him? He couldn't solve the riddle, but he sat at Baba's feet and gave the balance of dakshina asked for. Explained to Baba fully as to why he came and sought his help and prayed that Baba should bless him with a son. Baba was moved and told him not to worry and that he thenceforwards his bad days had ended. He then gave him Udi, placed his hand on his head and blessed him, saying that Allah will satisfy his heart's desire. Then after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned to Nanded and told us everything that took place at Shirdi. He said that everything went on well there, that he got Baba's darshan and blessing with prasad. But there was one thing which he couldn't understand. Baba said to him that he got rupees 314 before. Please explain as to what Baba meant by to work. He said to Dasgunu, I never went to Shirdi before, and how could I give him the sum? To which Baba referred. To Dasgunu, it was a puzzle, and he thought much over it for a long time. Sometime afterwards, it struck him that Ratanji had received some days ago a Mohammedan saint by name Maula Sahib in his house and spent some money for his reception. This Maula Sahib was a well-known saint of Nanded and worked as a porter. When Ratanji decided to go to Shirdi, this Maula Sahib turned up at Ratanji's house. Ratanji knew him and loved him, so he gave a small party in his honor. Thus, Gunu got from Ratanji the memo of expenses of the reception. Everybody was wonderstruck to see that the expenses amounted to exactly rupees 340, nothing more, nothing less. They all came to know that Baba was omniscient, that though he lived in Shirdi, he knew what happened outside, far away from Shirdi. In fact, he knew the past, present, future, and could identify himself with anybody. In this particular instance, how could he know the reception given to Mauli Sahib and the amount spent therefore, unless he could identify himself with him and be the one with him? Ratanji was satisfied with his explanation, and his faith in Baba was confirmed and increased. In due time, he was blessed with a son, and his joy knew no bounds. And in due time, he was blessed with son and his joy knew no bounds. It is said that he had in all a dozen issues, out of which only 4 survived. In a footnote towards the end of this chapter, it is stated that Baba told Rao Bahadur Hari Vinayak Sathe after the death of his first wife to remarry and that he would get a son. R.B. Sathe married second time. The first 2 issues by his wife were daughters, and he therefore felt very desperate. But the third issue was a son. Baba's words did come true, and he was satisfied. Dakshina. Now we should close this chapter with a few points about Dakshina. It's a well-known fact that Baba always asked for Dakshina from people who went to see him. Somebody may ask the question, Baba was a fakir and permanently non-attached. Why should he ask for Dakshina and care for money? We shall consider this question broadly now. First, for a long time, Baba didn't take anything. He stored burn matches and filled his pocket with them. He never asked anybody for anything, whether he be a devotee or otherwise. If anybody placed for him a paisa too, he purchased oil or tobacco. He was fond of tobacco, for he was always smoked a bidi or chillum. Then some persons thought that they should not go to saints empty-handed, therefore place some copper coins for Baba. If a paisa was placed for him, he used to pocket it. It was a 2 paisa coin, it was returned immediately. Then after Baba's fame had spread far and wide, people began to flock in numbers, and Baba began to ask Dakshina from them. It is said in the Shruti that puja of the gods is not complete until a golden coin was offered. If a coin was necessary in puja of gods, why should he not be so in the puja of the saints also? Ultimately, the Shastra laid it down that when one goes to see God, king, saint, or guru, he shouldn't go empty-handed. He should offer something, preferably money. In this connection, we may notice the precepts recommended by Upanishads. The Upanishad says that the Lord Prajapati advised the gods, men, and demons by one letter Da. The gods understood by this letter that they should practice Dhamma, that is self-control. The men thought or understood that they should practice Dana, that is charity. And the demons understood that they should practice Daya, that is compassion. To men, charity or giving was recommended. The teacher in the Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts his pupils to practice charity and other virtues. Regarding charity, he says, give with faith or even without it, give with magnanimity, thus liberally, give with modesty or in sympathy, in order to teach the devotees the lesson of charity and to remove their attachment to money and thus to purify their minds. Baba extracted Dakshina from them, but there was a peculiarity. As Baba said that he had to give back 100 times more of what he received. There are many instances in which this has happened. To quote an instant, Mr. Ganpat Rao, both as the famous actor says in Marathi autobiography, that when Baba's pressing him offered for Dakshina, he emptied his money bag before him. The result of this was, as Mr. Bodhar says, that in later life, he never lacked money as it came to him abundantly. There were also secondary meanings of Dakshina. In many cases in which Baba didn't want any pecuniary amount to quote to. Instance, Baba asked 15 as Dakshina from Professor G.G. Narki, who replied that he didn't have any money. Then Baba said, I know you have no money, but you're reading Yoga Vashishta. Give me Dakshina from that. Giving Dakshina in this case meant deriving lessons from the book and lodging them in the heart where Baba resides. In the second case, Baba asked a certain lady to give ₹6. The lady felt pain as she had nothing to give. Then her husband explained to her that Baba wanted 6 inner enemies, thus avarice, etc., to be silent to him. Baba agreed with his explanation. It is to be noted that though Baba collected a lot of money by Dakshina, he would distribute the whole amount the same day, and the next morning he would become a poor fakir as usual. When Baba took his Mahasamadhi, even after receiving thousands and thousands of rupees as Dakshina for about 10 years, he had only a few rupees in his possession. In short, Baba's main object in taking Dakshina from his devotees was to teach them the lessons of renunciation and purification. Postscript, Mr. B.V. Dev of Thana retired Pamladar, a great devotee of Baba's written article on the subject of Dakshina and Sri Sai Leela. Baba didn't ask Dakshina of all ages. If someone gave Dakshina unasked, he sometimes accepted, other times refused. He asked it of certain devotees only. He never demanded from those devotees who thought in their minds that Baba should ask for it and then they should pay it. If anybody offered it against their wish, he never touched it, and if he kept it there, he asked them to take it away. He asked for small or big amounts from devotees according to their wish, devotion, and convenience. He asked even of women and children. He never asked of all the rich for it, nor of all the poor. Baba never got angry with those of whom he asked Dakshina and who didn't give it. If any Dakshina was sent through some friend who forgot to hand over the same to Baba, he reminded him of it and paid him paid. On some occasions, Baba used to return some money, some from the amount tendered as Dakshina, and asked the donor to guard it or keep it in his shrine for worship. This procedure benefited the donor or devotee immensely. If anybody offered more than he originally intended to give, he returned the extra amount. Sometimes he asked of some more Dakshina than what they originally intended to give, and if there were no money, he asked them to beg or borrow from others. Of some, he demanded Dakshina 3 or 4 times a day. Out of the Varkalis, Dakshina Baba spent very little for Zonsi, that's for buying children and for funerals, Zuni, and all the rest he distributed his charity in varying proportions to various persons. All the paraphernalia of the Shirdi Sansan was brought by various rich devotees at the instance of Radhakrishna Mai. Baba always used to give violence to those who bought any costly English articles. He said to Mr. Nansab Chandrakar that all his property consisted of 1 cup, 1 straight piece of cloth, 1 kafni, 1 tumbril, and that all the people troubled him with bringing all those necessary, unnecessary, costly articles. Women and wealth are the 2 main obstacles in the way of a Paramatma, and Baba had provided Shirdi 2 institutions, that is Dakshina and Radhakrishna Mai, who whenever they came to him, he demanded Dakshina from them and asked them to go to school. If they stood these 2 tests, well, that is, if they showed that they were free from attachment for women and wealth, their progress in spirituality was rapid and assured by Baba's grace and blessings. Mr. Dev has also quoted passages from the Gita and Upanishads and shown that charity given in a holy place or to a holy personage conduces to the donor's welfare. What is more holy than Shirdi and its presiding deity, Sai Baba? Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Om Sai Ram, Chapter 15. Nardiya Kirtan Paddhati, Mr. Cholkar's sugarless tea, two lizards. The readers may remember that mention was made in the 6th chapter regarding the Ramanavami festival in Shirdi, how the festival originated and how in the early years there was a great difficulty in getting a good Haridas for performing Kirtan on that occasion, and how Baba permanently entrusted this function to Dasganu permanently. Now in this chapter we shall describe the manner in which Dasganu was performing the Kirtan. Nardiya Kirtan Paddhati. Generally our Haridas while performing the Kirtan wear a gala and full dress. They put on a headdress, either a feta or a turban, a long flowing coat with shirt inside, an uparne on the shoulders, and the usual long dhotar from the waist below. Dressed in this fashion for some kirtan in the Shirdi village, Dasganu once went to go to Baba. Baba asked him, "Well, bridegroom, where are you going? Where are you going? Dressed so beautifully like this, so for performing a kirtan," was the reply. Then Baba said, "Why do you want all this paraphernalia, coat, uparne, and peta, etc.? Doff all that before me. Why wear them on the body?" Dasganu immediately took them off and placed them at the Baba's feet. From that time, Dasganu never wore these things while performing the kirtan. He was always bare from waist upwards. A pair of chiplis was in his hand and a garland round his neck. This is not in consonance with the practice generally followed by all the Haridas, but this is the best and purest method. The sage Narad, from whom the Kirtan Paddhati originated, wore nothing on his trunk and head. He carried a veena in his hand and wandered from place to place, everywhere singing the glory of Lord. Mr. Chokar Sugarless Tea. Initially, Baba was known in Pune and Ahmednagar district, but Nanasaheb Chandorkar, by his personal talk and by Dasganu, by his splendid kirtan, spread the fame of Baba in Konkan. In fact, it was Dasganu, may God bless him, who, by his beautiful and inimitable kirtans, made Baba available to so many people there. The audience who came who come to hear the kirtans have different tastes. Some like the erudition of the haritas, some his gestures, some his singing, some his wit and humor, some his preliminary dissertation on Vedanta, and some others his main stories and so on. But among them, there are very few who, by hearing the kirtan, get faith and devotion or love for God or saints. The effect of hearing Dasganu's kirtan on the minds of audience was, however, electric as it were. We give an instance here. Dasganu was once performing his kirtan and singing the glory of Sai Baba in the Bhubaneswar temple in Thana. One Mr. Cholkar, a poor man serving as a candidate in the civil force in Thana, was among the audience. He heard Dasganu's kirtan most attentively and was much moved. He there and then mentally bowed and vowed to Baba, saying, Baba, I am poor man, unable to support my family. If by your grace I pass the departmental examination and get a permanent post, I shall go to Shirdi, fall at your feet and distribute sugar candy in your name. As good luck would have it, Mr. Choker did pass the examination and did get the permanent post, and now it remained for him to fulfill his goals. The sooner the better. Mr. Chulkar was a poor man with a large family to support, and he could not afford to pay for the expense of a Shirdi trip. As is well said, one can easily cross over Naneghat in Thana district or even the Sayadri range, but it is very difficult for a poor man to cross Umbre Ghat, that is the threshold of his house. As Mr. Cholkar was anxious to fulfill his vow as early as possible, he resolved to economize, cut down his expense and save money. He determined not to use sugar in his diet and began to take his tea without tea. After he was able to save money in this way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, fell at his feet, and offered a coconut, distributed it with clean conscience along with sugar candy as per his vow, and said to Baba that he was much pleased with his darshan and that his desire was fulfilled that day. Mr. Chokar was in the masjid with his host Babu Sahib Jog. When the host and the guest both got up and were about to leave the masjid, Baba spoke to Jog as follows: Give him cups of tea fully saturated with sugar. Hearing these significant words, Mr. Chokar was much moved. He was wonderstruck. His eyes were bedewed with tears and he fell at Baba's feet again. Mr. Jog was also curious about this direction regarding the teacups to be given to his guests. Baba wanted by his words to create faith and devotion in Cholkar's mind. He hinted, as it were, that he got the sugar candy as per his vow and that he knew full well his secret determination not to use sugar in his diet. Baba meant to say, if you spread your palms with devotion before me, I am immediately with you day and night. Though I am here bodily, still I know what you do beyond the seven seas. Go wherever you will over the wide world. I am with you. My abode is in your heart and I am within you. Always worship me, who is seated in your heart as well as in the hearts of all beings. Blessed and fortunate indeed is he who knows me thus. What a beautiful and important lesson was thus imparted by Baba to Mr. Cholkar. Two lizards. Now we close this chapter with a story of two lizards. Once Baba was sitting in the masjid, a devotee sat in front of him when a lizard ticked. Out of curiosity, the devotee asked Baba whether this tick-ticking of the lizard signified anything. Was it a good sign or a bad omen? Baba said that lizard was overjoyed as her sister from Aurangabad was coming to see her. The devotee sat silent, not making out the meaning of Baba's words. Immediately, a gentleman from Aurangabad came on horseback to see Baba. He wanted to proceed further, but his horse would not go, as it was hungry and wanted grams. He took out a bag from his shoulder to bring grams and dashed from the ground to remove dirt. A lizard came out there from in the presence of her, climbed up the wall. Baba asked the questioner devotee to mark her well. She at once went strutting to her sister. Both sisters met each other after a long time, kissed and embraced each other, whirled round and danced with the where is Shirdi and where is Aurangabad? How should the man on horseback come from Aurangabad with the lizard? And how should Baba make the prophecy of the meeting of two sisters? All this really very wonderful and proves the omniscience and the all-knowing nature of Baba. He who respectfully reads this chapter or studies it daily will get all his miseries removed by the grace of Satguru Sai Baba hence. Woe to Sri Sai, peace be to God. Om Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 16 and 17. These two chapters relate the story of a rich gentleman who wanted Brahmanan from Baba. Preliminary. The last chapter described how Mr. Cholkar's vow of small offering was completed and accepted. In that story, Sai Baba showed that he would accept with appreciation any small thing offered with love and devotion. But if the same thing was offered with pride and haughtiness, he would reject it. Being himself full of Satchit Anand, he did not care much for more outward formalities, but if an offering was made in meek and humble spirit, the same was welcome and he accepted it with pleasure and avidity. In fact, there is no person more liberal and benevolent than a Sadguru like Sai Baba. He cannot be compared to Chintamani jewel, the Kalptaru who fulfills the desires, or the Kamdhenu, the celestial cow which yields what we desire, for they give us only what we desire. But our Sadguru gives us the most precious thing that is inconceivable and inscrutable. Now let us hear how Sai Baba disposed of a rich man who came to him and implored him to give him Brahmanyan. There was a rich gentleman who was very prosperous in his life. He had amassed a large quantity of wealth, houses, fields, and lands, and had many servants and dependents. When Baba when Baba's fame reached his ears, he said to his friend, to a friend of his, that he was not in want of anything, and so he would go to Shirdi and ask Baba to give him Brahmanyan, which, if he got, would certainly make him more happy. His friend dissuaded him, saying, "It is not easy to know Brahma, and especially so for an avaricious man like you, who is always engrossed in wealth, wife, children. Who will, in your quest of Brahmana, satisfy you that won't give away even a piece in charity?" Not minding his friend's advice, the fellow engaged a return journey tanga and came to Shirdi. He went to masjid and saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet and said, "Baba, hearing that you show the Brahma to all who come over here without any delay, I come here all the way from my distant place. I am much fatigued by the journey, and if I get the Brahma from you, my troubles will be well paid and rewarded." Baba then replied, "Oh, my dear friend, do not be anxious. I shall immediately show you the Brahma. All my dealings are in cash and never on credit. So many people come to me and ask for wealth, health, power, honor, position, cure of diseases, and other temporal matters. Rare is the person who comes here to me and asks for Brahmana. There is no dearth of persons asking for worldly things, but as persons interested in the spiritual matters are very rare, I think it a lucky and auspicious moment when persons like you come and press me for Brahmanya. So I show to you with pleasure the Brahma with all its accompaniments and complications." Saying this, Baba started to show him the Brahma. He, he made him sit there and engage him in some other talk or affair, and thus made him forget his question for the time being. Then he called a boy and told him to go to one Nandu Marwadi and get from him a hand loan of rupees 5. The boy left and returned immediately, saying that Nandu was absent and his house was locked. Then Baba asked him to go to Bala Grocer and get from him the said loan. That this time also the boy was unsuccessful. This experiment was repeated again twice or thrice with the same result. Sai Baba was, as we know, the living and moving Brahma incarnate. Then someone may ask, why did he want the paltry sum of 5 rupees, and why did he try to get it unknown? Really, he did not want that sum at all. He must have been fully knowing that Nandu and Bala were absent, and he seems to have adopted this procedure as a test for the seeker of Brahma. That gentleman had a roll or bundle of currency notes in his pocket, and if he was really earnest, he would not have sat quiet and be a mere onlooker. When Baba was frantically trying to get a paltry sum of rupees 5, he knew that Baba would keep his word and repay the debt, and that the sum wanted was insignificant. Still, he could not make up his mind and advance the sum. Such a man wanted from Baba the greatest thing in the world, such as the Brahman. Any other man who really loved Baba would have at once given rupees 5 instead of being a mere onlooker. It was otherwise with this man. He advanced no money, nor did he sit silent, but began to be impatient. And as he was in a haste to return, implored Baba, saying, "Oh Baba, please show me the Brahma soon." Baba replied, "Oh my dear friend, did you not understand all the procedure that I went through, sitting in this place for enabling you to see the Brahma? It is in short this: for seeing Brahma, one has to give 5 things, surrender 5 things, 5 pranas, 5 senses, uh, five, uh, 5 pranas, 5 senses, mind, intellect, and ego. This path of Brahmanan or self realization is as hard as to tread on the edge of a razor."
Sai Baba then gave rather a long discourse on the subject, the purport of which is given below. Qualification for Brahmanyan or self-realization. All persons do not see or realize the Brahma in their lifetime. Certain qualifications are absolutely necessary. Mumukshu or intense desire to get free. He who thinks that he is bound to get free, he who thinks that he is bound and that he should get free from bondage and works earnestly and resolutely so to that end, and who does not care for any other things, is qualified for the spiritual life. Virakti or a feeling of disgust with the things of this world and the next. Unless a man feels disgusted with the things, emoluments, and honors which his action would bring in this world and the next, he has no right to enter into the spiritual realm. Antarmukh. Our senses have been created by God with a tendency to move outward, and so man always look outside in himself and not inside. He who wants self-realization and immortal life must turn his gaze inwards and look into his inner self. Catharsis catharsis from sins. Unless a man has turned away from wickedness and stopped from doing wrong and has earnestly compose himself, and unless his mind is at rest, he cannot gain self-realization even by means of knowledge. Right conduct. Unless a man leads a life of truth, penance, and insight, a life of celibacy, he cannot get God realization. Preferring prayers. There are two sorts of things, such as the God and the pleasant. The former deals with spiritual affairs and the latter with the mundane matters. Both this approach man for acceptance. He has to think and choose one of them. The wise man prefers to the God to the good to the pleasant, and but the universe through greed and attachment chooses the pleasant. Control of the mind and the senses. The body is the chariot and the self is its master. Intellect is the charioteer and the mind is the reins. The senses are the horses and sense objects are their paths. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained, his senses unmanageable, like the vicious horses of a charioteer, does not reach his destination, but goes through the round of births and deaths. But he who understands and whose mind is restrained, has his senses being under control, like the good horse of a charioteer, reaches that place that is the state of self-realization, whence he is not born again. The man who has understanding of as his charioteer and is able to rein his mind reaches the end of the journey, which is the supreme abode of all pervading. Vishnu, purifier, purification of the mind. Unless a man discharges satisfactorily and disinterestedly the duties of his station in life, his mind will not be verified, and unless his mind is that vivek and vairagya prop up and lead on to self-realization. Unless egoism is dropped, avarice got rid of, and the mind made desireless, self-realization is not possible. The idea that I am the body is a great delusion, and the attachment to this idea is the cause of bondage. Leave off this idea and attachment, therefore, if you want to get the goal of self realization, the necessity of a guru. The knowledge of the self, if so subtle and mystique that no one could, by his own individual effort, ever hope to attain it. So, the help of another person teacher who has himself got self realization is absolutely necessary. What others cannot give with great labor and pains can be easily gained with the help of such a teacher, for he has walked on the path himself and can easily take the disciple step by step on the ladder of spiritual progress. And lastly, the Lord's grace is the most essential thing. When the Lord is pleased with anybody, he gives him vivek and vairagya and takes him safe beyond the ocean of mundane existence. The self cannot be gained by the study of Vedas, nor by intellect, nor by much learning. He whom the self chooses gains it. To him, the self reveals its nature, says the Katha Upanishad. After the dissertation was over, Baba turned to the gentleman and said, well, sir, there is in your pocket the Brahma in the form of 50 times 5 rupees. Please take that out. The gentleman took out from his pocket the bundle of currency notes and to his great surprise found on counting them that there were 25 notes of 10 rupees each. Seeing this omniscience of Baba, he was moved and fell at Baba's feet and prayed for his blessings. Then Baba said to him, roll up your bundle of Brahma, such as currency notes, Unless you get rid completely of your avarice or greed, you will not get the real Brahma. How can we, whose mind is engrossed in wealth, progeny, and prosperity, expect to know the Brahma without removing away his attachment for the same? The illusion of attachment or the love for money is a deep eddy of painful of crocodiles in the form of conceit and jealousy. He who is desireless can alone cross this whirlpool. Greed and Brahma are as poles asunder, they are eternally opposed to each other. Where there is greed, there is no room for thought or meditation of the Brahma. Then how can a greedy man get dispassion and salvation? For a greedy man, there is no peace, neither contentment nor certainty. If there be even a little trace of greed in mind, all the sadhanas are of no avail. Even the knowledge of a well-read man who is not free from the desire of the fruit or reward of his action and who has got no disgust for the same is useless and can't help him in getting self-realization. The teachings of a guru are of no use to a man who is full of egoism and who always thinks about the sense objects. Purification of mind is absolutely necessary without it. All our spiritual endeavors are nothing but useless show and form. It is therefore better for one to take only what he can digest and assimilate. My treasury is full, and I can give anyone what he wants, but I have to see whether he is qualified to receive my gift. If you listen to me carefully, you will certainly benefit. While sitting in this masjid, I never speak untruth. When a guest is invited to a house, all the members of the household and other friends and relations that happen to be present are entertained along with the guests. So all those that were present in the masjid at this time could partake to the spiritual feast that was served by Baba for the rich gentleman. After getting Baba's blessings, one and all, including the gentleman, left the place quite happy and contented. Special characteristics of Baba. There are many saints who living their house, stay in forests, caves, or hermitages and remaining in solitude, try to get liberation or salvation for themselves. They do not care for other people and are always self-absorbed. Sai Baba was not of such a type. He had no home, no wife, no progeny, nor any relations near or distant. Still, he lived in the world. He begged his bread from 4 or 5 houses, always slept at the foot of the neem tree, carried on worldly dealings, and taught all the people how to act and behave in this world. Rare are the sadhus and saints who, after attaining God vision, strive for the welfare of the people. Say Sai Baba was the foremost of these, and therefore says Samarpan, blessed is the country, blessed is the family, and blessed are the chaste parents where these ordinary, transcendent, pious, and pure jewel was born. More to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri Sainath Nama, chapter 1819. How Hemarpant was accepted and blessed. Stories of Mr. Sathe and Mrs. Deshmukh, encouraging good thoughts to fruition, variety in Updesh teachings, reading, slander, and remuneration for labor. In the last two chapters, Hemarpant described how a rich gentleman aspiring for quick Brahmanyan was treated by Baba, and now in these two chapters he describes how Hemarpant himself was accepted and blessed by Baba, how Baba encouraged good thoughts and fructified them, and gives his teachings regarding self-improvement, slander, and remuneration for labor. Preliminary. It is a well-known fact that Sadhguru looks first to the qualifications of his disciples and then gives them suitable instructions without unsettling their minds in the least, leads them onwards to the goal of self-realization. In this respect, some say that what the Sadhguru teaches or instructs should not be diverged to others. They think that the instructions becomes useless if they publish. This view is not correct. Sadhguru is like a monsoon cloud. He pours down profusely, that is, scatters widely his nectar-like teachings. This we should enjoy and assimilate to our heart content and then serve others with the same, without any reserve. This rule should apply not only to what he teaches in our waking state, but to the visions he gives us in our dreams. To quote an instance, Buddha Kaushik Rishi composed his celebrated Ramaraksha Stotra, which he had seen in his dream, like a loving mother forcing bitter but wholesome medicines down the throats of her children for the sake of their health. Sai Baba imparted spiritual instructions to his devotees. His method was not veiled or secret, but quite open. The devotees who followed his instructions subject, got their object. Sadgurus like Sai Baba open our intellect and shows us the divine beauties of the self and fulfill our tender longings of devotion. When this is done, our desire for sense objects vanishes. Twin fruits of Vivek and Vairagya come to our hands, and knowledge sprouts up even in the sleep. All this we get when we come in contact with saints, serve them, and secure their love. The Lord who fulfills the desires of his devotees comes to our aid, removes our troubles and sufferings, and makes us happy. This progress or development is entirely due to the help of the Sadguru, who is regarded as the Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be after the Sadguru, hear his stories, fall at his feet, and serve him. Now we come to our main story, Mr. Sathe. There was a gentleman named Mr. Sathe who had attained some publicity many years ago during Crawford Rajan, which was put down by Lord Ray, the then governor of Bombay. He suffered severe losses in trade. Other adverse circumstances gave him much trouble and made him sad and dejected. Being restless, he thought of leaving home and going out to a distant place. Man does not generally think of God, but when difficulties and calamities overtake him, he turns to him and prays for relief. If his evil actions have come to an end, God arranges his meeting with a saint who gives him proper directions regarding his welfare. Mr. Sathe had similar experience. His friends advised him to go to Shirdi, where so many people were flocking to get Sai Baba's darshan. For getting peace of mind and satisfaction of their wants, he liked the idea and at once came to Shirdi in 1917. Seeing Baba's form, which was like eternal Brahma, self-luminous, spotless and pure, his mind lost its restlessness and became calm and composed. He thought that it was the accumulation of merits in his former births that brought him to the holy feet of Baba. He was a man of strong will. He at once started to make a parayan of Guru Charit. When the reading was finished in the Saptah, Baba gave him a vision that night. It was to this effect Baba, with Guru Charit in his hand, was explaining its contents to Mr. Sathe, who was sitting in front and listening carefully. When he woke up, he remembered the dream and felt very happy. He thought that it was extremely kind of Baba, who awakens souls like his that are snoring in ignorance and makes them taste the nectar of Guru Charit. Next day, he informed Kaka Sahib Dikshit of his vision and requested him to consult Sai Baba regarding its meaning or significance, whether one Saptah reading was sufficient or whether he should begin again. Kaka Sahib Dikshit then got a suitable opportunity, asked Baba, Deva, what did you suggest to Mr. Sathe by this vision? Whether he should stop or continue the saptah. He is a simple devotee, his desire should be fulfilled and vision explained to him, and he should be blessed. Then Baba replied he should make one more saptah of the book. If the work be studied carefully, the devotee will become pure and will be benefited. The Lord will be pleased and will rescue him from the bondage of the mundane existence. At this time, Himarpant was present there. He was shampooing Baba's legs. When he heard Baba's words, he thought in his mind as follows: what Mr. Sathe did weak only and got a reward. And I'm reading uh, it for 40 years with no result. His 7 days stay here becomes fruitful, while my 7 years stay goes for nothing. Like a chatak bird, I am ever waiting for the merciful cloud to pour its nectar on me and bless me with his instructions. No sooner did this thought cross his mind, Baba knew it then and there. It was the experience of bhaktas that Baba read and understood all their thoughts, and that he suppressed the evil thoughts and encouraged the good ones. Reading Himarpan's mind, Baba at once asked him to get up, go to Shama, get from him rupees 15 as dakshina, sit and chit chat with him for a while, and then return. Mercy dawned in Baba's mind, and so he issued this order. And who could disobey Baba's order? Himarpan immediately left the masjid and came to Shama's house. He had just bathed and was wearing dhota. He came out and asked Himarpan, how is it that you are here now? It seems that you have come from the masjid. Why do you look restless and dejected? Why are you alone? Please sit and rest. While I shall just do my worship and return. In the meanwhile, you please take pan bida. Let us then have a pleasant chat. After saying this, he went inside and Himarpan sat alone in the front veranda. He saw in the window a well-known Marathi book named Nath Bhagavad. This is a commentary by the Saint Eknath on the 11th skand of the bigger Sanskrit word, the Bhagavad. At the suggestion or recommendation of Sai Baba, Messrs. Bapu Sahib Zog and Kaka Sahib Dikshit read daily in Shirdi Bhagavad Gita with its Marathi commentary named Bhagavad Deepika or Gnaneshwari and his mm, Nath Bhagavad, and also Eknath's other big works such as Bhavarth Ramayana. When devotees came to Baba and asked him certain questions, he sometimes answered them in part and asked them to go and listen to the readings of the above mentioned works, which are main treatises of Bhagavad Dharma. When the When the devotees went and listened, they got full and satisfactory replies to their questions. Hemarpant also used to read daily some portions of the book Nath Bhagavad. That day, he did not complete the daily portion of his reading, but had left it unfinished in order to accompany another certain devotees who were going to the masjid. When he took up the book from Shama's window and casually opened it, he found to his surprise that the unfinished portion turned up. He thought that Baba sent him very kindly to Shama's house for enabling him to complete his daily reading. So he went through the unfinished portion and completed. As soon as he was over, Shama, after doing his worship, came out and calling conversation took place between them. Hemarpan, I have come with a message from Baba. He has asked me to return with 15 rupees as dakshina from you. Also to sit with you for a while and have a pleasant chit chat, then return to masjid with you. Shama, I have no money to give. Take my 15 namaskars in place of rupees as dakshina to Baba. Hemarpan. All right, your namaskars are accepted. Now let us have some chit chat. Tell me some stories and leelas of Baba, which will destroy our sense. Shama, then sit here for a while. Wonderful is the sport of this god. You know it already. I'm a village rustic, while you are an enlightened citizen. You have seen some more Leelas since your coming here. How should I describe them before you? Well, take these leaves, betel nut, and chew them, and eat the panvida while I go in, dress myself, and come out. In a few minutes, Shama came out and sat talking with Himarpan. He said, the Leela of this god is inscrutable. There is no end to his Leelas. Who can see them? He plays or sports with his Leelas, still he is outside of them. What do we rustics know? Why does not Baba himself tell stories? Why does he send learned men like you to fools like me? His ways are inconceivable. I can only say that they are not human. With this preface, Shama added, I now remember a story which I shall relate to you. I know it personally. As a devotee is resolute and determined, so is Baba's immediate response. Sometimes Baba put the devotees to serve test and then gives them upadesh. As soon as Himarpan heard the word Upadesh, a flash of lightning crossed through his mind, and he at once remembered the story of Mr. Satya's Guru Charitra reading and thought that Baba might have sent him to Shama in order to give peace to his restless mind. However, he curbed his feelings and began to listen to Shama's story. They all showed how kind and affectionate Baba was to his devotees. Himarpan began to feel a sort of joy while reading them. Then Shama began to tell the following story. Mrs. Radhabai Deshmukh. There was an old woman by name Radhabai. She was a mother of one Kashyap Deshmukh. Hearing Baba's fame, she came to Shri with the people of Sangamner. She took Baba's darshan and was much satisfied. She loved Baba intimately and resolved in her mind that she should accept Baba as her guru and take some updesh from him. She knew nothing else. She determined to fast herself unto death so long as Baba did not accept her and give her any updesh or mantra. She stayed in her lodging and left off taking any food or water for 3 days. I was frightened by this ordeal of the old woman and interceded with Baba on her behalf. I said, Deva, what is this you have started? You drag so many persons here. You know that old lady, she's very obstinate and depend on you entirely. She has resolved to fast unto that. If you do accept and instruct her, if anything worse happens, people will blame you and say that Baba did not instruct her, and consequently she met her death. So take some mercy on her, bless her, and instruct her. On seeing her determination, Baba sent for her, changed the turn of her mind by addressing her as follows. Oh, mother, why are you subjecting yourself to unnecessary tortures and hastening your death? You are really my mother and I am your child. Take pity on me and hear me through. I tell you my own story, which, if you listen carefully, will do you good. I had a guru, he was great saint and most merciful. I served him long, very long. Still, he would not blow any mantra into my ears. I had a keen desire never to leave him, but to stay with him and serve him, and at all costs receive some instructions from him. But he had his own way. He first got my head shaved and asked me 2 pies as dakshina. I gave the same at once. If you say that as my guru was perfect, why should he ask for money and how should he be called desireless? I replied plainly that he never cared for coins. What had he to do with them? His 2 pies were firm faith and patience or perseverance. I gave these 2 pies or things to him and he was pleased. I resorted to my guru for 12 years. He brought me up. There was no doubt of food and clothing. He was full of love. Nay, he was love incarnate. He, how can I describe How can I describe it? He loved me most. Rare is a guru like him. When I looked at him, he seemed as if he was in deep meditation, and then we both were filled with bliss night and day. I gazed at him with no thought of hunger and thirst. Without him, I felt restless. I had no other object to meditate, nor any other thing than my guru to attend. He was my sole refuge. My mind was always fixed on him. This is one pice dakshina. Saburi is the other pice. I waited patiently and very long on my guru and served him. This Saburi will ferry you across the sea of this mundane existence. Saburi is manliness in man. It removes all sins and afflictions, gets rid of calamities in various ways, and casts aside all fear and ultimately gives you success. Saburi is the mind of virtues, consort of good thought. Nishtha and Saburi are like twin sisters, loving each other very intimately. My Guru never expected any other thing from me. He never neglected me, but protected me at all times. I lived with him and was sometimes away from him. Still, I never felt the want or absence of his love. He always protected me by his glance, just as the tortoise feeds her young ones, whether they are near her or away from her on the other side of the riverbank. By her loving looks, O mother, my guru never taught me any mantra. Then how shall I blow any mantra in your ears? Just remember that Guru's daughters like loving glance gives us happiness. Do not try to get mantra or udesh from anybody. Make me the sole object of your thoughts and actions, and you will no doubt attain Parmarth. Look at me wholeheartedly, and I in turn look at you similarly. Sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth. Now, nothing but the truth. No sadhanas, nor proficiency in the 6 shastras are necessary. Have faith and confidence in your Guru. Believe fully that Guru is the sole actor or doer. Blessed is he who knows the greatness of his Guru and thinks him to be Hari, Hara, and Brahma incarnate. Instructed in this way, the old lady was convinced and she bowed to Baba and gave up her fast. Hearing this story carefully and attentively and marking its significance and appropriateness, Hemarpant was most agreeably surprised. Seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba, he was moved from top to toe. He was overflowing with joy. His throat was choked and he was not able to utter a single word. Shama, on seeing him in this condition, asked him, "What is the matter with you? Why are you silent? How many innumerable Leelas of Baba shall I describe?" Just at that time, the bell in the masjid began to ring, proclaiming that the noon worship and arati ceremony had begun. Therefore, Shama and Hemapant hurried to the masjid. Bapu Sahib Jog had just started the worship. Women's were up in the masjid and men's were standing below in the open courtyard, and they were all loudly singing the arati in chorus to the accompaniment of drums. Shama went up, pulling Hemarpant with him. He sat to the right and Hemarpant in front of Baba. On seeing them, Baba asked Hemarpant to give the dakshina brought from Shama. He replied that Shama gave namaskars in lieu of rupees and that he was there in person. Baba said, "All right, now let me know whether you both had a chit chat. And if so, tell me all that you talked about." Not minding the sounds of the bell, the drums, and the chorus songs, Himarpant was eager to tell what they had talked and started to narrate it. Baba was also anxious to hear, and so he left the bolster and leaned forward. Himarpant said all that they talked about was very pleasant, and especially the story of the old lady was most wonderful, and that on hearing it, he thought that his Leela was inexplicable and under the guise of that story, he really blessed him. Babas then said, "Wonderful is the story. How were you blessed? I would like to know everything in detail from you. So tell me all about it." Then Himarpant related in full the story which he had heard a little while before and which had made a lasting impression on his mind. Hearing this, Baba was much pleased and asked, "Did the story strike you? And did you catch its significance?" Replied He replied, "Yes, Baba, the restlessness of my mind was vanished, and I have got true peace and rest and come to know the true path." Then Baba spoke as follows: "My method is quite unique. Remember well this one story, and it will be very useful. To get the knowledge of the self, dhyana is necessary. If you practice it continuously, the vrittis will be pacified. Being quite desireless, you should meditate on the Lord who is in all the creatures, and when the mind is concentrated, the goal will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is knowledge incarnate, consciousness, and bliss. If you cannot do this, meditate on my form from top to toe, as you see here night and day. As you go on doing this, your vrittis will be concentrated on one point, and the distinction between the dhyata, dhyana, dheya will be lost, and meditator will be one with the consciousness and be immersed in the Brahma. The is on one bank of the river, and her young ones are on the other side. She gives neither milk nor warmth to them. Her mere glance gives them nutrition. The young ones do nothing but remember their mother. The tortoise glances to the young ones a downpour of nectar, the only source of sustenance and happiness. Similar is the relation between the Guru and disciples. When Baba uttered these last words, the chorus of the Arati song stopped and all cried out loudly in one voice, "Victory be to our Sadguru Sai Maharaj, who is existence, knowledge, and bliss." Dear readers, let us imagine that we are at this time standing among the crowd in the masjid, and let us join them in this Jai Jaikar. After the Arati ceremony was over, Prasad was distributed. Bapu Sahib Zog advanced as usual, and after saluting Baba, gave into his hand a handful of sugar candy or nectar of this story. Let us drink it to our heart's content, meditate on it, and assimilate it, and be strong and happy by Baba's grace. Amen. Towards the end of the 19th chapter, Himarpant had dealt with some other matters which are given below. Baba's advice regarding our behavior. The following words of Baba are general and invaluable. If they are kept in mind and acted upon, they will always do you good. Unless there is some relationship or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If any men or creatures come to you, do not discourteously drive them away, and receive them well and treat them with due respect. Sri Hari will be certainly pleased if you give water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and your veranda to strangers for sitting and resting. If anybody wants any money from you and you are not inclined to give, do not give, but do not bark at them like a dog. Let anybody speak hundred of things against you. Do not resent by giving any bitter reply. If you always tolerate such things, you will certainly be happy. Let the world go topsy-turvy. You remain there you are. Standing or staying in your own place, look on calmly at the show of all things passing before you. Demolish the wall of difference that separates you from me, and then the road of our meeting will be clear and open. The sense of differentiation, as I and though, is the barrier that keeps away the disciple from his master. And unless that is destroyed, the state of union or atonement is not possible. Allah Malik. That is, God is the sole proprietor, nobody else is our protector. His method of work is extraordinary, invaluable, and inscrutable. His will be done, and He will show us the way. Satisfy our hearts' theories, desires. It is on account of Rinanu Bandha that we have come together. Let us love and serve each other and be happy. He who attained the supreme goal of life is immortal and happy. All others merely exist. That is, live so long as they breathe, encouraging good thoughts of fruition. It is interesting to note how Sai Baba encouraged good thoughts. You have to surrender yourself completely to him with love and devotion, and they then you will see how he helps you off and on in so many things. Some saints has said that when you get a good thought immediately after awakening from sleep, and if you develop the same afterwards during the day, your intellect will be unfolded and your mind will attain calmness. Hemarpant wanted to try this. On one Wednesday night before going to bed, he thought tomorrow is Thursday, an auspicious day, and the place such as Shirdi is so holy. So let me pass the whole day in remembering and chanting the Ram Nam. And then he slept. Next morning, when he got up, he remembered without any effort the name of Ram and was much pleased. He then, after finishing his morning duties, went to see Baba with flowers. When he left Dikshit's Vada and was just passing Booti's Vada, he heard a beautiful song that was being sung nicely by one Aurangabadkar in the masjid before Baba. The song was Guru Kripajan Payo Mere Bhai, etc. by Eknath, in which he says that he got valerium in the form of Guru's grace, which opened his vision and made him see Ram in and out and in sleep, dream, and waking state and everywhere. There were so many songs, but why was this song particularly chosen by Aurangabadkar, a devotee of Baba? Is this not a curious coincidence arranged by Baba to feed the determination of Himarpan to sing unceasingly Ram Nam during the day? All saints agree on and lay stress on the efficacy of uttering Rama's name in fulfilling the ambitions of bhaktas and in protecting and saving them from all calamities. Varieties in Upadesh, slanderer Variety in Udesh, slanderer condemned. Sai Baba required no special place nor any special time for giving instruction. Whenever any occasion demanded, he gave them freely. Once it so happened that a bhakta of Baba reviled another behind his back before other people. On leaving aside merits, he dwelt on the faults of his brother and spoke so sarcastically that the hearers were disgusted. Generally, we see that people have a tendency to scandalize others unnecessarily, and this brings on hatred and ill will. Saints see scandal in another light. They say that there are various ways of cleansing or removing dirt, such as by means of earth, water, and soap, etc. But a scandal monger has got a way of his own. He removes the dirt of others by his tongue. So, in a way of obliges the person whom he reviles, and for this he is to be thanked. Sai Baba had his own method of correcting the candlemonger. He knew by his omniscience that the slanderer had done, and when he met him at noon near the lady, Baba pointed out to him a pig that was eating filth near the fence and said to him, "Behold how, with what relish it is gorging dung. Your conduct is similar. You go on reviling your own brethren to your heart's content. After performing many deeds of merit, you are born as a man. And if you act like this, will Shirdi help you in any way?" Needless to say that the Bhakta took the lesson to his heart and went away. In this way, Baba went on giving instructions whenever necessary. If these are born in our minds and acted upon, the spiritual goal is not far off. There is proverb which says, "If there be my Hari, he will feed me on my cot." This proverb is only true in respect of food and clothing. But if anyone trusting in this sits quiet and does nothing in spiritual matters, he will be ruined. One has to exert himself to his utmost for attaining self-realization. The more he endeavors, the better for him. Baba said that he was omnipresent, occupying land, air, country, world, light, and heaven, and that he was not limited. To remove the misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba was only his body, 3 cubits and a half in length, he incarnated himself in this form, and if any devotee meditated on him day and night with complete self surrender, he experienced complete union with him like sweetness and sugar, waves and sea, eyes and its luster. He who wants to get rid of the cycle of births and deaths should lead a righteous life with his mind calm and composed. He should always engage himself in good actions, should do his duties and surrender himself heart and soul to him, he need not then be afraid of anything. He who trusts him entirely, hears and expounds his leelas and does not think of anything else, is sure to attain self-realization. Baba asked many to remember his name and to surrender to him, but to those who wanted to know who they were, he advised Shravan and Manan. To some, he advised remembering God's name. To others, hearing his leelas. To some, worship of his feet. To others, reading and studying Adhyatma Ramayana, Jnaneshwari, and other sacred scriptures. Some he made sit near his feet, some he sent to Khandoba's temple, and some he advised the repetition of 1,000 names of Vishnu, and some the study of Chandogya Upanishad and Gita. There were no limit, no restrictions to his instructions. To some he gave them in person, to others by vision in dreams. To one addicted to drink, he appeared in his dream, sat on his chest and pressed it and left him after he gave a promise not to touch liquor anymore. To some he explained some mantras like Gurur Brahma in dreams. To some devotee who was practicing Hatha Yoga, he sent word that he should leave off Hatha Yoga practices, sit quiet and wait. It is impossible to describe all his ways and methods. In ordinary worldly dealings, he set examples by his actions, one of which is given below. Remuneration for labor. One day at noon, Baba came near Radha Krishna Mai's house and said, "Bring me a ladder." Some men brought it and set it against a house as directed by Baba. He climbed up on the roof of Vaman Tunkar's house, passed the roof of Radhakrishna Mai's house, and then got down from the other corner. What object Baba had, none could know. Radhakrishna Mai was at that time shivering with malaria. It may be to drive off that fever that he may have told there. Immediately after getting down, Baba paid rupees 2 to the persons who brought the ladder. Somebody asked Baba why he paid so much for this. He replied that nobody should take the labor of others in vain. The worker should be paid his dues promptly and liberally. Botu Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 20. Das Ganu's problem solved by Kaka's maidservant. In this chapter, Hemarpan describes how Das Ganu's problem was solved by Kaka Sahib Dikshit's maidservant. Preliminary. Sai was originally phoneless. He assumed a phone for the sake of Bhaktas. With the help of actress Maya, he played the part of actor in the big drama of the universe. Let us remember and visualize Sri Sai. Let us go to Shirdi and see carefully the program after the noon Aarti. After the Aarti ceremony was over, Sai used to come out of the masjid and standing on its edge distribute foodie to the devotees with very kind and loving looks. The Bhaktas also got up with equal fervor, clasped his feet, and standing and staring at him, enjoyed the shower of pudi. Baba passed handfuls of pudi into the palms of devotees and marked their foreheads with pudi. With his fingers, the love he bore for them in his heart was boundless. Then he addressed the Bhaktas as follows: O Bhau, go to take your lunch. You Anna, go to your lodging. You Bapu, enjoy your dishes. In this way, he accosted each and every devotee and sent them home. Even now, you can enjoy these sights if you bring into play your imagination. You can visualize and enjoy them. Now, bringing Sai before our mental vision, let us meditate on him from his feet upwards to his face and prostrating before him humbly, lovingly, and respectfully, revert to the story of this chapter. Ishavasya Upanishad. Das Ganu once started to write a Marathi commentary on the Ishavasya Upanishad. Let us first give a brief idea of this Upanishad before proceeding further. It is called a Mantropanishad as it is embodied in the mantras of the Vedic Samhita. It constitutes the last or the 40th chapter of Vajasneyi Samhita, and it is therefore called Vajasneyi Samhitopanishad. Being embodied in Vedic Samhitas, this is regarded as superior to all other Upanishads, which occur in the Brahmanas and Aranyakas. Not only this, other Upanishads are considered to be commentaries on the truth mentioned briefly in the Ishavasya Upanishad. For instance, the biggest of the Upanishads, such as the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, is considered by Pandit Satwalekar to be a running contemporary on the Ishavasya Upanishad. Professor R.D. Ranade says the Ishopanishad is quite a small Upanishad, and yet it contains many hints which shows an extraordinary piercing insight. Within the short compass of 18 verses, it gives a valuable mystical description of the Atma, a description of the ideal sage who stands unruffled in the minds of temptations and sorrows, and adumbration of the doctrine of Karma Yoga as later formulated, and finally a reconciliation of the claims of knowledge and works. The most valuable ideas that lies at the root of the Upanishad is that of a logical synthesis between the two opposites of knowledge and work, which are both required according to the Upanishad to be annulled in a higher synthesis. In another place, he says that the poetry of the Ishopanishad is a mixture of moral, mystical, and metaphysical. From the brief description given above about this Upanishad, anyone can see how difficult it is to translate this Upanishad in a vernacular language and breathe out its exact meaning. Das Ganu translated it in Marathi OV meter verse by verse, but as he did not comprehend the gist or essence of the Upanishad, he was not satisfied with his performance. He therefore consulted some learned men regarding his doubts and difficulties and discussed with them at great length. They did not solve them, nor did they give him any rational or satisfactory explanation. So Dasganu was a little restless over this matter. Sadguru only competent and qualified to explain. As we have seen, this Upanishad is the quintessence of the Vedas. It is the science of self-realization. It is the scythe weapon which can rend asunder the bondage of life and death and make us free. Therefore, he thought that he who has himself attained self-realization can only give him the true or correct interpretation of the Upanishad. When nobody could satisfy Dasguru, he resolved to consult Sai Baba about this. When he got an opportunity to go to Shirdi, he saw Sai Baba, prostrated himself before him, and mentioned his difficulties about the Ishvacya Upanishad and requested him to give the correct solution. Sai Baba blessed him and said, "You need not be anxious. There is no difficulty about the matter. The mind servant of Kaka will solve your doubts at Ville Parle. On your way home. The people who were present then and heard this thought that Baba was joking and said, "How could an illiterate maid servant solve the difficulties of this nature?" But Dasganu thought otherwise. He was sure that whatever Baba spoke must come true. Baba's words was the degree of Brahma, Kaka's maid servant. On fully believing in Baba's words, he left Shirdi and came to Vileparle and stayed with Kaka Sahib Dikshit. There the next day, when Dasganu was enjoying his morning nap, he heard a poor girl singing a beautiful song in clear and melodious tones. The subject matter of the song was a crimson colored sari. How nice it was, how fine it was, its embroidery, how beautiful were its ends and borders, etc. He liked the song so much that he came out and saw that it was being sung by a young girl, the sister of Namya, who was the servant of Kaka Sahib. The girl was cleaning vessels and had only a torn rag on her person. On seeing her impoverished condition and her jovial temperament, Das Kanu felt pity for her, and when Rao Bahadur M.V. Pradhan next day gave him a pair of dozers, he requested him to give a sari to the poor little girl also. Rao Bahadur bought a good chirdi and presented it to her. Like a starving person getting luckily good dishes to eat, her joy knew no bounds. Next day she wore the new sari, and out of great joy and merriment, girls danced round and played ugri with other girls and excelled them all. The day following she kept the new sari in her box at home and came with the old and torn rags, but she looked as merry as she did the previous day. On seeing this, Dasganu's pity was transferred into admiration. He thought that the girl, being poor, had to wear a torn rag. Now she had a new sari which she kept in reserve, and putting on the old rag, strutted herself, showing no trace of sorrow or dejection. Thus he realized that all our feelings of pain and pleasure depend upon the attitude of our mind. On thinking deeply over this incident, he realized that a man ought to enjoy whatever God has bestowed on him in the firm conviction that he besets everything. from behind and before and on all sides, and that whatever is bestowed on him by God must be for his good. In this particular case, the impoverished condition of the poor girl, her torn rag, and the new sari, the donor, and the dance, and the acceptance were all parts of the Lord and pervaded by him. Hence, thus, Kanu got a practical demonstration of the lesson of the Upanishad, the lesson of contentment with one's own lot in the belief that whatever happens is ordained by God and is ultimately good for us. Unique method of teaching. From the above incident, the reader will see that Baba's method was unique and varied. Though Baba never left Shirdi, he sent some to Machindragarh, some to Golapur or Sholapur for practicing sadhanas. To some he appeared in his usual form, to some he appeared in waking or dreaming state, day or night, and satisfied their desires. It is impossible to describe all the methods that Baba used in imparting instructions to his bhaktas. In this particular case, he sent Dasgunu to Vilepale, where he got his problem solved through the maidservant. To those who say that it was not necessary to send Dasgunu outside and that Baba could have personally taught him, we say that Baba followed the right or best course, for how else could Dasgunu would have learned the great lesson that the poor maidservant and her sari were pervaded by the Lord. Now we close the chapter with another beautiful extract about this Upanishad, the ethics of the Ishavasya Upanishad. One of the main features of the Ishavasya Upanishad is the ethical advice it offers. And it is interesting to note that the ethics of the Upanishad are definitely based upon the metaphysical position advanced in it. The very opening words of the Upanishad tell us that God pervades everything. As a corollary from this metaphysical position, the ethical advice it offers is that a man ought to enjoy whatever God bestows on him in the firm belief that as he pervades everything, whatever is bestowed on him by God must be good. It follows naturally that the Upanishad should forbid us from coveting another man's property. In fact, we are fittingly taught here a lesson of contentment with one's own lot in the belief that whatever happens, it is divinely ordained and it is hence good for us. Another moral advice is that man must spend his lifetime always in doing good, in doing action, especially the karmas enjoined in the Shastras, in a mood of believing resignation to his will. Inactivity, according to this Upanishad, would be canker of the soul. It is only when a man spends his lifetime on doing actions in this manner that he can hope to attain the ideal of Naishkarmya. Finally, the text goes on to say that a man who sees all beings in the self and sees the self as existing in all beings, in fact, for whom all beings and everything that exists have become the self, how can such a man suffer infatuation? What ground would such a man have for grief? Slothfulness, infatuation, and grief verily proceed from our not being able to see the Atma in all things. But a man who realizes the oneness of all things, for whom everything has become the self, must ipso facto cease to be affected by the common foibles of humanity. Bo to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 21. Stories of V.H. Thakur, Anantrao Patankar, and Pandharpur Pleader. In this chapter, Hemarpant relates the story of Vinayak Harishchandra Thakur, B.A. Anantrao Patankar of Pune, and Pleader from Pandharpur. All these stories are very interesting, which, if very carefully read and grasped, will lead the readers onto the spiritual path. Preliminary. It is a general rule that it is our good luck in the form of accumulation of merits in past births that enables us to seek the company of saints and profit thereby. In illustration of this rule, Hemarpan gives his own instance. He was a resident magistrate of Bandra, a suburb of Bombay, for many years. A famous Mohammedan saint named Pir Maulana was living there, and many Hindus, Parsis, and many others who followed different religions used to go to him and take his darshan. His mujawar by name Inus pressed Marpan many a time, night and day, for going to see him, and for some reason or other, he was not able to see him. After many years, his turn came and he was called to Shirdi, where he was permanently enlisted in Sai Baba's Darbar. Unfortunate fellows do not get his contact of the saint. It is only the fortunate ones that get it. Institution of saints. There have been institutions of saints in this world from time immemorial. Various saints appear themselves in various places to carry out the missions allotted to them, but though they work in different places, they are, as it were, one. They work in unison under the common authority of the Almighty Lord and know full well what each of them is doing in his place and supplement his work where necessary. An instance illustrating this is given below. Mr. Thakur. Mr. V.H. Thakur, B.A., was a clerk in the revenue department and he once came to a town named Vadgaon near Belgaum along with a survey party. There he saw a Canary saint and bowed before him. The saint was explaining a portion from the book Vichar Sagar of Nishchal Das to the audience. When Thakur was taking his leave to go, he said to him, "You should study this book, and if you do so, your desires will be fulfilled. And when you go to the north in the discharge of your duties in the future, you will come across a great saint by your good luck. And then he will show you the future path and give rest to your mind and make you happy." Then he was transferred to Junnar, where he had to go by crossing Dhane Ghat. This ghat was very steep and impassable, and no other conveyance than a buffalo was of use in crossing it. So he had to take a buffalo ride through the ghat, which inconvenienced and pained him much. Therefore, thereafter he was transferred to Kalyan on high post, and there he became acquainted with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He heard much about Sai Baba from him and wished to see him. Next day, Nana Sahib had to go to Shirdi and he asked Thakur to accompany him. He could not do so as he had to attend the Thana civil court for a civil case. So Nana Sahib went alone. Thakur went to Thana, but there the case was postponed. Then he repented for not accompanying Nana Sahib. Still, he left for Shirdi, and when he went there, he found that Nana Sahib had left the place the previous day. Some of his other friends whom he met there took him to Baba. He saw Baba, fell at his feet, and was overjoyed. His eyes were full of tears of joy, and his hair stood on end. Then, after a while, the omniscient Baba said to him, "The path of this place is not so easy as the teaching of Kanari Saint Appa or even as the buffalo ride in the Nanegat. In this spiritual path, you have to put in your best exertion as it is very difficult." When Thakur heard these significant signs and words which none else than he knew, he was overwhelmed with joy. He came to know that the word of the Canary saint had turned true. Then, joining both hands and placing his head on Baba's feet, he prayed that he should be accepted and blessed. Then Baba said, "What Appa told you was all right, but these things have to be practiced and lived. Mere reading won't do. You have to think and carry out what you read. Otherwise, it is of no use. Mere book learning without the grace of Guru and self-realization is of no avail." The theoretical portion was read from the work Vichar Sagar by Thakur, but the practical way was shown to him at Shirdi. Another story given below will bring out this truth more forcibly. Anantrao Patankar. One gentleman from Pune by name Anantrao Patankar wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. His eyes were appeased. He was much pleased. He fell at Baba's feet and after performing proper worship said to Baba, "I have read a lot, studied Vedas, Vedants and Upanishads and heard all the Puranas, but still I have not got any peace of mind. So I think that all my reading was useless. Simple, ignorant, devout person are better than myself. Unless the mind becomes calm, all book learning is of no avail. I have heard from many people that you easily give peace of mind to so many people by your mere glance and playful word. So I have come here. Please take pity on me and bless me." Then Baba told him a parable, which was as follows. Parable of nine balls of steel. Nav Vidya Bhakti. Once a Saudagar came here. Before him a mare passed her stool. The merchant, intent on his quest, spread the end of his scooter and gathered all nine balls in it, and thus he got concentration of mind. Mr. Patankar could not make out the meaning of this story, so he asked Ganesh Damodar alias Dada Kelkar, "What does Baba mean by this?" He replied, "I too do not know all that Baba says and means. But at his inspiration, I say what I come to know. The mare is God's grace, and the nine words excreted are nine forms or types of bhakti, such as Shravan, hearing, kirtan, praying, smaran, remembering, padasevan, resorting to the feet, archana, worship, namaskar, bowing, dasya, service, sak- sakhyatva, friendship, Atmanivedan, surrender to the self. These are the 9 types of bhakti. If any of these is faithfully followed, Lord Hari will be pleased and manifest himself in the home of the devotee. All the sadhanas such as jap, tap, yoga practice and studying the scriptures and expounding them are quite useless unless they are accompanied by bhakti, that is devotion. Knowledge of the Vedas or fame as a great jnani and mere formal bhajan are of no avail. What is wanted is loving devotion. Consider yourself as the merchant or seeker after the truth and be anxious and eager like him to collect or cultivate the 9 types of devotion. Then you will attain stability and peace of mind. Next day, when Patankar went to Baba for salutation, he was asked whether he collected the 9 balls of stool. Then he said that he being a poor fellow, should first be graced by Baba and then they will be easily collected. Then Baba blessed and comforted him, saying that he would attain peace and welfare. After hearing this, Patankar became overjoyed and happy. The Pandharpur Pleader. We shall close this chapter with short story showing Baba's luminescence and his using it for correcting people and setting them on the right path. Once a pleader from Pandharpur came to Shirdi, went to the masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet and without being asked offered some dakshina and sat in a corner eager to hear the talk that was going on. Then Baba turned his face towards him and said, how cunning the people are. They fell at the feet of a Dakshina, but inwardly give abuses behind the back. It is not this wonderful? This cap fitted the pleader and he had to wear it. None understood the remark. The pleader grasped it but kept silent. When they returned to Vada, the pleader said to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, what Baba remarked was perfectly right. The dart was aimed at me. It was a hint to me that I should not indulge in reviling or scandalizing others. When the sub-judge of Munsipur, Pandharpur, came and stayed here for the improvement of his health, a discussion about this matter was going on in the ballroom at Pandharpur. It was said or discussed there whether the ailments from which the subject suffered were ever likely to be got rid of without medicines by merely going after Sai Baba, and whether it was proper for an educated man like subject to have recourse to such methods. Subject was taken to risk, that is, he was criticized as also Sai Baba. I also took some part in this affair, and now Sai Baba showed the impropriety of my conduct. This is not a rebuke to me, but a favor, and advice that I should not indulge in any scandal or slander of others, and not interfere unnecessarily in others' affairs. Shirdi is about 100 posts distant from Pandharpur. Still, Baba, by his omniscience, knew what transpired there in the barroom. The intervening places, rivers, jungles, mountains were not a bar to his all-perceiving sight, and he could see or read the hearts of all. There was nothing secret or veiled from him. Everything far or near was plain and clear to him, as broad as daylight. Let a man be far or near, he cannot avoid the all-pervading gaze of Sai Baba. From this incident, the pleader took the lesson that he should never speak ill of others, nor unnecessarily criticize them. This his evil tendency was completely got rid of, and he was set on the right path. Though the story refers to the pleader, still it is applicable to all. All should therefore take this lesson to heart and profit thereby. Sai Baba's greatness is unfathomable, so are his wonderful leelas. His life is all such, for he is Parabrahma incarnate. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri Sainath Namah.
Chapter 22 Rescues from Serpent Bites, Bala Sahib Mirikar, Babu Sahib Bhuti, Amir Shakur, Hemant Pant, Baba's opinion regarding killing of serpents. Preliminary. How to meditate on Baba. No one has been able to fathom the nature of the form of Almighty. Even the Vedas and thousand-tongued Shesha are not able to describe it fully. The devotees also cannot know, but only look at the form of the Lord, for they know that his feet are their only refuge. They know no other methods of attaining the supreme goal of life except meditating on the holy feet. Hemant Pant suggests an easy way of devotion and meditation as follows. As the dark fortnight of every month wears out gradually, the moonlight also wanes in the same degree, and on the new moon day, we do not see the moon at all. Therefore, when the bright fortnight begins, people are very anxious to see the moon. On the first day, the moon is not seen, and on the second day, she emerges as a thin crescent. Then the people are asked to see the moon through the opening between the two branches of a tree, and when they begin to see through their aperture eagerly, the distant small crescent of the moon comes to their side. Following this instance, let us see Baba's form. Look at Baba's posture, how fine it is. He is sitting with his legs folded, the right leg held across the left knee. The fingers of his left hand are spread on the right foot. On the toe are spread his two fingers, the index and the middle ones. By this posture, Baba seems to say, if you want to see my true form, be egoless and most humble and meditate on my toe through the opening between index and middle fingers, and then you will be able to see my light. Now, let us turn to Baba's life. Shirdi had become a place of pilgrimage on account of Baba's stay there. People from all quarters began to flock there, and both the rich and poor began to be benefited in more ways than one. Who can describe Baba's boundless love and his wonderful knowledge and his all-pervasiveness? Blessed is he who could experience this. Sometimes Baba observed long silence, which was in a way his desertion on Brahma, and other times he was pure consciousness, bliss incarnate, surrounded by his devotees. Sometimes he spoke in parables, and at other times indulged in wit and humor. At times he was quite calm, and at times he seemed enraged. Sometimes he gave his teachings in a nutshell, and at other times he argued at length. Many a time he was very direct. In this way, he gave varied instructions to many according to their requirements. His life was therefore inscrutable beyond the ken of our mind, intellect, and speech. Our longing to see his face, to talk with him, and hear his leelas was never satisfied. Still, we were overflowing with joy. We can gauge the showers of rain, capture the wind in a leather bag, but who can measure his leelas? Now, we deal here with one aspect of them, that is, how he anticipated or forestalled the calamities of his devotees and warned them in time. Bala Sahib Mirikar, son of Sardar Kala Sahib Mirikar, was Mamaltar of Kopagaon. He was going on tour to Chitali. On the way, he came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba. When he went to masjid and prostrated himself before Baba, the usual conversation regarding health and other matters commenced. When Baba sounded a note of warning, do you know our Dwaraka Mai? As Bala Sahib did not understand, he kept quiet. Baba continued, this is our Dwaraka Mai where you are sitting. She wards off all dangers and anxieties of the children who sit on her lap. This Masjid Mai is very merciful. She is the merciful mother of the simple devotees whom she will save on calamities. Once a person sits on her lap, all his troubles are over. He who rests in her shade gets bliss. Then Baba gave him Udi and placed his hand on his head. When Bala Sahib was about to depart, he again said, do you know the Lamba Baba, long gentleman, that is serpent? And then closing the left fist, he brought it under the right elbow and moving his left arm like the hood of a serpent said, he is so terrible, but what can he do to the children of Dwaraka Mai? When the Dwaraka Mai protects what can the serpent do? All who were present there were curious to know the meaning of all this and its reference to Mirikar, but none had the courage to ask Baba about this. Then Bala Sahib saluted Baba and left the masjid with Shama. Baba called Shama back and asked him to accompany Bala Sahib and enjoy the Chitali trip. Shama came to Bala Sahib and told him that he would go with him according to Baba's wish. Bala Sahib replied that he need not come as it would be inconvenient. Shama returned to Baba and told him what Bala Sahib said to him. Baba said, all right, do not go. We should mean well and do well. Whatever is destined to happen will happen. In the meanwhile, Bala Sahib thought it over again and calling Shama asked him to accompany him. Then Shama went again to Baba and after taking his leave, started with Bala Sahib in the Chonga. They reached Chitali at 9 p.m. and encamped in the Maruti temple. The office people had not come, so they sat in the temple talking and chit-chatting. Bala Sahib was sitting on a mat reading a newspaper. His uparani was spread across his waist. On it, a snake was sitting unnoticed. It began to move with a hissing sound, which was heard by the peon. He brought a lantern, saw the snake, and raised an alarm. Serpent, serpent. Bala Sahib was frightened and began to quiver. Shama Rama was also stunned. Then he and others moved quietly and took sticks and clubs in their hands. The snake slowly came down the snake slowly came down the waist and moved away from Bala Sahib, and it was immediately done to death. Thus, this calamity, which was prophesied by Baba, was averted, and Bala Sahib's devotion in Baba was confirmed. Babu Sahib Bhoti, a great astrologer named Nana Sahib Dengle, told Babu Sahib Bhoti, who was then in Shirdi, "Today is an inauspicious day for you. There is danger to your life." This made Babu Sahib restless. When they, as usual, came to masjid, Baba said to Babu Sahib, "What does this Nana say? He foretells death for you. Well, you need not be afraid. Tell him, let us see how death kills." Then later in the evening, Babu Sahib went to his privy for easing himself, where he saw a snake. His servant saw it and lifted a stone to strike at it. Babu Sahib asked him to get a big stick, but before the servant returned with the stick, the snake was seen moving away and soon disappeared. Babu Sahib remembered Baba's words of fearlessness. Amir Shakar. Amir Shakar was a native of the village Kurhale in Kopagon Talika. He belonged to the butcher caste. He worked as a commission agent in Bandra and was well known there. He once suffered from rheumatism, which gave him much pain. He then remembered Allah, left his business and went to Shirdi and prayed to Baba to relieve him from his malady. Baba then stationed him in the Chavadi. The Chavadi was then a damp, unhealthy place unfit for such a patient. Any other place in the village or Kurhale itself would have been better for Amir, but Baba's word was the command for the chief medicine. Baba did not allow him to come to the masjid but fixed him in the Chavadi every morning and evening. Every alternate day, Baba went to the Chavadi in a procession and slept there. So Amir got Baba's contact very often. Amir stayed there for full 9 months, and then he got a disgust for the place. So one night he stealthily left the place and came to Kopagan and stayed in a dharmashala. There he saw an old dying fakir who asked him for water. Amir brought it and gave it to him. As soon as he drank it, he passed away. Now Amir was in a fix. He thought that if he went and informed the authorities, he would be held responsible for the death, as he was the first and sole informant and knew something about it. He repented for his action, that is, leaving Shirdi without Baba's permission, and prayed to Baba. He then determined to return to Shirdi, and same night he retreated, remembering and muttering Baba's name all the way, and reached Shirdi before daybreak and became free from anxiety. Then he lived in the Chavadi in perfect accordance with Baba's wish and orders and got himself cured. One night it so happened that Baba cried at midnight, "Oh Abdul, some devilish creature is dashing against the side of my bed." Abdul came with a lantern, examined Baba's bed but found nothing. Baba asked him to examine carefully all the place and began to strike the ground with his satka. Seeing the leela of Baba, Amir thought that Baba might have suspected some serpent there. Amir could know by close contact with Baba the meaning of his words and actions. Baba then saw near Amir's cushion something moving. He asked Abdul to bring in the light, and when he brought it, he saw a serpent coiled up there, moving its head up and down. Thereupon the serpent was immediately beaten to death. Thus Baba gave timely warning and saved Amir's life. Hemant Pant, Scorpion and Serpent. At Baba's recommendation, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was daily reading 2 works of Sri Eknath Maharaj, that is Bhagavat and Bhavarta Ramayan, and Hemant Pant had the good fortune to be one of the audience when the reading of the works was going on. Once when a portion from the Ramayan relating to Hanuman's testing Rama's greatness according to his mother's instructions was being read, all the listeners were spellbound. Hemant Pant was one of them. A big scorpion jumped and sat on the right shoulder of Hemant Pant on his Uparani. First, it was not noticed, but as the Lord protects those who are intent on hearing his stories, he casually cast a glance over his right shoulder and noticed it. It was dead silence, not a bit moving here or there. It seemed as if it also enjoyed the reading. Then, by the Lord grace, Hemant Pant, without disturbing the audience, took the 2 ends of his dhota, folded them, and brought them together, enclosing the scorpion within. Then he went out and threw it in the garden. On another occasion, some person were sitting in the upper floors of Kaka Sahib Bada just before nightfall when a serpent crept through a hole in the window frame and sat coiled up. A light was brought, though it was first dazzled, yet it sat still and moved its head up and down. Then many persons rushed there with sticks and cudgels, but as it sat in an awkward place, no blow could be dealt. But hearing the noises of men, the serpent went out hastily through the same hole. Then all the persons present there felt relieved. Baba's opinion. One devotee named Muktaram monk then said that it was good that the poor creature escaped. Hemant Pant challenged him, saying that serpent should better be killed. There was a hot discussion between them, the former contending that serpent should and such creatures should not be killed, the latter that they should be. As night came on, the discussion came to an end without any decision being arrived at. Next day, the question was referred to Baba, who gave his settled opinion as follows. God lives in all beings and creatures, whether they be serpent or scorpions. He is the great bipolar of the world, and all beings, serpents, scorpions, etc., obey his command. Unless he wills it, nobody can do any harm to others. The world is all dependent on him, and no one is independent. So we should take pity and love all creatures, leave off killings, and be patient. The Lord is the protector of all. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 23. Yoga and Onion. Shama cured of snake bite. Cholera audience broken. Ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Preliminary. In reality, this jiva, human soul, transcends the three qualities, that is sattva, rajas, and tamas. But being deluded by maya, he forgets his nature, which is pure consciousness, knowledge, bliss, and thinks that he is the doer, and thus entangles himself in endless miseries and does not know the way of deliverance. The only way of deliverance is the loving devotion towards the Guru's feet. The great player or actor, Lord Sai, has delighted his bhaktas and transformed them into himself, his nature. We regard Sai Baba as an incarnation of God for reasons already stated, but he always said that he was an obedient servant of God. Though an incarnation, he showed people the way to behave satisfactorily and to carry out the duties of their respective stations in his life. He never emulated others in any way, nor asked others to have something done for him. For him, who saw the God in all movable and immovable things of this world, humility was the virtue. None he disregarded or disrespected, for he saw Narayan in all beings. He never said, I am God, but that he was a humble servant, and he always remembered him and always uttered Allah Malik. We do not know the various kinds of saints, how they behave, what they do, etc. We only know that by God's grace, they manifest themselves in this world to liberate the ignorant and bound souls. If there be any store of merit in our account, we get a desire or interest in listening to the stories and leelas of the saints, otherwise not. Let us now turn to the main stories of this chapter. Yoga and Onion. Once it so happened that a sadhak of yoga came to Shirdi with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He had studied all the works on yoga, including the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, but had no practical experience. He could not concentrate his mind and attain samadhi even for a short time. He thought that if Sai Baba will be pleased with him, he will show him the way to attain samadhi for a long time. With this object in view, he came to Shirdi, and when he went to masjid, he saw Sai Baba eating chapati with onion. On seeing this, a thought crossed his mind. How can this man eating stale bread with raw onion solve my difficulties and help me? Sai Baba read his mind and said to Nana Sahib, O Nana, he who has the power to digest onion should eat it and none else. Hearing this remark, the yogi was wonderstruck, and he fell at Baba's feet with complete surrender. With pure and open mind, he asked his difficulties and got their solution from Baba. Thus, being satisfied and happy, he left Shirdi with Baba's udi and blessings. Shama cured of snake bite. Before Hemant Pant begins the story, he says about the jiva that it can be very well compared with a parrot, and that they both are bound, the one in the body, another in a cage. Both think that their present bound state is good for them. It is only when a helper, that is Guru, comes and by God's grace opens their eyes and liberates them from their bondage, that their eyes are open to a greater and larger life, compared to which their former bound and limited life is nothing. In the last chapter, it was shown how Baba anticipated the calamity that was to befall on Mr. Mirikar and rescued him from it. Now, let the readers hear a story more interesting than this. Once Shama was bitten by a poisonous snake. His little finger was bitten, and the poison began to spread in the body. The pain was also severe, and Shama thought that he would pass away soon. His friends wanted to take him to God Vithoba, where such cases were often sent, but Shama ran to masjid to his Vithoba, Sai Baba. When Baba saw him, he began to scold and abuse. He got enraged and said, Batudya, priest, do not climb up. Beware if you do so. And then roared, Go, get away, come down. Seeing Baba thus red with wrath, Shama was greatly puzzled and disappointed. He thought that the masjid was his home and Sai Baba his sole refuge, but if he was driven away like this, where should he go? He lost all hopes of life and kept silent. After a while, when Baba became normal and calm, Shama went up and sat near him. Then Baba said to him, Don't be afraid, don't care a jot. The merciful Fakir will save you. Go and sit quiet at home. Don't go out. Believe in me and remain fearless and have no anxiety. Then he was sent home. Immediately afterwards, Baba sent Tatya Patil and Kaka Sahib Dikshit to him with instruction to the effect that he should eat what he liked, should move around in the house, but should in no case lie down and sleep. Needless to say that these instructions were acted upon and Shama got all right in a short time. The only thing to be remembered in this connection is the words of Baba, or the 5-syllable mantra, that is, go, get away, come down. They are not addressed to Shama as it apparently looked, but they were a direct order to the snake and its poison not to rise up and circulate through Shama's body. Like others well versed in Mantra Shastra, he had not to use any incantation, charge rice or water, etc. His words only were most efficacious in saving the life of Shama. Anyone hearing the story and other similar ones will beget firm faith in the feet of Sai Baba, and the only way to cross the ocean of Maya is to remember the feet of Baba in the heart. Cholera epidemic. Once cholera was raging virulently in Shirdi. The residents were much frightened and they stopped all communication with the outside people. The Panch of the village assembled together and decided upon 2 ordinances as a remedy to check and put down the epidemic. They were no fuel cart should be allowed to come in the village and no goat should be killed there. If anybody disobeyed these ordinances, they were to be fined by the village authorities and the Panch. Baba knew that all these were mere superstition and therefore he cared a damn for the cholera ordinances. While the ordinances were in force, a fuel cart came there and wanted to enter the village. Everybody knew that there was dearth or scarcity of fuel in the village. Still, the people began to drive away the fuel cart. Baba came to know of this. He came to the spot and asked the cartman to take the fuel cart to the masjid. None dared to raise his voice against this action of Baba. He wanted fuel for his duni, and so he purchased it. Like an Agnihotri, keeping his sacred fire alive throughout his life, Baba kept his duni ever burning all day and night, and for this he always stocked the fuel. Baba's home, that is the masjid, was free and open to all. It had no lock and key, and some poor people removed and some wood from there for their use. Baba did not grumble about this. Baba saw that the whole universe was pervaded by the Almighty, and so he never bore enmity or ill will to anybody. Though perfectly detached, he behaved like an ordinary householder to set an example to the people. Ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Let us now see how the second cholera ordinance fared with Baba. While it was in force, somebody brought a goat to the masjid. It was weak, old, and about to die. At this time, Fakir Pir Muhammad of Malagaon, alias Bade Baba, was near. Sai Baba asked him to behead it with one stroke and offer it as an oblation. This Bade Baba was much respected by Sai Baba. He always sat on the right side of Sai Baba. After the chilim was first smoked by him, it was then offered to Baba and others. After the dishes were served at the time of taking meals at noon, Baba called Bade Baba and made him sit on his left side, and then all partook of food. Baba paid him also daily ₹50 out of the amount collected as dakshina. Baba accompanied him 100 steps whenever he went away from the masjid. Such was his position with Baba. But when Baba asked him to behead the goat, he flatly refused, saying why it should be killed for nothing. Then Baba asked Shama to kill it. He went to Radha Krishna Maya and brought a knife from her and placed it before Baba. Knowing the purpose for which the knife was taken, she recalled it. Then Shama went to bring another knife, but stayed in the Vada and did not return soon. Then came the turn of Kaka Sahib Dikshit. He was gold, no doubt, but had to be tested. Baba asked him to get a knife and kill the goat. He went to Satewada and returned with a knife. He was ready to kill it at Baba's bidding. He was born in a pure Brahmin family and never in his life knew killing. Though quite averse to do any act of violence, still he made himself bold to kill the goat. All the people wondered to see that while Bade Baba, a Mohammedan, was unwilling to kill it, but this Brahmin was making preparation to do so. He tightened his dhota and with a semicircular motion raised his hand with the knife and looked at Baba for the final signal. Baba said, "What What are you thinking of? Go on, strike. Then, when the hand was just about to come down, Baba said, stop. How cruel you are. Being a Brahmin, you are killing a goat. Kaka Sahib obeyed and kept the knife down and said to Baba, your word is law unto us. We do not know any other ordinance. We remember you always, meditate on your form and obey you day and night. We do not know or consider whether it is right or wrong to kill. We do not want to reason or discuss things, but implicit and prompt compliance with Guru's order is our duty and dharma. Then Baba said to Kaka Sahib that he would himself do the offering and killing business. It was settled that the goat should be disposed of near a place called Thakiya, where fakirs used to sit. Then when the goat was being taken to that place, it fell dead on the way. Hemant Pant closes this chapter with a classification of disciples. He says that there are three kinds: first or best, second or average, and third or ordinary. The best kind of disciple are those who guess what their gurus want and immediately carry it out and serve them without waiting for an order from them. The average disciples are those who carry out the orders of their masters to a letter without any delay. And the third kind of disciple are those who go on postponing the carrying out of their order and make mistakes at every step. The disciples should have firm faith backed up by intelligence, and if they add patience to this, their spiritual goal will not be distant. Control of breath, ingoing and outgoing, or hatha yoga, or other difficult practices are not at all necessary. When the disciples get the above mentioned qualities, they become ready for further instructions, and the masters then appear and lead them on in their spiritual paths to perfection. In the next chapter, we deal with Baba's interesting wit and humor. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 24. Baba's wit and humor. Sudama and Chana Leela, Hemant Pant, Sudama, Anna Chinchinkar versus Maushibai. Preliminary. Unless we surrender our ego to the feet of our Sadguru, we will not succeed in our undertaking. If we become egoless, then our success is assured. By worshipping Sai Baba, we attain both the objects, worldly and spiritual, and are fixed in our true nature and get peace and happiness. Therefore, those who want to accomplish or gain their welfare should respectfully hear Sai Baba's Leelas or stories and meditate on them. If they do this, they will easily attain the object of their life and get bliss. Generally, all people like wit and humor, but they do not like that jokes should be cut at their expense. But Baba's method was peculiar. When it was accompanied with good gestures, it was very interesting and instructive, and the people therefore did not mind, even if they were held up to the ridicule. Hemant Pant gives his own instance below. Chana Leela. In Shirdi, a special bazaar was held every Sunday, and people from the neighboring villages came there, erected booths and stalls in the open street, and sold their wares and commodities. Every noon at the masjid was crowded, but on Sunday it was crowded to suffocation. On one such Sunday, Hemant Pant sat in front of Baba, shampooing his legs and muttering God's name. Shama was on Baba's left, Vaman Rao to his right, Shriman Bhuti and Kaka Sahib Dikshit and others were also present there. Then Shama laughed and said to Anna Sahib, see that some grains seem to have stuck to the sleeve of your coat. So saying, he touched the sleeve and found that there were some grains. Hemant Pant straightened his left forearm to see what the matter was, and to the surprise of all, some grains of gram came rolling down and were picked up by the people who were sitting there. This incident furnished a subject matter for joke. Everybody present began to wonder and say something or other as to how the grains found their way into sleeve of the coat and lodged there so long. Hemant Pant also could not guess. When nobody could give any satisfactory explanation in this matter, and everybody was wondering about this mystery, Baba said as follows: this fellow, Anna Sahib, has got the bad habit of eating alone. Today is a bazaar day and he came here chewing grams. I know his habit and these grams are a proof of it. What wonder is there in this matter? Hemant Pant, Baba, I never know of eating things alone. Then why do you shoulder this bad habit on me? I have never yet seen Shirdi Bazaar. I never went to bazaar today. Then how could I buy grams and how could I eat them if I had not brought them? I never eat anything unless I share it with others present around me at the time of my meals. Baba, it is true that you give to the person present, but if none be nearby, what could you or I do? But do you remember me before eating? Am I not always with you? Then do you offer me anything before you eat? Moral. Let us mark and note carefully what Baba has taught us by this incident. He has advised us that before the senses, mind, and intellect enjoy their object, first he should be remembered, and if this be done, it is in a way by making an offering to him. The senses, etc., can never remain without their objects, but if those objects are first offered to the Guru, the attachment for them will naturally vanish. In this way, all the vrittis regarding desire, anger, avarice, etc., should first be offered and directed to the Guru. And if this practice be followed, the Lord will help you in eradicating all the vrittis. When before enjoyment of the object, you think that Baba is present, the question whether the object is fit to be enjoyed or not will at once arise. Then the object that is not fit to be enjoyed will be shunned, and in this way our vicious habits or vices will disappear and our character will improve. Then love for the Guru will grow and pure knowledge will sprout up. When this knowledge grows, the bondage of body consciousness will snap and our intellect will be merged in spirit consciousness. Then we shall get bliss and contentment. There is no difference between Guru and God. He who sees any difference in them finds God nowhere. So leaving aside all ideas of difference, we should regard Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru as stated above, God will certainly please, and by purifying our minds will give us self-realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any object with our senses, etc., without first remembering our Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will be always reminded of Baba, and our meditation on Baba will grow apace. The Sagun form of Baba will ever be before our eyes, and then devotion, non-attachment, and salvation will all be ours. When Baba's form is thus fixed before our mental vision, we forget hunger, thirst, and this sansar. The consciousness of worldly pleasures will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness. Sudama's story. When the above story was being narrated, Hemant Pant was reminded of a similar story of Sudama, which illustrates the same principle, and therefore it is given here. Sri Krishna and his elder brother Balarama were living with a co-student named Sudama in the ashram of their guru Sandipani. Once Krishna and Balaram they sent to the forest for bringing fuel. Then the wife of Sandipani sent Sudama also for the same purpose with some quantity of grains for the three. When Krishna met Sudama in the forest, he said to him, Dada, I want water as I am thirsty. Sudama replied, no water should be drunk on an empty stomach, so it is better to rest a while. He did not say that he had got grams with him and that Krishna should take some. As Krishna was tired, he lay down for rest on the lap of Sudama and was soon snoring. On seeing this, Sudama took out the grams and began to eat. Then Krishna suddenly asked him, Dada, what are you eating? What is this chitter-chatter sound? He replied, what is there to eat? I am shivering with cold and my teeth are chattering. I can't even repeat Vishnu Sahasranamam. Hearing this, the omniscient Krishna said, I just had a dream in which I saw a man eating things of another. And when asked about this, he said, what should he eat? Meaning thereby that he had nothing to eat. The other man said, let it be so, Dada, this is only a dream. I know that you won't eat anything without me. Under the influence of the dream, I asked you what you were eating. If Sudama had known the omniscient Sri Krishna and his Leelas, he would not have acted as he did. Therefore, he had to suffer for what he did. Though he was a chum of Sri Krishna, he had to pass his later life in utter poverty. But when he later offered Krishna a handful of parched rice earned by his wife with her own labor, Krishna was pleased and gave him a golden estate to enjoy. This story should be remembered by those who have the habit of eating things alone without partaking them with others. The Shruti also emphasizes this lesson and asks us to offer things first to God and then enjoy them after they are renounced by him. Baba also has taught us the same lesson in his imitable and humorous way. Anna Chinchanikar versus Moshibai. Hemant Pant now describes another witty incident in which Baba played a peacemaker's part. There was one devotee by name Damodar Ganashyam Babare alias Anna Chinchanikar. He was simple, rustic and straightforward. He cared for nobody, always spoke plainly and carried all dealings in cash. Though he looked outwardly harsh and uncompromising, he was good-natured and guileless. So Sai Baba loved him. He has willed away all his property to Sri Sai Baba Sansthan Shirdi. One day, like others, serving Baba in their own way, this Anna was shampooing the left arm of Baba, which rested on the Kathada railing. On the right side, on one old widow named Venubai Kaujalgi, whom Baba called mother and all others called Moshibai, was serving Baba in her own way. This Moshibai was an elderly woman of pure heart. She clasped the fingers of both her hands round the trunk of Baba and was at this time massaging Baba's abdomen. She did this so forcibly that Baba's back and abdomen became flat and Baba moved from side to side. Anna on the other side was steady, but Moshibai's face moved up and down with her strokes. Once it so happened that her face came very close to Anna's. Being of a witty disposition, she remarked, "Oh, this Anna is a lewd fellow. He wants to kiss me. Even being so old with grey hair, he feels no shame in kissing me." These words enraged Anna, and he pulled up his sleeves and said, "You say that I am an old bad fellow? Am I quite a fool? It is you who has picked up a quarrel with me." All the persons present there were enjoying this encounter between them. Baba, who loved both of them equally and wanted to pacify them, managed the affair very skillfully. Lovingly, he said, "Oh, Anna, why are you unnecessarily raising this hue and cry? I do not understand what harm or impropriety is there when the mother is kissed." Hearing these words of Baba, both of them were satisfied, and all the persons laughed merrily and enjoyed Baba's wit to their heart's content. Baba's characteristics, his dependency on bhaktas. Baba allowed his devotees to serve him in their own way and did not like any other person interfering in this. To quote an instance, the same Moshibai was on other occasion kneading Baba's abdomen. Seeing the force used by her, all other devotees felt nervous and anxious. They said, "Oh mother, be more considerate and moderate, otherwise you will break Baba's arteries and nerves." At this, Baba got up at once from his seat and dashed his satka on the ground. He got enraged and his eyes became red like a live embers. None dared to stand before Baba. Then he took hold of one end of Satka with both hands and pressed it in the hollow of his abdomen. The other end he fixed to the post and began to press his abdomen against it. The Satka, which was about 2 or 3 feet in length, seemed all ready to go into the abdomen, and the people feared that abdomen would be ruptured in a short time. The post was fixed and immovable, and Baba began to go closer and closer to it and clasped the post firmly. Every moment the rupture was expected, and they were all dismayed, did not know what to do, and stood dumb with wonder and fear. The other devotees wanted only to give a hint to the Moshibai to be moderate in her service and not cause any trouble or pain to Baba. They were surprised to see that their well-intentioned effort had resulted in this crisis, and they would do nothing but to wait and watch. Fortunately, Baba's rage soon cooled down. He left the Satka and resumed his seat. From this time onward, the devotees took the lesson that they should not meddle with anybody but allow him to serve Baba as he chooses, as he was capable to gauge the merits and worth of the service rendered unto him. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 25, Damu's Anna Asar of Ahmednagar, Speculation, Amaralila. Preliminary. We begin this chapter with a prostration with all our 8 limbs to Sai Baba, who is an ocean of mercy, the God incarnate, the Parabrahma, and the great Yogeshwara. Victory be unto Sai Baba, who is the crestwell of the saints and abode of all auspicious things, our Atma Raman, and the sole refuge of the devotees. We prostrate ourselves before him who has attained the aim and end of life. Sai Baba is always full of mercy. What is wanted on our part is wholehearted devotion to him. When a devotee has got firm faith and devotion, his wishes are soon fulfilled. When the desire arose in the mind of Hemant Pant to write the life and leelas of Sai Baba, he immediately got it written by him. When the order to keep the memos was given, Hemant Pant was inspired and his intellect got strength and boldness to undertake and finish the work. He was not, as he says, qualified to write the work, but the gracious blessings of Baba enabled him to complete the undertaking, and thus you have the Satcharita, which is a cistern or a Somakant well, from which nectar in the form of Sai Leelas oozes out for the readers to drink to their heart's content. Whenever a devotee had complete and wholehearted devotion to Sai Baba, all his calamities and dangers were warded off and his welfare attended to by Baba. The story of Damodar Savalaram Rasani Kasar of Ahmednagar, alias Damu Anna, illustrating the above statement, is given below. Damu Anna. The readers are aware that a mention of this gentleman was made in the 6th chapter regarding the celebration of Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. He went to Shirdi about the year 1895 AD when the Ram Navami Utsav celebration began, and since that time he has been providing an ornamental flag for that occasion every year. He also feeds the poor and the fakirs who come there for the festival. His speculations. Number one, cotton trading. A Mumbai friend of Damu Anna wrote to him that they should do some cotton speculation business in partnership, which would bring them about 2 lakhs of rupees as profit. Damu Anna says in his statement made about the year 1936 to Mr. B.V. Narasimha Swami that the proposal about speculating at Mumbai in cotton was from a broker who was not to be a partner, and that he, Damu Anna, was to be the sole adventurer. That page 75 of the Devotee's Experience, Part 2. The broker wrote that the business was good and involved no risk, and that the opportunity should not be lost. Damu Anna was vacillating. He could not at once determine to venture into the speculation. He thought over this, and as he was a devotee of Baba, he wrote a detailed letter to Shama giving all the facts and requested him to consult Baba and take his advice in the matter. Shama got the letter next day, and when he went with it at noon to Masjid and placed it before Baba, he asked Shama what the matter was and what the letter was about. He replied that Damu Anna of Nagar wanted to consult him about something. Then Baba said, "What does he write and what does he plan? It seems that he wants to reach the sky and he is not content with what God has given him. Read his letter." Shama then said, "The letter contains what you have just said. O Deva, you sit here calm and composed and agitate the devotees, and when they get restless, you draw them here, some in person and others through letters. If you know the content of the letter, why do you then press me to read it?" Baba said, "Oh Shama, read it. I speak at random, and who believes me?" Then Shama read the letter, and Baba heard it attentively and said feelingly, "The Seth, Damu Anna, has gone mad. Write to him in reply that nothing is wanting in his house. Let him be content with the half loaf bread he has and not bother himself about lakhs." Shama sent the reply which Damu Anna was anxiously waiting for. After reading it, he found that all his hopes and prospects about lakhs of rupees as profit were dashed to the ground. He thought that he had done a mistake by consulting Baba, but as Shama had hinted in the reply that there was always much difference in seeing and hearing, and that therefore he should come to Shirdi personally and see Baba, he thought it was advisable to go to Shirdi and consult Baba personally about the affair. So he went to Shirdi, saw Baba, prostrated himself before him, and sat shampooing his legs. He had no courage to ask Baba openly about the speculation, but he thought in his mind that it would be better if some share in the business should be assigned to Baba, and said in his mind that if Baba were to help him in this transaction, he would surrender some share of profits to him. Damu Anna was thus thinking secretly in his mind, but nothing was veiled from Baba. Everything past, present, and future were clear to him. A child wants sweet, but his mother gives him bitter pills. The former spoil his health, while the latter improve it. So the mother, looking to the welfare of her infant, coaxes and gives bitter pills. Baba, kind mother as he was, knew the present and future prospects of his devotees, and therefore, reading Damu Anna's mind, he openly spoke to him, "Babu, I do not want to be entangled in any such worldly things." On seeing Baba's disapproval, Damu Anna dropped the enterprise. Grain dealing. Then he thought of trading in rice, wheat, and other grains. Baba read this thought also and said to him, "You will be buying at 5 seers and selling at 7 seers a rupee." So this business was also given up. The rise in the prices of grains was kept up for some time, and Baba's prophecy seemed to be falsified, but in a month or two there were abundant rain everywhere and the prices suddenly fell down, and therefore those who stored grains suffered a severe losses. Damu Anna was saved from his fate. Needless to say that the cotton speculation, which was conducted by the broker with the help of another merchant, also collapsed with severe loss to the adventurers. After seeing that Baba had saved him from 2 severe losses in cotton and grain speculations, Damu Anna's faith in Baba grew stronger, and he remained a true devotee of Baba till his passing away. Amra Leela, Mango Miracle. Once a parcel of about 300 good mangoes was received at Shirdi. It was sent from Goa by one Mamalthar named Rale to Sai Baba in the name of Shama. When it was opened, all the mangoes were found to be in good condition. They were given in Shama's charge and only 4 were retained and placed in Kolamba by Baba. He said, "These 4 fruits are for Damu Anna, let them lie there." This Damu Anna had 3 wives. According to his statement mentioned above, he had not 3 but 2 wives only. He had no issue. He consulted many astrologers and himself studied astrology to some extent and found that as there was a Papi, inauspicious planet in his horoscope, there was no prospect of any issue to him in this life. But he had a great faith in Baba. When he went to Shirdi 2 hours after the receipt of the manga parcel for worshipping Baba, he said, "Though other people are looking for the mangoes, they are damyas. He whose they are should eat and die." Damu Anna, on hearing these words, was first shocked, but on Malsapati explaining to him that death meant the death of the ego and to have it at Baba's feet was a blessing. Damu Anna said that he could accept the fruits and eat them. But Baba said to him, "Do not eat yourself, but give them to your younger wife. This Amra Leela, mango miracle of 4 mangoes, will give her 4 sons and 4 daughters." This was done, and in due course it was found Baba's words turned out true and not those of the astrologers. Baba's speech established his efficacy or greatness while he was living in the flesh, but it did not same even after his passing away. But it did the same even after his passing away. Baba said, "Believe me, though I pass away, my bones in my tomb would be speaking, moving, and communicating with those who would surrender themselves wholeheartedly to me. Do not be anxious that I would be absent from you. You will hear my bones speaking and discussing your welfare. But remember me always, believe in me, heart and soul, and then you will be most benefited." Prayer. Hemant Pant closes this chapter with a prayer. "O Sai Sadguru, the wish-fulfilling tree of the Bhaktas, we pray let us never forget and lose sight of your feet. We have been troubled with the ins and outs in the sansar. Now free us from this cycle of births and deaths. Restrain us from the outgoing of our senses to their objects and introvert us and bring us face to face with the Atma. As long as this outgoing tendency of the senses and the mind is not checked, there is no prospect of self-realization. Neither son nor wife nor friend will be of any use in the end. It is only you who will give us the salvation and bliss. Destroy completely our tendency for discussions and other evil matters. Let our tongue get a passion for chanting your name. Drive out our thoughts and make us forget our bodies and do away with our egoism. Make us ever remember your name and forget all other things. Remove the restlessness of our mind and make it steady and calm. If you just clasp us, the darkness of night of our ignorance will vanish and we shall live happily in your light. That you made us drink the nectar of your Leelas and awakened us from our slumber is due to your grace and our store of merits in past birth." Note, in this connection, the following extract from Damu Anna's statement mentioned above is worth perusal, page 76. "Once, when I sat at his feet, along with many others, I had 2 questions in my mind, and he gave answers to both. There are so many crowding to Sai Baba. Do they all get benefit from him? To this, he replied orally, Look at the mango tree in blossom. If all the flowers become fruit, what a splendid crop it would be. But do they? Most fall off by wind, etc. Very few remain. The second question was about myself. If Baba were to pass away, how hopelessly adrift I would be, and how am I to fare then? To this, Baba answered that he would be with me whenever and wherever I thought of him. That promise he had kept up before 1918 and has been keeping up after 1918. He is still with me. He is still guiding me. This was about 1910 to 11 when brothers separated from me and my sisters died, and there was a theft and police inquiry. All these incidents made me very disturbed. When my sister died, my mind was much upset. I did not care for life and enjoyments. When I went to Baba, he pacified me with his upadesh and made me eat a feast of Puran Poli at Appa Kulkarni's house. There was a theft in my house. A 30-year-old friend of mine stole my wife's jewel box, including her auspicious Nath nose ring. I wept before Baba's photo. The next day, the man returned the jewel box and asked for pardon. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 26, Stories of Bhakta Pant, Harishchandra Pitale, Gopal Ambedkar. Preliminary. All the things that we see in the universe are nothing but a play of Maya, the creative power of the Lord. These things do not really exist. What really exists is the absolute. Just as we mistake a rope or a garland for a serpent on account of darkness, we always see the phenomena, that is, things as they outwardly appear, and not the noumenon which underlies all the visible things. It is only the Sadguru who opens the eyes of our understanding and enables us to see things in their true light and not as they appear. Let us therefore worship the Sadguru and pray to him to give us the true vision, which is nothing but God vision. Inner worship. Hemant Pant has given us a novel form of worship. Let us, he says, use water in the form of tears of joy to wash the Sadguru's feet. Let us besmear his body with sandal paste of pure love. Let us cover his body with the cloth of true faith. Let us offer 8 lotus in the form of our 8 sattvic emotions and fruit in the form of our concentrated mind. Let us apply to his head the bhukka, black powder, in the form of devotion, and tie the waistband of bhakti and place our head at his feet. After decorating the Sadguru with all ornamentation this way, let us offer ourselves to him and wave charmer of devotion to ward off heat. After such blissful worship, let us pray thus: turn our mind inward, give us discrimination between the unreal and the real, and non-attachment for all worldly things, and thus enable us to get self-realization. We surrender ourselves, body and soul, to you. Make our eyes yours, so that we should never feel pleasure and pain. Control our body and mind as you wish. Let our mind rest at your feet. Now, let us turn to the stories of this chapter. Bhakta Pant. Once it so happened that a devotee by name Pant, a disciple of another guru, had the good fortune of visiting Shirdi. He had no mind to go to Shirdi, but man proposes one way and God disposes the other. He was traveling in a BB and CL rail train where he met many friends bound for Shirdi. They all asked him to accompany them and he could not say no. They alighted at Mumbai while Pant got down at Virar. There he took the permission of his guru for the Shirdi trip, and after arranging for the expenses, left with the party for Shirdi. They all reached the place in the morning and went to masjid at about 11 a.m. On seeing the concourse of the devotees assembled for Baba's worship, they were all pleased, but Pant suddenly got a fit and fell senseless. They were all frightened. Still, they tried their best to revive his senses. With Baba's grace, after sprinkling water over his head, he regained his consciousness and sat upright as if he was just awakened from sleep. The omniscient Baba, knowing that he was a disciple of another guru, assured him and confirmed his faith in his own guru by addressing him as follows: come what may, leave not, but stick to your own bolster, that is support, that is guru, and remain steady with him. Pant at once knew the significance of this remark, and thus he was reminded of his guru. This kindness of Baba he never forgot in his life. Harishchandra Pitale. There was a gentleman by name Harishchandra Pitale in Mumbai. He had a son who suffered from epilepsy. He tried many allopathic and Ayurvedic physicians, but there was no cure. There remained only one way of remedy, that is resorting to the saints. It has been stated in chapter 15 that Das Gano, by his inimitable and splendid kirtana, spread the fame of Sai Baba in the Mumbai presidency. Mr. Pitale heard some of these kirtanas in 1910 and learned from the kirtanas and others that Baba, with his touch and mere glance, cured many incurable diseases. Then a desire arose in his mind to see Sai Baba. Making all preparations and taking offerings and fruit baskets, Mr. Pitale came to Shirdi with wife and children. He then went to masjid with them, prostrated before Baba, and placed his sixth son at Baba's feet. No sooner did Baba see the child than an untoward thing happened. The son immediately revolved his eyes and fell down senseless. His mouth began to throw foam and his whole body began to perspire profusely, and it seemed as if he was breathing his last. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous and upset. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to persist long. Tears began to flow ceaselessly from the mother's eyes, and she began to wail that her condition was like that of a person who, being afraid of the robbers, ran into a house which collapsed on him, or like a cow fearing a tiger, ran into the hands of a butcher, or like a traveler who, being tormented by the heat of the sun, went to take refuge under a tree which fell upon him, or like a devout person going for worship into a temple which collapsed upon him. Baba comforted her, saying, "Do not wail like this. Wait a bit. Have patience. Take the boy to your lodgings. He will come to his senses within half an hour." They did as directed by Baba and found that his words came true. As soon as he was taken into the Vada, the boy recovered, and all the Pitale family and others were very happy, and all their doubts disappeared. Then Mr. Pitale went with his wife to see Baba and prostrated himself before him very humbly and respectfully, and sat shampooing his legs and mentally thanking Baba for his kind help. Baba then smilingly said, "Have not all your thoughts, doubts, and apprehensions calmed down now? Hari will protect him who has got faith and patience." Mr. Pitale was a rich and well-to-do gentleman. He distributed sweetmeats on a large scale and offered to Baba excellent fruits and pan. Mrs. Pitale was a very pious lady, simple, loving, and faithful. She used to sit near the post, gazing at Baba with tears of joy flowing down from her eyes. Seeing her amicable and loving nature, Baba was much pleased with her. Like God's saints are always dependent on their devotees who surrender and worship them with their heart and soul. After passing some happy days in Baba's company, the Pitale family came to Masjid to take Baba's leave to depart. Baba gave them udi and blessings and called Mr. Pitale close to him and said, "Babu, I had given you rupees 2 before. Now I give you rupees 3. Keep these in your shrine for worship and you will be benefited." Mr. Pitale accepted these as prasad, prostrated himself again before Baba and prayed for his blessings. A thought arose in his mind that as this was his first visit to Shirdi, he could not understand what Baba meant when he said that he had given rupees 2 previously. He was curious to have this mystery solved, but Baba kept silent. When Mr. Pitale returned to Mumbai, he narrated to his old mother all that had happened at Shirdi and the mystery about Baba's giving him rupees 2 earlier. The mother also did not understand the mystery, but thinking seriously about this, she was reminded of an old incident which solved the mystery. She said to her son, "As you now went to Sai Baba with your son, so had your father done when he took you to Akalkot for the darshan of the Maharaj there many years ago. That Maharaj was also a Siddha, perfect yogi, omniscient and gracious. Your father was devout and his worship was accepted. He then gave your father rupees 2 for being kept in shrine and worshipped. Your father worshipped them till his death, but thereafter the worship was neglected and the rupees were lost. After some years, the memory of these 2 rupees also disappeared, and now, as you are very fortunate, the Akalkot Maharaj has appeared to you in this form of Sai Baba just to remind you of your duties and worship to ward off all dangers. Now beware henceforth. Duties Now beware henceforth. Leave all doubts and bad thoughts. Follow your ancestors and go on worshipping the family gods and the rupees and take pride in the blessing of the saints. Sai Samartha has kindly revived the spirit of bhakti in you. Cultivate it to your benefit." Hearing the remarks of the mother, Mr. Pitale was very much delighted. He came to know and was convinced about the all-pervasiveness of Baba and the significance of his darshan. Then onwards, he became very careful about his conduct. Mr. Ambedkar. Mr. Gopal Narayana Ambedkar of Pune was a devotee of Baba. He served for 10 years in Abkhari department in the Thana district and in the Jauhar state, from where he had to retire. He tried to get some other job, but he did not succeed. He was overtaken by other calamities and his condition grew from bad to worse. He passed 7 years in this condition, visiting Shirdi every year and placing his grievance before Baba. In 1916, his plight became worse and he decided to commit suicide in Shirdi. So he came there with his wife and stayed for 2 months. One night, while sitting in a bullock cart in front of Dikshit Varda, he resolved to end his life by throwing himself into a well close by. But Baba wished to do something else. A few paces from this place, there was a hotel, and its proprietor, Mr. Shagun, a devotee of Baba, came out and accosted him thus: "Did you ever read Akalkot Maharaj's life?" Ambedkar took this book from Shagun and began to read it. Casually, or we may say providentially, he came across a story which was to this effect: during the lifetime of Akalkot Maharaj, a certain devotee suffered very much from an incurable disease, and when he could no longer endure the agony and pain, he became desperate, and in order to end his miseries, threw himself one night into a well. Immediately, the Maharaj came there and took him out with his own hands and advised him thus: "You must bear the fruit, good or bad, of your past actions. If it is incomplete, suicide won't help you. You have to take another birth and suffer again. So instead of killing yourself, why not suffer for some time and finish up the fruit of your past deeds and be done with it once and for all? Reading this appropriate and timely story, Ambedkar was much surprised and moved. Had he not got Baba's hint through the story, he would have been no more. On seeing Baba's all-pervasiveness and benevolence, his faith in him was confirmed and he became a staunch devotee. His father was a devotee of Akalkot Maharaj, and Sai Baba wanted him to walk in his father's footsteps and continue his devotion to him. He then got Sai Baba's blessings and his prospects began to improve. He studied astrology and gained proficiency in it and thereby improved his lot. He was able to earn sufficient money and pass his later life in ease and comfort. Woe to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 27, favor shown by giving Bhagavat and Vishnu Sahasranam, Dikshit Vital's vision, Gita Rahasya Kapardes. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favored his devotees by granting them religious books after he had touched and consecrated them for Parayan and certain other matters. Preliminary. When a man takes a plunge into the sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the tirthas and sacred rivers. Similarly, when a man takes refuge at the feet of Sadguru, he gets the merit of bowing to the Trinity, that is Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh, and also Parabrahma. Victory be unto Sri Sai, the wish-fulfilling tree and the ocean of knowledge who gives us self-realization. O Sai, create in us reverence for your stories. Let the readers and audience devour them with the same relish with which the chantak bird drinks the water from the clouds and becomes happy. While listening to your stories, let them and their families get all the true and pious emotion. That is, let their bodies perspire, let their eyes be full of tears, let their breath be steady, let their minds be composed, let their hair stand on end, let them cry, sob and quiver, let their hostilities vanish. When these things happen, that is the sign of grace of the Guru drawing upon them. When these emotions grow in you, the Guru is most pleased and will certainly lead you on the path of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to get free from the shackles of Maya is our complete and wholehearted surrender to Baba. The Vedas cannot take you across the ocean of Maya. It is only the Sadguru who can do so and make you see the God in all creatures. Granting consecrated book. The various methods of imparting instructions followed by Baba have already been noticed in the previous chapters. In this, we shall deal with one aspect of it. It was the habit of some devotee to take to Baba some religious book of which they wanted to make a special study and to receive the same back from him after they were touched and consecrated by him. While reading such books daily, they felt that Baba was with them. Once Kaka Mahajani came to Shirdi with a copy of Eknati Bhagavat. Shama took this book to read in the masjid. There, Baba took it from him, touched it, and turning some pages here and there, gave it back to Shama and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belonged to Kaka and had to be returned to him, "No, no," replied Baba. "As I have given it to you, you better keep it. It will be of use to you." In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajani, after a few days, came again and with another copy of the same Bhagavat and gave it in Baba's hand. Then Baba gave it back as prasad and asked him to preserve it well and ensured him that it would stand him in good stead. Kaka accepted it with reverence. Shama and Vishnu Sahasranam. Shama was a very intimate devotee of Baba, and Baba wanted to favor him in a particular way by giving him a copy of Vishnu Sahasranam as prasad. This was done in the following way. Once a Ramadasi, follower of Saint Ramadas, came to Shirdi and stayed there for some time. The routine he followed daily was as follows. He got up early in the morning, washed his face, bathed, and then after wearing saffron-colored clothes and besmearing himself with sacred ashes, read Vishnu Sahasranama, a book giving 1,000 names in praise of Vishnu and held second in importance to Bhagavad Gita, and Adhyatma Ramayan, esoteric version of Rama's story, with faith. He read these books very often. After some days, Baba thought of favoring and initiating Shama with Vishnu Sahasranam. He therefore called the Ramdasi to him and said to him that he was suffering from intense stomach pain, and unless he took Sonamukhi, a mild purgative drug, the pain would not stop. So he should please go to the bazaar and bring the drug. The Ramadasi closed his book and went to the bazaar. Then Baba came from his seat to Ramadasi's place of reading and took out the copy of Vishnu Sahasranam, and after coming back to his seat said to Shama, Shama, this book is very valuable and efficacious, so I present it to you. Read it. Once I suffered intensely and my heart began to palpitate and my life was in danger. At that crucial moment, I hugged this book to my heart, and then Shama, what a relief it gave me. I thought that Allah himself came down and said me, so I give this to you. Read it slowly, little by little. Read daily one name at least, and it will do you good. Shama replied that he did not want it and that the owner of it, the Ramadasi, who was a bad-tempered, obstinate and irritable fellow, would certainly pick up the quarrel with him. Besides, being a rustic himself, he could not read distinctly the Sanskrit Devanagari script text of the book. Shama thought that Baba wanted to set him up against the Ramadasi by this act of his, but he had no idea what Baba felt for him. Baba must have thought to tie this necklace of Vishnu Sahasranam round the neck of Shama, as he was an intimate devotee, though a rustic, and thus save him from the miseries of worldly existence. The efficacies of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendency, frees us from the cycle of births and deaths. There is no easier sadhana than this. It is the best purifier of our mind. It requires no paraphernalia and no restriction. It is so easy and so effective. This sadhana Baba wanted Shama to practice, though he did not crave for it. So Baba forced this on him. It is also reported that long ago, Eknath Maharaj similarly forced this Vishnu Sahasranam on a poor Brahmin neighbor and thus saved him. The reading and study of this Vishnu Sahasranama is a broad open way of purifying the mind, and hence Baba thrust this on his devotee Shama. The Ramadasi returned soon with the Senapods. Anna Chinchanikar, who was then present and wanted to play the part of Narad, the celestial Rishi, who was well known for setting up confrontation between gods and demons and vice versa, informed him of what had happened. The Ramadasi at once flared up. He came down at once on Shama with full fury. He said that it was Shama who said Baba to send him away under the pretext of stomachache for bringing the medicine, and thus took away the book. He began to scold and abuse Shama and remarked that if the book was not returned, he would dash his head. Shama calmly remonstrated with him, but in vain. Then Baba spoke kindly to him as follows: O Ramadasi, what is the matter with you? Why are you so turbulent? Is not Shama our boy? Why do you scold him unnecessarily? How is it that you are so quarrelsome? Can you not speak soft and tender words? You read this sacred book daily, and still your mind is agitated and your passions uncontrolled. What sort of a Ramadasi are you? You ought to be indifferent to all things. Is it not strange that you should possess this book so strongly? A true Ramadasi should have no mamata attachment, but have samata, equality towards all. You are now quarreling with Shama for a mere book. Go take your seat. Books can be had in plenty with money, but not men. Think well and be considerate. What worth is your book? Shama had no concern with it. I took it up myself and gave it to him. You know it by heart. I thought Shama might read it and benefit thereby, so I gave it to him. How sweet were these words of Baba, soft, tender, and nectar-like. Their effect was wonderful. The Ramadasi calmed down and said to Shama that he would take Pancharatni Gita in return. Shama was much pleased and said, why one? I shall give 10 copies in return. So the matter was ultimately settled. The question for consideration is, why should the Ramadasi press for Pancharatni Gita, a book for which he never cared to know, and why should he, who daily read religious books in the masjid in front of Baba, quarrel with Shama before him? We do not know how to apportion the blame and whom to blame. We only say that had this incident not happened, the importance of the subject, the efficacy of God's name, and the significance of Vishnu Sahasranam would not have been brought home to Shama. So we see that Baba's method of teaching and initiating was unique. In this case, Shama did gradually study the book and mastered its content to such an extent that he was able to explain it to Professor G.J. Narke, ME of the College of Engineering, Pune, the son-in-law of Sriman Bhuti and a devotee of Baba. Vittal Vision. One day, while Kaka Sahib Dikshit was in meditation after his morning bath in his Vada at Shirdi, he saw a vision of Vittal. When he went to see Baba afterwards, Baba asked him, did Vittal Patil come? Did you not see him? He is very elusive. Hold him fast, otherwise he will give you the slip and run away. Then at noon, a certain hawker came there with 20 or 25 pictures of Vittal of Pandarpur for sale. Mr. Dikshit was surprised to see that form of Vittal he saw in his meditation exactly tallied with that in the picture, and he was also reminded of Baba's words. He therefore bought one picture most willingly and kept it in his shrine for worship. Gita Rahasya. Baba always loved those who studied Brahma Vidya, metaphysics, and encouraged them. To give an instance, once Babu Sahib Jog received a post parcel. It contained a copy of Gita Rahasya by Lokmanya Tilak. Taking it under his armpit, he came to masjid and prostrated before Baba. When the parcel fell at Baba's feet, Baba inquired what it was. It was open then and there, and the book was placed in Baba's hand. He turned some pages here and there for a few minutes and took out a rupee from his pocket, placed it on the book, and handed the same with the rupee to Jog and said to him, "Read this book, read this completely, and you will be benefited." Mr. and Mrs. Kaparde. Let us close this chapter with the description of the Kapardes. Once, Dada Saheb Kaparde came with his family and lived in Shirdi for some months. The diary of his stay has been published in English in the Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 1. Dada Sahib was not an ordinary man. He was the affluent and the most famous advocate of Amravati and was a member of the Council of State, Delhi. He was intelligent and a very good speaker. Still, he dared not open his mouth before Baba. Most devotees spoke and argued with Baba off and on, but only three, that is Kaparde, Nulkar and Bhuti, kept always silent. They were meek, modest, humble and good-natured. Dada Sahib, who was able to expound Panchadashi, well-known Sanskrit treatise on the Advait philosophy by famous Vidyaranya, to others uttered no word when he came to masjid before Baba. A man, however learned he may be in Vedas, fades away before one who has realized Brahma and becomes one with it. Learning cannot stand before self-realization. Dada Sahib stayed for 4 months, but Mrs. Kaparde stayed for 7. Both were highly pleased with their Shirdi stay. Mrs. Kaparde was faithful and devout and loved Baba deeply. Every noon she brought Naivedya herself to the masjid, and after it was accepted by Baba, she used to return and take her meals. On seeing her steady and firm devotion, Baba wanted to exhibit it to others. One noon, she brought a dish containing sansa, wheat pudding, puris, rice, soup, and kheer, and other sundry articles to the masjid. Baba, who usually waited for hours, got up at once, went up to his seat, and removing the cover from the dish, began to partake of the things zealously. Shama then asked him, "Why this partiality? At times you throw away dishes of others and do not care to look at them. But this appeals to you earnestly. Why is the dish brought by this lady so sweet? This intrigues us." Baba then explained, "This food is really extraordinary. In former birth, this lady was a merchant's fat cow yielding much milk. Then she disappeared and took birth in a gardener's family, then in a Kshatriya family and married a merchant. Then she was born in a Brahmin family. I saw her after a very long time. Let me take some sweet morsels of love from her dish." After saying this, Baba did full justice to her dish, washed his mouth and hands, belched out as he was fully satisfied, and resumed his seat. Then she bowed down and began to shampoo Baba's legs, and he began to talk with her and knead her arms, which were shampooing his legs. On seeing this reciprocal service, Shama began to joke and said, "It is going on well. It is a wonderful sight to see God and his bhaktas serving each other." After being pleased with her sincere service, Baba asked her in low and fascinating tone to chant Raja Ram, then and always, and said, "If you do this, your life's object will be achieved, your mind will attain peace, and you will be immensely benefited." To persons unfamiliar with spiritual matters, this might appear as a polite gesture, but really it was not so. It was a case of what is technically called Shakti Part, that is, transference of power from the Guru to the disciple. How effective were Baba's words! In an instant, they pierced her heart and remained there. This case illustrates the nature of the relations that should subsist between the Guru and the disciple. Both should love and serve each other as one. There is no distinction nor any difference between them. Both are one, and one cannot live without the other. The disciple, placing his head at the Guru's feet, is a gross or outward vision. Really and internally, they are both one and the same. Those who see any difference between them are yet unripe and not perfect. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all.
Om Sai Ram, chapter 28. Om Shri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Om Sai Ram, Om Sai Ram, Om Sai Ram. Chapter 28. Sparrows drawn to Shirdi. Lakshmi Chand, 2 Burhanpur lady, and 3 Megha. Preliminary. Sai is not finite or limited. He dwells in all beings, from ants and insects to the god Brahma. He pervades all. Sai was well versed and in the knowledge of the Vedas as well as in the science of self-realization. As he was proficient in both these, he was well fitted to be the Sadguru. Anyone though learned but not able to awaken the disciples and establish them in self-realization does not deserve to be called a Sadguru. Generally, the worldly parents give birth to the body, but death invariably follows life. But Sadguru does away with both life and death, and so he is more kind and merciful than anybody. Sai Baba often said that let his man devotee be at any distance, 1,000 kos away from him. He will be drawn to Shirdi like a sparrow with a thread tied to its feet. This chapter describes the stories of 3 such sparrows. Lala Lakshmi Chand. This gentleman was first serving in the Sri Venkateshwara Press in Mumbai, then in the railway department, and afterwards in the firm of Messrs. Raleigh Brothers and Company as a Munshi clerk. He came in Baba's contact in 1910. 1 or 2 months before Christmas, he saw in his dream at Santa Cruz, a suburb of Mumbai, an old man with a beard standing and surrounded by his bhaktas. A few days later, he went to the house of his friend, Dr. Dattatreya Manjunath Bijur, to hear the kirtan by Das Ganu. It was and is always the practice of Das Ganu to keep Baba's picture in front of the audience while doing the kirtan. Lakshmi Chand was surprised to see that the features of the old man he saw in his dream tallied exactly with those in the picture, and thus he came to the conclusion that the old man he saw in his dream was Sai Baba himself. The sight of this picture, Das Ganu's Kirtan, and the life of the Saint Tukaram on which Das Ganu discoursed, all these things made a deep impression on his mind, and he decided to go to Shirdi. It is always the experience of the bhaktas that God always helps them in the search for Sadguru and other spiritual endeavors. That very night, a friend named Shankar Rao knocked at his door and asked him whether he would accompany him to Shirdi. His joy knew no bounds, and he at once decided to go to Shirdi. He borrowed rupees 15 from his cousin, and after making due preparations, left for Shirdi. In the train, he and his friend Shankar Rao did some bhajan, sang religious songs, and inquired about Sai Baba with some fellow passengers, 4 Mohammedans who were returning to the place near Shirdi. They all told them that Sai Baba was a great saint living in Shirdi for many years. When they reached Kopagaon, he wanted to buy some good gawas as offering to Baba, but he was so wrapped in the scenery and sights that he forgot to purchase them. When they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the gawas. Just then, he saw an old woman with a gawa basket in her head, running after the tonga. The tonga was stopped, and he gladly purchased some fruits. And the woman said, "Take all the rest and offer them on my behalf to Baba." The fact was that he had intended to purchase gawas but had forgotten to do so. The old woman's encounter and her devotion to Baba, all these were a pleasant surprise to both the friends, and Lakshmi Chand thought in his mind that the old woman might be some relation to the old man he saw in his dream. Then they drove on and came near Shirdi, and on seeing flags on the masjid, they saluted them. With puja materials in hand, they went to the masjid and worshipped Baba with due ritual. Lakshmi Chand was much moved and was extremely happy to see Baba. He wrapped himself around with Baba's feet as a bee with a sweet smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke as follows. Cunning fellow, he does bhajan on the way and inquires from others. Why ask others? Everything we should see with our own eyes. Where is the necessity to question others? Just think for yourself whether your dream is true or not. Where was the necessity of the darshan by taking loan from a Marwadi? Is the heart's desire not satisfied? Hearing these words, Lakshmi Chand was wonderstruck at Baba's omniscience. He was at a loss to know how Baba came to know about all the things that had happened en route from his house to Shirdi. The chief thing to note in this respect is that Baba never liked people to borrow or take loan for his darshan or celebrating any holiday or making any pilgrimage. Sanza. At noon, when Lakshmi Chand was sitting for meals, he got some sanza, wheat pudding, from a devotee as prasad. He was pleased to have it. Next day also he expected it, but got nothing, so he was anxious to get it again. Then on the third day at the noon aarti time, Bapu Sahib Jog asked Baba what naivedya he should bring. Baba told him to bring sanza. Then the bhaktas brought two big potfuls of sanza. Lakshmi Chand was very hungry and there was some pain in his back. Then Baba said to him, "It is good that you are hungry. Take sanza and some medicine for the pain in the back." He was again wonderstruck to see that Baba again read his mind and spoke out what was passing therein. How omniscient was he! Evil eye. During this visit, he, Lakshmi Chand, also witnessed one night the procession to the Chavadi. Baba then suffered much from cough. He thought that this suffering of Baba might be due to somebody's evil eye. Next morning, when he went to the masjid, Baba spoke to Shama as follows: "I suffered last night from cough. Is it due to some evil eye? I think that someone's evil eye has worked on me and so I am suffering." In this case, Baba spoke out what was going on in the mind of Lakshmi Chand. On seeing these proofs of Baba's omniscience and kindness to his bhaktas, he fell prostrate at Baba's feet and said, "I am much blessed with your darshan. Ever be kind and merciful to me and protect me always. There is no other God to me in this world except you. Let my mind be ever wrapped in your bhajan and feet. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world and let me ever chant your name and be happy." After getting Baba's udi and blessings, he returned home with his friend, much pleased and contented, and was singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained a staunch devotee of Baba then onwards, and always sent garlands of flowers, camphor, and dakshina with any person of his acquaintance bound for Shirdi. Burhanpur Lady, story number 2. Now, let us turn to another sparrow devotee. One lady in Burhanpur saw in her dream Sai Baba coming to her door and begging khichdi, rice cooked with dal and salt, for his meals. On waking up, she saw nobody at her door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told it to all, including her husband. He was employed in the postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife, who were devout persons, decided to go to Shirdi. Then, on a suitable day, they left for Shirdi, and after visiting Gomti Tirth on the way, reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day they went to the masjid, worshipped Baba, and passed their time happily. The couple came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as naivedya, but for the first 14 days, somehow or the other, it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay or tardiness. Then, on the 15th day, she came at noon to the masjid with a khichdi. There she found that Baba and others were already sitting for meals and that the curtain was down. Nobody dared to enter in. When the curtain was down, the lady could not wait. She lifted up the curtain and entered. Strange to say that Baba seemed that day hungry for khichdi and wanted that thing first. And when the lady came in with the dish, Baba was delighted and began to eat morsel after morsel of khichdi. On seeing the earnestness of Baba in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck, and those who heard the story of khichdi were convinced about his extraordinary love for his devotees. Third story, Megha. Now let us go to the third sparrow, Megha. Megha of Viramgaon was a simple and illiterate Brahmin cook of Rao Bahadur H.V. Sathe. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted the 5-syllable mantra, Namah Shivaya. He did not know the Sandhya nor its chief mantra, the Gayatri. Rao Bahadur Sathe was interested in him, taught him the Sandhya and the Gayatri. Sathe told him that Sai Baba of Shirdi was the embodied form of God Shiva and made him start for Shirdi. At the Bharuch railway station, he learned that Sai Baba was a Muslim, and his simple and orthodox mind was much perturbed with the prospect of going down to a Muslim. And he prayed to his master not to send him there. His master, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction to his Sathe's father-in-law, Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelkar, at Shirdi to introduce him to Sai Baba. When he reached Shirdi and went into the masjid, Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. "Kick out the rascal," roared Baba, and then said to Megha, "You are a high caste Brahmin and I am a low Muslim. You will lose your caste by coming here. Just get away." On hearing these words, Megha began to tremble. He was wondering as to how Baba had come to know about what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for some days, serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. Then he went home and then to Triambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for a year and a half. Then again he returned to Shirdi. This time, at the intercession of Dada Kelkar, he was allowed to enter the masjid and stay in Shirdi. Sai Baba's help to Megha was not through any oral instruction. He worked upon Megha internally, mentally, with the result that he was considerably changed and benefited. Then Megha began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, daily leaves are required. And Megha used to go miles and miles every day to bring them and worship Shiva Baba. His practice was to worship all the deities in the village and then come to the masjid. And after saluting Baba's Gadi Asan, he worshipped Baba, and after doing some service, shampooing his legs, drank the washings, tirth of Baba's feet. Once it so happened that he came to the masjid without worshipping Khandoba, as the door of the temple was closed. Baba did not accept this worship and sent him back again, saying that the door was open then. Megha went, found the door open, worshipped the deity, and then returned to Baba as usual. Ganges Bath. On one Makar Sankranti day, Megha wanted to besmear the body of Baba with sandal paste and bath him in the Ganges river. Baba was first unwilling to undergo this, but at his repeated request, he consented. Megha had to traverse a distance of 8 kos. Kos equal 3 miles, 4.8 kilometers, going and returning to bring the sacred water from the Godavari river. He brought the water, made all preparations of the bath at noon, and asked Baba to get ready for the same. Then Baba again asked him to be spared from this bath, saying that as a fakir, he had nothing to do with the Ganges water. But Megha did not listen to him. He knew that Shiva is pleased with Abhishek, sacred bath, on that auspicious day. Baba then consented, came down and sat on a wooden board, and projecting his head said, "Oh Megha, do at least this favor. Head is the most important organ of the body. So pour the water over that only. It is equivalent to the whole bath." "All right," said Megha, and lifting the water pot up, began to pour it on the head. But in doing this, he was so much overwhelmed with love that he cried out, "Har Har Gange, hail goddesses Ganga," and emptied the pot on the whole body. He kept the pot aside and began to look at Baba. But to his surprise and amazement, he found that only Baba's head was drenched, while the body quite dry. Trident and Pindi. Megha worshipped Baba at 2 places. In the masjid, he worshipped Baba in person, and in the Wada. Baba's big picture given by Nana Sahib Sandorkar. This he did for 12 months. Then, in order to appreciate his devotion and confirm his faith, Baba gave him a vision. One morning, when Megha was still lying down on his bed with eyes closed but internally awake, he saw clearly Baba's form. Baba, knowing him to be awake, threw akshata, rice grains marked red with kumkum, and said, "Megha, draw a trident," and disappeared. Hearing Baba's words, he eagerly opened his eyes. So no Baba there, but only rice grains spread here and there. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked permission to draw trident. Baba said, "Did you not hear my words asking you to draw trident? It was no vision, but direct order. My words are always pregnant with meaning and never hollow." Megha said, "I thought you woke me up, but all the doors were closed. So I was doubtful and thought it to be vision." Baba rejoined, "I require no door to enter. I have no form. I always live every birth. As a wire puller, I carry on all the actions of the man who trusts me and merges in me." Megha returned to the Wada and threw a red trident on the wall near Baba's picture. Next day, a Ramadasi Bhakta came from Pune, saluted Baba, and offered him Pindi, a phallic image of Shiva. At this time, Megha also turned up there. Baba said to him, "See, Shankar has come. Protect us, worship him now." Megha was pleasantly surprised to see the Pindi. Also in the Wada, Kakasai Dikshit was standing with a towel on his head after taking his bath and was remembering Sai when he saw a Pindi in his mental vision. While he was wondering about this, Megha came and showed him the Pindi presented to him by Baba. Dikshit was happy to know that this Pindi exactly tallied with the one he saw a few minutes before in his vision. In a few days after the drawing of the trident was complete, Baba installed the Pindi near the big picture which Megha was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was dear to Megha, and by the drawing of the trident and the installation of the Pindi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuous service for Baba for many years during regular worship and arati every noon and evening, Megha passed away in 1912. Then Baba passed his hands over his mortal remains and said, "This was a true devotee of mine." Baba also ordered that at his own expense, the funeral dinner should be given to the Brahmins, and this order was carried out by Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sai Ram. Let me offer this chapter to the humble feet of my Guru, Lord Sri Sai Baba, and the Almighty Lord Swami, Satya Sai Baba of Puttaparthi. Om Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram. Chapter 29. I'm chanting in Hindi. मद्रासी भजन मेला, तेंदुलकर, डॉक्टर कैप्टन हाटे और वामन नार्वेकर आदि की कथाएं। मद्रासी भजन मेला लगभग सन 1916 में एक मद्रासी भजन मंडली पवित्र काशी की तीर्थ यात्रा पर निकली। उस मंडली में एक पुरुष, उनकी स्त्री, पुरुष, पुत्री और साली थी। अभाग्यवश उनके नाम यहाँ नहीं दिए जा रहे। मार्ग में कहीं उनको सुनने में आया कि अहमदनगर के कोपर गांव तालुका के शिरडी ग्राम में श्री साई बाबा नाम के महान संत रहते हैं, जो बहुत दयालु और पहुंचे हुए हैं। वे उदार हृदय और अहेतुक कृपा सिंधु है। वे प्रतिदिन अपने भक्तों को रुपया बांटते करते थे। यदि कोई कलाकार वहां जाकर अपनी कला का प्रदर्शन करता है तो उसे भी पुरस्कार मिलता है। प्रतिदिन दक्षिणा में बाबा के पास बहुत रुपए इकट्ठे हो जाया करते थे। इन रुपये में से वे नित्य 1 रुपया भक्त कोंडा जी को, 3 वर्षीय कन्या अमनी को, किसी को 2 रुपए से 5 रुपए तक, 6 रुपये अमनी की माँ जमली को, और 10 से 20 रुपए तक, और कभी कभी 50 रुपए भी अपनी इच्छा अनुसार अन्य भक्तों को दिया करते थे। ये सुनकर मंडली शिरडी आकर रुकी। मंडली बहुत सुंदर भजन और गायन किया करती थी, परंतु उनका भीतरी ध्येय तो द्रव्योपार्जन ही था। मंडली में 3 व्यक्ति तो बड़े ही लालची थे। केवल प्रधान स्त्री का ही स्वभाव इन लोगों से सर्वथा भिन्न था। उनके हृदय में बाबा के प्रति श्रद्धा तथा आदर था। एक बार जब दोपहर की आरती हो रही थी, तब उस स्त्री की भक्ति और विश्वास देखकर बाबा प्रसन्न हो गए। फिर क्या था, बाबा ने उसे उसके स्त्री के रूप में दर्शन दिए और केवल उसे ही बाबा सीतानाथ के रूप में दिखलाई दिए, जबकि अन्य उपस्थित लोगों को सामान्य ही। अपने प्रिय स्त्री का दर्शन पाकर वो द्रवित हो गई तथा उनका कंठ रुक गया। आंखों से अश्रुधारा बहने लगी। तभी प्रेमोत्सुक होकर वो ताली बजाने लगी। उनको इस प्रकार आनंदित देख लोगों को कौतूहल तो होने लगा, परंतु कारण किसी को भी ज्ञात नहीं हो रहा था। दोपहर के पश्चात उसके वो भेद अपने पति से प्रकट किया। बाबा के श्री राम स्वरूप में उसे कैसे दर्शन हुए इत्यादि उसने सब बताया। पति ने सोचा कि मेरी स्त्री बहुत भोली और भावुक है, अतः इसे राम का दर्शन होना एक मानसिक विकार के अतिरिक्त कुछ नहीं है। उसने ऐसा कहकर उसकी उपेक्षा कर दी कि कहीं ये भी संभव हो न सकता है कि केवल तुम्हें ही बाबा राम के रूप में दिखे और अन्य लोगों को सदैव की भांति ही। स्त्री ने कोई प्रतिवाद न किया, क्योंकि उसे राम के दर्शन जिस प्रकार उस समय हुए थे वैसे ही अभी हो रहे थे। उसका मन शांत, स्थिर और संतृप्त हो चुका था। आश्चर्यजनक दर्शन। इसी प्रकार दिन बीतते गए। एक दिन रात्रि में उसके पति को एक विचित्र स्वप्न आया। उसने देखा कि एक बड़े शहर में पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर रस्सी से बांधकर उसे कारावास में डाल दिया है। तत्पश्चात ही उसने देखा कि बाबा शांत मुद्रा में सिंकल्सों के बाहर उसके समीप खड़े थे। उन्हें अपने समीप खड़े देखकर वो गिड़गिड़ा कर कहने लगा, आपकी कीर्ति सुनकर ही मैं आपके श्री चरणों में आया हूँ। फिर आपके इतने निकट होते हुए भी मेरे ऊपर ये विपदा क्यों आई? तब वे बोले, तुम्हें अपने बुरे कर्मों का फल अवश्य भुगतना चाहिए। वो पुनः बोला कि इस जीवन में मुझे अपने ऐसे कर्म की स्मृति नहीं जिसके कारण मुझे ये दुर्दिन देखने को मिला। बाबा ने कहा कि यदि इस जन्म में नहीं तो गत जन्म में अवश्य कोई बुरा कर्म किया होगा। तब वो कहने लगा कि मुझे तो अपने गत जन्म की कोई स्मृति नहीं, परंतु यदि एक बार मान भी लो कि कोई बुरा कर्म भी हो गया तो आपके यहाँ होते हुए उसे भस्म हो जाना चाहिए। जिस प्रकार सूखी घास अग्नि द्वारा शीघ्र भस्म हो जाती है। बाबा ने पूछा, क्या तुम्हारा सचमुच ऐसा दृढ़ विश्वास है? उसने कहा, हाँ। बाबा ने उससे अपनी आंखें बंद करने को कहा और जब उसने आंखें बंद की उसे किसी भारी वस्तु के गिरने की आहट सुनाई दी। आंखें खोलने पर उसने अपने को कारावास से मुक्त पाया। पुलिस वाला नीचे गिरा पड़ा है और उसके शरीर से रक्त प्रवाहित हो रहा है। ये देखकर वो अत्यंत भयभीत दृष्टि से बाबा की ओर देखने लगा। तब बाबा बोले कि बच्चों, अब तुम्हारी अच्छी तरह खबर ली जाएगी। पुलिस अधिकारी अभी आएंगे और तुम्हें गिरफ्तार कर लेंगे। तब वो गिड़गिड़ा कर कहने लगा कि आपके अतिरिक्त मेरी रक्षा कौन कर सकता है? मुझे तो एकमात्र आपका ही सहारा है। भगवान, मुझे किसी प्रकार बचा लीजिए। तब बाबा ने फिर उससे आंखें बंद करने को कहा। आंखें खोलने पर उसने देखा कि वो पूर्णतः मुक्त होकर सिंकल्सों से बाहर खड़ा है और बाबा भी उनके समीप ही खड़े हैं। तब वो बाबा की श्री चरणों में गिर पड़ा। बाबा ने पूछा कि मुझे बताओ तो तुम्हारे इस नमस्कार और पिछले नमस्कारों में किस प्रकार की भिन्नता है या नहीं? इसका उत्तर अच्छी तरह सोच कर दो। वो बोला कि आकाश और पाताल में जो अंतर है वही अंतर मेरे पहले और इस नमस्कार में है। मेरे पूर्व नमस्कार तो केवल धन प्राप्ति की आशा से की ही थे, परंतु ये नमस्कार मैंने आपको ईश्वर जानकर ही किया है। पहले मेरी धारणा ऐसी थी कि यौन होने के नाते आप हिंदुओं का धर्म प्रस्त कर रहे हैं। बाबा ने पूछा, क्या तुम्हारा यौवन पीरों में विश्वास नहीं? प्रत्युत्तर में उसने कहा, जी नहीं। तब वे फिर पूछने लगे कि क्या तुम्हारे घर में एक पंजा नहीं? क्या तुम ताबूत की पूजा नहीं करते? तुम्हारे घर में अभी भी एक कार बीवी नाम की देवी है जिसके सामने तुमने विवाह तथा अन्य धार्मिक अवसरों पर कृपा की भीख मांगा है करते हो। अंत में जब उसने स्वीकार कर लिया तो वे बोले कि इससे अधिक अब तुम्हें क्या प्रमाण चाहिए? तब उनके मन में अपने गुरु श्री रामदास के दर्शन की इच्छा हुई। बाबा ने ज्यों ही उससे पीछे घूमने को कहा तो उसने देखा श्री रामदास स्वामी उनके सामने खड़े हैं। जैसे ही उसने उनके चरण पर गिरने को तत्पर हुआ, वे तुरंत अदृश्य हो गए। तब वो बाबा से कहने लगा, आप तो वृद्ध प्रतीत होते हैं, क्या आपको अपनी आयु विदित है? बाबा ने पूछा कि तुम क्या कहना चाहते हो? मैं बूढ़ा हूँ? थोड़ी दूर मेरे साथ दौड़ कर तो देखो। ऐसा कहकर बाबा दौड़ने लगे और वो भी उनके पीछे पीछे दौड़ने लगा। दौड़ने से पैरों द्वारा जो धूल उड़ी उसमें बाबा लुप्त हो गए और उनकी नींद भी खुल गई। जागृत होते ही वो गंभीरता पूर्वक इस स्वप्न पर विचार करने लगा। उनकी मानसिक प्रवृत्ति में पूर्ण परिवर्तन हो गया। अब उसे बाबा की महानता विदित हो चुकी थी। उसकी लोभी तथा संकालु वृत्ति लुप्त हो गई और हृदय में बाबा के चरणों के प्रति सच्ची भक्ति उमड़ पड़ी। वो था तो एक स्वप्न मात्र ही, परंतु उसमें जो प्रश्नोत्तर थे वे अधिक महत्वपूर्ण थे। दूसरे दिन जब सब लोग मस्जिद में आरती के निमित्त एकत्रित हुए तब बाबा ने उसे प्रसाद में लगभग 2 रुपए की मिठाई और 2 रुपए नगद अपनी पास से लेकर आशीर्वाद दिया। उसे कुछ दिन और रोककर उन्होंने आशीष देते हुए कहा कि अल्लाह तुम्हें बहुत देगा और अब सब अच्छा ही करेगा। बाबा से उसे अधिक द्रव्य की प्राप्ति न हुई, परंतु उनकी कृपा उसे अवश्य प्राप्त हो गई, जिससे उनका बहुत ही कल्याण हुआ। मार्ग में उनको यथेष्ट द्रव्य प्राप्त हुआ और उनकी यात्रा बहुत ही सफल रही। उन्हें यात्रा में कोई कष्ट या असुविधा न हुई और वे अपने घर सकुशल पहुंच गए। उन्हें बाबा के श्री वचनों तथा आशीर्वाद और उनकी कृपा से प्राप्त उस आनंद की सदैव स्मृति बनी रही। इस कथा से विदित होता है कि बाबा किस प्रकार अपने भक्तों के समीप जाकर उन्हें श्रेष्ठकर मार्ग पर ले जाते थे और आज भी ले जाते हैं। तेंदुलकर कुटुंब। बम्बई के पास बांद्रा में एक तेंदुलकर कुटुंब रहता था जो बाबा का परम भक्त था। श्रीयुत रघुनाथ राव तेंदुलकर ने मराठी भाषा में श्री साईनाथ भजन माला नामक एक पुस्तक लिखी है जिसमें लगभग 800 अभंग और पदों का समावेश तथा बाबा की लीलाओं का मधुर वर्णन है। ये बाबा के भक्तों को पढ़ने योग्य पुस्तक है। उनका ज्येष्ठ पुत्र बाबू दफ्तरी परीक्षा में बैठने के लिए अनवरत अभ्यास कर रहे थे। उसने कई ज्योतिषियों को अपनी जन्म कुंडली दिखाई, परंतु सभी ने बतलाया कि इस वर्ष उनके ग्रह उत्तम नहीं है, किंतु अगले वर्ष परीक्षा में बैठने से उसे अवश्य सफलता प्राप्त होगी। इससे उसे बहुत निराशा हुई और वो अशांत हो गया। थोड़ी दिनों के साथ उसने अपने पुत्र की निराशा तथा अशांति की बात भी बाबा से कही। उनके पुत्र को कुछ दिनों के पश्चात ही परीक्षा में बैठना था। बाबा कहने लगे कि अपने पुत्र से कहो कि मुझ पर विश्वास रखे। सब भविष्य कथन तथा ज्योतिषियों द्वारा बनाई कुंडलियों को एक कोने में फेंक दे और अपना अभ्यास क्रम चालू रख शांत चित्त से परीक्षा में बैठे। वो अवश्य ही इस वर्ष उत्तीर्ण हो जाएगा। उससे कहना कि निराशा होने की कोई बात नहीं है। माँ ने घर जाकर बाबा का संदेश पुत्र को सुना दिया। उसने घोर परिश्रम किया और परीक्षा में बैठ गया। जब पर्चों के जवाब बहुत अच्छे लिखे थे तब, परंतु फिर भी संशयग्रस्त होकर उसने सोचा कि संभव है कि उत्तीर्ण होने योग्य अंक मुझे प्राप्त न हो सके। इसलिए उसने मौखिक परीक्षा में बैठने का विचार त्याग दिया। परीक्षक तो उसके पीछे ही लगा था। उसने एक विद्यार्थी द्वारा सूचना भेजी कि उसे लिखित परीक्षा में उत्तीर्ण होने लायक अंक प्राप्त है, अब उसे मौखिक परीक्षा में अवश्य ही बैठना चाहिए। इस प्रकार प्रोत्साहन पाकर वो उसमें ही बैठ गया और दोनों परीक्षाओं में उत्तीर्ण हो गया। उस वर्ष उसकी ग्रह दशा विपरीत होती हुई भी बाबा की कृपा से उसने सफलता पाई। यहाँ केवल इतना ही बात ध्यान देने योग्य है कि कष्ट और संशय की उत्पत्ति अंत में दृढ़ विश्वास में परिणत हो जाती है। जैसे भी हो, परीक्षा तो होती ही है, परंतु यदि हम बाबा पर दृढ़ विश्वास और श्रद्धा रखकर प्रयत्न करते रहे तो हमें सफलता अवश्य ही मिलेगी। इसी बालक के पिता रघुनाथ राव बम्बई की एक विदेशी व्यवसायी फर्म में नौकरी करते थे। वे बहुत वृद्ध हो चुके थे और अपना कार्य सुचारू रूप से नहीं कर सकते थे। इसलिए वे अब छुट्टी लेकर विश्राम करना चाहते थे। छुट्टी लेने पर भी उसके शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य में कोई परिवर्तन न हुआ। ये आवश्यक था कि सेना निवृत्ति की पूर्वकालिक छुट्टी ली जाए। एक वृद्ध और विश्वास पात्र नौकर होने के नाते प्रधान मैनेजर ने उन्हें पेंशन देकर सेवा निवृत्त करने का निर्णय किया। पेंशन कितनी दी जाए ये प्रश्न विचाराधीन था। उन्हें 150 रुपए मासिक वेतन मिलता था। इस हिसाब से पेंशन हुई 75 रुपए, जो कि उनके कुटुंब के निर्वाह हेतु अपर्याप्त थी। इसलिए वे बड़े चिंतित थे। निर्णय होने के 15 दिन पूर्व ही बाबा ने श्रीमती तेंदुलकर को स्वप्न में दर्शन देकर कहा कि मेरी इच्छा है कि पेंशन 100 रुपए दी जाए, क्या तुम्हें इससे संतोष होगा? श्रीमती तेंदुलकर ने कहा कि बाबा, मुझ दासी से आप क्या पूछते हैं? हमें तो आपके श्री चरणों में पूर्ण विश्वास है। यद्यपि बाबा ने 100 रुपए कहे थे, इसलिए उसे विशेष प्रकरण समझकर 10 रुपए अधिक अर्थात 110 रुपए पेंशन निश्चित हुई। बाबा अपने भक्तों के लिए कितना अपरिमित स्नेह और चिंता करते हैं। कैप्टन हाथे, बीकानेर के निवासी कैप्टन हाथे बाबा के परम भक्त थे। एक बार स्वप्न में बाबा ने उनसे पूछा कि क्या तुम्हें मेरी विस्मृत हो गई? श्री हाथे ने उनके चरणों से लिपट कर कहा कि यदि बालक अपनी माँ को भूल जाए तो क्या वो जीवित रह सकता है? इतना कहकर श्री हाथे शीघ्र बगीचे में जाकर उस वल बबरी सेम तोड़ लाए और एक थाली में सीधा सूखी भिक्षा तथा दक्षिणा रखकर बाबा को भेंट करने आए। उसी समय उनकी आंखें खुल गई और उन्हें ऐसा भान हुआ कि ये तो सपना था। फिर वही सब वस्तुएं जो उन्होंने सपने में देखी थी, बाबा के पास शिरडी भेजने का निश्चय कर लिया। कुछ दिनों के पश्चात वे ग्वालियर आए और वहां से अपने एक मित्र को 12 रुपए का मनी ऑर्डर भेजकर पत्र में लिख भेजा कि 2 रुपये में सिरा की सामग्री और वल पबरी आदि मोल लेकर तथा 10 रुपये दक्षिणा स्वरूप रखकर मेरी ओर से बाबा को भेज देना। उनके मित्र ने शिरडी आकर सब वस्तुएं तो संग्रह कर ली, परंतु वल पबरी प्राप्त करने में वे अत्यंत कठिनाई हुई। थोड़ी देर के पश्चात ही उन्होंने एक स्त्री को सिर पर टोकरी रखे सामने से आती देखा। उन्हें यह देखकर अत्यंत आश्चर्य हुआ कि उस टोकरी में वल पपरी के अतिरिक्त कुछ भी न था। तब उन्होंने वल पपरी खरीद कर एक वस्तुएं लेकर मस्जिद में जाकर श्री हाथी की ओर से बाबा को भेंट कर दी। दूसरे दिन श्री निमोनकर ने उसका नैवेद्य चावल और वलपपड़ी की सब्जी तैयार कर बाबा को भोजन कराया। सब लोगों को बड़ा विस्मय हुआ कि बाबा ने भोजन में केवल वलपपड़ी ही खाई और अन्य वस्तुओं का स्पर्श ही न किया। उनके मित्र द्वारा जब इस समाचार का पता कैप्टन हैप्पी को चला तो वे गदगद हो उठे और उनके हर्ष का पारावार न रहा। पवित्र रुपया। एक अन्य अवसर पर कैप्टन हाटे ने विचार किया कि बाबा के पवित्र कर कमलों द्वारा स्पर्शित एक रुपया लाकर अपने घर में अवश्य ही रखना चाहिए। अचानक ही उनकी भेंट अपने एक मित्र से हो गई जो शिरडी जा रहे थे। उनके हाथ ही श्री हाटे ने 1 रुपये भेज दिया। शिरडी पहुंचने पर बाबा को यथायोग्य प्रणाम करने के पश्चात उसने दक्षिणा भेंट की, जिसे उन्होंने तुरंत ही अपनी जेब में रख लिया। तत्पश्चात उसने कैप्टन हाटे का रुपया भी अर्पण किया, जिसे वे हाथ में लेकर गौर से निहारने लगे। उन्होंने उनका अंकित चित्र ऊपर की ओर कर अंगूठे पर रख खनखनाए और अपने हाथ में लेकर देखने लगे। फिर वे उनके मित्र से कहने लगे कि उरी सहित ये रुपया अपने मित्र को लौटा देना। मुझे उनसे कुछ नहीं चाहिए। उनसे कहना कि वे आनंद पूर्वक रहे। मित्र ने ग्वालियर आकर वो रुपया हाथी को देकर वहां जो कुछ हुआ था वो सब उन्हें सुनाया, जिसे सुनकर उन्हें बड़ी प्रसन्नता हुई और उन्होंने अनुभव किया कि बाबा सदैव उत्तम विचारों को प्रोत्साहित करते हैं। उनकी मनोकामना बाबा ने पूर्ण कर दी। 4 श्री वामन नार्वेकर। पाठकगण अब एक भिन्न कथा श्रवण करें। एक महाशय जिनका नाम वामन नार्वेकर था, उनकी साई चरणों में प्रगाढ़ प्रीति थी। एक बार वे एक ऐसी मुद्रा लाए जिसके एक और राम लक्ष्मण सीता तथा दूसरी ओर करबद्ध मुद्रा में मारुति का चित्र अंकित था। उन्होंने ये मुद्रा बाबा को इस अभिप्राय से भेंट की कि वे इसे अपनी कर स्पर्श से पवित्र कर उरी सहित लौटा दे, परंतु उन्होंने उसे तुरंत अपनी जेब में रख लिया। सामान्य वामन राव की इच्छा बताकर उनसे मुद्रा वापस करने का अनुरोध किया। तब वे वामन राव के सामने ही कहने लगी, ये भला उनको क्यों लौटाया जाए? इसे तो हमें अपने पास ही रखना चाहिए। यदि वे इसके बदले में 25 रुपये देना स्वीकार करे तो मैं इसे लौटा दूंगा। वो मुद्रा वापस पाने के हेतु श्री वामन राव ने 25 रुपये एकत्रित कर उन्हें भेंट किए। तब बाबा कहने लगे कि इस मुद्रा का मूल्य तो 25 रुपये से अधिक है। सामा, तुम इसे अपने भंडार में जमा करके अपने देवालय में प्रतिष्ठित कर इसका नित्य पूजन करो। किसी का साहस न था कि वे ये पूछे कि उन्होंने ऐसी नीति क्यों अपनाई। ये तो केवल बाबा ही जाने कि किसके लिए ये कब और क्या उपयुक्त है। श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथ प्रणमस्तु शुभम भवतु। चैप्टर 30। शिरडी को खींचे गए भक्त। 1 बनी के काका वैद्य, 2 खुशाल चंद और 3 बम्बई के रामलाल पंजाबी। इस अध्याय में बतलाया गया है कि 3 अन्य भक्त किस प्रकार शिरडी की ओर खींचे गए। प्राकथन। जो बिना किसी कारण भक्तों पर स्नेह करने वाले दया के सागर है तथा निर्गुण होकर भी भक्तों के प्रेम बसी जिन्होंने स्वेच्छापूर्वक मानव शरीर धारण किया, जो ऐसे भक्त वत्सल हैं कि जिनके दर्शन मात्र से ही भवसागर की भय और समस्त कष्ट दूर हो जाते हैं, ऐसे श्री साईनाथ महाराज को हम नमन करें। भक्तों को आत्मदर्शन कराना ही संतों का प्रधान कार्य है। श्री साई जो संत शिरोमणि है, उनका तो मुख्य ध्येय ही यही है। जो उनके श्री चरणों की शरण में जाते ही उनके समस्त पाप नष्ट होकर निश्चित ही दिन प्रतिदिन प्रगति करते हैं। उनके श्री चरणों का स्मरण कर पवित्र स्थानों से भक्तगण शिरडी आते और उनके समीप बैठकर श्लोक पढ़कर गायत्री मंत्र का जप किया करते थे। परंतु जो निर्बल तथा सर्व प्रकार से दीनहीन है और जो ये भी नहीं जानते कि भक्ति किसे कहते हैं, उनका तो केवल इतना ही विश्वास है कि अन्य सब लोग उन्हें असहाय छोड़कर उपेक्षा भले ही कर दे, परंतु अनाथों के नाथ और प्रभु श्री साई मेरा कभी परित्याग न करेंगे। जिन पर वे कृपा करें उन्हें प्रचंड शक्ति नित्य अनित्य में विवेक तथा ज्ञान सहज ही प्राप्त हो जाता है। वे अपने भक्तों की इच्छाएं जानकर उन्हें पूर्ण किया करते हैं। इसीलिए भक्तों की मनोवांछित फल की प्राप्ति हो जाए करती है और वे सदा कृतज्ञ बने रहते हैं। हम उन्हें साष्टांग प्रणाम कर प्रार्थना करते हैं कि वे हमारी त्रुटियों की ओर ध्यान न देकर हमें समस्त कष्टों से बचा ले। जो विपत्ति ग्रस्त प्राणी इस प्रकार की श्री साई से प्रार्थना करती है, उनकी कृपा से उसे पूर्ण शांति तथा सुख समृद्धि प्राप्त होती है। श्री हेमंत पंत कहते हैं कि हे मेरी साई, तुम तो दया के सागर हो, ये तो तुम्हारी ही दया का फल है जो आज ये साई सचरित्र भक्तों के समक्ष प्रस्तुत है। अन्यथा मुझमें इतनी योग्यता कहाँ जो ऐसा कठिन कार्य करने का दुस्साहस भी कर सकता है। जब पूर्ण दायित्व उत्तरदायित्व साई ने अपने ऊपर ही ले लिया तो हेमंत पंत को तिल मात्र भी भार प्रतीत न हुआ और न ही उसकी उन्हें चिंता ही हुई। श्री साई ने इस ग्रंथ के रूप में उनकी सेवा स्वीकार कर ली। ये केवल उनके पूर्व जन्म के शुभ संस्कारों के कारण ही संभव हुआ, जिसके लिए वे अपने को भाग्यशाली और कृतार्थ समझते हैं। नीचे लिखी तथा कपोल कल्पित नहीं नीचे लिखी कथा कपोल कल्पित नहीं वरन विशुद्ध अमृत तुल्य है। इसे जो हृदयंगम करेगा उसे श्री साई की महानता और सर्वव्यापकता विदित हो जाएगा। परंतु जो वाद विवाद और आलोचना करना चाहते हैं उन्हें इन कथाओं की ओर ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता ही नहीं है। यहाँ तर्क की नहीं वरन प्रगाढ़ प्रेम और भक्ति की अत्यंत अपेक्षा है। विज्ञान भक्त तथा श्रद्धालु जन अथवा जो अपने को साई पद सेवक समझते हैं, उन्हें ही ये कथाएं रुचिकर तथा शिक्षा कर प्रतीत होगी। अन्य लोगों के लिए तो वे मेरी कठोर कल्पनाएं ही हैं। श्री साई के अंतरंग भक्तों को श्री साई लीलाएं कल्पतरु के सदृश है। श्री साई लीला रूपी अमृत पान करने से अज्ञानी जीवों को ज्ञान, गृहस्थ स्वामियों को संतोष तथा मुमुक्षुओं को एक उच्च साधन प्राप्त होता है। अब हम इस अध्याय की मूल कथा पर आते हैं। काकाजी वैद्य। नासिक जिले के बनी ग्राम में काकाजी वैद्य नाम की एक व्यक्ति रहते थे। वे श्री सत्य श्रृंगी देवी के मुख्य पुजारी थे। एक बार वे विपत्तियों में इस प्रकार ग्रस्त हुए कि उनके चित्त की शांति भंग हो गई और वे बिल्कुल निराश हो उठे। एक दिन अति व्यथित होकर देवी के मंदिर में जाकर अंतकरण से वे प्रार्थना करने लगे कि हे देवी, हे दयामयी, मुझे कष्टों से शीघ्र मुक्त करो। उनकी प्रार्थना से देवी प्रसन्न हो गई और उसी रात्रि को उन्हें स्वप्न में बोली कि वे बाबा के पास जा, वहां तेरा मन शांत और स्थिर हो जाएगा। बाबा का परिचय जानने को काकाजी बड़े उत्सुक थे, परंतु देवी से प्रश्न करने के पूर्व ही उनकी निद्रा भंग हो गई। वे विचार न गए कि ऐसे एक कौन से बाबा है जिनकी ओर देवी ने मुझे संकेत किया है। कुछ देर विचार करने के पश्चात वे इन निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचे कि संभव है कि वे त्र्यंबकेश्वर बाबा शिव ही हो। इसलिए वे पवित्र तीर्थ त्र्यंबक नासिक गए और वहां 10 दिन व्यतीत किए। वे प्रातःकाल उठकर स्नान आदि से निवृत्त हो रुद्र मंत्र का जप कर साथ ही साथ अभिषेक व अन्य धार्मिक कृत्य भी करने लगे, परंतु उनका मन पूर्ववत ही अशांत बना रहा। तब फिर अपने घर लौटकर वे अति करुण स्वर में देवी की स्तुति करने लगे। उसी रात्रि में देवी ने उन्हें पुनः स्वप्न में दर्शन देकर कहा कि तू व्यर्थ ही त्र्यंबकेश्वर क्यों गया। बाबा से तो मेरा अभिप्राय था श्रुति की सारी सामर्थ्य है। अब काका जी के समक्ष मुख्य प्रश्न ये उपस्थित हो गया कि वे कैसे और कब श्रुति जाकर बाबा के श्री दर्शन का लाभ उठाएं। यथार्थ में यदि कोई व्यक्ति किसी संत के दर्शन को आतुर हो तो केवल संत ही नहीं, भगवान भी उनकी इच्छा पूर्ण कर देते हैं। वस्तुतः यदि पूछा जाए तो संत और अनंत एक ही है और उनमें कोई भिन्नता नहीं। यदि कोई कहे कि मैं स्वतः ही अमुक संत के दर्शन को जाऊंगा तो इसे मेरे दम्भ के अतिरिक्त और क्यों कहा जा सकता है। संत की इच्छा के विरुद्ध उनके समीप जाकर कौन दर्शन ले सकता है। उनकी सत्ता के बिना वृक्ष का एक पत्ता भी नहीं हिल सकता। जितनी तीव्र उत्कंठा संत दर्शन की होगी तदनुसार ही उनकी भक्ति और विश्वास में वृद्धि होती जाएगी और उतना ही शीघ्रता से उनकी मनोकामना ही पूर्ण होगी। जो निमंत्रणा देता है वो आदर अतिथि का प्रबंध भी करता है। काका जी के संबंध में सचमुच यही हुआ। सामा की मान्यता, जब काका जी शिरडी यात्रा करने की विचार कर रहे थे, उसी समय उनके यहाँ एक अतिथि आया जो कि सामा के अतिरिक्त और कोई नहीं था। सामा बाबा के अंतरंग भक्तों में से थे। वे ठीक इसी समय बड़े में क्यों और कैसे आ पहुंचे, अब हम इस पर दृष्टि डालें। बाल्यावस्था में वे एक बार बहुत बीमार पड़ गए थे। उनकी माता ने अपनी कुल देवी सप्तशृंगी से प्रार्थना की कि यदि मेरा पुत्र निरोग हो जाए तो मैं उसे तुम्हारे शरण पर लाकर डालूंगी। कुछ वर्षों के पश्चात ही उनकी माता के स्तन में दाद हो गई। तब उन्होंने पुनः देवी से प्रार्थना की कि यदि मैं रोग मुक्त हो जाऊं तो मैं तुम्हें चांदी के 2 स्तन चढ़ाऊंगी। और ये दोनों वचन अधूरे ही रहे। परंतु जब वे मृत्युशैया पर पड़ी थी तो उन्होंने अपने पुत्र सामा को समीप बुलाकर उन दोनों वचनों की स्मृति दिलाई और उन्हें पूर्ण करने का आश्वासन पाकर प्राण त्याग दिए। कुछ दिनों के पश्चात वे अपनी ये प्रतिज्ञा भूल गए और किसी भूले पूरे 20 वर्ष व्यतीत हो गया। तभी एक प्रसिद्ध ज्योतिष शिरडी आए और वहां लगभग 1 मास ठहरे। श्रीमान ब्रिटिश साहब और अन्य लोगों को बतलाई। उनकी सभी भविष्यवाणी प्राय सही निकली, जिनसे सबको पूर्ण संतोष था। सामा के लघु भ्राता पापा जी ने भी उनसे कुछ प्रश्न पूछे। जब ज्योतिष ने उन्हें बताया कि तुम्हारे ज्येष्ठ भ्राता ने अपनी माता पिता को मृत्युशैया पर जो वचन दिए थे उन्हें अब तक पूर्ण न किया जाने के कारण देवी असंतुष्ट होकर उन्हें कष्ट पहुंचा रही थी। ज्योतिषी की बात सुनकर सामा को उन अपूर्ण वचनों का स्मृति हो आई। कब अब और विलंब करना खतरनाक समझकर उन्होंने सुनार को बुलाकर शीघ्र चांदी के 2 स्तन तैयार करवाए और उन्हें मस्जिद में ले जाकर बाबा के समक्ष रख दिया तथा प्रणाम कर उन्हें स्वीकार कर वचन मुक्त करने की प्रार्थना की। सामा ने कहा कि मेरे लिए तो सप्तशृंगी देवी आप ही हैं, परंतु बाबा ने साग्रह कहा कि तुम इसे स्वयं ले जाकर देवी के चरणों में अर्पित करो। बाबा की आज्ञा वो उड़ी लेकर उन्होंने गणी को प्रस्थान कर दिया। पुजारी का घर पूछते पूछते भी काका जी के पास पहुंचे। काका जी इस समय बाबा के दर्शनों को बड़े उत्सुक थे और ठीक ऐसे ही मौके पर सामा भी वहां पहुंच गए। वो संयोगी कैसा विचित्र था। काका जी ने आकस्मिक से उनका परिचय प्राप्त कर पूछा कि आप कहाँ से पधार रहे हैं। तब उन्होंने सुना कि वे शिरडी से आ रहे हैं तो वे एकदम प्रेमोन्मत्त होकर सामा से लिपट गए और दोनों श्री साई लीलांका पर वार्तालाप आरंभ हो गया। अपने वचन संबंधी कृतियों को पूर्ण कर वे काका जी के साथ शिरडी लौट आए। काका मस्जिद पहुंचकर बाबा के श्री चरणों से जा लिपटे। उनके नेत्र से प्रेमाश्रुओं का धारा बहने लगे और उनका उनका चित्त स्थिर हो गया। देवी के दृष्टांत अनुसार जैसे ही उन्होंने बाबा के दर्शन किए, उनके मन की अशांति तुरंत नष्ट हो गई और वे परम शक्ति का अनुभव करने लगे। वे विचार करने लगे कि ये कैसी अद्भुत शक्ति है कि बिना कोई संभाषण या प्रश्नोत्तर किए अथवा आशीष पाए दर्शन मात्र से ही अपार प्रसन्नता हो रही है। सचमुच में दर्शन का महत्व तो इसे ही कहते हैं। उनके दूषित नेत्र साई चरणों पर से हो गए और वे अपनी जिह्वा से एक शब्द भी न बोल सके। बाबा की अन्य लीलाएं सुनकर उन्हें अपार आनंद हुआ और वे पूर्णतः बाबा के शरणागत हो गए। सब चिंताओं और कष्टों को भूलकर वे परम आनंदित हुए। उन्होंने वहां सुखपूर्वक 12 दिन व्यतीत किए और फिर बाबा की आज्ञा, आशीर्वाद तथा उदी प्राप्त कर अपने घर लौट आए। खुशाल चंद राहता निवासी ऐसा कहते हैं कि प्रातः बेला जो सपने देखता है वो बहुधा जागृत अवस्था में ही सत्य निकलता है। ठीक है, ऐसा ही होता है, परंतु बाबा के संबंध में समय का ऐसा कोई प्रतिबंधन नहीं था। ऐसा ही एक उदाहरण प्रस्तुत है। बाबा ने एक दिन तृतीय प्रहर काका साहब को टांगा लेकर राहता से खुशाल चंद को लाने के लिए भेजा, क्योंकि खुशाल चंद से उनकी कई दिनों से भेंट न हुई थी। राहता पहुंचकर काका साहब ने ये संदेश उन्हें सुना दिया। ये संदेश सुनकर उन्हें महान आश्चर्य हुआ और वे कहने लगे कि दोपहर को भोजन के उपरांत थोड़ी देर मुझे शक्ति आ गई थी। तभी बाबा स्वप्न में आए और मुझे शीघ्र ही शिरडी आने को कहा, परंतु घोड़े का उचित प्रबंध न हो सकने के कारण मैंने अपने पुत्र को ये सूचना देने के लिए ही उनके पास भेजा था। जब वो गांव की सीमा तक पहुंचा था, तभी आप सामने से तांगे में आती दिखी। वे दोनों उस तांगे में बैठकर शिरडी पहुंचे और बाबा से भेंट कर उन्हें बड़ी प्रसन्नता हुई। बाबा की ये लीला देखकर साजन गदगद हो गए। बम्बई के रामलाल पंजाबी। बम्बई के एक पंजाबी ब्राह्मण श्री रामलाल को बाबा ने स्वप्न में एक महंत के वेश में दर्शन देकर शिरडी आने को कहा। उन्हें नाम ग्राम का कुछ भी पता न चल रहा था। उनको श्री दर्शन करने की तीव्र उत्कंठा तो थी, परंतु पता ठिकाना ज्ञात न होने के कारण वे बड़े असमंजस में पड़े हुए थे। जो आमंत्रण देता है वही आने का प्रबंध भी करता है, अंत में वह भी ऐसा ही है। एक दिन संध्या समय जब वे सड़क पर टहल रहे थे, तो उन्होंने एक दुकान पर बाबा का चित्र टंगा देखा। स्वप्न में उन्हें जिस आकृति वाले महंत के दर्शन हुए थे, वे इस चित्र के ही सदृश थे। पूछताछ करने पर उन्हें ज्ञात हुआ कि ये चित्र सिद्धि के श्री साई समर्था का है, और तब उन्होंने शीघ्र ही सिद्धि को प्रस्थान कर दिया। जीवन पर्यंत सिद्धि में ही निवास किया। इस प्रकार बाबा ने अपने भक्तों को अपने दर्शन के लिए सिद्धि में बुलाया और उनकी लौकिक और परलौकिक समस्त इच्छाएं पूर्ण की। श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथ पर्णमस्तु शुभम भवतु। चैप्टर 21 मुक्तिदान। एक सन्यासी विजयानंद, 2 बालाराम मानकर, 3 नुलकर, 4 मेघा, 5 बाघ की मुक्ति। इस अध्याय में हेमाड पंत बाबा के सामने कुछ भक्तों की मृत्यु कथा, बाघ के प्राण त्याग की कथा का वर्णन करते हैं। मृत्यु के समय जो अंतिम इच्छा या भावना होती है, वही भवितव्यता का निर्माण करती है। श्री कृष्ण ने गीता अध्याय 8 में कहा है कि जो अपने जीवन के अंतिम क्षण में मुझे स्मरण करता है, वो मुझे ही प्राप्त होता है, और उस समय वो जो कुछ भी दृश्य देखता है, उसी को अंत में पाता है। ये कोई भी निश्चयात्मक रूप से नहीं कह सकता, ताकि उससे हम केवल उत्तम दिशा ही कर सकेंगे। जहाँ जहाँ तक अनुभव में आया है, ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि उस समय अनेक कारणों से भयभीत होने की संभावना रहती है। इसके अनेक कारण है, इसीलिए मन को इच्छा अनुसार किसी उत्तम दिशा के चिंतन में ही लगाने के लिए नित्याभ्यास अत्यंत आवश्यक है। इस कारण सभी संतों ने हरिस्मरण और जाप को ही श्रेष्ठ बताया है, ताकि मृत्यु के समय हम किसी घरेलू उलझन में न पड़ जाए। अतः इसी अवसर पर भक्तगण पूर्णतः संतों के शरणागत हो जाते हैं, ताकि संत जो कि सर्वज्ञ है उचित पथ प्रदर्शन कर हमारी यथेष्ट सहायता करे। इसी प्रकार के कुछ उदाहरण नीचे दिए जाते हैं। नंबर 1, विजयानंद। एक मद्रासी सन्यासी विजयानंद मानसरोवर की यात्रा करने निकले। मार्ग में वे बाबा की कीर्ति सुनकर शिरडी आए, जहाँ उनकी भेंट हरिद्वार के सोमदेव जी स्वामी से हुई, और इनसे उन्होंने मानसरोवर की यात्रा के संबंध में पूछताछ की। स्वामी जी ने उन्हें बताया कि मानसरोवर गंगोत्री से 500 मील उत्तर की ओर तथा मार्ग में जो कष्ट होते उनका उल्लेख किया, जैसे कि बर्फ की अधिकता, 50 कोस तक भाषा में भिन्नता तथा प्रधानवासियों की संशयी स्वभाव जो यात्रियों को अधिक कष्ट पहुंचाया करते हैं। ये सब सुनकर सन्यासी का चित्त उदास हो गया और उसने यात्रा करने का विचार किया कर मस्ती में जाकर बाबा के श्री चरणों का स्पर्श किया। बाबा क्रोधित होकर कहने लगे, इस निकम्मी सन्यासी को निकालो यहाँ से, इसका संग करना व्यर्थ है। सन्यासी बाबा के स्वभाव से पूर्ण अपोजिट था। उसे बड़ी निराशा हुई, और परंतु वहाँ जो कुछ गतिविधियां चल रही थी, उन्हें वो बैठे बैठे देख रहा था। प्रातःकाल का दरबार लोगों से धसमस भरा हुआ था, और बाबा को यथाविधि अभिषेक कराया जा रहा था। कोई पाद प्रक्षालना कर रहा था, कोई चरणों को सुगर तथा कोई स्थित तीर्थ स्पर्श से अपने नेत्र तृप्त कर रहा था। कुछ लोग उन्हें चंदन का लेप लगा रहे थे, तो कोई उनके शरीर में इत्र ही मल रहा था। जाति पाति का भेदभाव भुलाकर सब भक्त ये कार्य करे थे। यद्यपि बाबा उस पर क्रोधित हो गए थे कि सन्यासी के हृदय में उनके प्रति बड़ा प्रेम उत्पन्न हो गया था। उसे ये स्थान छोड़ने की इच्छा ही न होती थी। 2 दिन के पश्चात ही मद्रास से पत्र आया कि उसकी माँ की स्थिति अत्यंत चिंताजनक है, जिसे पढ़कर उसे बड़ी निराशा हुई और अपनी माँ की दर्शन की इच्छा करने लगा। परंतु बाबा की आगे के बिना वो सीढ़ी से जा कैसे सकता था। इसीलिए वो हाथ में पत्र लेकर अपने समीप गया और उनसे घर लौटने की अनुमति मांगी। त्रिकालदर्शी बाबा को तो सबका भविष्य विदित ही था। उन्होंने कहा, जब तुम्हें अपनी माँ से इतना मोह था तो फिर संन्यास धारण करने का कसने क्यों उठाया। मन का यह मोह भगवा वस्त्रधारियों को शोभा क्या देता है। जाओ चुपचाप अपनी स्थान पर रहकर कुछ दिन शांतिपूर्वक बिताओ। परंतु सावधान, वाड़े में चोर अधिक है, इसलिए द्वार बंद कर सावधानी से रहना, नहीं तो चोर सब कुछ चुरा कर ले जाएंगे। लक्ष्मी यानी संपत्ति चंचला है और ये शरीर नाशवान है। ऐसा ही समझकर इहलौकिक और पारलौकिक समस्त पदार्थों का मोह त्याग कर अपना कर्तव्य करो। जिस प्रकार का आचरण कर हरि के शरणागत हो जाता है, उसका सब कष्टों से शीघ्र छुटकारा हो, उसे परमानंद की प्राप्ति हो जाती है। जो परमात्मा का ध्यान वो चिंतन प्रेम पूर्वक करता है, परमात्मा भी उसकी अविलंबी सहायता करती है। पूर्वजों के शुभ संस्कार को फलस्वरूप भी तुम यहाँ पहुंचे हो और अब जो कुछ मैं कहता हूँ उसे ध्यानपूर्वक सुनो और अपने जीवन के अंतिम ध्येय पर विचार करो। इच्छा रहित होकर कल से भागवत का 3 सप्ताह तक पठन पाठन प्रारंभ करो, तो भगवान प्रसन्न होंगे और तुम्हारे सब दुख दूर करेंगे। माया का आवरण दूर होकर तुम्हें शांति प्राप्त होगी। बाबा ने उनका अंतकाल समय देखकर उसे ये उपचार बता दिया कि साथ ही राम विजय पढ़ने की भी आज्ञा दी, जिससे यमराज अधिक प्रसन्न हो जाते हैं। दूसरे दिन स्नादादि तथा अन्य शुद्धि के कृत्य कर उसने लेंदी बाग में एकांत में बैठकर भागवत का पाठ प्रारंभ कर दिया। दूसरी बार पठन समाप्त होने पर वो बहुत थक गया और वादी में आकर 2 दिन ठहरा। तीसरे दिन बड़े बाबा की गोद में उसके प्राण पटेरे उठ गए। बाबा ने दर्शनों के निमित्त एक दिन के लिए उनका शरीर संभाल कर रखने के लिए कहा। सबके साथ पुलिस आए और ये जांच पड़ताल करने के उपरांत मृत शरीर को उठाने की आज्ञा दे दी। धार्मिक क्रियाओं के साथ उनकी उपयुक्त स्थान पर समाधि बना दी गई। बाबा ने इस प्रकार सन्यासी की सहायता कर उसे सद्गति प्रदान की। नंबर 2, बालाराम मानकर नामक एक गृहस्थी बाबा के परम भक्त थे। जब उनकी पत्नी का देहांत हुआ तो वे बड़े निराश हो गए और सब घर बार अपने लड़के को सौंप हुए सिद्धि में आकर बाबा के पास रहने लगे। उनकी भक्ति देखकर बाबा उसके जीवन की गति परिवर्तित कर देना चाहते थे, इसलिए उन्होंने उसे 12 रुपए देकर मच्छिंद्रगढ़ में जाकर रहने को कहा। मानकर की इच्छा उनका सानिध्य छोड़कर कहीं जाने का नहीं, परंतु बाबा ने उन्हें समझाया कि तुम्हारी कल्याणार्थी में ये उत्तम उपाय तुम्हें बतला रहा हूँ, इसलिए वहां जाकर दिन में 3 बार प्रभु का ध्यान करो। बाबा के शब्दों में विश्वास कर वो मच्छिंद्रगढ़ चला गया और वहां के मनोहर दृश्य, शीतल जल तथा उत्तम पवन और समीपस्थ दृश्यों को देखकर उसके चित्त को बड़ी प्रसन्नता हुई। बाबा द्वारा बतलाई विधि से उसने प्रभु का ध्यान करना प्रारंभ कर दिया और कुछ दिनों के पश्चात ही उसे दर्शन प्राप्त हुआ। बहुधा भक्तों को समाधि या तुरीयावस्था में ही दर्शन होते हैं, परंतु मानकर जब तुरीयावस्था में प्रकृतावस्था में आया तब उसे दर्शन हुए। दर्शन होने के पश्चात मानकर ने बाबा से अपने को वहां भेजने का कारण पूछा। बाबा ने कहा कि इस स्थिति में तुम्हारे मन में नाना प्रकार के संकल्प विकल्प उठने लगे थे, इसी कारण मैंने तुम्हें वहां भेजा कि तुम्हारे चंचल मन को शांति प्राप्त हो। तुम्हारी धारणा थी कि मैं स्मृति में ही विद्यमान हूँ और सारी 3 हाथ के इस पंच तत्व के पुतले के अतिरिक्त कुछ नहीं है, परंतु अब तुम मुझे ये देखकर ये धारणा करो कि जो तुम्हारे सामने स्मृति में उपस्थित है और जिसके तुमने दर्शन किए वो दोनों अभिन्न है या स्त्री। मानकर वो स्थान छोड़कर अपने निवास स्थान बांद्रा को रवाना हो गया और वो पुनः से रेल द्वारा जीना चाहता था, परंतु जब वो न सके उतने में ही एक देहाती जिसके कंधे पर एक कंबल पड़ा था और शरीर पर केवल लंगोटी के अतिरिक्त कुछ नहीं था, वहां आया और मानकर से पूछने लगा कि आप कहाँ जा रहे हो। मानकर ने उत्तर दिया कि मैं दादर जा रहा हूँ। तब वो कहने लगे कि मेरा ये दादर का टिकट आप ले लीजिए, क्योंकि मुझे यहाँ एक आवश्यक कार्य आ जाने के कारण मेरा जाना आज न हो सकेगा। मानकर को टिकट पाकर बड़ी प्रसन्नता हुई और अपने जेब से पैसे उतारने के लिए इतने में ही निकालने लगे। इतने में ही टिकट देने वाला आदमी भीड़ में वहीं अदृश्य हो गया। मानकर ने भीड़ में एक पर्याप्त छानबीन की, परंतु सब व्यर्थ ही हुआ। जब तक गाड़ी नहीं छूटी, मानकर उनके लौटने की प्रतीक्षा कर रहा था, परंतु वो अंत तक न लौटा। इस प्रकार मानकर को इस विचित्र रूप से द्वितीय बार दर्शन हुए। कुछ दिन अपने घर ठहर कर मानकर फिर शिरडी लौट आया और श्री चरणों में ही अपने दिन व्यतीत करने लगा। अब वो सदैव बाबा के वचनों और आज्ञा का पालन करने लगा। अंततः उस भाग्यशाली ने बाबा के सम्मुख उनका आशीर्वाद प्राप्त कर अपने प्राण त्यागे। नंबर 3, तात्या साहब मिलकर। हेमंत पंत ने तात्या साहब नुलकर के संबंध में कोई विवरण नहीं लिखा है। केवल इतना ही लिखा है कि उनका देहांत शिरडी में हुआ था। साई लीला पत्रिका में संक्षिप्त विवरण प्रकाशित हुआ था सन 1909 में। इस समय तात्या साहब पंढरपुर में उपन्यास थे। उसी समय नाना साहब चांदोरकर भी वहाँ के मामलतदार थे। ये दोनों आपस में बहुत मिला करते थे और प्रेम पूर्वक वार्तालाप किया करते थे। तात्या साहब संतों में अविश्वास करते थे, जबकि नाना साहब की संतों के प्रति विशेष श्रद्धा थी। नाना साहब ने उन्हें साईं बाबा की लीलाएं सुनाई और एक बार शिरडी जाकर बाबा का दर्शन लाभ उठाने का आग्रह भी किया। वे दोनों शर्तों पर चलने को तैयार हुए। उन्हें ब्राह्मण रसोइया मिलना चाहिए और भेंट के लिए नागपुर के उत्तम संतरे होने चाहिए। शीघ्र ही ये दोनों शर्तें पूर्ण हो गई। नाना साहब के पास एक ब्राह्मण नौकरी के लिए आया, जिसे उन्होंने तात्या साहब के पास भिजवा दिया, और एक संतरे का पार्सल भी आया, जिस पर भेजने वाले का कोई पता नहीं था। उनकी दोनों शर्तें पूरी हो गई थी, इसलिए अब उन्हें शिरडी जाना ही पड़ा। पहले तो बाबा उन पर क्रोधित हुए, परंतु जब धीरे धीरे तात्या साहब को विश्वास हो गया कि वे सचमुच ही ईश्वरावतार है, तो वे बाबा से प्रभावित हो गए और फिर जीवन पर्यंत वही रहे। जब उनका अंतकाल समीप आया तो उन्हें पवित्र धार्मिक पाठ सुनाया गया और अंतिम क्षणों में उन्हें बाबा का पाठ तीर्थ भी दिया गया। उनकी मृत्यु का समाचार सुनकर बाबा बोल उठे, अरे फाते तो आगे चला गया, अब उनका पुनः जन्म नहीं होगा। 4 मेघा। 28वें अध्याय में मेघा की कथा का वर्णन किया जा चुका है। जब मेघा का देहांत हुआ तब ग्रामवासी उनके अर्थों के साथ चले और बाबा भी उनके साथ सम्मिलित हुए तथा उन्होंने उसके मृत शरीर पर फूल बरसाए। दाह संस्कार होने के पश्चात बाबा की आंखों से आंसू गिरने लगे। एक साधारण मनुष्य के समान उनका भी हृदय दुख से विदीर्ण हो गया। उनके शरीर को फूल से ढककर एक निकट संबंधी के सदस्य से रोटी पीते हुए मस्जिद को लौटे। सरगजी प्रदान करते हुए अनेक संत देखने में आए, परंतु बाबा की महानता अद्वितीय ही है। यहाँ तक कि बाघ सरीखा एक हिंसक पशु भी अपनी रक्षा के लिए बाबा के शरण में आया, जिसका वृत्तांत निम्नलिखित है। बाघ की मुक्ति। बाबा के समाधिस्थ होने के 7 दिन पूर्व शिरडी में एक विचित्र घटना घटी। मस्जिद के सामने एक बैलगाड़ी आकर रुकी, जिस पर एक बाघ जंजीरों से बना हुआ था। उनका भयानक मुख गाड़ी के पीछे की ओर था और वो किसी अज्ञात पीड़ा या दर्द से दुखी था। उसके पालक 3 दरवेश थे, जो एक गांव से दूसरी गांव में जाकर उस सैनिक के प्रदर्शन करते थे और इस प्रकार यथेष्ट द्रव्य संचय करते थे और उनकी जीविकोपार्जन का एकमात्र साधन था। उन्होंने उनकी चिकित्सा के सभी प्रयत्न किए, परंतु सब कुछ व्यर्थ हुआ। कहीं से बाबा की गिरती उनके कानों में पड़ गई और वे बाघ को लेकर शाही दरबार में आए। हाथों से जंजीरें कर उन्होंने बाघ को मस्जिद के दरवाजे पर खड़ा कर दिया। वो स्वभावतः ही भयानक था, पर रुग्ण होने के कारण वो वैसे था। नेक भय और आश्चर्य के साथ उनकी ओर देखने लगे। दरवेश अंदर आए और बाबा को सब हाल बताकर उनकी आज्ञा लेकर वे बाबा को उनके सामने लाए। जैसे ही वो सीढ़ियों के समीप पहुंचा, वैसे ही बाबा की तेज गुंज स्वरूप का दर्शन कर एक बार पीछे हट गया और अपनी गर्दन नीचे झुका दी। जब दोनों की दृष्टि आपस में एक के बाद सीढ़ी पर जड़ गया और प्रेम पूर्ण दृष्टि से बाबा की ओर निहारने लगा। उसने अपनी पूंछ फुलाकर 3 बार जमीन पर रखी और फिर तत्क्षण ही अपने प्राण त्याग दिए। उसे मृत देखकर दरवेशी बड़ी निराश और दुखी हुई। तत्पश्चात जब उन्हें बोध हुआ तो उन्होंने सोचा कि प्राणी रोग ग्रस्त था ही और उसकी मृत्यु भी सन्निकट हुई। चलो, उसके लिए अच्छा ही हुआ कि बाबा शरीर के महान संत के चरणों में उसने सदगति प्राप्त हो गई। वो दरवेश का ऋणी था और जब वो ऋण चुक गया तो वो स्वतंत्र हो गया और जीवन के अंत में उसे साई चरणों में सदगति प्राप्त हुई। जब कोई प्राणी संतों के चरणों पर अपना मस्तक रखकर प्राण त्याग दे तो उसकी मुक्ति हो जाती है। पूर्व जन्मों के शुभ संस्कारों के अभाव में ऐसा सुखद अंत होना कैसे संभव है। श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथ परमस्तु शुभम भवतु। अध्याय चैप्टर 32 गुरु और ईश्वर की खोज, उपवास, अमान्य, बाबा की सरकार। इस अध्याय में हिमात पंत ने 2 विषयों का वर्णन किया है। एक, किस प्रकार बाबा की अपने गुरु से भेंट हुई और उनके द्वारा ईश्वर दर्शन की प्राप्ति कैसे हुई। श्रीमती गोखले जो 3 दिन तक ऐसी उपवास कर रही है कि पूरन पोली का भोजन कैसे कराया। प्रस्तावना। श्री हेमाड पंत वट वृक्ष का उदाहरण देकर इस गोचर संसार के स्वरूप का वर्णन करते हैं। गीता के अनुसार वट वृक्ष की जड़ें ऊपर और शाखाएं नीचे की ओर नीचे को चारों ओर से फैली हुई है। ऊर्ध्व मूल मद शाखम। गीता 15वां अध्याय श्लोक 1। इस वृक्ष के गुण, पोषक और अंकुर इंद्रियों की भोग्य पदार्थ है। जड़ें जिनका करणीभूत कर्म है वे सृष्टि के मानवों की ओर फैली हुई है। तो इस वृक्ष की रचना बड़ी ही विचित्र है। न तो इसके आकार, उद्गम और अंत का ही भान होता है और न ही इनके आधार का। इस कठोर जड़ वाले संसार रूपी वृक्ष को नष्ट करने के हेतु किसी बाह्य मार्ग का अवलंबन करना अत्यंत आवश्यक है ताकि इस सार संसार में आवागमन से मुक्ति प्राप्त हो। इस पर अग्रसर होने के लिए किसी योग्य दिग्दर्शक की नितांत आवश्यकता होती है। चाहे कोई कितना ही विद्वान अथवा वेद और वेदांत में पारंगत क्यों न हो, वो अपने निर्दिष्ट स्थान पर नहीं पहुंच सकता जब तक कि उसकी सहायतार्थ कोई योग्य पथ प्रदर्शक न मिल जाए, जिसके पद चिन्ह का अनुसरण करने से ही मार्ग में मिलने वाले गह्वरों, खंडकों तथा हिंसक प्राणियों के भय से मुक्त हुआ जा सकता है और इसी विधि से ही संसार यात्रा सुगम तथा कुशलता पूर्वक पूर्ण हो सकती है। इस विषय में बाबा का अनुभव जो उन्होंने स्वयं बतलाया वास्तव में आश्चर्यजनक है। यदि हम उनका ध्यान पूर्वक अनुसरण करें तो हमें निश्चय ही श्रद्धा, भक्ति और मुक्ति प्राप्त होगी। अन्वेषण। एक समय हम 4 सहयोगी मिलकर धार्मिक एवं अन्य पुस्तकों का अध्ययन कर रहे थे। इस प्रकार प्रबुद्ध होकर हम लोग ब्रह्मा के मूल स्वरूप पर विचार कर रहे थे। एक ने कहा कि हमें स्वयं की ही जागृति करनी चाहिए, दूसरों पर निर्भर रहना हमें उचित नहीं है। इस पर दूसरे ने कहा कि जिसने मनोनिग्रह कर लिया है वो धन्य है। हमें अपने संकीर्ण विचारों और भावनाओं से मुक्त होना चाहिए क्योंकि इस संसार में हमारे अतिरिक्त और कुछ भी नहीं है। तीसरे ने कहा कि ये संसार सदैव परिवर्तनशील है, केवल निराकार ही शाश्वत है, अतः हमें सत्य और असत्य में विवेक करना चाहिए। तब चौथे स्वयं बाबा ने कहा केवल पुस्तकीय ज्ञान से कोई लाभ नहीं, हमें तो अपना कर्तव्य करते रहना चाहिए। दृढ़ विश्वास और पूर्ण निष्ठा पूर्वक हमें अपना तन, मन, धन और पंच प्राणादि सर्वव्यापक गुरुदेव को अर्पण करना चाहिए। हे गुरु भगवान है, सबका पालनहार है। इस प्रकार वाद विवाद के उपरांत हम चारों सहयोगी वन में वन में ईश्वर की खोजी पर निकले। हम 4 विद्वान बिना किसी की सहायता लिए केवल अपनी स्वतंत्र बुद्धि से ही ईश्वर की खोज करना चाहते हैं। मार्ग में हमें एक बंजारा मिला, जिसने हम लोगों से पूछा कि हे सज्जनों, इतनी धूप में आप लोग किस ओर प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं? प्रत्युत्तर में हम लोगों ने कहा कि हम वन की ओर। उसने पुनः पूछा, कृपया ये तो बतलाए कि वन की ओर जाने का उद्देश्य क्या है? हम लोगों ने उसे ताल मटोल वाला उत्तर दे दिया। हम लोगों को निरुद्देश्य सघन भयानक जंगलों में भटकती देखकर उसे दया आ गई। तब उसने अति विनम्र होकर हम लोगों से निवेदन किया कि आप अपनी गुप्त खोज का हेतु चाहे मुझे न बतलाएं, किंतु मैं प्रत्यक्ष देख रहा हूँ और मध्याह्न की प्रचंड मार्तन की तीव्र किरणों की उष्णता से आप लोग अधिक कष्ट पा रहे हैं। कृपया यहाँ पर कुछ क्षण विश्राम कर जलपान कर लीजिए। आप लोगों को सूर्योदय तथा नम्र होना चाहिए। बिना प्रटक इस अपरिचित भयानक वन में भटकने फिरने से कोई लाभ नहीं है। यदि आप लोगों की तीव्र इच्छा है ऐसी है तो कृपया किसी योग्य पथ प्रदर्शक को साथ ले जाइए। उसकी विनम्र प्रार्थना पर ध्यान न देकर हम लोग आगे बढ़े। हम लोगों ने विचार किया कि हम स्वयं ही अपना लक्ष्य प्राप्त करने में समर्थ हैं। तब फिर हमें किसी के सहारे की आवश्यकता नहीं है। जंगल बहुत विशाल और कठिन था। वृक्ष इतने ऊंचे और घने थे कि सूर्य की किरणों का भी वहां पहुंच सकना कठिन था। परिणाम ये हुआ कि हम मार्ग भूल गए और बहुत समय तक यहाँ वहां भटकते रहे। भाग्यवश हम लोग उस स्थान पर पुनः जा पहुंचे जहाँ से पहले प्रस्थान किया था। तब वही बंजारा हमें पुनः मिला और कहने लगा कि अपने चातुर्य पर विश्वास कर आप लोगों को पथ की स्मृति हो गई है। प्रत्येक कार्य में चाहे वो बड़ा हो या छोटा, मार्गदर्शक आवश्यक है। ईश्वर प्रेरणा के अभाव में सत्पुरुषों से भेंट होना संभव नहीं। भूखे रहकर कोई कार्य पूर्ण नहीं हो सकता। इसीलिए यदि कोई आग्रहपूर्वक भोजन के लिए आमंत्रित करे तो उसे अस्वीकार न करो। भोजन तो भगवान का प्रसाद है, उसे ठुकराना उचित नहीं। यदि कोई भोजन के लिए आग्रह करे तो उसे अपनी सफलता का प्रतीक जानो। इतना कहकर उसने भोजन करने का पुनः अनुरोध किया। फिर भी हम लोगों ने उसे उसके अनुरोध की उपेक्षा कर भोजन करना अस्वीकार कर लिया। उनके सरल और गुड उपदेशों की ओर ध्यान दिए बिना ही मेरे 3 साथियों ने आगे प्रस्थान कर दिया। अब पाठक ही अनुमान करे कि वे लोग कितने अहंकारी थे। वे क्षुधा और तृषा से अत्यंत व्याकुल ही था कि बंजारे के अपूर्व प्रेम ने भी मुझे आकर्षित कर लिया। यद्यपि हम लोग अपने को अत्यंत विद्वान समझते थे, परंतु दया एवं कृपा किसे कहते हैं उससे सर्वथा अनभिज्ञ थे। बंजारा था तो एक शूद्र, अनपढ़ और गंवार, परंतु उनके हृदय में महान दया थी। इसने बार बार भोजन के लिए आग्रह किया। जो दूसरों पर निस्वार्थ प्रेम करते हैं, सचमुच में ही वे महान हैं। मैंने सोचा कि इसका आग्रह स्वीकार कर लेना ज्ञान प्राप्ति हेतु शुभ आह्वान है और मैंने इसी कारण उसके दिए हुए रूखे सूखे भोजन को आदर प्रेम पूर्वक स्वीकार कर लिया। क्षुधा निवारण होते ही क्या देखता हूँ कि गुरुदेव तुरंत ही समक्ष प्रकट हो गए और प्रश्न करने लगे। ये सब क्या हो रहा था? घटित घटना मैंने तुरंत ही उन्हें सुना दी। उन्होंने आश्वासन दिया कि मैं तुम्हारे हृदय की समस्त इच्छाएं पूर्ण कर दूंगा, परंतु जिसका विश्वास मुझ पर होगा सफलता केवल उसी को प्राप्त होगा। मेरी तीनों सहयोगी तो उनके वचनों पर अविश्वास कर वहां से चलने लगे। तब मैंने उन्हें आदर सहित प्रणाम किया और उनकी आज्ञा मान स्वीकार कर लिया। तत्पश्चात वे मुझे एक कुएं के समीप ले गया और रस्सी से मेरे पैर बांध कर मुझे कुएं में उल्टा लटका दिया। मेरा सिर नीचे और पैर ऊपर को था। मेरे सिर जल से लगभग 3 फुट की ऊंचाई पर था और न मैं हाथों के द्वारा जल ही सकता हूँ और न मुंह में ही उसके जा सकने की कोई संभावना थी। मुझे इस प्रकार उल्टा लटका कर वे न जाने कहाँ चले गए। लगभग 4-5 घंटों के उपरांत वे लौटे और उन्होंने मुझे शीघ्र ही कुएं से बाहर निकला। फिर वे मुझसे पूछने लगी कि तुम्हें वहां कैसा अनुभव हो रहा था? मैंने कहा कि मैं परम आनंद का अनुभव कर रहा था। मेरे समान मूर्ख प्राणी भला ऐसे आनंद का वर्णन कैसे कर सकता है? मेरा उत्तर सुनकर मेरे गुरुदेव अत्यंत ही प्रसन्न हुए और उन्होंने मुझे अपने हृदय से लगाकर सराहना की और मुझे अपने संग ले लिया गया। एक चिड़िया अपनी बच्चों की जितना भी सावधान से पालन करती है, उसी प्रकार उन्होंने मेरा भी पालन किया। उन्होंने मुझे अपनी शाला में स्थान दिया। कितनी सुंदर थी वो शाला। वहां मुझे अपने माता पिता की एक स्मृति हो गई। मेरे समस्त अन्य आकर्षण दूर हो गए और मैंने सरलता पूर्वक बंधनों से मुक्ति पाई। मुझे सदा ऐसा ही लगता था, उनके हृदय से ही चिपकर रहकर उनकी ओर निहारा करूं। यदि उनकी भव्य मूर्ति मेरी दृष्टि में न समाती तो मैं अपने को नेत्रहीन होना ही अधिक श्रेष्ठ समझता। ऐसी प्रिय थी वो शाला कि वहां पहुंचकर कोई भी खाली हाथ नहीं लौटा। मेरी समस्त निजी घर संपत्ति, माता पिता या क्या कहूँ, वे ही मेरी सर्वस्व थे। मेरी इंद्रियां अपने कर्मों को छोड़कर मेरे नेत्रों में केंद्रित हो गई और मेरे नेत्र उन पर मेरे लिए तो गुरु ऐसे हो चुके हैं कि दिन रात में उनके ही ध्यान में निमग्न रहता था। मुझे किसी भी बात की छूट न थी। इस प्रकार ध्यान और चिंतन करते हुए मेरा मन और बुद्धि स्थिर हो गई। मैं स्तब्ध हो गया और उन्हें मानसिक प्रणाम करने लगा। अन्य और भी आध्यात्मिक केंद्र है जहाँ एक भिन्न देखने आता है। साधक वहाँ ज्ञान प्राप्त करने के लिए जाता है और द्रव्य और समय का अपव्यय करता है, कठोर परिश्रम भी करता है, परंतु अंत में उसे पश्चाताप ही हाथ लगाता है। वहां गुरु अपने गुप्त ज्ञान भंडार का अभिमान प्रदर्शित करते हैं और अपने को निष्कलंक बतलाते हैं। वे अपनी पवित्रता और विशुद्धता का अभिनय तो करते हैं, परंतु उनके अंतःकरण में दया लेस मात्र भी नहीं होती। वे उपदेश अधिक देते हैं और अपनी कीर्ति का स्वयं ही गुणगान करते हैं, परंतु उनके शब्द हृदय वेदी नहीं थे। इसीलिए साधकों को संतोष प्राप्त कर नहीं, परंतु उनकी हृदय वेदी नहीं होते, इसलिए साधकों को संतोष प्राप्त नहीं होता। जहाँ तक आत्म दर्शन का प्रश्न है, वे उससे कोसों दूर होते हैं। इस प्रकार कि केंद्र साधकों को उपयोगी कैसे सिद्ध हो सकते हैं और उनसे किसी उन्नति की आशा कोई कहाँ तक कर सकता है। जिन गुरु के श्री चरणों का मैंने अभी वर्णन किया है, वे भिन्न प्रकार की केवल उनकी कृपा दृष्टि से मुझे स्वतः ही अनुभूति प्राप्त हो गई और मुझे न कोई प्रयास और न कोई विशेष अध्ययन करना पड़ा। मुझे किसी भी वस्तु के खोजने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ी, वरन प्रत्येक वस्तु मुझे दिन के प्रकाश के समान उज्जवल दिखाई देने लगी। केवल मेरे वे गुरु ही जानते हैं कि किस प्रकार उनके द्वारा कुएं में मुझे उल्टा लटकाना मेरे लिए परमानंद का कारण सिद्ध हुआ। उन 4 सहयोगियों में से एक महान कर्मकांडी था। किस प्रकार कर्म करना और उससे अलिप्त रहना, ये उसे भली भांति ज्ञात था। दूसरा ज्ञानी था जो सदैव ज्ञान के अहंकार में चूर रहता था। तीसरा ईश्वर भक्त था कि जो अनन्य भाव से भगवान के शरणागत हो चुका था तथा उसे ज्ञात था कि ईश्वर ही करता है। जब वे इस प्रकार विचार विनिमय कर रहे थे, तभी ईश्वर संबंधी प्रश्न उठ पड़ा था और वे बिना किसी के सहायता प्राप्त किए अपने स्वतंत्र ज्ञान पर निर्भर रहकर ईश्वर की खोज में निकल पड़े। श्री साई जो विवेक और वैराग्य की प्रत्यक्ष मूर्ति थे, चारों लोगों में सम्मिलित थे। यहाँ कोई शंका कर सकता है कि जब साई स्वयं ही ब्रह्म के अवतार थे, तब उन लोगों के साथ क्यों सम्मिलित हुए और क्यों उन्होंने ऐसा आचरण किया। स्वयं अवतार होते हुए भी और ये दृढ़ धारणा करिए कि अन्न ही ब्रह्म है, उन्होंने एक शूद्र बंजारे के भोजन को साहस से स्वीकार कर लिया तथा बंजारे के भोजन के आग्रह की उपेक्षा करने और बिना गुरु के ज्ञान प्राप्त करने वालों की क्या दशा होती है, इसका उनके समक्ष एक उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया। श्रुति का कथन है कि इन्हें माता पिता तथा गुरु का आदर सहित भोजन कर धार्मिक ग्रंथों का अध्ययन करना चाहिए। ये चित्त शुद्धि के मार्ग है और जब तक चित्त की शुद्धि नहीं होती, तब तक आत्मानुभूति की आशा व्यर्थ है। आत्मा इंद्रियों, मन और बुद्धि के परे है। इस विषय में ज्ञान और तर्क हमारी कोई सहायता नहीं कर सकते। केवल गुरु की कृपा से ही सब कुछ संभव हो सकता है। धर्म, अर्थ और काम की प्राप्ति अपनी प्रयत्न से हो सकती है, परंतु मोक्ष की प्राप्ति तो केवल गुरु कृपा से ही हो सकती है। श्री साई के दरबार में तरह तरह के लोगों का दर्शन होता था। देखो, ज्योतिष लोग आ रहे हैं और भविष्य का बखान कर रहे हैं। दूसरी ओर राजकुमार श्रीमान संपन्न और निर्धन, सन्यासी, योगी और गवैये दर्शन करने चले आ रहे हैं। और तीसरे यहाँ तक कि एक अति शूद्र भी दरबार में आता है और प्रणाम करने के पश्चात कहता है कि सारे ही मेरे माँ बाप थे और वे जन्म मृत्यु के चक्र से मेरा छुटकारा कर देंगे। और भी अनेकों तमाशा करने वाले, कीर्तन करने वाले, अंधे, पंगु, नाशपंथी, नर्तक व अन्य मनोरंजन करने वाले दरबार में आते थे, जहाँ उनका उचित मान किया जाता है। और इसी प्रकार उपयुक्त समय पर वो बंजारा भी प्रकट हुआ और जो अभिनय उससे सौंपा गया था उसने उसका पूर्ण किया। हमारे विचार से कुएं में 4-5 घंटे उल्टे लटके रहना, ये ये हमारे विषय में कुएं में 4-5 घंटे उल्टे लटके रहना इसे सामान्य घटना नहीं समझना चाहिए, क्योंकि ऐसा कोई बिरला ही होगा जो इस प्रकार इतने अधिक समय तक रस्सी से लटकाए जाने पर कष्ट का अनुभव न कर परमानंद का अनुभव करे। इसके विपरीत उसे पीड़ा होने की ही संभावना अधिक है। ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि समाधि अवस्था का ही यहाँ चित्रण किया गया है। आनंद 2 प्रकार के होते हैं, प्रथम इंद्रिय और द्वितीय आध्यात्मिक। ईश्वर ने हमारी इंद्रियों और तन मन की प्रवृत्तियों की रचना बाह्य भोग की है, और जब वे अपने विषय पदार्थों में संलग्न होती है तब हमें इंद्रिय चैतन्यता प्राप्त होती है, जिसके फलस्वरूप हमें सुख या दुख का पृथक या दोनों का सम्मिलित अनुभव होना चाहिए, न कि परमानंद का। जब इंद्रियों और मन की और उनके विषय पदार्थों से हटकर अंतर्मुख कर आत्मा पर केंद्रित किया जाता है तब हमें आध्यात्मिक बोध होता है। और उस समय के आनंद का मुख से वर्णन नहीं किया जा सकता। मैं परमानंद में था और उस समय का वर्णन मैं कैसे कर सकता हूँ। इन शब्दों से ध्वनित होता है कि गुरु ने उन्हें समाधि अवस्था में रखकर चंचल इंद्रियों और मन रूपी जल से दूर रखा। उपवास और श्रीमती गोखले। बाबा ने स्वयं कभी उपवास नहीं किया, नहीं उन्होंने दूसरों को करने दिया। उपवास करने वालों का मन कभी शांत नहीं रहता, तब उन्हें परमार्थ की प्राप्ति कैसे हो सकता है, कैसे संभव है। प्रथम आत्मा की तृप्ति होना आवश्यक है, भूखी रखकर ईश्वर की प्राप्ति नहीं हो सकती। तेरे शरीर में उस अन्न की ऊर्जा न हो तो हम कौन सी आंख से ईश्वर को देखेंगे और किस जीवा से उनकी महानता का वर्णन करेंगे और किन कानों से उनका श्रवण करेंगे। सारांश ये है कि जब समस्त इंद्रियों को यथेष्ट खुराक और शांति मिलती है तब वे बालिष्ठ देती है और तभी हम भक्ति और ईश्वर प्राप्ति की अन्य साधनाएं कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए न तो हमें उपवास करना चाहिए, न ही अधिक भोजन में संयम रखना शरीर और मन दोनों के लिए उत्तम है। श्रीमती काशीबाई कानिटकर। श्री साई बाबा के एक भक्त से परिचय पत्र लेकर श्रीमती गोखले दारा केलकर के पास शिरडी आई। वे ये दृढ़ निश्चय करके आई थी कि बाबा के श्री चरणों में बैठकर 3 दिन उपवास करूंगी। उनके शिरडी पहुंचने के एक दिन पूर्व ही बाबा ने दादा केलकर से कहा कि मैं सिमगा होली के दिनों में अपने बच्चों को भूखा नहीं देख सकता हूँ। यदि उन्हें भूखे रहना पड़े तो मेरे यहाँ होने का लाभ ही क्या है। दूसरे दिन जब वो महिला दादा केलकर के साथ मस्जिद में जाकर बाबा के चरण कमलों के समीप बैठी तो तुरंत बाबा ने कहा, उपवास की आवश्यकता ही क्या है। दादा भट्ट के घर जाकर पूरन पोली तैयार करो, अपने बच्चों को खिलाओ और स्वयं खाओ। वे होली के दिन थे और इस समय श्रीमती केलकर मासिक धर्म से थी। दादा भट्ट के घर में रसोई बनाने के लिए कोई न था, इसीलिए बाबा की युक्ति बड़ी सामयिक थी। श्रीमती गोखले ने दादा भट्ट के घर जाकर भोजन तैयार किया और दूसरों को भोजन कराकर स्वयं भी खाया। कितनी सुंदर कथा है और कितनी सुंदर उसकी शिक्षा। बाबा के सरकार। बाबा ने अपने बचपन की एक कहानी का इस प्रकार वर्णन किया। जब मैं छोटा था तब जीविकोपार्जनार्थ में बीर गांव आया। वहां मुझे जरी का काम मिल गया और मैं पूर्ण लगन व उम्मीद से अपना काम करने लगा। मेरा काम देखकर सेठ बहुत ही प्रसन्न हुआ और मेरे साथ 3 लड़के और भी काम करते थे। पहले का काम 50 रुपए का, दूसरे का 100 रुपए का और तीसरे का 150 रुपए का हुआ। मेरा काम उन तीनों में से दुगुना हो गया। मेरी निपुणता देखकर सेठ बहुत ही प्रसन्न हुआ। वो मुझे अधिक चाहता था और मेरी प्रशंसा भी करता रहता था। उसने मुझे एक पूरी पोशाक प्रदान की, जिसमें सिर के लिए एक पगड़ी और शरीर के लिए एक सेला भी था। मेरे पास वो पोशाक वैसे ही रही। मैंने सोचा कि जो कुछ मनुष्य निर्मित है वो नाशवान और अपूर्ण है, और जो कुछ मेरी सरकार द्वारा निर्मित होगा वो अंत तक रहेगा। किसी भी मनुष्य के उपहार की उससे समानता संभव नहीं है। मेरी सरकार कहती है ले जाओ, लोग मेरे पास आकर कहते हैं मुझे दे दो, मुझे दो, परंतु जो कुछ मैं कहता हूँ उसके अर्थ पर कोई ध्यान देने का प्रयत्न नहीं करता। मेरी सरकार का खजाना भरपूर है और वो बह रहा है। मैं तो कहता हूँ कि खोलकर गाड़ी में भरकर ले जाओ। जो सच्ची माँ का लाल होगा उसे स्वयं ही भरना चाहिए। मेरी फकीर की कला, मेरे भगवान की लीला और मेरी सरकार का बर्ताव सर्वथा अद्वितीय है। मेरा क्या, ये शरीर मिट्टी में मिलकर सारी भूमंडल में व्याप्त हो जाएगा तथा फिर ये अवसर कभी प्राप्त न होगा। मैं चाहे कहीं जाता हूँ या कहीं बैठता हूँ, परंतु माया फिर भी मुझे कष्ट पहुंचाती है। इतना होने पर भी मैं अपने भक्तों के कल्याणार्थ सदैव उत्सुकी रहता हूँ। जो कुछ भी कोई करता है, एक दिन उसका फल उसको अवश्य प्राप्त होगा, और जो मेरे इन वचनों का याद रखेगा उसे मौलिक आनंद की प्राप्ति होगी। श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथ प्रणमस्तु, शिवम भवतु। ओम साई राम।
ఓం సాయిరామ్. శ్రీ సాయి సచ్చరిత్రము 33వ అధ్యాయం. గత అధ్యాయంలో గురువు మహిమను వర్ణించితిమి. ఇందులో ఊది మహిమను వర్ణించదము. మనం ఇప్పుడు గొప్ప యోగీశ్వరులకు నమస్కరించదము. వారి కరుణా కటాక్షములు కొండంత పాపములు కూడా నశింపజేయును, మనలోని దుర్గుణములను పోగొట్టును. వారి సామాన్యపు పలుకులే మనకు నీతులు బోధించును, అమృతానందమును ప్రసాదించును. ఇది నాది, అది నీది అను భేదభావము వారి మనస్సులందు పుట్టదు. వారి రుణమును ఈ జన్మ ఎందుగాని వచ్చే పెక్కు జన్మల ఎందుగాని మనము తీర్చుకొనలేము. ఊది ప్రసాదము. బాబా అందరి వద్ద నుంచి దక్షిణ తీసుకొని చుండునని అందరికీ తెలిసిన విషయమే. ఈ విధముగా వసూలు చేసిన మొత్తంలో నెక్కువ భాగము దానము చేసి మిగతా దానితో వంట చెరుకును కొనుచుండెను. ఈ కట్టెలను బాబా దునిలో వేయుచుండెను. దానిని నిత్యము మంట పెట్టుచుండెను. అది ఇప్పటికీ నటులే మండుచున్నది. అందులోని బూడిదనే ఊది అనుచున్నాము. బాబా దానిని భక్తులకు తమ ఇండ్లకు తిరిగిపోవునప్పుడు పంచిపెట్టడివారు. ఊది వలన బాబా ఏమి బోధింపనుద్దేశించెను? ప్రపంచంలో కనిపించు వస్తువులన్నీ బూడిద వల్ల అశాశ్వతములు. పంచభూతములు చేయబడిన మన శరీరములన్నీ సౌఖ్యములను అనుభవించిన పిమ్మట పతనమైపోయి బూడిదగును. ఈ సంగతి జ్ఞప్తికి తెచ్చుటకై బాబా భక్తులకు ఊది ప్రసాదమును పంచిపెట్టుచుండెను. ఈ ఊది వలననే బ్రహ్మము నిత్యమనియు, ఈ జగత్తు అశాశ్వతమనియు, ప్రపంచంలో గల బంధువులు, కొడుకు గాని, తండ్రి గాని, తల్లి గాని మనవారు కారనియు బాబా బోధించెను. ఈ ప్రపంచములోనికి మనము ఒంటరిగా వచ్చితిమి, ఒంటరిగానే పోయేదము. ఊది అనేక విధములలో శారీరక మానసిక రోగములను బాగు చేయుచుండెను. భక్తుల చెవులలో బాబా ఊది ద్వారా, దక్షిణ ద్వారా నిత్యానిత్యములకు తారతమ్యము, అనిత్యమైన దాని యందు అభిమాన రాహిత్యము గంటమ్రోత వలె వినిపించుచుండెను. మొదటిది వివేకమును, రెండవది దక్షిణ వైరాగ్యమును బోధించుచుండెను. ఈ రెండును కలిగి ఉన్న గాని సంసారమనే సాగమును దాటలేము. అందుచే బాబా అడిగి దక్షిణ తీసుకొనుచుండెను. షిరిడి నుంచి ఇంటికి పోవునప్పుడు భక్తులకు ఊదియే ప్రసాదముగానిచ్చి కొంత నుదిటిపై వ్రాసి వరదహస్తమును వారి శిరస్సుపై నుంచుచుండెను. బాబా సంతోషముతో నున్నప్పుడు పాడుచుండెడి వారు. పాటలలో ఊది గురించి ఒకటి పాడుచుండెది. దాని పల్లవి కళ్యాణ రామ రారమ్ము గోనెలతో ఊదిని తేతెము. బాబా దానిని చక్కని రాగంతో మధురంగా పాడుచుండెడి వారు. ఇదంతయు ఊది యొక్క ఆధ్యాత్మిక ప్రాముఖ్యము. దాని వలన భౌతిక ప్రాధాన్యము కూడా కలదు. అది ఆరోగ్యమును, ఐశ్వర్యమును, ఆతురతల నుండి విమోచనమును మొదలగునవి ఎసగుచుండెను. ఇది ఇక ఊది గూర్చిన కథలను ప్రారంభించదము. తేలుకాటు. నాసిక్ నివాసియగు నారాయణ మోతీ రామ్జాని అనునతడు బాబా భక్తుడు. అతడు రామచంద్ర వామన్ మోడక్ అను బాబా భక్తుని వద్ద ఉద్యోగము చేయుచుండెను. అతడు ఒకసారి తన తల్లితో షిరిడీకి పోయి బాబాను దర్శించెను. అప్పుడు స్వయముగా బాబా అతడు మోదక్ సేవను మాని తాను సొంతముగా వ్యాపారం పెట్టుకొనవలనని చెప్పెను. కొన్ని దినముల తర్వాత బాబా మాట సత్యమాయెను. నారాయణ జాని ఉద్యోగం మాని స్వయముగా ఆనందాశ్రమం అను హోటల్ పెట్టెను. అది బాగా అభివృద్ధి చెందెను. ఒకసారి ఈ నారాయణరావు స్నేహితునికి తేలు కుట్టెను. దాని బాధ భరింపరానంతగా ఉండెను. అటువంటి విషయములలో ఊది బాగా పనిచేయను. నొప్పి ఉన్న చోట ఊదిని రాయవలను. అందుచే నారాయణరావు ఊది కొరకు వెతికెను. కానీ అది కనిపించలేదు. అతడు బాబా పటము ముందర నిలిచి బాబా సహాయము కోరి బాబా నామజపము చేసి బాబా పటము ముందు రాలిపడిన అగురవత్తి బూడిద చిటికెడు తీసి దానినే ఊదిగా భావించి నొప్పి ఉన్న చోట రాసెను. అతడు ఊది రాసి చేయి తీసిన వెంటనే నొప్పి తగ్గిపోయెను. ఇద్దరు ఆశ్చర్య ఆనందములతో మునిగిరి. ప్లేగు జబ్బు. ఒకానొకప్పుడు బాంద్రాలో నుండి ఒక బాబా భక్తునికి వేరొక గ్రామంలోనున్న తన కుమార్తె ప్లేగు జ్వరంతో బాధపడుచుండెనని తెలుసును. అతడు తన వద్ద ఊది లేదని కనుక ఊది పంపుమని నానాసాహెబ్ చంద్రోకర్ గారికి కబురు పంపిన. ఈ వార్త సాహెబ్ కు టాఢా రైల్వే స్టేషన్ వద్ద తెలిసిన. అప్పుడు అతడు భార్యతో కూడా కళ్యాణ్ పోవచుండెను. వారి వద్ద అప్పుడు ఊది లేకుండెను. కావున నానాసాహెబ్ రోడ్డు పైన మట్టిని కొంచెం తీసి సాయినామ జపము చేసి బాబా అనుగ్రహమును అభ్యర్థించి తన భార్య నుదుటిపై రాసెను. కబరు తెచ్చిన వ్యక్తి ఇదంతయో చూచిన. ఆ భక్తుడు ఇంటికి పోసరికి 3 రోజుల నుంచి బాధపడుచున్న వాని కూతురు జబ్బు నానాసాహెబ్ తన భార్య నుదుటిపై మట్టిని పూసినప్పటి నుండి తగ్గినని విని మిక్కిలి సంతసించెను. జామ్నేర్ లీల. 1904-1905 సంవత్సరంలో నానాసాహెబ్ చాంద్రోకర్ జామ్నేరులోని మామల్తాదారుగా నుండెను. ఇది కాందేశ్ జిల్లాలో షిరిడీకి 100 మైళ్ళ దూరంలో నున్నది. ఆయన కుమార్తె మైనాతాయి గర్భిణి, ప్రసవించుకు సిద్ధముగా నుండెను. ఆమె స్థితి బాగు లేకుండాను. ఆమె 2-3 దినముల నుంచి ప్రసవ వేదన పడుచుండెను. నానాసాహెబ్ ఔషధములన్నీ వాడెను, కానీ ప్రయోజనం లేకుండెను. అప్పుడు బాబాను జ్ఞప్తికి తెచ్చుకొని వారి సహాయమును వేడెను. షిరిడిలో రామ్గురి బువ్వ ఆయన సన్యాసి ఉండెను. బాబా అతన్ని బాపుగిరి బువ్వు అని పిలిచేవారు. అతని స్వగ్రామము గాంధేశులోని నుండెను. అతడచ్చటికి పోవుటకు నిశ్చయించుకొనెను. బాబా అతనిని పిలిచి మార్గమధ్యంలో జామ్నేర్లో కొంత విశ్రాంతి తీసుకుని నానాసాహెబ్కు ఊదిని హారతి పాటను ఇమ్మనను. తన వద్ద 2 రూపాయలున్నవని, అవి జలగాం వరకు రైలు టికెట్టుకు సరిపోవుననియు, కాబట్టి జలగాం నుండి జామ్నేరు పోవటకు సుమారు 30 మైళ్ళు ధనము లేదని రామ్గిరి బువ్వ చెప్పెను. అన్నీ సరిగా అమరును గాక, నతడు కలతో చెందవ అవసరం లేదని బాబా పలికెను. శ్యామాను పిలిచి మాధవ ఆడ్కర్ రచించిన హారతిని వ్రాయమనను. హారతి పాటను ఊదిని రామ్గిరి బువ్వకిచ్చి నానాసాహెబ్ కు అందజేయమనను. బాబా మాటలపై ఆధారపడి రామ్గిరి బువ్వ షిరిడి విడిచి రాత్రి 2:30 గంటలకు జలగాం చేరెను. అచ్చటికి చేరునప్పటికీ అతని చెంత 2 అణాలు మాత్రమే ఉండెను. కాబట్టి కష్టదశలో నుండెను. అప్పుడు ఎవరు బాపుగిరి బువ్వ ఎవరు అని కేక వేయుచుండిరి. బువ్వ అచ్చటకు పోయి తనే అని చెప్పెను. నానాసాహెబ్ పంపించినారని చెప్పుచు ఆ బంట్రోతు బువ్వను ఒక చక్కని టాంగా వద్దకు తీసుకొని పోయెను. దానికి 2 మంచి గుర్రములు కట్టి ఉండెను. ఇద్దరు అందులో కూర్చుండి బండిని వదిలిరి. టాంగా వేగముగా పోయెను. తెల్లవారుజామున టాంగా ఒక సెలయేరు వద్దకు చేరెను. బండిలో తోలువాడు గుర్రములకు నీళ్లు తాగించుటకు పోయెను. బంట్రోతు రామ్గిరి బువ్వను ఫలహారం చేయమని ఫలహారము దినుసులను పెట్టెను. గడ్డము మీసములున్న బంట్రోతు బట్టలు చూసి రామ్గిరి బువ్వ అతడు మహమ్మదీయుడని సంశయించి ఫలహారము తినకుండెను. కానీ ఆ బంట్రోతు తాను హిందువుడని, గర్వాల్ దేశపు క్షత్రియుడని నానాసాహెబ్ ఆ ఫలహారం పంపెను గనుక తినుటకు ఎట్టి సంశయము వలదనెను. అప్పుడు ఇద్దరు కలిసి ఫలహారం చేసి బయలుదేరి ఉషకాలంలో జామ్నేరు చేరిరి. ఒంటికి పోసుకొనుటకై రామ్గిరి బువ్వ టాంగా దిగి 2-3 నిమిషంలలో వచ్చెను. తిరిగి వచ్చేసరికి టాంగా తోలువాడు గాని బంట్రోతు గాని లేకుండిరి. బాపుగురి బువ్వ నోటి వెంట మాట రాకుండెను. దగ్గరనున్న కచేరికి పోయి అడుగగా నానాసాహెబ్ ఇంటి వద్దనే ఉన్నట్టు తెలిసే. అతను నానాసాహెబ్ గారి ఇంటికి వెళ్లి తాను షిరిడి సాయిబాబా వారి వద్ద నుండి వచ్చినట్లు చెప్పిన. బాబా ఇచ్చిన ఊది హారతి పాట నానాసాహెబ్ కి అందజేసెను. మైనతాయి చాలా దుస్థితిలో ఉండెను. అందరూ ఆమె గూర్చి దిగులు ఆందోళన పడుచుండ్రి. నానాసాహెబ్ తన భార్యను పిలిచి ఊదిని నీళ్ళలో కలిపి కుమార్తెకిచ్చి హారతిని పాడమనేది. బాబా మంచి సమయంలో సహాయం పంపిననుకొని కొద్ది నిమిషములలో ప్రసవం సుఖముగా జరిగినని వార్త వచ్చెను. గండం గడిచినదని చెప్పిరి. నానాసాహెబ్ గారు టాంగాను నౌకరును పలహారం పంపినందుకు బాపుగిరి బువ్వ ఆయనకు కృతజ్ఞత తెలుపగా నాతడు మిక్కిలి ఆశ్చర్యపడెను. షిరిడి నుంచి ఎవరు వచ్చుచున్నది అతనికి తెలియదు కనుక అతనేమీ పంపి ఉండలేదని చెప్పాను. బివి దేవి గారి విషయం నానాసాహెబ్ చాంద్రోకర్ కొడుకు బాపురావు చాందోర్కర్ను రామ్గిరి బువ్వను కలిసి విచారించి సాయి లీలా మ్యాగజైన్ లో గొప్ప వ్యాసమును ప్రకటించిరి. బివి నరసింహ స్వామి గారు మైనతాయి బాపురావు చాందోర్కర్ రామ్గిరి బువ్వ వాంగ్మూలను సేకరించి భక్తుల అనుభవంలో అను గ్రంథములు ప్రకటించిరి. భక్త నారాయణరావు బాబాను 2 సార్లు దర్శనం చేయి భాగ్యము కలిగాను. బాబా సమాధి చెందిన 3 ఏళ్లకు షిరిడీకి పోవాలని అనుకుని కానీ పోలేకపోయాను. బాబా సమాధి చెందిన 1 సంవత్సరంలో నతడు జబ్బు పడి మిగులు బాధపడుచుండెను. సాధారణ చికిత్సల వలన ప్రయోజనం కలుగలేదు. కావున రాత్రింబవళ్ళు బాబాను ధ్యానించెను. ఒకనాడు స్వప్నంలో ఒక దృశ్యము చూచెను. అతడు అందు బాబా అతనిని ఓదార్చి ఇట్లనను, ఆందోళన పడవద్దు, రేపటి నుంచి బాగగును, వారం రోజులను నడువగలవు. స్వప్నంలో చెప్పిన రీతిగా రోగము వారములో కుదిరెను. ఇచ్చట మనం ఆలోచించవలసిన విషయం ఇది. శరీరం ఉన్నన్నాళ్ళు బాబా బ్రతికి ఉండిరా? శరీరం పోయినది కదా అని చనిపోయినారా? లేదు, ఎల్లప్పుడూ జీవించియే ఉన్నారు. వారు జనన మరణములకు అతీతులు. ఎవరైతే బాబాను ఒకసారి హృదయపూర్వకంగా ప్రేమించెదరో వారెక్కడున్నప్పటికీ ఎట్టి సమయమందు గాని బాబా నుంచి తగిన జవాబు పొందెదరు. వారెల్లప్పుడూ మన పక్కనే ఉందురు. ఏ రూపంలోనో భక్తునికి దర్శనమిచ్చి వాని కోరికను నెరవేర్చెదరు. బాలబువా సుతార్. బొంబాయిలో నుండి ప్రముఖ సంకీర్తనకారుడు బాలబువా సుతార్ ఒకసారి షిరిడీకి వచ్చెను. అతడు గొప్ప భక్తుడు. ఎల్లప్పుడూ అతడు భగవద్ధ్యానము, భజన అందే తత్పరుడై ఉండేవారు. అందుచే జనులు వారిని నవయుగ తుకారం అని పిలిచేవారు. వారు బాబాకు నమస్కరించగా, బాబా నేను ఇతనిని 4 సంవత్సరం నుండి ఎరుగుదును అనేది తాను మొదటిసారిగా ఇప్పుడే షిరిడికి వచ్చిన వాడొకటిచే బాలబువ్వ ఇదట్టు సంభవం అనుకున్నాను. కానీ తీవ్రంగా ఆలోచించగా బొంబాయిలో 4 సంవత్సరముల కిందట బాబా ఫోటోకు నమస్కరించినట్లు జ్ఞప్తికి వచ్చిన. అతడు బాబా మాటలు ప్రాముఖ్యమును గ్రహించిన. తనలో తాను ఇట్లా అనుకున్నాను, యోగులు ఎంతటి సర్వజ్ఞులు, సర్వాంతర్యాములు, తమ భక్తులందు వారికి ఎంత ప్రేమ. నేను వారి ఫోటోను చూచుట వారిని స్వయంగా చూచిన దానితో సమానమని నాకు బోధించింది. అప్పా సాహెబ్ కులకర్ణి. 1917వ సంవత్సరంలో అప్పా సాహెబ్ కులకర్ణి వంతు వచ్చెను. అతడు తానాకు బదిలీ అయ్యను. బాలాసాహెబ్ బూటే అతనికి బాబా ఫోటోని ఇచ్చి ఉండెను. అతడు దానిని జాగ్రత్తగా పూజించుచుండెను. పువ్వులు, చందనము, నైవేద్యము బాబాకు నిత్యం అర్పించి బాబాను చూడవలనని మిగులు కాంక్షించుచుండెను. ఈ సందర్భంలో బాబా పటంను మనఃపూర్వకంగా చూచినచో బాబాను ప్రత్యక్షముగా చూచిన దానితో సమానమేనని చెప్పవచ్చును. కులకర్ణి ఠానాలో నుండగా భివండి పర్యటనకు పోవలసి వచ్చిన. 1 వారం రోజుల లోపల తిరిగి వచ్చుటకు అవకాశం లేకున్నా. అతడు లేనప్పుడు 3వ రోజునే దిగు ఆశ్చర్యమైన సంగతి జరిగే. మధ్యాహ్నం 12 గంటలకు ఒక ఫకీరు అప్పా కులకర్ణి గారి ఇంటికి వచ్చెను. వారి ప్రముఖ లక్షణములు సాయిబాబా ముఖ లక్షణములతో సరిపోయిన. కులకర్ణి గారి భార్య బిడ్డలు వారు షిరిడి సాయిబాబా వారా అని అడిగిరి. వారిట్లా నడివిరి, లేదు, నేను భగవంతుని సేవకుడును. వారి ఆజ్ఞానుసారం మీ క్షేమములను కనుగొన్నట్టుకు వచ్చి తిని అట్లనచు దక్షిణ అడిగాను. ఆమె 1 రూపాయి ఇచ్చను. వారు ఒక చిన్న పట్లంలో ఉదీనిచ్చి దానిని పూజలో ఫోటోతో కూడా నించుకొని పూజించమనేది. పిమ్మట ఇల్లు విడిచి వెళ్ళిపోయి ఇక చిత్రమైన సాయిలీలను వినుడు. భివండిలో తన గుర్రం జబ్బు పడగా అప్పా సాహెబ్ తన పర్యటన మానుకొలవలసి వచ్చాను. కానీ అంటే సాయంకాలమే అతడు తిరిగి ఇల్లు చేరాడు. ఫకీరు గారి రాక భార్య వల్ల వెళ్ళను. ఫకీరు గారి దర్శనం దొరకనందుకు మిగులు మనోవేదన పొందెను. ఫకీరు 1 రూపాయి మాత్రమే దక్షిణగా ఇచ్చుటకు ఇష్టపడుకుండెను. తానే ఇంటి వద్దనున్నచో 10 రూపాయలకు తక్కువ కాకుండా దక్షిణ ఇచ్చి ఉందుననుకొనెను. వెంటనే ఫకీరును వెదుటకై బయలుదేరెను. మసీదులలోనూ తక్కిన చోట్ల భోజనం చేయకే వారి కొరకు వెదికారు. అతని అన్వేషణ నిష్ఫలం. ఆయన ఇంటికి వచ్చి భోజనం చేసిన. 32వ అధ్యాయంలో ఉత్తకడుపుతో భగవంతుని వెతకరాదని బాబా చెప్పినది చదువుని గమనించవలను. అప్పా సాహెబ్ ఇచ్చట ఒక నీతిని నేర్చుకున్నాను. భోజనం అయిన తర్వాత చిత్రేయను స్నేహితునితో వ్యాహాలికి బయలుదేరును. కొంత దూరం పోగానే ఎవరో వారి వైపు త్వరగా వచ్చుచున్నట్లుగా అనిపించదు. వారి ముఖలక్ష్యములను బట్టి వారు తన ఇంటికి 12 గంటలకు వచ్చిన వారే అని అనుకున్నాను. వెంటనే ఫకీరు చేయి చాచి దక్షిణ అడిగాను. అప్పా సాహెబ్ 1 రూపాయిని ఇచ్చిన. వారు తిరిగి అడుగగా ఇంకనూ 2 రూపాయలు ఇచ్చిన. అప్పటికీ అతడు సంతృష్టి చెందలేదు. అప్పా సాహెబ్ చిత్రే వద్ద నుంచి 3 రూపాయలు తీసుకొని ఫకీరుకి ఇచ్చిన. వారికి ఇంకనూ దక్షిణ కావాలననేది. అప్పా సాహెబ్ వారిని ఇంటికి రావాల్సిందిగా వేడుకొనను. అందరూ ఇల్లు చేరిరు. అప్పా సాహెబ్ వారికి 3 రూపాయలు ఇచ్చిన. మొత్తం 9 రూపాయలు ముట్టను. అప్పటికి సంతృష్టి చెందగా ఫకీరు ఇంకనూ దక్షిణ ఇమ్మనను. అప్పా సాహెబ్ తన వద్ద 10 రూపాయల నోటు గలదనను. ఫకీరు దానిని పుచ్చుకొని 9 రూపాయలు తిరిగి ఇచ్చివేసి అక్కడి నుండి వెడలను. అప్పా సాహెబ్ 10 రూపాయలను ఇచ్చదననుకున్నాను గనుక ఆ మొత్తంని తీసుకొని పవిత్రపరిచిన పిమ్మట 9 రూపాయలనిచ్చి వేశారు. 9 సంఖ్య చాలా ముఖ్యమైనది. అది నవవిధ భక్తులను తెలియజేయను. బాబా లక్ష్మీబాయి షిండేకు 9 రూపాయల సమాధి సమయం అందించిది. అప్పా సాహెబ్ ఊది పొట్లము విప్పి చూచెను. అందులో పువ్వు రెక్కలు అక్షంతలుండను. కొంతకాలం పిమ్మట బాబాను షిరిడిలో దర్శించినప్పుడు వారి వెంట్రుక ఒకటి చిక్కెను. అతడు ఊది పొట్లమును వెంట్రుకను తన తాయెత్తులో పెట్టి తన దండపై కట్టుకొనను. అప్పా సాహెబ్ ఊది ప్రభావంను గ్రహించెను. అతడు మిక్కిలి తెలివైన వాడైనప్పటికీ నెలకు 40 రూపాయలు మాత్రమే జీతము దొరుకుచుండెను. బాబా ఫోటోను ఊదిని పొందిన తర్వాత 40 రూపాయలకు ఎన్నో రేట్ల ఆదాయము వచ్చెను. మంచి పలుకుబడియు అధికారము లభించెను. ఈ లౌకికమైన కానుకలే కాక దైవభక్తిని కూడా వృద్ధి అగుచుండెను. కావున బాబా ఊదిని పొందు భాగ్యము కలవారు స్నానము చేసిన పిమ్మట ఊదిని నుదుట రాసుకొని కొంచెం నోట్లో కలిపి బాబా పవిత్ర తీర్థముగా కొంచెము నీటిలో కలిపి బాబా పవిత్రమైన తీర్థముగా భావించి పుచ్చుకొనవలెను. హరిబావ్ కర్ణిక్ ఠానా జిల్లా దహను గ్రామం నుండి హరిబావ్ కర్ణిక్ అనుడతను 1917వ సంవత్సరము గురు పౌర్ణమి నాడు షిరిడీకి వచ్చి బాబాను తగిన లాంఛనములతో పూజించెను. వస్త్రములు దక్షిణ సమర్పించెను. శ్యామ ద్వారా బాబా సెలవు పొంది మసీదు మెట్లు దిగిన. అప్పుడే ఇంకొక రూపాయి బాబాకు దక్షిణ ఇవ్వవలని తోచి మసీదు మరల ఎక్కుచుండగా బాబా సెలవు పొందిన పిమ్మట తిరిగి వెనుకకు రారాదని విని ఇంటికి బయలుదేరాను. మార్గమధ్యమున నాసిక్ లో కాలారాముని మందిరమును ప్రవేశించి దర్శనం చేసుకుని వెలుపకు వచ్చుచుండగా నరసింహ మహారాజు అని యోగి తన శిష్యులను విడిచి లోపల నుండి బయటికి వచ్చి హరిబాబు ముంజేతిని పట్టుకొని నా రూపాయి నాకిమ్ము అనను. కర్ణిక్ మిగులు ఆశ్చర్యపరను. రూపాయిని సంతోషముగా నిచ్చి సాయిబాబాతో ఇవ్విధముగా తానివ్వ నిశ్చయించుకొని నా రూపాయిని నరసింహ మహారాజు ద్వారా గ్రహించిననుకొనెను. యోగీశ్వరులందరూ ఒకటే అనియు ఏకాత్మ భావంతో కార్యములు నరుత్తురనియు నీ కథ తెలుపుచున్నది. శ్రీ సాయినాథాయ నమః 33వ అధ్యాయం సంపూర్ణము. సద్గురు శ్రీ సాయినాథ్ అర్పణమస్తు. శుభం భవతు.
Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Chapter 34. Greatness of Udi continued. One doctor's nephew, 2 Dr. Pillai, 3 Shama's sister-in-law, 4 Irani girl, 5 Harda gentlemen, 6 Mumbai lady. This chapter continues the subject greatness of Udi and describes cases in which the application of Udi was most efficacious. Doctor's nephew. In Malegaon district Nasik there lived a doctor, qualified and degree holder. His nephew suffered from an incurable disease, tubercular bone abscess. The doctor along with his relatives and medical practitioners tried all sorts of remedies and even a surgery. There was no relief and no end to the little boy's suffering. Friends and relatives advised the parents of the boy to seek divine aid and recommended them to go to Sai Baba, who was known to have cured such incurable cases by his mere glance. The parents therefore came to Shirdi. They prostrated themselves before Baba, placed the boy before him, and pleaded humbly and implored him to save their son. The merciful Baba comforted them, saying, "Those who resort to this magic shall never suffer anything in this life to the end of the time. Now do not worry. Apply Udi on the abscess, and within a week he will recover. Believe in God. This is no masjid, but Dwarka. My few steps here will soon get health and happiness, and his sufferings will come to an end." The boy was made to sit before Baba, who moved his hands on the affected part and cast his loving glance on him. The patient was pleased, and with the application of Udi, he began to recover and was all right after some days. The parents then left Shirdi with their son, thanking Baba for the cure which was affected by Udi and Baba's gracious looks. After knowing this, the doctor, the uncle of the boy, became wonderstruck and desired to see Baba while he was on his way to Mumbai for some business. At Malegaon and Manbat, somebody spoke to him against Baba and poisoned his ears. Therefore, he dropped the idea of visiting Shirdi and went to Mumbai direct. He wanted to spend the rest of his leave at Alipag. But at Mumbai, he heard 3 successive nights a voice, "Still you disbelieve me." Then the doctor changed his mind and resolved to go to Shirdi. He had to attend a case of infectious fever in Mumbai, which showed no signs of quick abatement. So he thought that his Shirdi trip would be postponed. So he postponed. He, however, proposed a test in his mind and said that if the patient gets all right by today, I will start for Shirdi tomorrow. The wonder is that exactly from the time when the determination was done, the fever began to abate and the temperature became normal. Then he went to Shirdi as per his determination to Baba's darshan and prostrated himself before him. Baba gave him such experience that I became his devotee. He stayed there for 4 days and returned home with Baba's Udi and blessings. Within a fortnight, he was transferred on promotion to Bijapur. His nephew's case gave him an opportunity for seeing Baba, and his visit garnered him a never-failing love for the same seat. Dr. Pillai. One Dr. Pillai was an intimate devotee of Baba. He was much liked by Baba, who always called him Bahu, brother. Baba talked to him off and on and consulted him in all matters and wanted him always at his side. This Pillai suffered once very badly from Jena worms. He said to Kaka Sahib, "This is the pain is most excruciating and unbearable. I prefer death to it. This pain I know is for repaying past karma, but Go to Baba and tell him to seize the pain and transfer the balance of my past karma to 10 future births of mine. Mr. Dixit went to Baba and told him his request. Then Baba, being moved by his request, said to Dixit, tell him to be fearless. Why should he suffer for 10 births? In 10 days, he can work out the sufferings and consequences of his past karma. While I am here to give him temporal and spiritual welfare, why should he pray for death? Bring him here on somebody's back and let us work and finish his suffering once for all. The doctor was brought in that condition and was seated on Baba's right side. Baba gave him his bolster and said, lie down calmly here and be at ease. The true remedy is that the result of the past actions has to be suffered and got over. Karma is the cause of our happiness and sorrow. Therefore, put up with whatever comes to you. Allah God is a full dispenser and protector. Think of him always. He will take care of you. Surrender to him, body, mind, and speech, and then see what he does. Dr. Pillai said that Nana Sahib had put a bandage over the leg, but he had no relief. Nana is a fool, replied Baba. Take off that bandage or else you will die. Now a crow will come and peck at you, and then you will recover. While this conversation was going on, Abdul, who always cleaned the masjid and trimmed the lamp stand up, when he was attending to his work, his foot accidentally fell upon the stretched leg of Dr. Pillai. The leg was already swollen, and when Abdul's foot fell upon it and pressed it, all the 7 bone surface squeezed out at once. This pain was unbearable, and Dr. Pillai cried out loudly. After some time, he calmed down and began to sing and cry alternatively. Then Pillai inquired when the crow was coming and pecking. Baba said, did you not see the crow? He won't come again. Abdul was the crow. Now go and rest in the vada and you will be soon all right. By application of the Udi and by taking it orally with water without taking any other treatment or medicine, the disease was completely cured in 10 days, as he said by Baba. Shama's younger brother Babaji was staying near the Savli. Well, once his wife was attacked by bubonic plague. She had high fever and two bobos in her groin. Babaji rushed to Shama at Shirdi and asked him to come and help. Shama was frightened, but according to his own custom, he went to Baba, prostrated himself before him to invoke his head, requesting him to clear the case. He also asked his permission to go to his brother's house. Then Baba said, don't go there at this late hour. Send her the Udi. Why care for the fever and bobos? God is our father and she will be all right easily. Do not go now. Go there in the morning and return immediately. Shama had full faith in Baba's Udi. It was sent with Babaji. It was applied on the bobos and some of it was mixed with water given to the patient for taking. No sooner was it taken, perspiration set in profusely, the fever abated, and the patient had his on sleep. Next morning, Babaji was surprised to see his wife all right, without no fever, no bubbles. When Shamma went the next morning with Baba's permission, he was also surprised to see her in the kitchen preparing tea. On questioning his brother, he learned that Baba's Sudi cured her completely in one night. Then Shama realized the significance of Baba's words. Go there in the morning and return immediately. After taking the Shama returned and after saluting Baba, said, Deva, what is this play of yours? You first raise us from and make us restless and then calm it down and comfort us. Baba replied, you see, mysterious is the path of action, though I do nothing. They hold me responsible for the actions which take us on account of the power of destiny. I am only their witness. Thus, Lord is the sole doer and inspirer. He is most merciful. Neither I am God nor master. I am his obedient servant and remember him constantly. He who casts aside his egoism and thanks him, he who trusts him entirely will have his shackles removed and will obtain liberation. Irani's daughter. Now read the experience of an Iranian gentleman. His young daughter got fit every hour. When the convulsion came, she lost her power of speech, her limbs contracted, and she fell down senseless. No remedy gave her any relief. Some friend recommended Baba Sudi to her father and asked her to get it from the Kakasai district at Vile Parle Sabha, Mumbai. Then the Irani gentleman got the Udi, gave it mixed with water to his daughter daily for drinking. In the beginning, the convulsions which were coming hardly came every 7 hours, and after a few days, the daughter recovered completely. Harda gentleman. An old gentleman of Harda was suffering from a stone in his kidney. Such stones were generally removed by surgical operations, and people recommended him to undergo one. He was old and weak, lacked strength of mind, and could not think of submitting himself to surgical treatment. His suffering was soon to end in another way. The Inamdar city officer of that town happened to be there at that time. He was a devotee Baba and had always a stock of Udi with him. On the recommendation of friends, his son got some udis from him and after mixing it with water, gave it to his old father to drink. Within 5 minutes, the udi was assimilated and the stone was dissolved and came out through his urine, and the old man was soon released. Mumbai lady. A woman of Kaista Prabhu's caste in Mumbai always suffered terrible pain at her delivery. She was very much frightened. Each time she became pregnant and did not know what to do. Sri Rama Maruti of Kalan, who was a devotee of Baba, advised her husband to take her to Shirdi. When she next became pregnant, both husband and wife went to Shirdi, stayed there for some months and worshiped Baba. After some time, the hour of delivery came, and as usual, there was obstruction in the passage from the womb. She began to suffer labor pains. She did not know what to do, but began to pray to Baba for relief. In the meantime, some neighboring women turned up, and after invoking Baba said, gave her the mixture to drink. In 5 minutes, the woman delivered safely and painlessly. The issue was stillborn, according to it, said that the mother who got rid of the anxiety and pain thanked Baba for the safe delivery and ever remained grateful to him. Bow to Shri Sai Peace with all. Chapter 35. Tested and never found wanting. Kaka Majani's friend and master, Bandra insomnia case, Bala Patil Nevaskar. This chapter also continues the subject of the importance and effectiveness of Udi. It also gives two cases in which Baba was first tested and not found wanting. These cases will be taken up first, preliminary. In the spiritual matters or endeavors, sectarianism is the greatest bar to our progress. Those who believe that God is without form are hurt with saying that to believe that God is with a form is an illusion and that the saints are only human beings, then why should they bow down their heads before them and offer dakshina? Persons belonging to other sects will also raise objections and say why should they go and offer allegiance to other saints, leaving their own gurus. Similar objections regarding Sai Baba were heard before and even now. Some said that when they went to Shirdi, Baba asked for dakshina from them. Is it good that the saints should collect dakshina, collect money in this fashion? If they do so, where is that sainthood? But there are many instances where men went to Shirdi to scoff but remained there to pray. Two such instances are given below. Kaka Majini's friend. A friend of Kaka Majini was a worshipper of Nilkund, God without form and was averse to idolatry. Out of curiosity, he agreed to go to Shirdi with Kaka Majini on two conditions, namely, one that he would neither bow down to Baba to nor pay him any dakshina. Kaka agreed to this condition and they both left Mumbai on a Saturday night and reached Shirdi the next morning. As soon as they put their feet on the steps of the masjid, Baba, looking at the friend from a little distance, addressed him in a sweet words as follows: "Oh, welcome, sir." This tone in which he uttered these words was a very peculiar one. It exactly resembled the tone of the friend's father. It reminded him of his departed father and sent a thrill through his body. What an enchanting power the tone had. Being surprised, the friend said, "This is no doubt the voice of my father." Then he at once went up and, forgetting his resolution, placed his head upon Baba's feet. Then Baba asked for dakshina twice, once in the morning and again at noon at the time of taking leave, but he asked it from Kaka only and not from the friend. They later whispered to Kaka, "Baba asked for dakshina from you twice. I am with you. Why does he ignore me?" "You asked Baba yourself," was Kaka's reply. Baba asked Kaka what his friend was whispering. Then the friend asked Baba himself whether he should pay any dakshina. Baba replied, "You had no mind to pay, so you were not asked, but if you want to pay now, you may." Then the friend paid rupees 17 as dakshina, the same amount that Kaka paid. Baba then addressed him a few words of advice. "You destroy the daily wall sense of difference between us so that we can see and meet each other face to face." Then Baba allowed them to leave. Though the weather was cloudy and rough, Baba assured them of their safe journey and both of them reached Mumbai safely. When he reached home and opened the door and windows of his house, he found two sparrows dead on the ground and one just flying out the window. He thought that if he had left the windows open, two sparrows would have been saved, but thought again that they had met their lot and that Baba had sent him back soon just to save the third sparrow. Kaka Mahajani's master. Kaka was a manager in the firm of Thakur Dharamse Jethapai, a solicitor of Mumbai. Both the master and manager were on intimate terms. Mr. Thakur knew that Kaka was often going to Shirdi, staying there for some days and returning when Baba permitted him. Out of curiosity, Mr. Thakur decided to go to Shirdi with Kaka During Simaka holidays, as Kaka's return was uncertain, he took another man with him for his company. The three started together and Kaka bought 2 steers of chasing as they took peace on the way for presentation to Baba. They reached city in due time and went to the masjid for darshan. Baba Sahib Dharkar was also there and Mr. Thakkar asked him why he came there for darshan. Dharkar replied. Mr. Thakkar asked his miracles to say that. Harkar replied that if the miracles was not the concern, the earnest intentions of the doctors were satisfied that. Then Kaka prostrated himself before Baba and offered the reasons and Baba ordered them to be disputed. Mr. Thakkar also got a few of them. He did not want to have the reasons as he was advised by the doctor not to eat them without washing and cleaning them. So there was an effect. He did not want to eat them nor could he reject them. To keep up the formality, he put them into his mouth and did not know what to do with the seeds. He could not spell them out on the floor of the masjid, so he pocketed them against his will. Then he said in his mind, if Baba was a saint, how could he be ignorant of his dislikes for reasons and how could he force them on him? When this thought arose in his mind, Baba again gave him some reasons. He could not eat them, but held them in his hand. Then Baba asked him to eat up. He obeyed and thought his surprise that they were all seedless. He wanted to see the miracle when here was one. He knew that Baba read his thought and as per his wish, converted reasons which fit into seedless grapes. What a wonderful power. Again to test further, he asked Sarkar, who was sitting by and who also got some reasons, what kind of grapes he got. He replied, the variety with which Mr. Thakkar was still more surprised to hear this. Then to confirm his faith of further, Thakkar thought in his mind that if Baba was a real son, the reason should be now given to Kaka. For reading this thought also, Baba ordered the distribution to give comments from Kaka. This proved sufficient for Thakkar. Then Shama introduced Mr. Thakkar as a master of Kaka, upon which Baba said, how could he be his master? He has got a different master altogether. Kaka appreciated his reply. After forgetting his resolve, Thakkar saluted Baba and returned to the Vada. After the noon Aarti was over, they all went to the masjid for taking Baba's leave for the departure. Shama spoke for them. Baba then spoke as follows. There was a fickle-minded gentleman. He had health, wealth, and was free from both physical and mental afflictions. But he took on needless anxieties and burdens and burned either teacher, thus losing his peace of mind. Sometimes he dropped the burdens and at times carried them again. His mind knew no steadiness. On seeing this state, I took pity on him and said, how keep your faith on one to lose your life? Why don't like this? Thakkar at once understood that this was an exact description of himself. He wished that Kaka should also return with him, but no one expected that Kaka would be allowed to leave Shirdi so soon. Baba read his thought also and permitted Kaka to return with his master. Then Baba asked Kaka for rupees 15 as Dakshina and refused it. He said, if I take 1 rupee as Dakshina from anybody, I have to return tenfold to him. I never take anything gratis. I never ask anyone indiscriminately. I only ask and take from him whom the Sakti, my Guru, points out. If anyone is indebted formally to the Sakti, Dakshina is received from him. The donor gives, that is so to seed, only to reap a rich harvest in future. Wealth could be the means to work out dharma. If it is used for personal enjoyment, it is wasted. Unless you have given it before, you do not get it now. So the best way to receive is to give. The giving of dakshina advances rather than on attachment and thereby bhakti and dhyan. Give and receive tenfold. On hearing this, what Mr. Thakkar himself gave rupees 15 in Baba's hand. Forgetting his earlier resolve not to do so, he thought it was good that he came to study, as all his doubts were resolved and he learned so much. Baba's skill in handling such cases were unique. Though he conducted all that, he was totally non-attached to them, whether anybody saluted him or not, or whether anybody gave him dakshina or not, all was same to him. He felt no pleasure if he was worshipped and felt no pain if he was disregarded. He had transcended the pairs of opposites, namely pleasure and pain, etc. Insomnia. Tekayasa Prabhu, gentleman of Bandra, suffered from insomnia for long. As soon as he lied down for sleep, his departed father appeared to him in his dream, abused and scolded him severely. This disturbed his sleep and made him restless the whole night. Every night this went on, and the man did not know what to do. One day he consulted the Yogi Baba in this subject. He recommended a Rudy as the only infallible remedy for him. He gave him some of the udi and asked him to apply a little on his forehead before going to bed and to keep the udi patch under his pillow. He tried this remedy and found to his great surprise and joy that he had a strong sleep and there was no disturbance of any kind. He continued the remedy and always remembered Sai. Then he got a picture of Sai Baba, which he hung on the wall near his pillow and started serving it daily. And on Thursdays offered Karla and Nevidya Asura. Then he got well and suffered his trouble altogether. Balaji Patil Nevaskar. This man was a great devotee of Baba. He rendered excellent and selfless service. Every day he swept and kept clean all the passages and streets in Shirdi through his Baba pass in his daily routine. After him, this work was done equally well by another devotee, Kalva Krishna, and after her by Abdullah. When Balaji reached his farm every year, he brought the whole quantity and flexibility to Baba. He returned with what Baba gave him back and maintained himself and his family with it. This course was followed by him for many years and after him by his son also. Power and efficacy of the video. Once it happened that at Balaji's death anniversary, a certain number of guests were invited and a dinner was prepared for them. But at dinner time, it was found that twice the number of people invited turned up. Mrs. Nevaskar was in effect. She thought that the food would not suffice for the people assembled and if it thought the honor of the family would be at stake. Her mother-in-law comforted her by saying, "Don't be afraid, it is not much that Sai should cover every vessel with cloth, putting maybe in it and serve from the same without opening it. Sai will save us from ignominy." She did as she was advised and it was found to their surprise and joy that not only did the food suffice for all, but the plenty of it remained after serving. As one feels intently, so he realizes accordingly was proved in this case. Sai appearing as a saint. Once Raghu Patil also went to Balaji Patil and Nevasai. That evening we found that a serpent entered the constellation. All the cattle were afraid and became restless, and inmates of the house were frightened. But Balaji thought that the Sai who appeared in his house as a serpent, without being afraid in the least, he brought a cup of milk and placing it before the serpent said, "Baba, why do you hiss like this? Do you want to frighten us? Take this cup of milk and drink it with calm mind." Saying this, he sat down close by. The other members were frightened and did not know what to do. In a short time, the serpent disappeared of its own, and nobody knew where it went. It was not found, though a thorough search was made in the council. Balaji had two wives and some children. They sometimes went to Shirdi from Nevase for taking Baba's lesson. Then Baba brought saris and other clothes which were given to them with his blessings. Both Israel, peace be to all. Sri Sajidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். அத்தியாயம் 36. 2 கோவா கணவான்கள். திருமதி அவுரங்காபாத்கர் ஆகியோரின் அற்புத கதைகள். இந்த அத்தியாயம் கோவாவிலிருந்து வந்த 2 கணவான்கள் சோலாப்பூரின் திருமதி அவுரங்காபாத்கர் ஆகியோரின் அற்புத கதைகளை பற்றி கூறுகிறது. 2 கோவா கணவான்கள். ஒருமுறை சாய்பாபாவின் தரிசனத்தை பெறுவதற்காக கோவாவிலிருந்து இருவர் வந்து அவர் முன் விழுந்து பணிந்தனர். இருவரும் ஒன்றாக வந்த போதும் அவர்களில் ஒருவரிடம் மட்டுமே பாபா தட்சிணையாக ரூபாய் 15 கேட்டார். அதுவும் விருப்பமுடன் கொடுக்கப்பட்டது. மற்றொருவர் தாமாகவே முன்வந்து ரூபாய் 35 அளித்தார். மற்ற எல்லாரும் ஆச்சரியப்படும்படியாக பாபா அதை பெற்றுக் கொள்ளவில்லை. அங்கிருந்த ஷாமா பாபாவிடம், "என்ன பாபா, இருவரும் ஒன்றாக வந்தனர். ஒருவரின் தட்சிணையை நீங்கள் கேட்டு பெறுகிறீர்கள், மற்றொன்றை தாமாகவே அளித்த போதும் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள மறுத்துவிட்டீர்கள். ஏன் இந்த வேறுபாடு?" என்றார். அதற்கு பாபா, "ஷாமா, உனக்கு ஒன்றும் தெரியாது. நான் ஒருவரிடமிருந்தும் ஒன்றும் எடுத்துக்கொள்ளவில்லை. இம்மசூதியின் ஆளும் தெய்வமான மசூதி மாயி குறிக்கப்பட்ட கடன் தொகையை கேட்டால் அதை அவர் அளித்து கடலில் இருந்து விடுபடுகிறார். கவனிக்கும்படியாக எனக்கு எவ்வித வீடோ சொத்தோ குடும்பமோ இருக்கிறதா? எனக்கு எதுவுமே தேவையில்லை. எப்போதும் சுதந்திரமாகவே இருக்கிறேன். கடன், பகைமை, கொலை ஆகியவைகளுக்கு பரிகாரம் தேடப்பட்டே ஆக வேண்டும். தப்ப வழியே இல்லை" என்று கூறிவிட்டு பின் தமக்கே உரித்தான பாணியில் பின்வருமாறு கூறத் தொடங்கினார். முதலில் அவர் ஏழையாக இருந்ததாகவும் அவருக்கு ஒரு வேலை கிடைத்ததால் முதல் மாத சம்பளத்தை காணிக்கையாக செலுத்துவதாகவும் எண்ணிக்கொண்டார். மாதம் ரூபாய் 15 சம்பளம் உள்ள ஒரு வேலை அவருக்கு கிடைத்தது. பின்னர் சம்பளம் படிப்படியாக உயர்ந்து ரூபாய் 700 அடைந்தது. ஆனால் அவரின் சுபிச்சத்தில் அவர் வேண்டிக் கொண்டதை முழுமையாக மறந்துவிட்டார். கர்மவினை அவரை இவ்விடம் தள்ளிவிட்டிருக்கிறது. அதனால் அத்தொகையை நான் அவரிடமிருந்து தட்சிணையாக பெற்றேன். மற்றொரு கதை. கடற்கரை ஓரமாக நான் உளவி திரிந்து கொண்டிருந்த போது ஒரு பிரம்மாண்ட மாளிகையை வந்தடைந்தேன். அதன் தாழ்வாரத்தில் அமர்ந்தேன். வீட்டுக்காரர் எனக்கு நல்ல வரவேற்பளித்து வயிறார உணவளித்தார். உறங்குவதற்காக அலமாருக்கு அருகில் உள்ள தூய சுத்தமான இடத்தை எனக்கு காண்பித்தார். அங்கு உறங்கினேன். நான் ஆழ்ந்த துயில் கொண்டிருக்கும் போது அம்மனிதன் சுவற்றை கண்ணம் வைத்து உள்நுழைந்து என் பையில் இருந்த பணத்தை எல்லாம் கத்தரித்து எடுத்துக்கொண்டான். கண் விழித்த போது எனது ரூபாய் 30,000 திருடப்பட்டு விட்டதை அறிந்தேன். சிறிதும் கவலையுற்று புலம்பிக் கொண்டிருந்தேன். பணம் கரன்சி நோட்டாக இருந்தது. அப்பிராமணன் அதை திருடிவிட்டான் என்று நான் நினைத்தேன். உணவிலும் பானத்திலும் எனக்கு விருப்பத்தெல்லாம் இழந்து அந்த தாழ்வாரத்திலே 15 நாட்கள் புலம்பி அழுது கொண்டு உட்கார்ந்திருந்தேன். 15 நாட்கள் கழிந்ததும் வழிபோக்கரான ஒரு பக்ரி நான் அழுது கொண்டிருப்பதைக் கண்டு எனது துன்பத்திற்கான காரணத்தை விசாரித்தார். நான் அவரிடம் எல்லாவற்றையும் கூறினேன். அதற்கு அவர், நான் சொல்கிறபடி செய்தீரானால் உமக்கு பணம் திரும்ப கிடைக்கும். ஒரு பக்கிரிடம் செல்லும். நான் அவரை பற்றிய விபரம் தருகிறேன். அவரிடம் உம்மை முழுவதும் சமர்ப்பித்துவிடும். அவர் உனது பணத்தை மீட்டு தருவார். இந்த இடைப்பட்ட வேளையில் பணம் திரும்ப கிடைக்கும் வரை உமக்கு பிடித்தமான உணவை விட்டுவிடவும் என்றார். அப்பக்கிரியின் அறிவுரைப்படி நடந்து எனது பணத்தை திரும்ப பெற்றேன். பின்னர் பாதாவை விட்டு நீங்கி கடற்கரையை அடைந்தேன். அங்கு ஒரு நீராவி கப்பல் நின்று கொண்டிருந்தது. அதில் கூட்டமாக இருந்ததால் ஏற முடியவில்லை. ஆனால் அங்கிருந்த நல்ல குணமுடைய பியூன் ஒருவன் எனக்காக குறுக்கிட்டதால் அதிர்ஷ்டவசமாக உள்ளே ஏறினேன். கப்பல் என்னை அக்கறை கொண்டு சேர்த்தது. அங்கிருந்து ரயில் ஏறி மசூதி மாயிடம் மசூதி தெய்வத்திடம் வந்தேன். கதை முடிந்தது. பாபா ஷாமாவிடம் அவ்விருந்தாளிகளை அழைத்துச் சென்று அவர்களின் உணவுக்கு ஏற்பாடு செய்யும்படி கேட்டுக்கொண்டார். பின்னர் ஷாமா அவர்களை வீட்டிற்கு அழைத்துச் சென்று உணவளித்தார். உணவின் போது ஷாமா அவர்களிடம் பாபாவின் கதை விளங்காத புதிராக இருப்பதாகவும் ஏனெனில் அவர் கடற்கரை பக்கமே சென்றது கிடையாது என்றும் ரூபாய் 30,000 போன்ற எவ்வித பணத்தையும் அவர் வைத்திருக்கவில்லை என்றும் பயணம் செய்ததே இல்லை என்றும் பணத்தை தொலைத்ததே இல்லை, மீண்டும் அதை திரும்ப பெற்றதே இல்லை என்றும் கூறி அதை அவர்கள் புரிந்து கொண்டு அதன் குறிப்பு நுட்பத்தை அறிந்து கொண்டார்களே என்று கேட்டார். விருந்தினர் ஆழ்ந்து மனமுருகி கண்ணீர் சிந்தினர். தொண்டை அடைக்கும் குரலில் அவர்கள், பாபா நிறைபேற அறிவுடையவர், எல்லையற்றவர், தன் நிகர் இல்லாத முழுமுதற் பொருள் பரபிரம்மம். அவர் உரைத்த கதை சரிநுட்பமாக எங்களது கதையே ஆகும். அவரை பேசியது யாவும் எங்களை பொறுத்தவரை ஏற்கனவே நடந்துவிட்டன. இதையெல்லாம் அவர் எங்கனம் அறிந்தார் என்பது ஆச்சரியத்தோடு எல்லாம் ஆச்சரியம். எல்லா தகவல்களையும் நாங்கள் உணவுக்கு பின் உரைக்கின்றோம். உணவுக்கு பின் அவர்கள் வெற்றிலை போட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கும் போது விருந்தினர் தங்கள் கதையை சொல்ல ஆரம்பித்தனர். அவர்கள் ஒருவர் கூறுகிறார், மலைத்தொடரின் மீது உள்ள ஒரு கோடை வாசஸ்தலமே எனது சொந்த ஊர். ஒரு வேலை தேடி பணம் சம்பாதிக்கும் பொருட்டு கோவாவுக்கு சென்றேன். தத்த தெய்வத்திடம் எனக்கு வேலை கிடைத்தால் முதல் மாத ஊதியத்தை சமர்ப்பிப்பதாக வேண்டிக் கொண்டேன். அவரது அருளால் ரூபாய் 15 சம்பளம் உள்ள ஒரு வேலை கிடைத்தது. பாபா குறிப்பிட்டபடியே எனக்கு உத்தியோக உயர்வும் கிடைத்தது. எனது வேண்டியதை பற்றியெல்லாம் அதன் பிறகு நிச்சயமாக மறந்துவிட்டேன். இவ்வகையாக பாபா அதை நினைவுபடுத்தி ரூபாய் 15 என்னிடமிருந்து மீட்டு பெற்றுக் கொண்டார். ஒருவர் நினைக்கும்படி அது தட்சிணை அன்று பழைய கடன் ஒன்றை அடைத்தலும் நீண்ட நாள் மறந்து போன வேண்டுதலை நிறைவேற்றுதலும் ஆகும். நீதி உண்மையில் ஒருபோதும் பாபா எந்த பணத்தையும் யாசிக்கவில்லை, தமது அடியவர்களையும் யாசிக்க அனுமதிக்கவில்லை. ஆன்மீக முன்னேற்றத்திற்கு பணத்தை ஒரு அபாயமாக தடையாக அவர் கருதினார். தமது பக்தர்களை அதன் பிடியில் விட அனுமதிப்பதில்லை. இந்த விஷயத்தில் பகத் மஹல்சா பற்றி ஒரு உதாரணம் ஆவார். அவர் பரம ஏழை, வரவையும் செலவையும் ஒன்றாக அவரால் இயலவில்லை. பாபா அவரை ஒருபோதும் எந்த பணத்தையும் சம்பாதிக்க அனுமதிக்கவில்லை. தமது தட்சிணை பணத்தினின்றும் ஏதும் கொடுக்கவும் இல்லை. ஒரு முறை ஹம்சராஜ் என்ற தயாளமும் தாராள குணமும் உள்ள ஒரு வியாபாரி பாபாவின் முன்னால் மஹல்சாபத்திற்கு ஒரு பெருந்தகை அளித்தார். ஆனால் பாபா அதை ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள அவரை அனுமதிக்கவில்லை. பின்னர் இரண்டாவது விருந்தினர் தனது கதையை கூறினார். எனது பிராமண சமையல்காரன் எனக்கு 35 ஆண்டுகள் விசுவாசத்துடன் பணிவிடை செய்து வந்தான். துரதிருஷ்டவசமாக தீய வழிகளில் இறங்கினான். அவன் மனம் மாறி என்னுடைய செல்வத்தையே கொள்ளையடித்தான். நாங்கள் எல்லாம் தூங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கும் போது உள்ளே வந்து எனது அலமாரியில் வைக்கப்பட்டுள்ள அறையின் சுவற்றை கண்ணம் வைத்து கரன்சி நோட்டுகளாக நான் சேகரித்திருந்த ரூபாய் 30,000 முழுவதையும் கொண்டு போய்விட்டான். பாபா அதே தொகையை எங்கனம் குறிப்பிட்டார் என்பது எப்படி என்று எனக்கு தெரியாது. இரவும் பகலும் நான் அழுது கொண்டிருந்தேன். எனது விசாரணைகளின் பலன் ஒன்றுமில்லை. ஆழ்ந்த கவலையில் அரை மாதத்தை கழித்தேன். தாழ்வாரத்தில் நான் அமர்ந்திருந்த போது அவ்வழியாக போய்க் கொண்டிருந்த ஒரு பக்கிரி வருத்தப்பட்டு நொந்து போயிருக்கும் எனது நிலையை கவனித்துவிட்டு அதன் காரணத்தை விசாரித்தார். ஆனத்தை பற்றியும் அவரிடம் கூறினேன். கோபர்காவன் தாலுகா ஷீர்டில் சாய் என்ற பெயருடைய அவலையா ஒருவர் இருப்பதாக அவர் கூறினார். அவரிடம் ஒரு வேண்டுதல் செய்து கொள். உனக்கு மிகவும் பிடிக்கும் உணவை ஒன்றை மனதில் நினைத்து உமது தரிசனம் பெறும் வரை அவ்வுணவு உண்பதை நீக்கிவிட்டேன் என்று கூறிக்கொள் என்றார். பின்னர் அவ்வாறே நாங்கள் பிரார்த்தனை செய்து கொண்டேன். அரிசி சோறு சாப்பிடுவதை விட்டுவிட்டேன். பாபா அதை எனது சொத்து மீண்ட பிறகும் நான் உமது தரிசனத்தை பெற்றான பிறகும் முன்பேனும் என்று உறுதி கூறிக்கொண்டேன். இதன் பின் 15 நாட்கள் கழிந்தன. அந்த பிராமணன் தானாகவே என்னிடம் திரும்பி வந்து எனது பணத்தை திருப்பி கொடுத்து தன் செயலுக்காக வருந்தி எனக்கு பைத்தியம் பிடித்து இவ்வாறு நடந்து கொண்டேன். இப்போது உமது காலடிகளில் என் தலையை வைக்கிறேன். தயவு செய்து மன்னித்தள்ளும் என்றான். இவ்வாறு எல்லாமே நலமாகவே முடிவடைந்தன. என்னை சந்தித்து எனக்கு உதவிய பக்கிரி மீண்டும் காணப்படவில்லை. அப்பக்கிரி எனக்கு கூறிய சாய்பாபாவை காண வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு தீவிர ஆர்வம் என்னோடு இருந்தது. எனது வீடு வரை வந்த அந்த பக்கிரி சாய்பாபாவை தவிர வேறு யாரும் இல்லை என்று நான் நினைத்தேன். என்னை காண வந்து எனது தொலைந்து போன பணத்தை மீண்டும் பெற்றுத் தருவதற்காக எனக்கு உதவி புரிந்த அவரா 35 ரூபாய் பெறுவதற்காக ஆர்வமாக இருப்பார்? மாறாக எங்களிடமிருந்து எதையும் எதிர்பார்த்து கொண்டிராது எங்களை ஆன்மீக முன்னேற்ற பாதையில் அழைத்துச் செல்வதில் அவர் தம்மாலான முழு முயற்சியை எப்போதுமே செய்கிறார். திருடப்பட்ட எனது சொத்து மீண்டும் கிடைத்தவுடன் நான் பெருமகிழ்வுற்றேன். அந்த மயக்கத்தில் எனது வேண்டுதல் எல்லாம் மறந்துவிட்டேன். பின்னர் நான் கோலாபாவில் இருந்தபோது ஒரு நாள் இரவு கனவில் சாய்பாபாவை கண்டேன். இது நான் ஷிரடிக்கு வருகிறேன் என்று எடுத்திருந்த பிரார்த்தனையை எனக்கு நினைவூட்டியது. அதனால் கோவாவுக்கு சென்று அங்கிருந்து கப்பலில் பம்பாய் வழியாக ஷிரடிக்கு செல்ல விரும்பினேன். ஆனால் துறைமுகத்துக்கு வந்தபோது அக்கப்பல் ஏற்கனவே கூட்டமாக இருப்பதையும் இடமில்லாதிருப்பதையும் அறிந்தேன். கப்பல் தளபதி என்னை அனுமதிக்கவில்லை. நல்ல குணமுடைய எனக்கு பழக்கமில்லாத ஒரு பியூன் குறுக்கிட்டதால் எனக்கு கப்பலில் இடம் அனுமதிக்கப்பட்டு பம்பாய் வந்து சேர்ந்தேன். பின்னர் ரயில் மூலமாக இவ்விடம் வந்தேன். பாபா எவ்விடம் வியாபித்து இருப்பவர் என்றும் எல்லாம் அறிந்தவர் என்றும் நான் நிச்சயமாக நம்புகிறேன். நாங்கள் யார்? எங்கள் வீடு எங்கே இருக்கிறது? பாபா எங்களது பணத்தை மீட்டுக் கொடுத்து தாமே எங்களை அவரிடம் இழுத்து இழுத்ததான எங்களது நல்ல அதிர்ஷ்டம் தான் எவ்வளவு பெரியது. ஷிரடியை சேர்ந்த மக்களாக நீங்கள் நிச்சயமாக எங்களை காட்டிலும் எல்லையற்ற அளவு மேலானவர்களாகவும் மிகுந்த அதிர்ஷ்டம் வாய்ந்தவர்களாகவும் இருக்கிறீர்கள். பாபா விளையாடி சிரித்து உரையாடி இவ்வளவு ஆண்டுகள் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருப்பதும் உங்களுடனே அல்லவா? உங்களுடைய பூர்வ புண்ணிய பலன் அளவிடற்கரியதாக இருக்க வேண்டும். ஏனெனில் அதுவே பாபாவை ஷிரடிக்கு இழுத்து விட்டிருக்கிறது. சாயே எங்களது தத்தர். அவரை வேண்டுதலுக்கு கட்டளையிட்டார். கப்பலில் ஓரிடமும் அளித்து என்னை இவ்விடம் சிறப்பித்தார். இவ்விதமாக அவரது எங்கும் நிறை பேரறிவிற்கும் எல்லாம் வெல்ல பேராற்றலுக்கும் நிரூபணத்தை அளித்தார். திருமதி அவுரங்கபாத்கர். சோலாப்பூரை சேர்ந்த சகாராம் அவுரங்கபாத்கர் என்பாரின் மனைவிக்கு 27 ஆண்டு காலமாக குழந்தையே இல்லை. கணக்கட்ட பிரார்த்தனைகள் அவர் கடவுள்களிடமும் அம்மன்களிடமும் செய்து கொண்டாள். ஆனால் வெற்றி பெறவில்லை. பின்னர் அவள் பெருமளவு நம்பிக்கை இழந்தவளாக ஆனாள். இவ்விஷயத்தில் இறுதியான முயற்சியாக தனது சகோதரியின் புதல்வனான விஸ்வநாத்துடன் ஷிரடி வந்து பாபாவுக்கு சேவை செய்து கொண்டு 2 மாதங்கள் தங்கியிருந்தாள். மசூதிக்கு அவள் சென்றபோதெல்லாம் கூட்டத்தால் மசூதி நிரம்பி இருப்பதையும் பாபா பக்தர்களால் சூழப்பட்டிருப்பதையும் கண்டாள். அவள் அவரை தனியாக கண்டு விழுந்து வணங்கி தனது இதயத்தை திறந்து பிள்ளை வரம் வேண்ட விரும்பினாள். ஆனால் உரிய சந்தர்ப்பம் கிடைக்கவே இல்லை. முடிவாக அவள் பாபாவிடம் அவர் தனியாக இருக்கும்போது தனக்காக பேசும்படி ஷாமாவிடம் கேட்டுக்கொண்டாள். ஷாமா அவளிடம் பாபாவின் தர்பார் வெளிப்படையானது என்றும் எனினும் அவளுக்காக தான் முயற்சிப்பதாகவும் கடவுள் அவரை ஆசீர்வதிக்க வேண்டும் என்றும் கூறினார். தேங்காயுடனும் ஊதுபத்தியுடனும் முன்னிற்கும் திறந்த வேளையில் பாபாவின் உணவு நேரத்தில் தயாராக இருக்கும்படியும் அவர் அவளுக்கு ஜாடை காண்பித்ததும் வர வேண்டும் என்றும் கூறினார். ஒரு நாள் உணவுக்கு பின் பாபாவின் ஈரக்கையை ஷாமா துண்டால் துடைத்து விட்டுக் கொண்டிருந்தார். பாபா அப்போது அவர் கன்னத்தை கிள்ளிவிட்டார். ஷாமா பொய்க்கோபத்துடன், தேவா, இந்த மாதிரி என்னை கிள்ளுவது சரியா? இந்த மாதிரி கிள்ளி குறும்பு செய்யும் கடவுள் எங்களுக்கு தேவையில்லை. நாங்கள் உங்களை சார்ந்து இருப்போர் அல்லவா? இதுதான் எங்களது நெருக்கமான உறவின் பலனாம். பாபா, ஓ ஷாமா, கடந்த 72 தலைமுறைகளாக நீ என்னுடன் இருக்கிறாய். இதுவரை உன்னை நான் கிள்ளியதில்லை. இப்போது நான் உன்னை தொட்டதை குற்றமாக கொண்டு கோபித்துக் கொள்கிறாயே. ஷாமா, எங்களுக்கு எப்போதும் முத்தங்களையும் உண்பதற்கு இனிப்புகளையும் கொடுக்கும் ஒரு கடவுளை நாங்கள் விரும்புகிறோம். தங்களிடமிருந்து எங்கள் எந்த மரியாதையோ மோட்சத்தையோ புஷ்பக விமானம் முதலானவற்றையோ நாங்கள் வேண்டவில்லை. தாங்கள் பாதாம்பயத்தின் பால் எங்களது நம்பிக்கை எப்போதும் மிக நன்றாக தெளிந்த விழிப்பு நிலையில் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று ஆசீர்வதியுங்கள். பாபா, ஆம், உண்மையில் அதற்காகவே தான் நான் வந்திருக்கிறேன். நான் உங்களுக்கு உணவூட்டி பேணி வளர்த்து வருகிறேன். உங்கள் மீது அன்பும் பாசமும் கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். இதன் பின்னர் பாபா தமது இருக்கையில் போய் அமர்ந்தார். ஷாமா பெண்மணிக்கு ஜாடை செய்தார். அவள் மேலே வந்து வணங்கி தேங்காய் ஊதுபத்தி இவைகளை பாபாவிடம் அளித்தார். பாபா அந்த முட்டல் தேங்காயை ஆட்டினார். அதனுள் இந்த பருப்பு உருண்டு சப்தம் செய்தது. பாபா, ஷாமா, இது உருளுகிறது, என்ன சொல்கிறது என்பதை கவனி. ஷாமா, இப்பெண்மணி அம்மாதிரியாகவே ஒரு குழந்தையும் தனது வயிற்றில் உருண்டு உயிர் புற வேண்டும் என்று வேண்டுகிறாள். எனவே அத்தேங்காயை தங்களது ஆசீர்வாதத்துடன் கொடுங்கள். பாபா, இத்தேங்காய் அவளுக்கு முதலை அளிக்குமா? இம்மாதிரி விஷயங்களில் எல்லாம் ஜனங்கள் எவ்வளவு முட்டாள்தனமாகவும் போலி நம்பிக்கையுடன் இருக்கிறார்கள். ஷாமா, தங்களது மொழி ஆசி இவைகளின் சக்தியை நான் அறிவேன். தங்களது சொல் அவளுக்கு குழந்தைகளின் தொடரையே அளிக்கும். நீங்கள் விவாதித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்களே தவிர உண்மையான ஆசையை அளிக்கவில்லை. விவாதம் கொஞ்ச நேரம் நடந்து கொண்டிருந்தது. பாபா தேங்காயை உடைக்கும்படி மீண்டும் மீண்டும் ஆணையிட்டுக் கொண்டிருந்தார். ஷாமாவும் முழு தேங்காயும் அப்பெண்மணிக்கே அளிக்கும்படி விவாதித்துக் கொண்டிருந்தார். முடிவாக பாபா சம்மதித்தார். பாபா, அவளுக்கு ஒரு குழந்தை பிறக்கும். ஷாமா, எப்போது? பாபா, 12 மாதங்களில். இதன் பேரில் தேங்காய் 2ஆக உடைக்கப்பட்ட ஒரு பகுதியை இருவரும் உண்டனர். மறுபகுதி அவளிடம் அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பின்னர் ஷாமா அற்பெண்மணியின் பக்கம் திரும்பி, அன்புள்ள அம்மையே, நீ எனது மொழிகளுக்கு ஒரு சாட்சி. 12 மாதங்களுக்குள் உனக்கு குழந்தை ஏதும் பிறக்காவிட்டால் ஒரு தேங்காயை இந்த தெய்வத்தின் சாய்பாபாவின் தலையின் மீது அடித்து அவரை வசதியிலிருந்து வெளியே விரட்டி விடுவேன். இதை நான் செய்ய தவறுவேனாயின் என்னை மாதவ் என்று நானே அழைத்துக் கொள்ள மாட்டேன். நான் கூறுவதை நீ விரைவில் உணர்வா என்று சூளுரைத்தார். அவள் ஒரு ஆண்டுக்குள் ஒரு புதல்வனை பெற்றெடுத்தாள். புதல்வனது 5வது மாதத்தில் அவனை மசூதிக்கு எடுத்து வந்தாள். கணவன் மனைவி இருவரும் பாபாவின் முன்னால் விழுந்து வணங்கினார்கள். நன்றியுள்ள தகப்பனார் ரூபாய் 500 அன்பளிப்பாக சமர்ப்பித்தனர். ஷியாம் கர்ணா என்ற பாபாவின் குதிரைக்கு ஒரு கொட்டகை கட்டுவதற்காக அத்தொகை செலவிடப்பட்டது. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயை பணிகம். அனைவருக்கும் சாந்தி நிலவட்டும். அத்தியாயம் 37. சாவடி ஊர்வலம். இந்த அத்தியாயத்தில் ஹேமத் பந்த் வேதாந்தத்தின் கருத்துக்கள் சிலவற்றை குறிப்பிட்டுவிட்டு சாவடி ஊர்வலத்தை பற்றி வர்ணிக்கிறார். முன்னுரை. சாயின் வாழ்க்கை புனிதமானது. அவரது அன்றாட நடைமுறை ஒழுக்கம் புனிதமானதும் அவரின் வழிகளும் செயல்களும் விவரிக்க இயலாதவை. சில நேரங்களில் அவர் பிரம்மானந்த பெருநிலையில் தெய்வீக ஆனந்தத்தில் இருந்தார். மற்றும் சில சமயங்களில் ஆத்ம ஞானத்துடன் அடக்கமாய் இருந்தார். ஏராளமான பல செயல்களை செய்தாலும் சில சமயங்களில் அவைகளில் தொடர்பேதும் என்று தனித்திருந்தார். முற்றிலும் செயலையற்றவராக சில சமயம் தோன்றிய போதும் அவர் சோம்பலாகவோ தூக்கமயக்கமாகவோ இருக்கவில்லை. தமது சொந்த ஆன்மாவிலே கட்டுணர்ந்தார். அமைதியான நிசப்தமான அசைவற்ற கடலை போல் காணப்பட்டாலும் அவர் அளவிட முடியாத ஆழமானவர். எவரே அவரின் சொல்லில் அடங்கா பெருங்குணத்தை விவரிக்க இயலும். அவர் ஆண்களை சகோதரர்கள் என்றும் பெண்களை சகோதரியாகவும் தாயாராகவும் கருதினார். எல்லோரும் அறிந்துள்ளபடி அவர் பரிபூர்ண தூய நிரந்தர புனித பிரம்மச்சாரி ஆவார். அவர் தம் கூட்டுறவால் நாம் பெறும் ஞானமானது நிரந்தரமாக நம்மிடம் திகழட்டும். அவர் தம் பாதங்களுக்கு எப்போதும் முழுமையான பக்தியுடன் சேவை செய்வோம். அவரை அனைத்து ஜீவராசிகளிடமும் காண்போம். அவர் நாமத்தை எப்போதும் ஜபிப்போம், எப்போதும் விரும்புவோம். ஹேமத் பந்த் தாமே விலகி செல்வதற்காக கருதும் வேதாந்தத்தின் சில தலைப்புகளில் நீண்ட விளக்குரை புரிந்த பின்னர் சாவடி ஊர்வலத்தை பற்றி விவரிக்க செல்கிறார். சாவடி ஊர்வலம். பாபாவின் படுக்கை அறை முன்னமே விவரிக்கப்பட்டது. ஒரு நாள் அவர் மசூதியில் தூங்கினார். மறுநாள் சாவடியில் மசூதிக்கு அருகில் 1-2 அறைகள் உள்ள கட்டிடம் ஒன்றில் தூங்கினார். இவ்வாறு மாறி மாறி தூங்குவது பாபா மகா சமாதி அடையும் வரை நடைபெற்றது. 1909ஆம் ஆண்டு டிசம்பர் 10ஆம் தேதி முதல் அடியார்கள் பாபாவுக்கு சாவடியிலே முறையான வழிபாடு செய்ய தொடங்கினர். சாவடிக்கு போகும் முறை வந்ததும் மக்கள் மசூதியை சூழ்ந்து கொள்வர். மண்டபத்தில் சில நேரம் பஜனை செய்வர். அவர்களுக்கு பின்னால் துளசி பிருந்தாவனத்தின் வடதிசைக்கும் பாபாவின் முன்பும் உள்ள இடைப்பட்ட இடத்தில் ஒரு அழகிய ரதம் இருந்தது. பஜனையில் விருப்பமுள்ள மக்கள் இருந்தனர். பஜனையில் விருப்பமுள்ள ஆண்களும் பெண்களும் உரிய நேரத்தில் வந்தனர். தங்கள் கைகளில் தால், ஜால்ரா, தப்லா கட்டை, கர்தால், கஞ்சிரா, மிருதங்கம், கோல், டோலக்கு முதலிய இன்னிசை கருவிகளை வைத்துக் கொண்டு பஜனை நடத்தினர். அங்குள்ள அடியவர்கள் எல்லாம் இழுத்து இழுத்த காந்தம் சாய்பாபா ஆவார். புறத்தேயுள்ள திண்ணையில் சிலர் தங்கள் தீவட்டிகளை ஒழுங்குபடுத்தினர். சிலர் பல்லக்கை அலங்கரித்தனர். சிலர் தங்கள் கைகளில் பிரம்பு குச்சியை வைத்துக் கொண்டு பாபாவுக்கு ஜெயகோஷம் செய்து கொண்டிருந்தனர். மசூதியின் மூலையானது ஜோடனை துணிகளால் அலங்கரிக்கப்பட்டது. மசூதியை சுற்றிலும் எரியும் விளக்குகளின் வரிசை தங்கள் ஒளியை சிந்தின. ஷியாம் கர்ணா என்ற பாபாவின் குதிரை முழுவதுமாக அலங்கரிக்கப்பட்டு வெளியே நின்று கொண்டிருந்தது. பின்னர் தாத்தியா பாட்டில் சில ஆட்களுடன் பாபாவிடம் வந்து அவரை தயாராகும்படி கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறார். தாத்தியா வந்து தனது கைகளை பாபாவின் அக்குளில் கொடுத்து அவருக்கு உதவி செய்யும் வரை பாபா அமைதியாக உட்கார்ந்திருப்பார். தாத்தியா பாபாவை மாமா என்று அழைத்தார். உண்மையில் அவர்களது உறவு மிக மிக நெருக்கமானது. தமது உடம்பில் பாபா வழக்கமான கஃப்னியை அணிந்து சர்க்காவை சிறுதடியில் தமது அக்குளில் வைத்துக் கொண்டு தம் செல்லில் புகைப்பிடிக்கும் மண்குழாய், புகை இல்லை இவற்றோடு ஒரு துணியை தோளில் போட்டுக்கொண்டு கிளம்ப ஆயத்தம் ஆகிறார். பின்னர் தாத்தியா பொன்னால் எம்ப்ராய்டரி வேலை செய்யப்பட்ட ஒரு அழகிய சால்வையை அவர் மீது அணிவித்தார். இதன் பின் பாபா பின்னால் இருக்கும் இறகு கட்டைகளை தமது வலது கால் கட்டை விரலால் சிறிது இழுத்து வலது கையால் எரிந்து கொண்டிருக்கும் விளக்கை அணைத்துவிட்டு சாவடிக்கு புறப்படுகிறார். தாஷி, முரசு, பேண்ட், சங்குகள், மிருதங்கம் முதலிய எல்லா விதமான இசைக்கருவிகளும் தங்கள் விதவிதமான ஒலிகளை எழுப்புகின்றன. வான வேடிக்கைகள் மாறுபாடான வெவ்வேறு வகையான வர்ணஜால காட்சிகளை காட்டுகின்றன. வீணை மிருதங்கத்துடன் இணைந்து ஆண்களும் பெண்களும் பஜனை செய்து கொண்டு பாபாவின் பெயரை பாடிக்கொண்டு நடக்க துவங்குகிறார்கள். சிலர் மகிழ்ச்சியால் நடனமாடினர். சிலர் பல வகையான கொடிகளையும் கம்புகளையும் எடுத்துச் செல்கின்றனர். மசூதியின் படிகளுக்கு பாபா வந்ததும் பல்தார்கள் பாபாவுக்கு கட்டியும் கூறினர். பாபாவின் 2 பக்கங்களிலும் சாமரம் பிடித்துக் கொண்டிருப்பவர்களும் விசிறுபவர்களும் நின்று கொண்டிருந்தனர். அடியவர்களின் கைகளால் தாங்கப்பட்டவரை பாபா நடந்து வரும் வழியில் துணி மடிப்புகள் விரிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. தாத்யா பாட்டில் அவரது இடது கையையும் மஹல்சாபதி வலது கையையும் பாபு சாஹிப் ஜோக் அவர் தலை மீது குடையையும் பிடித்திருந்தனர். இவ்விதமாக பாபா சாவடிக்கு நடந்து செல்கிறார். முழுமையும் அலங்கரிக்கப்பட்ட ஷியாம் கர்ணா என்ற சிவப்பு குதிரை வழிவகுத்து கொண்டு சென்றது. அதன் பின் பல்லக்கு தூக்கிகள், ஏவலாட்கள், இசை பாடுவோர் மற்றும் அடியவர் கும்பலும் வந்தனர். ஹரிநாமமும் சாய்நாமமும் இசையுடன் இணைந்து குரலொலி வானை பிளந்தது. இவ்விதமாகவே ஊர்வலம் வீதி முனையை அடைந்தது. இந்த கூட்டத்தில் கலந்து கொண்ட யாவரும் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி அடைந்து களிப்புடன் காணப்பட்டனர். வீதியின் இந்த முனைக்கு வந்ததும் பாபா சாவடியை நோக்கி நின்று கொண்டார். ஒரு தெய்வீக ஒளியுடன் அவர் பிரகாசித்தார். அதிகாலை போன்ற உதய சூரியனின் பிரபையை போன்ற அவர் முகம் சுடரொளி வீசியது. உருமுகப்பட்ட மனதுடன் பாபா அங்கு யாரையோ கூப்பிடுவர் போல் வடக்கு திக்கை நோக்கி நிற்கிறார். எல்லா இசைக்கருவிகளும் ஒலித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் போது பாபா தமது வலது கையை மேலும் கீழும் சிறிது நேரம் அசைக்கிறார். இந்நேரம் காகா சாஹிப் தீக்ஷித் குலால் என்ற சிவப்பு பொடியுடன் கலந்த மலர்களை கொண்ட வெளித்தட்டுடன் முன்னே வந்து அவைகளை பாபாவின் திருமேனில் அடிக்கடி தூவினார். இத்தருணத்தில் இன்னிசை கருவிகள் மிகச்சிறப்பாக ஒலித்தன. பாபாவின் முகம் நிலையுறுதியான அதிகரிக்கப்பட்ட காந்தியுடனும் அழகுடனும் கதிரை உமிழ்ந்தது. எல்லா மக்களும் இந்த ஜோதியை தங்கள் மனநிறைவு கொள்ளும் வரை பருகுகிறார்கள். இந்நிகழ்ச்சியின் காட்சியையும் உயர்வான கீர்த்தியையும் விவரிக்க வார்த்தைகள் தவறவிடுகின்றன. சில சமயங்களில் மஹல்சாபதி ஏதோ ஒரு ஆவேசம் பிடித்தவர் போல் ஆடுகிறார். அதனால் பாபாவின் ஏகாகிர சித்தம் கவனம் சிறிதளவும் கலைக்கப்படாது கண்டு அனைவரும் அதிசயித்தனர். தமது கையில் விளக்குடன் தாத்யா பாட்டில் பாபாவின் இடப்புறத்திலும் பகத் மஹல்சாபதி வலப்புறத்திலும் பாபாவின் ஆடையின் நுனியை பிடித்துக் கொண்டு வருகிறார்கள். எத்தகைய சுந்தர ஊர்வலம், எத்தகைய பக்தியின் பாங்குகள்! இதை காண ஆண்களும் பெண்களும் ஏழைகளும் பணக்காரர்களும் அங்கு ஒன்றாக திரண்டுள்ளனர். பாபா மிக மெதுவாக நடக்கிறார். பக்தர்கள் இருமரங்கிலும் அன்புடனும் பக்தியுடனும் தொடர்கிறார்கள். அவ்விடத்து வளிமண்டலம் முழுவதும் மகிழ்ச்சி ஊடுருவை பறந்த ஊர்வலம் சாவடியை அடைகிறது. அக்காட்சியும் அந்நாட்களும் சென்று விட்டன. ஒருவரும் அவைகளை இப்போதோ எதிர்காலத்திலோ பார்க்க முடியாது. எனினும் அக்காட்சியின் தோற்றத்தை நினைவு கொண்டும் மனக்கண் முன் கொணர்ந்தும் நமது உள்ளங்களுக்கு அமைதியையும் திருப்தியையும் வழங்கலாம். சாவடியும் நல்ல வெண்மையான கூரை கண்ணாடிகள், பல்வேறு வித விளக்குகள் இவைகளால் அலங்கரிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதை அடைந்ததும் தாத்யா முன்னால் சென்று ஒரு ஆசனத்தை விரித்து ஒரு திண்டை வைத்துவிட்டு பாபாவை அங்கு அமரச் செய்து நல்ல கோட்டையும் அணிவிக்கிறார். பின்னர் அடியவர்கள் அவரை பல்வேறு விதங்களில் வழிபடுகின்றனர். இதழ்களுடன் கூடிய கிரீடத்தை அவருக்கு சூட்டுகின்றார்கள். அவர் கழுத்தை சுற்றி பூமாலைகளையும் அணிமணி பூன் மாலைகளையும் அணிவித்து நறுமணம் கமழும் நேர்கோடுகளும் ஒரு புள்ளியையும் வைணவ அடியார்களை போன்ற இட்டு அவர்கள் அவரை உள்ளம் நிறைவடையும் வண்ணம் நீண்ட நேரம் கூர்ந்து பார்க்கிறார்கள். தலைப்பாகையை அடிக்கடி மாற்றுகின்றனர். தூக்கி எறிந்து விடுவார் என்று பயந்து அவர் தலையிலிருந்து எடுத்து மேலே சிறிது தூக்கி பிடிக்கிறார்கள். அவர்கள் உள்ளங்களையெல்லாம் பாபா அறிகிறார். அடக்க ஒடுக்கமுடனும் தடை செய்யாமலும் அவர்கள் இஷ்டங்களுக்கெல்லாம் பாபா சாதுவாக கீழ்ப்படுகிறார். இவ்வலங்காரங்களுடன் அவர் வியக்கத்தக்க அழகுடன் திகழ்கிறார். நானா சாஹிப் நிமோன்கர் கம்பை சுற்றி செய்யப்பட்டுள்ள அழகான குஞ்சரங்களுடன் கூடிய குடையை மேலே பிடிக்கிறார். பாபு சாஹிப் ஜோக் ஒரு வெள்ளி பாத்திரத்தில் பாபாவின் பாதங்களை கழுவுகிறார். அர்க்கிமம் பூஜையும் உரிய சம்பிரதாயங்களுடன் செய்துவிட்டு அவர் கைகளில் சந்தனம் பூசி தாம்பூலம் அளிக்கிறார். பாபா தமது ஆசனத்தில் அமரும் போது தாத்யாவும் மற்றவர்களும் நின்று கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அவர் பாதங்களில் விழுந்து பணிகிறார்கள். பாபா வசதியாக திண்டின் மேல் சாய்ந்து அமர்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கும் போது இருமரங்கும் உள்ள அடியவர்கள் சாமரமும் விசிறியும் வீசுகிறார்கள். பின்னர் ஷாமா சில்லிம் புகைப்பிடிக்கும் மண்குழாய் தயார் செய்து அதை தாத்யா பாட்டிலின் கையில் கொடுக்க அவர் அதை தமது சுவாசத்தால் ஒருமுறை உறிஞ்சிய பின்னர் பாபாவிடம் கொடுக்கிறார். பாபா புகைத்த பின்னர் அது மஹல்சாபதியிடம் கொடுக்கப்பட்ட பின்னர் சுற்றி எல்லோரிடமும் வழங்கப்படும். ஜடமான சில்லிம் புனிதமாக்கப்பட்டது. அது பலவித தண்டனைகளுக்கும் துயரங்களுக்கும் ஆட்பட வேண்டியிருக்கிறது. குயவர்களால் மிதியுண்டும் வெயிலில் காய வைக்கப்பட்டும் நெருப்பில் சுடப்பட்டும் இருப்பினும் பாபாவின் கைகளில் படுவதற்கும் அவரின் மொத்தத்தை பெறுவதற்கும் அது நல்ல திருஷ்டம் பெற்றிருக்கிறது. இதன் பின்னர் விழா முடிவடைந்த பூமாலை பாபாவின் கழுத்தில் அடியவர்கள் அணிவிக்கிறார்கள். பூச்செண்டும் அளிக்கிறார்கள். உணர்வு வசமுறா நடுநிலைமையின் அவாவின்மையின் அவதாரமாகிய சாய் அட்டிகை, அணிமணிகள், பூமாலைகள் மற்றும் பல அலங்காரங்கள் இவைகளை பற்றியெல்லாம் எல்லோரும் கவலைப்படவில்லை. ஆனால் தம் அடியவர்களிடம் உள்ள உண்மையான அன்பின் காரணமாக அவரவர்கள் தாங்கள் விரும்பிய வழிகளை கையாண்டு மகிழ்வடைய அனுமதித்தார். முடிவாக இன்னிசை கருவிகள் தங்கள் புனித ராகங்களை ஒலித்துக் கொண்டிருக்க பாபா சாஹிப் ஜோக் எல்லா சம்பிரதாயங்களுடன் ஆர்த்தி காண்பிக்கிறார். இந்த ஆர்த்தி முடிவுற்றதும் அடியவர்கள் ஒவ்வொருவராக வணங்கி விடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டு வீடுகளுக்கு திரும்புகிறார்கள். தாத்யா பாட்டில் அவருக்கு சில்லிம், பன்னீர், அத்தர், சென்ட் இவைகளை அளித்துவிட்டு புறப்படுவதற்காக எழும்போது பாபாவிடம் அன்பு ததும்ப என்னை பார்த்துக்கொள், வேண்டுமானால் போ, இரவில் சில சமயங்கள் வந்து என்னை விசாரித்துக்கொள் என்று கூறுகிறார். சரியென விடையளித்துவிட்டு தாத்தியா பாட்டில் சாவடியை விட்டு வீட்டுக்கு செல்கிறார். பின்னர் பாபா தாமே படுக்கையை தயாரித்துக் கொள்கிறார். ஒன்றின் மேல் ஒன்றாக 50, 60 வெள்ளை தூண்டுகளை விரித்து படுக்கையை தயார் செய்து கொண்டு இளைப்பாற செல்கிறார். வாசகர்கள் ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் படுக்க புகும் முன் சாய்பாபாவையும் அவரது சாவடி ஊர்வலத்தையும் நினைவு கூறும்படியாக வேண்டுகோளுடன் இந்த அத்தியாயத்தை முடித்து அனைவரும் இளைப்பாறுவமாக. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயை பணிக. அனைவருக்கும் சாந்தி நிலவட்டும். சாய்ராம். சாய்ராம். ஓம் சாய்ராம். அத்தியாயம் 38. பாபாவின் ஹண்டி கோவிலை மதிக்காதிருத்தல், காலா அல்லது கதம்ப உணவு ஒரு கிண்ணம் மோர். சென்ற அத்தியாயத்தில் நாம் பாபாவின் சாவடி ஊர்வலத்தை பார்த்தோம். இந்த அத்தியாயத்தில் ஹண்டி என்ற பாபாவின் சமையல் பாத்திரத்தை, பெரிய அண்டா பற்றியும் மற்றும் சில விஷயங்களையும் காண்போம். முன்னுரை. ஓ புனிதமான சாயி சத்குருவே, உலகம் அனைத்துக்கும் மகிழ்ச்சியை நல்கி அடியவர்களின் நலன்களை நிறைவேற்றி தங்களின் திருவடிகளை சரணடைந்தவர்களின் பேரிடர்களை போக்குபவரான தங்களை வணங்குகிறோம். மிகுந்த தாராள குணம் உடையவராகவும் தங்களை சரண் அடைவோர்களின் பாதுகாவலராகவும் இரட்சகராகவும் விளங்கும் தாங்கள் மக்களுக்காக இறங்கி அவர்களுக்கு நன்மை சேவையை அவதரித்திருக்கிறீர்கள். தூய ஆன்மாவின் சாராம்சமான சாரு பிரம்மாவின் அச்சில் ஊற்றப்பட்டு இதிலிருந்து ஞானிகளுக்குள் எல்லாம் முடிமணியாக சாய் அவதரித்து விளங்குகிறார். இந்த சாய் ஆத்மராமனே அவர். தூய தெய்வீக பேரின்பத்தின் இருப்பிடமே அவர். வாழ்க்கையின் அனைத்து குறிக்கோளையும் தாமே அவர் எய்தியதோடு இல்லாத தமது அடியவர்களை பற்றற்றவர்களாகவும் சுதந்திரமானவர்களாகவும் ஆக்கினார். பாபாவின் ஹண்டி. நமது சாஸ்திரங்களில் வெவ்வேறு காலங்களுக்கு வெவ்வேறு சாதனைகள் விதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. தவம் கிருத யுகத்துக்கும், ஞானம் திரேதா யுகத்துக்கும், யக்ஞம் துவாபர யுகத்துக்கும், தானம் கலியுகத்துக்கும் சிபாரிசு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. தானங்கள் அனைவற்றிலுமே அன்னதானமே சிறந்தது. மத்தியான நேரத்தில் நமக்கு உணவு கிடைக்காத போது நாம் மிகவும் குழப்பம் அடைகிறோம். அதை போன்ற சூழ்நிலைகள் மற்ற ஜீவராசிகளும் அங்கனமே உணர்கின்றன. இதை அறிந்து எளியவர்களுக்கும் பசியடைந்தோருக்கும் உணவளிப்பவரை மிகச்சிறந்த கொடையாளி அல்லது தர்மவான். உணவே பிரம்மம். உணவிலிருந்தே எல்லா உயிர்களும் பிறக்கின்றன. பிறந்த பின்னும் உணவாலேயே உயிர் வாழ்கின்றன. அழிந்த பின்னும் உணவின் உள்ளேதான் மீண்டும் உட்செல்கின்றன என்கிறது தைத்திரிய உபநிஷதம். விருந்தாளி ஒருவர் நம் வீட்டுக்கு வர நேர்ந்தால் அவரை உணவளித்து வரவேற்பது நம்மை கட்டுப்படுத்தும் ஒரு கடமையாகும். செல்வம், சொத்து, உடை முதலான மற்றவித தானங்கள் செய்வதற்கு விவேகம் தேவைப்படுகிறது. ஆனால் உணவின் விஷயத்தில் அத்தகைய யோசனைகள் எதுவும் தேவையில்லை. மத்தியான நேரத்தில் யார் வேண்டுமானாலும் நம் வீட்டு வாசலிடை வரட்டும். அவருக்கு உணவு அளிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். அதிலும் உடவர்கள், சரியாக நடக்க முடியாதவர்கள், குருடர்கள், வியாதியஸ்தர்களான ஆண்டிகள் முதலியோருக்கு முதலில் உணவு அளிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். உடல் நலமுடன் இருப்பவர்களும் உறவினர்களும் பின்னால் உண்பிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். முதலில் குறிப்பிட்டோருக்கு உணவளிப்பதால் உண்டாகும் புண்ணியம் பின்னால் குறிப்பிட்டவர்களுக்கு அளிப்பதை விட மிகவும் அதிகமாகும். அன்னதானம் இல்லாத மற்ற தானங்கள் எல்லாம் நிலவற்ற நட்சத்திரங்கள் போன்றும், பதக்கமற்ற அட்டிகை போன்றும், முடிமணியற்ற கிரீடம் போன்றும், தாமரையற்ற குலத்தை போன்றும், பக்தியற்ற பஜனையை போன்றும், குங்குமமற்ற சுமங்கலை போன்றும், இனிமையான சரீரம் இல்லாத பாடலை போன்றும், உப்பற்ற தயிரை போன்றுமாக இருக்கிறது. வரன், பருப்பு சூப்பு மற்ற எல்லா பதார்த்தங்களையும் விட சிறந்திருப்பதை போன்று மற்ற எல்லா புண்ணியங்களையும் விட அன்னதானம் சிறந்திருக்கின்றது. இப்போது பாபா எங்கனம் உணவு சமைத்து அதை விநியோகித்தார் என்பதை பற்றி காண்போம். பாபாவுக்காக ஒரு சிறிது உணவே தேவைப்பட்டது என்றும், அவருக்கு தேவையானது சில வீடுகளில் பிச்சை எடுத்து பெறப்பட்டது என்பதும் முன்னமே எடுத்துச் சொல்லப்பட்டு விட்டது. ஆயின் அனைவருக்கும் உணவளிக்க வேண்டும் என்று அவர் தீர்மானித்ததால் அவராகவே எல்லா ஏற்பாடுகளும் செய்கிறார். இந்த விஷயத்தில் அவர் எவரையும் சார்ந்திருக்கவோ தொல்லைப்படுத்தவோ இல்லை. முதலில் கடை வீதிக்கு சென்று சோளம், மாவு, நறுமண பலசரக்கு வகைகள் முதலில் எல்லாவற்றையும் பணம் கொடுத்து வாங்குகிறார். கோதுமை அரைத்தலும் தாமே செய்கிறார். மசூதிக்கு முன்னால் உள்ள திறந்த வெளியில் ஒரு பெரிய அடுப்பை வைத்து நெருப்பை மூட்டி அதற்கு மேல் ஹண்டி என்னும் ஒரு பாத்திரத்தை சரியான அளவு தண்ணீர் ஊற்றி வைக்கிறார். 2 விதமான ஹண்டிகள் இருந்தன. ஒன்று சிறியது, மற்றொன்று பெரியது. முன்னதும் 50 பேருக்கு உணவளிக்க ஏற்றது, பின்னது 100 பேருக்கானது. சில சமயம் அவர் மிட்டா சாவல் என்னும் சர்க்கரை பொங்கலையும் சமைத்தார். மற்றும் சில சமயங்கள் புலவை மாமிசத்துடன் சமைத்தார். சில சமயங்களில் கொதித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் வரன் என்னும் சூப்பில் கோதுமை மாவை சிறு உருண்டைகளாகவோ அல்லது தட்டையான ரொட்டிகளாகவோ செய்து மிதக்கிவிட்டார். வாசனை பொருட்களை அம்மையில் வைத்து இடித்து தூளை சமையல் பாத்திரத்தில் போட்டார். உணவை மிகவும் சுவையானதாக்க அவர் எல்லா சிரமங்களையும் எடுத்துக்கொண்டார். ஜவ்வாரி, கேழ்வரகு மாவை தண்ணீருடன் கொதிக்கவிட்டு அதை தயிருடன் கலந்து அம்பியில் கூழ் தயார் செய்து கொடுத்தார். உணவுடன் இந்த அம்பிலை அனைவருக்கும் ஒரே மாதிரியாகவே விநியோகித்தார். உணவு ஒழுங்காக வேகிறதா என்பதை பார்க்க பாபா தனது கப்னியின் கைகளை மேலே சுருட்டி விட்டுக் கொண்டது. தனது வெறும் கையை கொதிக்கும் பாத்திரத்தில் துளியும் பயமின்றி விட்டு கொதிக்கும் கலவையை நன்றாக மேலும் கீழும் பக்கங்களும் கலக்கி விடுகிறார். கை வெந்ததற்கான எந்த அடையாளத்தையோ முகத்தில் பயத்தின் எவ்வித சாயலோ காண முடிவதில்லை. சமையல் முடிந்ததும் பாத்திரங்களை மசூதிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து உரிய முறையில் மௌல்வியை கொண்டு புனிதமாக்கினார். முதல் உணவின் ஒரு பகுதியை மகசாபத்திற்கும் தாத்தியா பாட்டலுக்கும் அனுப்பிவிட்டு மிச்சத்தை எல்லா ஏழை எளியவர்களுக்கும் திக்கற்றவர்களுக்கும் அவர் உளம் நிறையும் வண்ணம் தமது கையாலே பரிமாறினார். பாபா தாமே சமைத்து தாமே பரிமாறிய உணவை உட்கொண்டவர்கள் நிச்சயமாக ஆசீர்வதிக்கப்பட்டவர்கள், அதிர்ஷ்டசாலிகள். இத்தருணத்தில் ஒரு சில சந்தேகத்தை கிளப்பலாம். பாபா காய்கறிகளையும் அசைவ உணவையும் பிரசாதமாக தமது அடியவர்களுக்கு ஒரே மாதிரியாகவா வழங்கினார்? விடை வெளிப்படையானதும் எளிதானதுமாகும். அசைவ உணவு பழக்கப்பட்டோருக்கு ஹண்டிலிருந்து பிரசாதமாக உணவு வழங்கப்பட்டது. அதில் பழக்கமில்லாதவர்களை அதித்தோடு அனுமதிப்பதில்லை. இவ்வுணவை விசேஷமாக அனுசரிக்க அவர்களிடம் எவ்வித விருப்பத்தையோ ஆசையை தூண்டிவிட்டதில்லை. குருவே பிரசாதமாக எதையாவது அளிக்கும் போது அதை ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளத்தக்கதா இல்லையா என்று எண்ணுபவன் நரகத்தை அடைகிறான் என்னும் ஒரு கொள்கை நன்றாக உறுதி செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த கொள்கையை எந்த ஒரு சீடனும் எவ்விதம் மனதில் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டிருக்கிறான் என்பதை அறிய சில நேரங்களில் பாபா சோதனைகள் நடத்துவார். உதாரணமாக ஒரு ஏகாதசி தினத்தன்று தாத்தா கேல்கரிடம் சில ரூபாய்கள் கொடுத்து அவரை நேராக கொராலாவுக்கு சென்று அங்கிருந்து மாமிசம் வாங்கி வரும்படி கூறினார். இந்த தாத்தா கேல்கர் ஒரு வைதிக பிராமணர். எல்லா வைதிக சம்பிரதாயங்களும் வாழ்க்கையில் அனுசரித்தவர். செல்வம், தானியங்கள், உடை முதலியவைகளை சத்குருவிற்கு சமர்ப்பிப்பதெல்லாம் போதாது என்றும் முழுநீரை நம்பிக்கையுள்ள கீழ்ப்படிதலும் அவரது உத்தரவுகளை சரிநுட்பமாக நிறைவேற்றுதலுமே அவரை மிகவும் மகிழ்விக்கும் உண்மையான தட்சணையாகும் என்பதை அவர் அறிவார். எனவே தாத்தா கேல்கர் உடைகளை உடுத்திக்கொண்டு அவ்விடத்துக்கு கிளம்பினார். பிறகு பாபா அவரை கூப்பிட்டு, நீயே போகாதே, யாரையாவது அனுப்பு என்று கூறினார். இதன் பேரில் தாத்தா தமது வேலையாள் பாண்டுவை இதற்காக அனுப்பினார். பாபா அவரையும் திரும்பி வர சொல்லி அதையும் ரத்து செய்துவிட்டார். மற்றொரு சந்தர்ப்பத்தின் போது புலவ் என்னும் மாமிசக்கரையில் உப்பு சரியாக இருக்கிறதா என்பதை சற்று சுவைத்து பார்க்கும்படி பாபா தாதாவை கேட்டார். பின்னர் சாதாரணமாகவும் முறைக்காகவும் அது சரியாக இருக்கிறது என்று கூறினார். அதுக்கு பாபா, நீ அதை காணால் பார்த்ததோ நாவால் சுவைத்ததோ கிடையாது, பின்னால் அது சுவையாய் இருக்கிறது என்று எப்படி உன்னால் உரைக்க முடியும்? பாத்திரத்தின் மூடியை திறந்து பார் என்று கூறிக்கொண்டே பாபா அவரது கையை பிடித்து பானைக்குள் அழுத்தி கையை முன்னால் நீட்டி கரண்டியை எடுத்து, வைதிகத்தை பற்றி கவலைப்படாமல் பதறாமல் கொஞ்சம் எடுத்து சாப்பாட்டில் போட்டுக்கொள் என்றார். தாய்க்கு குழந்தையிடம் ஒரு உண்மையான அன்பின் அலை தோன்றும் போது அதை கிள்ளிவிட்டு அழத் தொடங்கியதும் தன் மார்போடு அணைத்துக் கொள்கிறார். அவ்வாறே பாபா உண்மையான தாய் என்ற முறையில் தாத்தா கேல்கரை விதமாக கிள்ளிவிட்டார். உண்மையில் எந்த ஞானியோ அல்லது குருவோ தடுக்கப்பட்ட உணவை தமது வைதிக சீடனை உண்ணும்படி வற்புறுத்தி அதன் மூலம் தம்மை கீழ்ப்படுத்தி கொள்ள மாட்டார். இந்த ஹண்டி விவகாரம் 1910ஆம் ஆண்டு வரை சில காலம் நடந்தது. பிறகு நின்றுவிட்டது. முன்னரே கூறியதை போன்று தாஸ்கனு பாபாவின் புகழை பம்பாய் மாகாணம் எங்கிலும் தம் கீர்த்தனைகளால் பரப்பினார். அப்பகுதியிலிருந்து ஷிரடி மக்கள் திரளாக வந்து கூட தொடங்கினர். ஷிரடி சில நாட்களுக்குள்ளாகவே ஒரு புனித கஷேத்திரம் ஆகிவிட்டது. பக்தர்கள் வெகுமதி அளிப்பதற்காக பல்வேறு பொருட்களை கொண்டனர். வெவ்வேறு உணவு வகைகளை நைவேத்தியமாக சமர்ப்பித்தனர். அவர்கள் அவ்வாறு அளித்த உணவுப் பொருட்கள் எவ்வளவு என்றால் பத்திரிகளும் மாடுகளும் வயிறு புடைக்க உண்டுவிட்ட பின்னும் மீதி இருக்கும் அளவு இருந்தது. எங்கனும் நைவேத்தியம் பகிர்ந்தளிக்கப்பட்டது என்று கூறும் முன்பு உள்ளூரில் இருந்த கோவில்களின் மீதும் தெய்வங்கள் மீதும் பாபாவுக்கு எத்தகைய மரியாதையும் ஆர்வமும் இருந்தது என்பதை விளக்கும் நானா சாஹிப் சந்தோர்கரின் கதையை எடுத்துக்கொள்வோம். நானா சாஹிப் கோவிலை மதிக்காதிருத்தல். சிலர் தங்களுக்கே உரிய முறையில் அனுமானித்துக் கொண்டும் யூகித்துக் கொண்டும் சாய் ஒரு பிராமணர் என்றும் சிலர் அவர் ஒரு முகமதியர் என்றும் கூறினர். உண்மையில் அவர் எந்த ஜாதியும் சேர்ந்தவர் அல்ல. எப்போதும் எந்த ஜாதியில் பிறந்தார் என்பதையும் அவரது பெற்றோர் யார் என்பதையும் ஒருவனும் நிச்சயமாக அறிந்திருக்கவில்லை. முன்பே அத்தியாயம் 7 உள்ள பாபாவின் சொந்த கூற்றுப்படி அவர் பிராமணர் என்றாலும் பரமாத்மாவிடம் தன்னை முழுவதும் சரணாகதி செய்து அகங்காரத்தின் உடல் உணவை ஒழித்து அவருடன் ஒன்றிருப்பவனுக்கு ஜாதி தேசம் என்னும் கேள்விகள் குறித்து கருத்தில் கொள்வதற்கு ஏதுமில்லை. பின்னர் அவர் எங்கனும் ஒரு பிராமணராகவோ முகமதியராகவோ இருக்க முடியும். அவர் ஒரு முகமதியர் என்றால் மசூதியின் அணையாமல் எப்போதும் துணியை எங்கனும் எரிய வைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்க முடியும். அங்கு எங்கனும் ஒரு துளசி பிருந்தாவனம் இருக்க முடியும். சங்கோசை, மணியோசை, இன்னிசை கருவிகள் ஆகியோர்களை எங்கனும் அனுமதிக்க முடியும். அவர் ஹிந்து வழிபாட்டு முறைகளின் எல்லா அம்சங்களையும் எங்கனும் நடக்க விட்டிருக்க முடியும். அவர் ஒரு முகமதியராக இருந்தார். அவர் காதுகள் குத்தப்பட்டு இருக்குமாம். ஹிந்து கோயில்களை செப்பனிட தம் கையில் இருந்த பணத்தை அவர் செலவு செய்திருக்க முடியுமாம். மாறுபாடாக ஹிந்து கோயில்களையும் தெய்வங்களையும் மதியாமல் இருப்பதை அவர் சிறிதும் சகிப்பதில்லை. ஒருமுறை நானா சாஹிப் சந்தோர்கர் பினவாலே என்ற தனது சட்டங்களுடன் ஷிர்டிக்கு வந்தார். அவர்கள் மசூதிக்கு சென்று பாபாவின் முன்னால் அமர்ந்து பேசிக் கொண்டிருந்த போது பாபா திடீரென்று நானா சாஹிப்பிடம் கோபம் அடைந்தார். நீ இவ்வளவு காலம் எனது கூட்டத்தில் இருக்கிறாய், எங்கனும் நீ வீதம் நடந்து கொள்கிறாய் என்று அவரை கேட்டார். முதலில் நானா சாஹிப்புக்கு ஒன்றும் புரியவில்லை. தாழ்மையுடன் விளக்கும்படி கேட்டுக்கொண்டார். பாபா அவரை கோபர்காவன் எப்போது வந்தார் என்றும் அங்கிருந்து ஷிர்டிக்கு எங்கனம் வந்தார் என்பதையும் கேட்டார். உடனே நானா சாஹிப் தன் தவறை புரிந்து கொண்டார். அவர் ஷிர்டிக்கு வரும்போதெல்லாம் கோபர்காவனில் கோதாவரி கரையில் உள்ள தத்தரின் கோவிலை வழிபட்டு வருவது வழக்கம். ஆனால் இம்முறை தத்தரின் பக்தனான தனது உறவினரையும் அக்கோவிலுக்கு போகாமல் தடுத்து தாமதத்தை தவிர்க்கும் பொருட்டு ஷிர்டிக்கு நேரடியாக வந்துவிட்டார். இக்குற்றத்தை எல்லாம் அவர் பாபாவிடம் ஒப்புக்கொண்டு கோதாவரியில் குளித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் போது ஒரு பெரிய முள் அவர் பாதத்தில் குத்திவிட்டதனால் அவருக்கு மிகவும் அசௌகரியமாக இருந்தது என்றும் கூறினார். பாபா அது அவருக்கு லேசான தண்டனை என்று கூறி எதிர்காலத்தில் ஜாகிரதையாக இருக்கும்படி கூறினார். காலா கதம்பு உணவு நைவேத்தியம் விநியோகிக்கப்படும் கதைக்கு திரும்புவோம். ஆரத்தி நிகழ்ச்சி முடிந்த பின்னால் எல்லோரையும் உதயயுடனும் ஆசீர்வாதங்களுடனும் அனுப்பிய பிறகு உள்ளே சென்று நிம்பாரில் தமது முதுகை சாய்த்து கொண்டு 2 வரிசையுள்ள பந்தியுடன் அமர்ந்திருப்பார். நைவேத்தியம் கொண்டு வந்த பக்தர்கள் பூரி, மாண்டி, போலி, பாசந்தி, சன்சா, சோறு முதலியவை உள்ள தங்களது உணவு பதார்த்தங்களை வலிந்து உள்ளே அனுப்புவார்கள். பாபாவினால் புனிதமாக்கப்பட்ட உணவின் பிரசாதத்திற்காக வெளியே காத்து கொண்டிருப்பார்கள். எல்லா உணவுகளும் கதம்பு கூட்டாக கலக்கப்பட்ட பாபாவின் முன் வைக்கப்படும். அதை அவர் கடவுளுக்கு சமர்ப்பித்து புனிதப்படுத்துவார். அதன் பகுதிகள் வெளியில் காத்து கொண்டிருக்கும் நபர்களுக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்டு மீதம் உள்ளே பாபா நடுநாயகமாக அமர்ந்திருக்கும் மக்களுக்கு பரிமாறப்படும். 2 வரிசையில் அமர்ந்திருக்கும் பக்தர்களும் வயிறார உண்ணுவர். புனிதமாக்கப்பட்ட உணவை உள்ளே அமர்ந்திருக்கும் அனைவருக்கும் ஒவ்வொருவரின் தேவையும் சௌகரியத்தையும் கவனித்து பரிமாறுமாறு நானா சாஹிப் நிமோன்கரையும் ஷாமாவையும் பாபா தினந்தோறும் கேட்டுக்கொள்வார். அவர்கள் இதை மிகவும் ஜாக்கிரதையாகவும் பிரியத்துடனும் செய்வர். இவ்வாறு அளிக்கப்பட்ட ஒவ்வொரு கவள உணவும் அடியவர்களுக்கு போஷாக்கையும் திருப்தியும் தந்தது. இத்தகைய இனிமையான விருப்பமான புனிதமாக்கப்பட்ட உணவு அது எப்போதும் புனிதமானது, தெய்வீகமானது. ஒரு கிண்ணம் மோர். ஒரு முறை இந்த கூட்டத்தில் இருந்தபோது ஹேமத் பந்த் வயிறு நிறைய சாப்பிட்டு விட்டார். அப்போது பாபா அவருக்கு ஒரு கிண்ணத்தில் மோர் கொடுத்தார். அதன் வெண்மையான தோற்றம் அவரை மகிழ்வித்தது. ஆனால் வயிற்றில் அதற்கு இடம் இருக்காது என்று அஞ்சி லேசாக ஒன்றினார். மிகவும் சுவையாக இருந்தது. அவரது தடுமாறும் எண்ணத்தை புரிந்து கொண்ட பாபா எல்லாவற்றையும் கொடுத்துவிடு, இனிமேல் இம்மாதிரி வாய்ப்பு உனக்கு கிடைக்காது என்று கூறினார். அப்போது ஹேமத் பந்த் அதை முழுக்கவும் பருகினார். பாபாவின் உரை தீர்க்க தரிசனமானது என்று கண்டார். ஏனெனில் பாபா சீக்கிரத்தில் மகா சமாதி அடைந்தார். இப்போது வாசகர்கள் ஹேமத் பந்துக்கு நிச்சயம் நன்றி செலுத்த வேண்டும். அவர் கிண்ணத்தில் இருந்த மோரை அருந்தினார். ஆனால் பாபாவின் லீலைகள் என்ற ரூபத்தில் வேண்டிய அளவு அமிர்தத்தை நமக்கு விநியோகித்தார். பற்பல கிண்ணங்கள் அமிர்தத்தை நாம் பருகுவோம், திருப்தி அடைந்து வாழ்வோம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயை பணிக. அனைவருக்கும் சாந்தி நிலவட்டும். ஓம் சாய்ராம்.
Chapter 39, Baba's knowledge of Sanskrit. This chapter 39 deals with Baba's interpretation of a verse from the Bhagavad Gita, as some people believed that Baba had little knowledge of Sanskrit, but by the interpretation of Nana Sahib Chandorkar's query, Hemad Pant refuted the charge in chapter number 50. And as it deals with the same subject matter, it is incorporated in this chapter. Preliminary. Baba blessed is Shirdi and blessed is Dwaraka Mai, where Shirdi Sai lived and moved until he looked Mahasamadhi. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, whom he obliged and for whom he lived there. Shirdi was a small village first, but it attained importance on account of his contact and became a Tirtha, holy place of pilgrimage. Equally blessed are the women folk of Shirdi. Blessed is their whole and undivided faith in him. They sang the glories of Baba while bathing, grinding, pounding corn, and doing other household work. Baba's interpretation. Nobody believed that Baba knew Sanskrit. One day he surprised all by giving an interpretation of a verse from the Gita to Nana Sahib Chandorkar. A brief account about this matter was written by Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamlatdar, and published in Marathi in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 4, Sputa Vishaya, page 563. Short accounts of the same are also published in Sai Baba's Charters and Sayings, page 61, and in the Wondrous Saint Sai Baba, page 36, both by B.V. Narasimha Swami. Mr. B.V. Dev has also given an English version of his statement, dated 27/9/1936, and published on page 66 of Devotees' Experiences, Part 3, by Narasimha Swami, as Mr. Dev has got first-hand information about the subject from Nana Sahib himself. We give below his version. Nana Chandorkar was a good student of Vedanta. He had read Gita with commentaries. He fancied that Baba knew nothing of Sanskrit text. So Baba one day pricked the bubble. These were the days before crowds flocked to Baba, when Baba had individual meetings at the mosque with such devotees. Nana was sitting near Baba and massaging his legs and muttering something under his breath. Baba, Nana, what are you mumbling to yourself? Nana, I'm reciting a shloka verse. Baba, what shloka? Nana, from Bhagavad Gita. Baba, say it loudly. Nana then recited Bhagavad Gita 4 chapter 34, which is as follows. Tatvidhi paripatena pariprakshena sevaya upadekshayanti te jnanam jnanina shatva dharchinaha. Baba, what Nana, would you understand it? Nana, yes. Baba, if you do, then tell me its meaning. Nana, it means this: making satsanga namaskar, that is Sashtanga Namaskar, that is prostration, asking the Guru, serving him, learn what his knowledge is. Then those who have attained the real knowledge of the Sadvastu Brahma will give you Upadesha, instruction of knowledge. Baba, Nana, I do not want this sort of collected report of the whole stanza. Give me each word, its grammatical force and meaning. Then Nana explained it word by word. Baba, Nana, is it enough to merely make prostration? Nana, I do not know any other meaning of the word pranipat. Then making prostration. Baba, what is pariprashna? Nana asking questions. What does prashna mean? The same questioning. Baba, if pariprashna means the same as prashna, question, why did Vyasa add the prefix pari? Was Vyasa off his head? Nana, I do not know of any other meaning for the word pariprashna. Baba, seva, what sort of seva is meant? Nana, just what we are doing to you. Baba, is it enough to render such service? Nana, I do not know. What more is signified by the word seva? Baba, in the next line, Upadekshanti te jnanam, can you read any other word in lieu of jnanam? Nana, yes. What word? Ajnanam. Baba, taking that word instead of jnana in any meaning made out of the verse? Nana, no. Shankara Bhashya gives no such construction. Baba, never mind if he does not. Is there any objection in using the word ajnan if it gives a better sense? Nana, I do not understand how to construe by placing ajnan in it. Baba, why does Krishna refer Arjun to Tattvadarshis to do his prostration, interrogation, and service? Was not Krishna a Tattvadarshi, in fact, Jnana himself? Nana, yes, he was, but I do not make out why he referred Arjun to Jnanis. Baba, have you not understood this? Nana was humiliated. His pride was knocked down. Then Baba began to explain. It is not enough merely to prostrate before the Jnanis. We must make Sarvasva Sharanagati, complete surrender to the Sadguru. Mere questioning is not enough. The question must not be made with any improper motive or attitude, or to trap the Guru and catch mistakes in the answer, or out of idle curiosity. It must be earnest with a view to achieve spiritual progress or liberation. Seva is not rendering service with a feeling that one is free to offer or refuse service. One must feel that he is not the master of the body, that the body is Guru's and exists merely to render service to him. If this is done, the Sadguru will show you what the knowledge referred to in the previous stanza is. Nana did not understand what is meant by saying that a Guru teaches Ajnan. Baba, how is Jnan Upadesh, that is imparting of realization, to be affected? Destroying ignorance is Jnan. Of verse OB 1396 of Dhyaneshwari, commenting on Gita 1866 says, removal of ignorance is, O Arjun, if dream and sleep disappear, you are yourself. It is like that. Also, 83 on Gita 5:16 says, is there anything different or independent in Gyan besides the destruction of ignorance? Expelling darkness means light, destroying duality. Dvaita means non-duality, Advaita. Whenever we speak of destroying Dvaita, we speak of Advaita. Whenever we talk of destroying darkness, we talk of light. If we have to realize the Advaita state, the feeling of Dvaita in ourselves has to be removed. This is the realization of the Advaita state. Who can speak of Advaita while remaining in Dvaita state unless one gets into that state of non-duality? How can one know it and realize it? Again, the Shishya, disciple like the Sadguru, is the embodiment of Gyan. The difference between the two lies in the attitude, high realization of Sadguru and his marvelous superhuman tattva beingness and unrivaled capacity and Aishwarya Yoga, divine powers. The Sadguru is Nirgun, Satchitanand. He has indeed taken human form to elevate mankind and raise the world, but his real Nirgun nature is not destroyed thereby, even a bit. His existence or reality, divine power and wisdom remain undiminished. The disciple also is in fact of same Swarupa, but it is overlaid by the effect of the sanskaras of innumerable births in the shape of ignorance, which wields his view, that is, he is Suddha Chaitanya. Bhagavad Gita chapter 5:15. As stated therein, he gets the impressions, I am Jiva, a creature meek and poor. The Guru has to root out these offshoots of ignorance and has to give upadesha instruction to the disciple, held spellbound for endless generations by the ideas of his being a Jiva. The Guru imparts the teaching. You are God, you are mighty and opulent. Then he realizes that he is God really. The perpetual delusion under which the disciple is laboring, that he is the body, that he is a creature, Jiva or ego, that God, Paramatma and the world are different from him, is an ignorance inherited from innumerable past births. From actions based on it, it has derived his joy, sorrows, and mixtures of both. To remove this delusion, this error, this root ignorance, he must start the inquiry. How did the ignorance arise? Where is it? And to show him, this is called the Guru's Upadesh. The following are the instances of Ajnan. 1. I am Jiva, creature. Body is the soul. I am the body. God, world, and Jiva are different. I am not God. Not knowing that body is not the soul. Not knowing that God, world, and Jiva are the one. Unless these errors are exposed to his view, the disciple cannot learn what is God, Jiva, world, body, how they are interrelated, and whether they are different from each other or are one and the same. To teach him this and destroy his ignorance in this instruction in Jnana or Ajnan. Why should Jnana be imparted to the Jiva who is a Jnana Murti? Upadesh is merely to show him his error and destroy his ignorance. Baba added Pranipata implies complete surrender. Surrender must be of body, mind, and wealth. Why should Krishna refer to other jnanis? Sadbhakta takes everything to be Vasudeva. Bhagavad Gita 7:19. That is, any guru who could be Krishna to the devotee, and Guru takes place to be Vasudev. Bhagavad Gita 7:18. As Sri Krishna knows that there are such gurus and disciples, he refers Arjuna to them so that their greatness be known. Construction of the Mahasamadhi Mandir. Baba never made any fuss about things which he wanted to accomplish, but he knows so skillfully arranged the circumstances that the people were surprised at the slow but sure results attained. The construction of the Samadhi Mandir is an instance. Sriman Bapu Sahib Bhuti, the famous multimillionaire of Nagpur, lived in Shirdi with his family. Once an idea arose in his mind that he should have a building of his own there. Sometimes after this, while he was sleeping in Dikshit Wada, he got a vision. Baba appeared in his dream and ordered him to build a Wada with a temple. Shama, who was sleeping there, also got a similar vision. Baba Sahib awoke. He saw Shama crying and asked the latter as to why he was in tears. Shama replied that in his vision, Baba came to him and ordered distinctly, build the Wada with the temple. I shall fulfill the desires of all. On hearing the sweet and loving words of Baba, I was overpowered with emotion. My throat was choked. My eyes were overflowing with tears and I began to cry. Babu Sahib was surprised to see that both their visions tallied. Being a rich and capable man, he decided to build a Wada there and drew up a plan with Shama Madhavrao. Kaka Sahib Dikshit also approved of it. And it was placed before Baba. He was also sanctioned it immediately. Then the construction work was duly started and under the supervision of Shama. The ground floor, the cellar, and the well were completed. Baba, on his way to and from Lendi, also suggested some improvements. Further work was entrusted to Bapu Sahib Jog. And when it was going on, an idea struck Bapu Sahib Bhuti's mind that there should be an open space or platform, and in the center, the image of Murli there, Lord Krishna with the flute be installed. He asked Shama to refer this matter to Baba and he got his consent. The latter asked Baba about this when he was just passing by the Wada. On hearing Shama, Baba gave his consent, saying, after the temple is complete, I'll come here to stay. And staring at the Wada, he added, after the Wada is complete, we shall all use it ourselves and we shall live, move and play here, embrace each other and be happy. Then Shama asked Baba whether this was the auspicious time to begin the foundation work of the central room of the shrine. Baba answered in the affirmative. Then Shama got a coconut broken there and started the work. In due time, the work was completed and an order was also placed for making a good image of Murli there. But before it was ready, a new situation turned up. Baba became seriously ill. Bapu Sahib became very sad and dejected, thinking that if Baba passed away, his Wada would not be consecrated by the holy touch of Baba's feet and all his money, about 1 lakh of rupees, would be wasted away. But the words "keep me in the Vadabi," which came out of Baba's mouth just before his passing away, consoled not only Bapu Sahib but one and all. In due time, Baba's holy body was placed and preserved in the central shrine meant for Murlidhar, and Baba himself became Murlidhar, and the Vada thus became the Samadhi Mandir of Sai Baba. His wonderful Leela is unfathomable. Blessed and fortunate is Bapu Sahib Bhuti, in whose Vada lies the holy and the pure body of Baba. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all.
శ్రీ సాయి సచ్చరిత్రము 40వ అధ్యాయము. ఈ అధ్యాయంలో 2 కథలు చెప్పెదము. దహనులో బీవీ దేవు గారింటికి వారి తల్లి ఆచరించిన ఉద్యాపన వ్రతములకు బాబా వెళ్ళుట, బాంద్రాలోని హేమాడ్ పంతు ఇంటికి హోలీ పండుగ నాడు భోజనమునకు పోవుట. తొలిపలకు శ్రీ సాయి సమర్థుడు పావనమూర్తి తన భక్తులకు ఇహపర విషయములందు తగిన సలహాలనిచ్చి జీవిత పరమావధిని పొందినట్లు చేసి వారిని సంతోషపెట్టును. సాయి తన హస్తమును భక్తుల తలపై పెట్టి తమ శక్తులను వారిలోనికి పంపించి భేద భావమును నశింపజేసి అప్రాప్యమును ప్రాప్తింపజేయును. వారు తమ భక్తుల ఎడ భేదము లేక తమకు నమస్కరించి వారిని ఆదరంతో అక్కున చేర్చుకునేది వాడు. వర్షాకారంలో నదులు కలియు సముద్రము వలె బాబా భక్తులతో కలిసి తమ శక్తిని స్థాయిని శిష్యులకిచ్చును. దీనిని బట్టి ఎవరైతే భగవద్భక్తుల లీలలను పాడెదరో వారు భగవంతుడి లీలలను పాడిన వారి కంటే గాని ఎంతకంటే ఎక్కువ గాని దేవుని ప్రేమకు పాత్రలగుదురని తెలియవలెను. ఇక ఈ అధ్యాయంలోని కథల వైపు మరలదు. దేవుగారి ఇంటి ఉద్యాపన వ్రతము. దహనులో బీవీ దేవు గారు మమల్తాదారుగా నుండెను. వారి తల్లి 25-30 నోములు నోచెను. వాని ఉద్యాపన చేయవలసి ఉండెను. ఈ కార్యంలో 100 నుంచి 200 మంది బ్రాహ్మణులకు భోజనం పెట్టవలసి ఉండెను. ఈ శుభకార్యమును ముహూర్తం నిశ్చయమైన దేవుగారు బాపు సాహెబ్ జోగ్ గారికి ఒక లేఖ వ్రాసిరి. అందులో బాబా ఈ శుభకార్యములకు దయచేయవలెననియు వారు రాకున్న అసంతృప్తికరముగా నుండుననియు వ్రాసెను. జోగ ఆ ఉత్తరమును చదివి బాబాకు వినిపించిన మనఃపూర్వకమైన విజ్ఞాపనను విని బాబా ఇట్లనెను, నన్నే గుర్తుంచుకున్న వారిని నేను మరువను. నాకు బండి గాని, టాంగా గాని, రైలు గాని, విమానం గాని అవసరము లేదు. నన్ను ప్రేమతో పిలిచి వారి వద్దకు నేనే పరిగెత్తుకుపోయి ప్రత్యక్షమయ్యేదను. అతనికి సంతోషమైన జవాబు వ్రాయము. నీవు నేను ఇంకొకరు సంతర్పణకు వచ్చేదమని వ్రాయము. జోగ్ బాబా చెప్పినది దేవుకు వ్రాసను. దేవుగారు ఎంతో సంతోషించిరి. కానీ బాబా రహత రుయి నీమ్గం దాటి ప్రత్యక్షముగా ఎక్కడికి పోరని ఆయనకు తెలియను. బాబాకు అసఖ్యమైనదేమీ లేదు. వారు సర్వాంతర్యామి అగుర్చే హఠాత్తుగా నేరూపమునైనను వచ్చి తమ వాగ్దానమును పాలించి వచ్చుననుకొనెను. ఉద్యాపనకు కొద్ది రోజుల ముందుగా బెంగాలీ దుస్తులను ధరించిన సన్యాసి ఒకడు గో సంరక్షణకై సేవ చేయుచు దహను స్టేషన్ మాస్టర్ వద్దకు చందాలు వసూలు చేయుమిచితో వచ్చెను. స్టేషన్ మాస్టరు సన్యాసిని ఊరిలోనికి పోయి మమల్తాదారుని కలుసుకొని వారి సహాయంతో చందాలు వసూలు చేయమనని. అంతలో మమల్తాదారే అచ్చటికి వచ్చెను. స్టేషన్ మాస్టర్ సన్యాసిని దేవుగారికి పరిచయం అనొచ్చెను. ఇద్దరు ప్లాట్ఫారం మీద కూర్చుండి మాట్లాడిరి. దేవు ఊరిలో నేదో మరొక చందా పట్టి రావు సాహెబ్ నరోత్తము శెట్టి నడుపుచుండుచటే ఇంకొకటి ఇప్పుడే తయారు చేయుటకు బాగుండదని చెప్పి 2 లేదా 4 మాసంల పిమ్మట రమ్మనెను. ఈ మాటలు విని సన్యాసి అచ్చటి నుండి పోయెను. 1 నెల పిమ్మటే ఆ సన్యాసి ఒక టాంగాలో వచ్చి 10 గంటలకు దేవుగారి ఇంటి ముందర ఆగని. చందాల కొరకు వచ్చినేమోనని దేవు అనుకున్నాను. ఉద్యాపనకు కావలసిన పనులలో దేవుగారు నిమగ్నని ఉండుట చూసి తాను చందాల కొరకు రాలేదని భోజనంకే వచ్చితనని సన్యాసి చెప్పను. అందుకు దేవు, మంచిది, చాలా మంచిది, మీకు స్వాగతమే, ఈ గృహము మీదే అనను. అప్పుడు సన్యాసి, 2 కుర్రవాళ్ళు నాతో ఉన్నారు అనను. దేవు, మంచిది, వారితో కూడా రండు అనను. ఇంకా 2 గంటలు కాలపరిమితి ఉండటచే వారి కొరకు ఎచ్చటికి పంపవలెనని అడిగాను. సన్యాసి ఎవరిని పంపనవసరం లేదనియు తామే స్వయముగా వచ్చేదననియు చెప్పెను. సరిగా 12 గంటలకు రమ్మని దేవు చెప్పెను. సరిగా 12 గంటలకు ముగ్గురు వచ్చి సంతర్పణలో భోజనం చేసిన పిమ్మట వెడలిపోయిరి. ఉద్యాపన పూర్తి కాగానే దేవుగారు బాపు సాహెబ్ జోగు ఉత్తరము వ్రాసెను. అందులో బాబా తన మాట తప్పనని వ్రాసెను. జోగు ఉత్తరము తీసుకుని బాబా వద్దకు వెళ్ళను. దాన్ని తెరవక ముందే బాబా ఇట్లనను, వాగ్దానము చేసి దగా చేసితనని అనుచున్నాడు. ఇద్దరిలో కూడా నేను సంతర్పణకు హాజరైతని, కానీ నన్ను పోల్చుకొనలేకపోయినను వ్రాయము. అట్టివాడు నన్ను పిలువనేలా. సన్యాసి చందాల కొరకు వచ్చనని అనుకొనెను. అతని సంశయములు తొలగించుటగా మరిద్దరితో వచ్చేదనంటిని. ముగ్గురు సరిగా భోజనము వేళకు వచ్చి ఆరగించలేదా? నా మాట నిలబెట్టుకొనుటకు ప్రాణంనైనా విడిచెదను. నా మాటలను నేనెప్పుడు పొల్లు చేయను. ఈ జవాబు జోగ్ హృదయంలో ఆనందము కలుగజేసెను. బాబా సమాధానమంతయు దేవుగారికి రాసెను. దానిని చదువుగానే దేవుకు ఆనంద బాష్పను దొరను. అనవసరంగా బాబాను నిందించినందుకు పశ్చాత్తాపపడను. సన్యాసి మొదటి రాగచి తానిట్లో మోసపోయెను. సన్యాసి చందాలకు వచ్చుట, మరిద్దరితో కలిసి భోజనముకు వచ్చేదనను మాటలు తాను గ్రహింపలేక మోసపోవుట మొదలైనవి అతనికి ఆశ్చర్యము కలుగజేసెను. భక్తులు పూర్ణముగా సద్గురువును శరణు వేడించు. వారు తమ భక్తుల ఇళ్లలో శుభకార్యములకు స్వయముగా నెరవేరున్నట్టు చూచెదరు అనున్నది ఈ కథల వల్ల స్పష్టపడుచున్నది. హేమాడ్ పంత్ ఇంట హోలీ పండుగ భోజనం. ఇక బాబా తన ఫోటో రూపంను సాక్షాత్కరించి భక్తుని కోరిక నెరవేర్చిన మరొక కథను చెప్పెదము. 1917వ సంవత్సరం హోలీ పండుగ నాడు వేకువజామున హేమాడ్ పంత్కు ఒక దృశ్యము కనిపించెను. చక్కని దుస్తులు ధరించిన సన్యాసి వలె బాబా కనిపించి నిద్ర నుండి లేపి ఆనాడు భోజనమునకు వారింటికి వచ్చేదనని చెప్పాను. ఇట్లు తనను నిద్ర నుంచి లేపినది కూడా కలలోని భాగమే. నిజంగా లేచి చూచుచరికి సన్యాసి గాని బాబా గాని కనిపించలేదు. స్వప్నమున బాగుగా గుర్తుకు తెచ్చుకొనగా సన్యాసి చెప్పిన ప్రతి మాట జ్ఞాపకమునకు వచ్చెను. బాబా గారి సహవాసిని 7 సంవత్సరం నుండి ఉన్నప్పటికీ, బాబా ధ్యానమును ఎల్లప్పుడూ చేయుచున్నప్పటికీ బాబా తన ఇంటికి వచ్చి భోజనం చేయనని అతను అనుకొనలేదు. బాబా మాటలకు మిగులు సంతసించి తన భార్య వద్దకు పోయి, ఒక సన్యాసి భోజనమునకు వచ్చునుగాక, కొంచెము బియ్యం ఎక్కువ పోయవలనని చెప్పాను. అది హోలీ పండుగ దినం. వచ్చువారెవరని ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చుచున్నారని ఆమె అడిగను. ఆమెను అనవసరంగా పెడదారి పట్టించుక ఆమె ఇంకొక విధంగా భావింపకుండునట్లు జరిగినట్టుగా చెప్పనంచి తాను గాంచిన స్వప్నం తెలియజేసింది. షిరిడిలో మంచి మంచి పిండి వంటలను విడిచి బాబా తన వంటి వారి ఇంటికి బాంద్రాకు వచ్చినా అని ఆమెకు సంశయం కలిగిన. అందులోకి హేమాడ్ పంత్ బాబా స్వయంగా రాకపోవచ్చు, కానీ ఎవరినైనా పంపవచ్చును గనుక కొంచెం బియ్యం ఎక్కువ పోసినచో నష్టము లేదనను. మధ్యాహ్న భోజనములకై ప్రయత్నములన్నీ చేసిరి. మిట్ట మధ్యాహ్నమునకు సర్వము సిద్ధమైన. హోలీ పూజ ముగిసెను. విస్తళ్ళు వేసిరి, ముగ్గులు పెట్టిరి. భోజనముకు 2 పంక్తులు తీర్చిరి. రెండింటి మధ్య ఒక పీట బాబా కొరకు అమర్చిరి. గృహములోని వారందరూ కొడుకులు, మనుములు, కుమార్తెలు, అల్లుండ్రు మొదలగు వారందరూ వచ్చి వారి వారి స్థలమును అలంకరించిరి. వండిన పదార్థములు వడ్డించిరి. అందరూ అతిథి కొరకు కనిపెట్టుకొని ఉండిరి. 12 గంటలు దాటినప్పటికీ ఎవరూ రాలేదు. తలుపు వేసి గుండ్రం పెట్టిరి. అన్న శుద్ధి అయ్యను అనగా నెయ్యి వడ్డించిరి. భోజనము ప్రారంభించుటకి ఇది ఒక గుర్తు. అగ్నిహోత్రమును శ్రీకృష్ణుడు నైవేద్యము సమర్పించింది. అందరూ భోజనం ప్రారంభించిపోవచుండగా మేడమెట్లపై చెప్పుడు వినిపించింది. హేమాడ్ పంత్ వెంటనే పోయి తలుపు తీయగా 2 మనుషులు అతడి నుండి, ఒకరు ఆలీ మహమ్మద్, వేరొకరు మౌలానా ఇన్ము ముజావర్. ఆ ఇరువురు వడ్డనమంతయు పూర్తి అయ్యి అందరూ భోజనం చేయుటకు సిద్ధముగా నుండుటను గమనించి హేమాడ్ పంతును క్షమించమని కోరి ఇట్లు చెప్పిరి. భోజన స్థలం పెట్టి మా వద్దకు పరిగెత్తుకొని వచ్చితివి. తక్కిన వారు నీ కొరకు చూచుచున్నారు, కావున ఇదిగో నీ వస్తువును నువ్వు తీసుకొను. ఆ తర్వాత తీరుబడిగా వృత్తాంతమంతయో తెలిపెదము. అట్లనుచు తమ చంకలో నుంచి ఒక పాత వార్తాపత్రికలో కట్టిన పటమును విప్పి టేబుల్ పైన పెట్టిరి. హేమాడ్ పంత్ కాగితం విప్పి చూచుసరికి అందులో పెద్దది ఒక చక్కని సాయిబాబా పటముండెను. అతడు మిగులు ఆశ్చర్యపడను. అతను మనస్సు కరిగెను, కండ్ల నుండి నీరు కారెను, శరీరము గగ్గురుపాటు చెందెను. అతడు వంగి పటములోనున్న బాబా పాదములకు నమస్కరించెను. బాబా ఈ విధముగా తన లీలల్చి ఆశీర్వదించనని అనుకునేను. గొప్ప ఆసక్తితో నీకు ఆ పటమెట్లు వచ్చునని ఆలీ మహమ్మద్ ను అడిగాను. అతడు ఆ పటం ఒక అంగడిలో కొంటిననియు దానికి సంబంధించిన వివరములన్నీ తర్వాత తెలియజేసేదనను. తక్కిన వారు భోజనమును కనిపెట్టుకుని ఉండుటచే త్వరగా పొమ్మని అనను. హేమాడ్ పంత్ వారికి అభినందనలు తెలిపి భోజనశాలలోకి పోయాను. ఆ పటము బాబా కొరకు వేసిన పీటపై పెట్టి వండిన పదార్థములన్నీ వడ్డించి నైవేద్యం పెట్టిన పిమ్మట అందరూ బుద్ధికి సకాలమును పూర్తి చేసిరి. పటములో నున్న బాబా యొక్క చక్కని రూపును చూసి అందరూ అమితానంద భరితులయ్యిరి. ఇదంతయు నెట్టు జరిగినని ఆశ్చర్యపడేది. ఈ విధముగా బాబా హేమాడ్ పంత్ స్వప్నములో చెప్పిన మాటలను నెరవేర్చి తన వాగ్దామును పాలించుకొనెను. ఆ ఫోటో వివరములు అనగా నది ఆలీ మహమ్మద్ ఎట్లు దొరికిను, అతడు ఎందుకు తెచ్చెను, దానిని హేమాడ్ పంత్ ఎందుకు ఇచ్చెను అనవి వచ్చే అధ్యాయంలో చెప్పుకుందుము. ఓం శ్రీ సాయినాథాయ నమః. 40వ అధ్యాయము సంపూర్ణము. సద్గురు శ్రీ సాయినాథార్పణమస్తు. శుభం భవతు. శ్రీ సాయి సచ్చరిత్రము 41వ అధ్యాయం. గత అధ్యాయంలో చెప్పిన ప్రకారం ఈ అధ్యాయంలో చిత్రపటం యొక్క వృత్తాంతమును చెప్పదము. గత అధ్యాయంలోని విషయము జరిగిన 9 సంవత్సరములకు ఆలీ మహమ్మద్ హేమాడ్ పంతును కలిపి ఈ దివుగత నతనికి చెప్పెను. ఒకనాడు బొంబాయి వీధులలో పోవునప్పుడు వీధులు తిరిగి అమ్ము వాని వద్ద ఆలీ మహమ్మద్ సాయిబాబా పటమును కొనుక్కొనను. దానికి చట్రము కట్టించి తన బాంద్రా ఇంటిలో గోడకు వేలాడదీసును. అతడు బాబాని ప్రేమించుటచే ప్రతిరోజు చిత్రపటము దర్శనం చేయుచుండెను. హేమాడ్ పంతుకు ఆ పటం ఇచ్చుటకు 3 నెలల ముందు అతడు కాళ్ళ మీద కురుపు లేచి బాధపడుచుండెను. దానికి శస్త్రచికిత్స జరిగిన. అప్పుడతడు బొంబాయిలో నున్న తన బావమరిది నూర్ మహమ్మద్ పీర్బాయి ఇంటిలో పడి ఉండెను. బాంద్రాలో తన ఇల్లు 3 మాసముల వరకు మూయబడి ఉండెను. అక్కడ ఎవరూ లేకుండేది. అచ్చట ప్రసిద్ధి చెందిన అబ్దుల్ రహమాన్ బాబా, మౌలానా సాహెబు, మహమ్మద్ హుసేను, సాయిబాబా, తాజుద్దీన్ బాబా మొదలగు సజీవ యోగుల పటములుండెను. వానిని కూడా కాలచక్రము విడవలేదు. అతడు వ్యాధితో బాధపడుచు బొంబాయిలో నుండెను. బాంద్రాలో ఆ పటములేలా బాధపడవలెను. పటములను కూడా చావు పుట్టుకులు ఉన్నట్లుండెను. పటములన్నీ వాని అదృష్టములు అనుభవించెను. కానీ సాయిబాబా పటం మాత్రం ఆ కాలచక్రమును తప్పించుకొనను. అదెట్లు తప్పించుకొనగలిగెనో నాకింతవరకు ఎవరూ చెప్పలేరైరి. దీనిని బట్టి సాయిబాబా సర్వాంతర్యామి అని, సర్వవ్యాపి అని, అనంత శక్తుడని తెలియచున్నది. ఆలీ మహమ్మద్ అనేక సంవత్సరముల కిందట యోగి అబ్దుల్ రహమాన్ బాబా యొక్క చిన్న పటమును మహమ్మద్ హుసేన్ తారియా వద్ద సంపాదించెను. దానిని బావమరిది యగు నూర్ మహమ్మద్ పీర్బాయికి ఇచ్చిన. అది అతని టేబుల్లో 8 సంవత్సరములు పడి ఉండెను. ఒకనాడు అతని దానిని చూచెను. అతడు దానిని ఫోటోగ్రాఫర్ దగ్గరకు తీసుకొని పోయి సజీవ ప్రమాణం అంత పెద్దదిగా చేయించి దాని ప్రతులను తన బంధువులకు, స్నేహితులకు పంచిపెట్టెను. అందులోనొకటి ఆలీ మహమ్మద్ కిచ్చెను. దానిని అతడు తన బాంద్రా ఇంటిలో పెట్టెను. నూర్ మహమ్మద్ అబ్దుల్ రహమాన్ గారి శిష్యుడు. గురువు నిండు దర్బారులో నుండగా అతడు గురువు గారికి దీనిని కానుకగా నిచ్చుటకు పోగా వారు మిక్కిలి కోపగించి కొట్టబోయి నూర్ మహమ్మద్ ను అచ్చటి నుండి తరిమివేసిరి. అతడు మిగులు విచారపడి చికాకు పొందెను. తన ద్రవ్యమందే నష్టమ పడితే గాక గురువు గారి కోపమునకు, అసంతుష్టికి కారణం ఆయనను గదా అని చింతించెను. విగ్రహారాధన గురువు గారికి ఇష్టం లేకుండే. ఆ పటమును అపోలో బందరుకు తీసుకొని పోయి ఒక పడవను అద్దెకు కట్టించుకొని సముద్రంలోనికి పోయి దానిని అక్కడ నీళ్లలో ముంచి వేసిన. తన బంధువుల వద్ద నుండి, స్నేహితుల వద్ద నుండి పటములను తెప్పించి 6 పటములు వానిని కూడా బాంద్రా సముద్రంలో ముంచిన. ఆ సమయం ఆలీ మహమ్మద్ తన బావమరిది ఇంటిలో ఉండని. యోగుల పటములను సముద్రంలో పడవేచినచో తన వ్యాధి కుదురునని బావమరిది చెప్పిన. ఇది విని ఆలీ మహమ్మద్ తన మేనేజర్ ను బాంద్రా ఇంటికి పంపించి అక్కడున్న పటములనన్నింటినీ సముద్రంలో వేయించును. 2 నెలల పిమ్మట ఆలీ మహమ్మద్ తన ఇంటికి తిరిగి రాగా బాబా పటము ఎప్పటి వల్ల గోడ మీద నుండుట గమనించి ఆశ్చర్యపడను. తన మేనేజర్ పటములన్నీ తీసి వేసి బాబా పటం నెట్లు మరిచిన అతనికి తెలియకుండాను. వెంటనే దానిని తీసి బీరువాలో దాచను. లేకున్నా తన బావగారు దానిని చూచినచో దానిని కూడా నాశనం చేయనని భయపడను. దానిని నెవరు జాగ్రత్త పరిచెదరు, దానిని భద్రముగా నెవరుంచగలరు అను విషయంలో ఆలోచించుచుండగా సాయిబాబాయే ఇన్ముము జావర్ను కలిసి వారి అభిప్రాయం ప్రకారం చేయవలసినదని తోచినట్లు చేసిన. ఆలీ మహమ్మద్ ఇన్ముము జావర్ను కలుసుకొని జరిగిందంతే చెప్పిన. ఇరువును బాగుగా ఆలోచించి ఆ పటం హేమాడ్ పంత్ ఇవ్వ నిశ్చయించిరి. అతడు దానిని జాగ్రత్త పరచునని తోచను. ఇద్దరును హేమాడ్ పంత్ వద్దకు పోయి సరియైన కాలంలో దానిని బహూకరించిరి. ఈ కథను బట్టి బాబాను భూత భవిష్యత్ వర్తమానములు తెలియననియు చాకచక్యముగా సూత్రములు లాగి తన భక్తుల కోరికలను ఎట్లు నెరవేర్చుచుండనో కూడా తెలియచున్నది. ఎవరికైతే ఆధ్యాత్మిక విషయంలో ఎక్కువ శ్రద్ధయో వారిని బాబా ప్రేమించుటే కాక వారి కష్టములు తొలగించి వారిని ఆనందభరితులుగా చేయుచుండురని రాబో కథలలో తెలియను. గుడ్డ పీలికలను దొంగలించుట, జ్ఞానేశ్వరి చదువుట. బివి దేవు దహనులు మామల్తాదారు. అతడు జ్ఞానేశ్వరి ఇతర మత గ్రంథములను చదవవలనని చాలా కాలం నుండి కోరుచుండెను. భగవద్గీతపై మరాఠీ భాషలో జ్ఞానేశ్వరుడు వ్రాసిన వ్యాఖ్యే జ్ఞానేశ్వరి. ప్రతిదినము భగవద్గీతలోని ఒక అధ్యాయం ఇతర గ్రంథముల నుండి కొన్ని భాగములను పారాయణ చేయుచుండెను. కానీ జ్ఞానేశ్వరి ప్రారంభించగానే ఏవో అవాంతరములు ఏర్పడుచే పారాయణమాగి పోవచుండెను. 3 నెలలు సెలవు పెట్టి షిరిడీకి వెళ్లి అక్కడ నుండి తన స్వగ్రామమునకు పౌండుకు పోయిన. ఇతర గ్రంథములన్నీ అచట చదవగలిగాను. కానీ జ్ఞానేశ్వరి ప్రారంభించగానే ఏయో విపరీతమైన చెడ్డ ఆలోచనలు తన మనస్సును ప్రవేశించుటచే చదువు లేకుండాను. అతడెంత ప్రయత్నించినను కొన్ని పంక్తులు కూడా చదవలేకపోయిన. కాబట్టి బాబా తనకు ఆ గ్రంథమందు శ్రద్ధ కలుగు చేసినప్పుడే దానిని చదువునని, వారి నోటి వెంట వచ్చినప్పుడే దాన్ని ప్రారంభించేదనని, అంతవరకు దానిని తెరవననియో నిశ్చయం చేసుకున్నాను. అతడు 1914వ సంవత్సరం ఫిబ్రవరి నెలలో కుటుంబ సహితంగా షిరిడీకి వెళ్ళాను. అక్కడ ప్రతిదినము జ్ఞానేశ్వరు చదువుచుంటివా అని బాపు సాహెబ్ జోబ్ దేవు గారిని అడిగాను. దేవు తన కట్టికు కోరిక గలదనియు కానీ దానిని చదువుట శక్తి చాలకుండననియు బాబా ఆజ్ఞాపించినచో దానిని ప్రారంభించదననియు చెప్పాను. అప్పుడు జోబ్ ఒక పుస్తకమును తీసుకొని బాబాకి ఇచ్చినచో దానిని వారు తాకి పవిత్రము చేసి ఇచ్చదరనియు అప్పటి నుండి నిరాటంకముగా చదవవచ్చుననియు దేవుడు సలహా ఇచ్చెను. బాబాకు తన ఉద్దేశము తెలియను గనక దేవుగారు అట్లు చేయుటకు అంగీకరించలేదు. బాబా తన కోరికను గ్రహించలేరా, దానిని పారాయణ చేయనమని స్పష్టంగా ఆజ్ఞాపించలేరా అనెను. దేవు బాబాను దర్శించి ₹1 దక్షిణనిచ్చును. బాబా ₹20 దక్షిణ అడుగా దానిని చెల్లించును. ఆనాడు రాత్రి బాలకరాముడును వానిని కలుసుకొని అతడు బాబా యందు భక్తిని వారి అనుగ్రహమును ఎట్లు సంపాదించనని ప్రశ్నించెను. మరుసటి దినము హారతి పిమ్మట అదంతయో తెలుపదనని అతడు బదులిచ్చెను. ఆ మరుసటి దినం దర్శనం కొరకు దేవు వెళ్ళగా బాబా అతనికి 20 రూపాయల దక్షిణ ఇమ్మనెను. వెంటనే దేవు దానిని చెల్లించిన. మసీదు నిండా జనులు నిండి ఉండొచ్చు. దేవు ఒక మూలకు పోయి కూర్చుండెను. బాబా అతనిని పిలిచి శాంతముగా తన దగ్గర కూర్చుండమని అనను. దేవు అట్లనే చేసెను. మధ్యాహ్న హారతి పిమ్మట భక్తులందరూ పోయిన తర్వాత దేవు బలకరాముని చూచి అతని పూర్వ వృత్తాంతముతో పాటు బాబా అతనికి ఏమేమి చెప్పెనో ధ్యానము నెట్లు నేర్పిరా అని అడుగగా బాలకరాముడు వివరములు చెప్పుటకు సిద్ధపడెను. అంతలో బాబా చంద్రు అను కుష్ఠరోగ భక్తుని పంపి దేవుని తీసుకొని రమ్మనను. దేవు బాబా వద్దకు పోయి భోగానెవరితో ఏమి మాట్లాడుచుంటివి బాబా అడిగాను. బాలకరామునితో మాట్లాడుచుంటినని బాబా కీర్తి వినుచుంటినని అతను చెప్పను. తిరిగి బాబా 25 రూపాయల దక్షిణ అడిగి వెంటనే దేవు సంతోషంతో దక్షిణ చెల్లించను. అతనిని బాబా లోపలకు తీసుకొని పోయి స్తంభం వద్ద కూర్చుని నా గుడ్డ పీలికలను నాకు తెలియకుండా దొంగలించితి వేళ అనను. దేవు తనకు ఆ గుడ్డ పీలికల గురించి ఏమీయో తెలియదనను. బాబా అతనిని వెదుకుమనను. అతడు వెతికెను, కానీ అచ్చటి ఏమీయో దొరకలేదు. బాబా కోపగించి ఇట్లనని, ఇక్కడ ఇంకెవ్వరూ లేరు, నీ ఒక్కడవే దొంగవు. ముసలితనముచే వెంట్రుకలు పండినప్పటికీ ఇచ్చట దొంగిలించుటకు వచ్చితివా అని కోపగించిన బాబా మతి చెడిని వాని వలె తిట్టి కోపగించి తివాట్లు పెట్టెను. దేవు నిశ్శబ్దముగా కూర్చుండే. దేవు తాను సటకా దెబ్బలు కూడా తినునేమో అనుకున్నాను. 1 గంట తర్వాత బాబా అతనిని వాడాకు వెళ్ళుమనను. దేవు అచ్చటికేగి జరిగినదంతయో జోగుకు బాలకరామునకు తెలియజేసిన. సాయంకాలం మందరిని రమ్మని బాబా కబురు పంపెను. ముఖ్యంగా దేవుని రమ్మనను. నా మాటలు వృద్ధుని బాధించి ఉండవచ్చును గాన అతడు దొంగలించుటచే నేనట్లు పలకవలసి వచ్చినని బాబా నుడివెను. తిరిగి బాబా 12 రూపాయల దక్షిణకు దేవు దానిని వసూలు చేసి చెల్లించి సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారము చేసెను. బాబా ఇతనను ప్రతిరోజు జ్ఞానేశ్వరిని చదువుము, పోయి వాడాలో కూర్చుండు, ప్రతినిత్యము కొంచెమైనను క్రమము తప్పక చదువుము. చదువునప్పుడు దగ్గరున్న వారిని శ్రద్ధా భక్తులతో బోధపరిచి చెప్పుము. నేను నీకు జల్తారు చెల్లానిచ్చుటకు ఇచ్చట కూర్చొని ఉన్నాను. ఇతరుల వద్దకు పోయి దొంగలించేది వేళ నీవు దొంగతనమునకు అలవాటు పడవలని ఉన్నదా? బాబా మాటలు విని దేవు సంతసించెను. బాబా తనను జ్ఞానేశ్వరం ప్రారంభించమని ఆజ్ఞాపించిన నీవు తనకు కావలసిదేదో అది దొరికిన నీవు అప్పటి నుండి తాను సులభముగా చదవగలనని అనుకున్నాను. తిరిగి బాబా పాదములకు సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారం అనొచ్చును. తాను చరణు వేడను కనుక తనను బిడ్డగా నుంచి జ్ఞానేశ్వరిని చదువుటలో తోడ్పడవలసినదని బాబాను వేడుకొనను. పీలికలు దొంగలించుట అనగానే నేమో దేవు అప్పుడు గ్రహించిన. బాలకరాముని ప్రశ్నించేటే గుడ్డ పీలికలను దొంగలించుట. బాబా కట్టి వైఖరి ఇష్టము లేదు. ఏ ప్రశ్నకైనా సమాధానం ఇచ్చుటకు తామే సిద్ధముగా నుండిది. ఇతరులను నడుకుట బాబాకి ఇష్టము లేదు. అందుచే అతని బాధించి చికాకు పెట్టాను. అదియునుగాక ఇతరులను అడగకుండా బాబానే సర్వమును అడిగి తెలుసుకునవనని ఇతరులను ప్రశ్నించుట నిష్ప్రయోజనమనియో చెప్పాను. దేవు ఆ తీర్పులను ఆశీర్వాదములకు భావించి సంతుష్టితో ఇంటికి పోయిన. ఆ సంగతి అంతటితో సమాప్తి కాలేదు. బాబా చదువుమని ఆజ్ఞాపించి ఊరుకొనలేదు. 1 సంవత్సరము లోపుగా బాబా దేవు వద్దకు వెళ్లి వాని అభివృద్ధి కనుకొనను. 1914వ సంవత్సరం ఏప్రిల్ నెల 2వ తేదీ గురువారం ఉదయం బాబా స్వప్నంలో సాక్షాత్కరించి పై అంతస్తులో కూర్చుని జ్ఞానేశ్వరి బోధపడుచున్నదా లేదా అని అడిగాను. లేదు అని దేవు జవాబిచ్చాను. బాబా ఇంకా ఎప్పుడు తెలుసుకొనదు. దేవు కండ్లు తడబెట్టుకొను. నీ కృప వర్షింపనిదే పారాయణం చికాకుగానున్నది, బోధపడుటకు చాలా కష్టముగానున్నది. నేను దీనిని నిశ్చయముగా చెప్పుచున్నాను అనను. బాబా చదువునప్పుడు నీవు తొందరపడుచున్నావు. నా ముందర చదువుము, నా సమక్షమున చదువు. దేవు ఏమి చదవవలను? బాబా ఆధ్యాత్మ చదువుము. పుస్తకమును తీసుకొని వచ్చుటకు దేవు వెళ్ళను. అంతలో మెలకువ వచ్చి కండ్లు తెరచను. ఈ దృశ్యమును చూచిన పిమ్మట దేవుకెంత ఆనందము సంతోషము కలిగను చదువరలే గ్రహింతురుగాక. ఓం శ్రీ సాయినాథాయ నమః. 41వ అధ్యాయం సంపూర్ణము. సద్గురు శ్రీ సాయినాథ అర్పణమస్తు. శుభం భవతు.
Chapter 42. Previous indication averting the death of Ramchandra Dada Patil and Tatya Kote Patil, charity to Lakshmi Shinde, and the last movement. This chapter describes Baba's death. Preliminary. The stories given in the previous chapter have shown that the light of the Guru's grace destroys the fear of our mundane existence, opens up the path to salvation, and turns our misery into happiness. If we always remember the feet of our Sadguru, our troubles come to an end. Death loses its sting, and the misery of this mundane existence is obliterated. Therefore, those who care for their welfare should carefully listen to these stories of Sai Samartha, which will purify their minds. In the beginning of the original chapter 42, Hemad Pant dwells on Dr. Pandit's worship and his marking Baba's forehead with a tripundra, that is 3 horizontal lines. But as this has already been described in chapter 11, it has been omitted here. Previous indication. The readers have till now heard the stories of Baba's life. Let them now hear attentively about Baba's passing away. Baba developed mild fever on the 28th September 1918. The fever lasted for about 3 days. But after the fever subsided, Baba did not eat at all and thereby progressively grew weaker. On the 17th day, Tuesday, 15th October 1918, Baba left his mortal coil at about 2:30 p.m. White Professor G.G. Narke's letter dated 5th November 1918 to Dadasaheb Kapurde, which was published in the Saili, the magazine. 2 years before this, in 1916, Baba gave an indication of his passing away, but nobody understood it then. It was as follows. On the day of Dasara, Baba went into wild range in the evening when people were returning from the Sima Langan, that is ceremony of crossing the border of the village. He took off his headdress, kafni and langur, tore them up and threw them in the dhuni before him. Fed by this offering, the fire in the dhuni began to burn brighter and Baba shone even brighter. He stood there stark naked and with his eyes burning red, shouted, "You fellow, now have a look and decide whether I am a Muslim or a Hindu." Everybody was trembling with fear and none dared to approach Baba. After some time, Bagoji Shinde, the leper devotee, approached him boldly and succeeded in tying a langur, that is a waistband, around his waist and said, "Baba, what is all this? Today is Sima Langan." Baba, striking the ground with his satka, said, "This is my Sima Langan, crossing the border." Baba's anger did not cool down till about 11 p.m., and the people doubted whether the Chavdi procession would ever take place that night. After an hour, Baba resumed his normal condition and, dressing himself as usual, attended the Chavdi procession, which was described previously. Through this incident, Baba gave a suggestion that Dasara was the proper time for him to cross the border of life, but no one understood its meaning. Baba also gave another indication, which was as follows: averting the death of Ramchandra Dada and Tate Patil. Sometime after this, the Ramchandra Dada became seriously ill and suffered a lot. He tried all kinds of remedies, but was unable to find relief and was waiting for the last moment. One night, Baba suddenly appeared near his pillow. Dada held his feet and said, "I have lost all hope of life. Please tell me, when will I die?" The merciful Baba said, "Don't be anxious. Your death warrant has been withdrawn and you will soon recover. But I'm afraid for Tatya Patil. He will pass on Vijay Dashmi of Shaka 1814, that is 1918 AD. Do not divulge this to anybody, for he will be terribly frightened." Ramchandra Dada recovered, but he felt anxious about Tatya's life, for he knew that Baba's words was unalterable and that Tatya would breathe his last within 2 years. He only shared the secret with Bala Shimpi, a tailor and a devotee of Baba. Only these two people, Ramchandra Dada and Bala Shimpi, were anxious about Tatya's life. Ramchandra Dada soon left his bed and was back on his feet. Time passed quickly. The month of Bhadrapad of Shaka 1814 was ending and Ashwin was in sight. True to Baba's words, Tatya fell sick, was bedridden, and could not come to receive Baba's darshan. Baba was also down with fever. Tatya had full faith in Baba and Baba in the Lord, who was his protector. Tatya's illness went from bad to worse. He could not move at all, but he always remembered Baba. Baba's condition also began to grow equally bad. The day predicted, Vijayadashmi, was impending, and both Ramchandra Dada and Bala Shimpi were terribly frightened about Tatya. Their bodies trembled and perspired with fear. They thought that, as predicted by Baba, Tatya's end was near. Vijayadashmi dawned and Tatya's pulse began to slow, and he was expected to pass away shortly. But curious thing happened. Tatya remained, his death was averted, and Baba passed away instead. It seemed as if there was an exchange. People said that Baba gave up his life for Tatya. Why did he do so? Only Baba knows why, as his ways are inscrutable. It seems, however, that through this incident, Baba gave a hint of his passing away, substituting Tatya's name for his. The next morning, that is 16th October, Baba appeared to Das Ganu in his dreams at Pandharpur and said to him, "The masjid collapsed. All the oilmen and grocers of Shirdi teased me a lot, so I am leaving the place. I therefore came down to inform you. Please go there quickly and cover me with buckle flowers." Das Ganu was also found out about Baba's death from the letters from Shirdi. He came to Shirdi with his disciples and started singing bhajans and kirtans and sang the Lord's name all through the day before Baba's samadhi. He weaved a beautiful garland of flowers studded with our Lord Hari's name. He placed it on Baba's samadhi, divine body, and gave a feast in Baba's name. Charity to Lakshmi Bai. Dasara or Vijayadashmi regarded by all Hindus as the most auspicious time, and it is befitting that Baba should choose this time to cross the border. He had been ailing a few days before this, but was always conscious internally. Just before the last moment, he sat up without anybody's aid and looked better. People thought that the danger had passed and he was getting better. He knew that he was to pass away soon, and therefore he wanted to give some money as charity to Lakshmi Bai Shinde. Lakshmi Bai Shinde was a good and well-to-do woman. She worked in the masjid day and night. Except Bhagat Mahalsapati, Tatya and Lakshmi Bai, no one was allowed to step into the masjid at night. Once while Baba was sitting in the masjid with Tatya in the evening, Lakshmi Bai came and bowed to Baba. The latter said to her, "Oh Lakshmi, I'm very hungry." Off she went, saying, "Baba, please wait a bit. I shall return immediately with bread." She returned with bread and placed the same before Baba. He took it and gave it to a dog. Lakshmi Bai then asked, "What is this, Baba?" "I ran in haste, prepared bread with my own hands for you, and you threw it to a dog without eating a morsel of it. You troubled me unnecessarily." Baba replied, "Why do you grieve for nothing? The appeasement of the dog's hunger is the same as mine. The dog has got a soul, and though creatures may be different, the hunger of every creature is the same. Be certain that he who feeds the hungry really serves me with food. Regard this as an axiomatic truth." This was an ordinary incident, but Baba thereby propounded a great spiritual truth and showed its practical application in daily life without hurting anybody's feelings. From this time onward, Lakshmi Bai began to offer him bread and milk daily with love and devotion. Baba accepted it and ate it appreciatively. He took a part of this and sent the remainder with Lakshmi Bai to Radha Krishna Mai, who always relished and ate Baba's remnant prasad. The story should not be considered a digression, for it shows how Sai Baba pervaded all creatures and transcended them. He is omnipresent, birthless, deathless, and immortal. Baba remembered Lakshmi Bai's service. How could he forget her? Just before leaving his body, he put his hand in his pocket and gave ₹5 and then 4, in all 9 rupees. The figure 9 is indicative of the 9 types of devotion described in chapter 21. Lakshmi Bai was a well-to-do woman, and thus she did not really need any money. But Baba might have suggested to her and brought prominently to her notice the 9 characteristics of a good disciple mentioned in the 6th verse of chapter 10, Skanda 11 of the Bhagavad. In this first 5 and then 4 characteristics are mentioned. Baba followed the order. First paid 5 rupees and then 4 rupees, in all 9 rupees. Many a times 9 rupees had passed through Lakshmi Bai's hand, but Baba's gift of 9 she would always remember. Careful and conscious till the end, Baba also took all other precautions in his last moment in order not to be embroiled, entangled in love and affection for his devotees. He ordered them to leave. Kakasai Dikshit, Babusai Bhuti, and others were in the masjid, anxiously waiting upon Baba. But he asked them to go to the Wada, return after their needs. They could not leave Baba's presence, nor could they disobey him. So with heavy hearts and heavy feet, they went to the Wada. They knew that Baba's case was very serious and they could not help but think about him. They sat for meals, but their minds were elsewhere. They were with Baba. Before they finished, news came to them about Baba's leaving the mortal coil. Leaving their dishes, they ran to the masjid and found that Baba finally rested on Bayaji's lap. He had not fallen down on the ground, nor did he lie on his bed, but sitting quietly on his seat and doing charity with his own hands throughout the mortal coil. Saints embody themselves and then come into this world with a definite mission. And after that is fulfilled, they pass away as quietly and easily as they came. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sai Ram.
Chapter 43, Baba's passing away, continued. Preparation, Samadhi Mandir, breaking of the brick, 72 hours Samadhi, Jog Sannyas, Baba's nectar-like words. Chapter 43 and 44 continue the story of Baba's passing away and therefore they are taken together. Previous preparation. It is a general practice among the Hindus that when a person is about to die, some good religious scripture is read out to him with the object that his mind should be withdrawn from worldly things and fixed in spiritual matters so that his future progress should be natural and easy. Everybody knows that when King Parikshit was cursed by the son of a Brahma Rishi and was about to die, after a week, the great sage Sukhdev expounded to him the famous Bhagavad Puran in that week. This practice is followed even now, and the Gita, Bhagavad, and other sacred books are read out to dying persons. Baba, being an incarnation of God, needed no such help, but just to set an example to the people, he followed this practice. When he knew that he was to pass away soon, he asked one Mr. Vazir to read Ram Vijay to him. Mr. Vazir read the book once in the week. Then Baba asked him to read the same again day and night, and he finished the second reading in 3 days. Thus 11 days passed. Then again he read for 3 days and he was exhausted. So Baba let him go and kept himself quiet. He abided in his self and was waiting for the last moment. 2 or 3 days earlier, Baba has stopped his morning peregrinations and begging rounds and sat quietly in the masjid. He was conscious till the last and was advising the devotees not to lose heart. He let nobody know the exact time of his departure. Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Shriman Bhuti were dining daily with him in the masjid. That day, 15th October, after the Aarti, he asked them to go to their residence for dining. Still a few, such as Lakshmi Bai Shinde, Baguji Shinde, Bayaji, Lakshman Balashimpi, and Nana Sahib Nemonkar remained there. Shama was sitting down on the steps. After giving ₹9 to Lakshmi Bai Shinde, Baba said that he did not feel well there and that he should be taken to Dagdi Wada of Putti, where he would be all right. While saying these last words, he leaned on Baiji's body and breathed his last. Bhaguji noticed that his breathing had stopped and he immediately told this to Nana Sahib Nemonkar, who was sitting near. Nana Sahib brought some water and poured it in Baba's mouth. It came out. Then he cried out loudly, "Oh Deva!" Baba seemed to open his eyes and say, "Ah," in a low tone, but it soon became evident that Baba had left his mortal body for good. The news of Baba's passing away spread like wildfire in the village of Shirdi, and all people, men and women and children, ran to the masjid and began to mourn this loss in various ways. Some cried out loudly, some bellowed on, and some fell down senseless in the streets. Tears ran down from the eyes of all, and everyone was filled with sorrow. Some people started remembering the words of Sai Baba. Somebody said that Maharaj told his devotees that in time to come, he would appear as a lad of 8 years. In the Krishna avatar, Chakrapani performed this very deed. Krishna appeared before Devaki in the prison as a lad of 8 years, who had bright complexion and who wielded weapons in his forearms. In that incarnation, he lightened the burden of the earth. This incarnation was for the uplift of his devotees. Then where is the reason for doubt? The ways of saints are really inscrutable. This contact of Sai Baba with his devotees is not only for one generation, but it is there for last 72 generations. Generating such ties of love, it appears that Maharaj has gone for tour and the devotees had a firm belief that he will return soon. Then the question arose how to lay Baba's body to rest. Some said that the body should be interred in an open space and a tomb built over it. Even Kushalchand and Amir Shakkar shared this opinion. But Ramchandra Patil, the village officer, said to the villagers with a firm and determined voice, "Your thought is not acceptable to us. Baba's body should be placed nowhere except in the Vada." Thus, people were divided on this point, and discussion regarding this went on for 36 hours. On Wednesday morning, Baba appeared to Lakshman Mama Joshi in his dream and, drawing him by his hand, said, "Get up soon. Bapu Sahib thinks that I'm dead and so he won't come. You do the worship and the Kakad Aarti." Lakshman Mama was the village astrologer and the maternal uncle of Shama. He was an Orthodox Brahmin and daily worshipped Baba first in the morning and then the village deities. He had full faith in Baba. After the vision, he came with all the puja materials and, not minding the protests of the Maulvis, did the puja and the Kakad Aarti with all due formalities and went away. Then at noon, Bapu Sahib Chok came with all others and went through the noon Aarti ceremony as usual. After paying due respect to Baba's words, the people decided to place his body in the Vada and started digging the central portion there. In the evening of Tuesday, the sub-inspector came from Rahata and others turned up from other places and they all agreed to the proposal. Next morning, Amir Bhai came from Mumbai and the Mamlatdar from Kopargaon. The people seemed divided in their opinion. Some insisted on interring his body in the open field and the Mamlatdar therefore took a general plebiscite and found that the proposal to use the Vada secured double the number of votes. He, however, wanted to refer the matter to the collector and Kakasaheb Dikshit got himself ready to go to Ahmednagar. Meanwhile, by Baba's inspiration, there was a change in the opinion of other people and all unanimously voted for the proposal. On Wednesday evening, Baba's body was taken in procession and brought to the Vada and was interred there with due formalities in the Garbha, that is the central position reserved for Murlidhar. In fact, Baba became the Murlidhar and the Vada became a temple and holy shrine where so many devotees since then have been going to find rest and peace. All the obsequies of Baba were duly performed by Balasaheb Bhate and Upasni, a great devotee of Baba. It may be noted here that, as observed by Professor Narke, Baba's body did not get stiff, though it was exposed for 36 hours, and that all the limbs were elastic, and that his kafni could be taken out without being torn to pieces. Breaking of the brick. Some days before Baba's departure, there occurred an ominous sign forbidding the event. There was in the masjid an old brick on which Baba rested his hand and sat at night. He leaned against it and had his asan. This went on for many years. One day during the Baba's absence, a boy who was sweeping the floor took it up in his hand and unfortunately it slipped and fell down and got broken into two pieces. When Baba came to know about this, he bemoaned its loss, saying, "It is not the brick but my fate that has been broken into pieces. It was my lifelong companion. With it, I always meditated on the self. It was as dear to me as my life. It has left me today." Some may raise here question, why should Baba express this sorrow for such an inanimate thing as a brick? To this, Himarpal replies that saints incarnate in this world with the express mission of saving the poor, helpless people. And when they embody themselves and act with the people, they act like them. That is, outwardly they laugh, play, and cry like all other people, but inwardly they are wide awake to their duties and missions. 72 hours Samadhi. 32 years before this, that is in 1886, Baba made an attempt to cross the border line. On a Markshish Purnima day, Baba suffered from a severe attack of asthma. To get rid of it, Baba decided to take his pran high up and go into Samadhi. He said to Bhagat Marsapati, "Protect my body for 3 days. If I return, it will be all right. If I do not, bury my body in that open land." And fixed 2 flags there as a mark. After saying this, Baba fell down at about 10 p.m. His breathing stopped as well as his pulse. It seemed as if his pran left the body. All the people, including the villagers, came there and wanted to hold an inquest. and bury the body in the place pointed by Baba. But Mahasapati prevented this. With Baba's body on his lap, he sat full 3 days guarding it. After 3 days passed, Baba showed signs of life at 3 a.m. His breathing commenced, the abdomen began to move, his eyes open and stretching his limbs. Baba returned to consciousness again. From this and other accounts, let the readers consider whether Sai Baba was the 3.5 cubit, but that he occupied for some years and that he left thereafter, or he was the self inside. The body composed of the 5 elements is perishable and transient, but the self within in the thing, absolutely reality, which is immortal and intransient, this pure being. Consciousness of Brahma, the ruler and controller of the senses and mind is Sai. This pervades all things in the universe, and there is no space without it. For fulfilling his mission, he assumed the body, and after it was fulfilled, he threw away the body and assumed his infinite aspect. Sai ever lives as also the previous incarnation of God, the Dattatreya Sri Narasimha Saraswati of Gangapur. His passing away is only an outward aspect, but in reality, he pervades all animate and inanimate things and is their inner controller and ruler. This can be and is even now experienced by many who surrender themselves completely to him and worship him with wholehearted devotion. Though it is not possible for us to see Baba's form now onwards, but if we go to Shirdi, we shall find his beautiful lifelike portrait adorning the masjid. This has been drawn by Shamrao Jaikan, a famous artist and well-known devotee of Baba. To an imaginative and devout spectator, this portrait can give even today the satisfaction of taking Baba's darshan. Though Baba has no gross body now, he lives there and everywhere and will affect the welfare of the devotees even now, as he was doing before when he was embodied. Saints like Baba never die, though they look like men, they are in reality God himself. Bapu Sahib Jog Sannyas. Hemarpant closes the chapter with the account of Jog Sannyas. Sakaram Hari alias Bapu Sahib Jog was uncle of famous Varkari Vishnu Bua Jog of Pune. He had no issue. After his retirement from government service in 1909, he came and lived in Shirdi with his wife. Both husband and wife loved Baba and spent all their time in worshipping and serving Baba. After Megha's death, Babu Sahib daily did the Aarti ceremony in the masjid and served till Baba's Mahasamadhi. He was also interested with the working of reading and explaining Dhaneshwari and Eknath Bhagavad in Satiswada to the audience. After serving for many years, Jog asked Baba, I have served you so long, my mind is not yet calm and composed. How is it that my contact with saints has not improved me? When will you bless me? Hearing the Bhakta's prayer, Baba replied, in due time your bad actions will be destroyed, your merits and demerits will be reduced to ashes, and I shall consider your bliss when you will renounce all attachment, conquer lust and sense of taste, and getting rid of all impediments, serve God wholeheartedly and resort to the begging bowl. After some time, Baba's words came to his wife, predeceased him, and as he had no other attachment, he became free and accepted sannyas before his death and realized the goal of his life. Baba's nectar-like words. The kind and merciful Sai Baba said many a time the following sweet words in the masjid. He who loves me most always sees me. The whole world is desolate to him without me. He who tells no stories but mine, he ceaselessly meditates upon me and always chants my name. I feel indebted to him who surrenders himself completely to me and ever remembers me. I shall repay his debt by giving him salvation. I am dependent on him who thinks and hungers after me and who does not eat anything without first offering it to me. He who thus comes to me becomes one with me, just as a river gets to the sea and becomes merged with it. So, leaving out pride and egoism, and with no trace of them, you should surrender yourself to me, who is seated in your heart. Who is this me? Sai Baba expounded many a time who this me is. He said, you need not go far in search of me. Bearing your name and form, there exists in you as well as in all beings a sense of being or consciousness of existence that is myself. Knowing this, you see me inside yourself as well as in all beings. If you practice this, you will realize all pervasiveness and thus attain oneness with me. Hemarpan therefore requests the readers humbly and lovingly that they should love and respect all gods, saints and devotees. Has not Baba often said, he who carps and cavils at others pierces me in the heart and injures me, but he that suffers and endures pleases me most. Baba thus pervades all beings and creatures. He likes nothing but love to all beings. Such nectar, pure, auspicious ambrosia, always flowed from Baba's lips. He therefore concludes those who lovingly sing Baba's fame and those who hear the same with devotion both become one with Sai. Woe to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 45. Kaka Sahib's doubt and Anand Rao's vision, wooden plank, Baba's bedstead and not Bhagat's preliminary. We have described in the last three chapters Baba's passing away. His physical or finite form has no doubt disappeared from our view, but the infinite or spiritual form ever lives. The Leelas which occurred during his lifetime have been dwelt upon at great length up till now. Ever since his passing away, more Leelas have taken place and are even now happening. This clearly shows that Baba is ever living and helping his devotees as before. The people who got the contact of Baba when he was living were indeed very fortunate, but if any of them did not get a dispassion for the things and enjoyments of the world and had not their minds turned to the Lord, it was their sheer ill luck. What was then desired and is still desired is the wholehearted devotion to Baba. All our senses, organs, and mind should cooperate in worshipping and serving Baba. It is no use in engaging some organs in the worship and deflecting others. If a thing like worship or meditation is to be done, it ought to be done with all our mind and soul. The love that a chaste woman bears to her husband is sometimes compared to that which a disciple bears to his master. Yet the former falls far short of the latter, which is incomparable. No one, whether he be father, mother, brother, or any other relations, come to our aid in attaining the goal of life. We have to check out and traverse the path of self-realization ourselves. We have to discriminate between the unreal and the real, renounce the things and enjoyments of this world and the next, and control our senses and mind and aspire for liberation only. Instead of depending upon others, we should have full faith in ourselves. When we begin to practice discrimination, we come to know that the world is transient and unreal, and our passion for worldly things becomes less, and ultimately we get dispassion or non-attachment for them. When we know that Brahma, which is no other than our Guru, is the sole reality, and as it transcends and pieces the seeming universe, we begin to worship it in all creatures. This is the unitive bhajan of worship. When we thus worship Brahma or Guru wholeheartedly, we become one with him and attain the realization. In short, always chanting the name of the Guru and meditating on him enables us to see him in all beings and confers eternal bliss on us. The following story will illustrate this. Kaka Sahib's doubt and Anand Rao's vision. It is well known that Sai Baba had enjoined Kaka Sahib Dikshit to read daily two works of Sri Eknath, Bhagavad and Bhagavad Ramayana. Kaka Sahib read this daily while Baba was living, and he followed the practice even after Baba's passing away. Once in Kaka Mahajani's house in Chowpatty, Mumbai, Kaka Sahib was reading Eknath Bhagavad in the morning. Madharav Deshpande alias Shama and Kaka Mahajani were then present and listened alternately attentively to the portion read, such as the second chapter, 11th skand of the book. Therein, the nine Nathas or Siddhas of Rishabh family, Kavi, Hari, Antariksh, Prabuddha, Piplayan, Avirhotra, Drumil, Chamas, and Karabhajan expounded the principles of Bhagavad Dharma to King Janak. The latter asked all the nine Nathas most important question, and each of them answered them satisfactorily. The first, that is Kavi, explain what is Bhagavad Dharma. Hari, the characteristics of a Bhakta. Antariksh, what is Maya. Prabuddha, how to cross Maya. Piplayan, what is Parabrahma. Avirhotra, what is karma. Drumil, the incarnation of God and their deeds. Chamas, how a non-devotee fares after death. Karvajan, the different modes of worship of God in different ages. The substance of all the exposition was that in this Kali age, the only means of liberation was the remembrance of Hari's or Guru's feet. After the reading was over, Kaka Sahib said in a despondent tone to Madhavrao and others, how wonderful is the discourse of the nine Nathas on bhakti or devotion, but at the same time, how difficult it is to put it into practice. Nathas were perfect, but is it possible for fools like us to attain devotion as delineated by them? We won't get it, even after several births. Then how are we to get salvation? It seems that there is no hope for us. Madhavra did not like this pessimistic attitude of Kaka Sahib. He said, it is a pity that one who by his good luck got such a jewel as Baba should cry out so despairingly. If he has unwavering faith in Baba, why should he feel restless? The bhakti of Nathas may be strong and powerful, but is not ours, loving and affectionate. Has not Baba told us authoritatively that remembering and chanting Hari's and Guru's name confers salvation? Then where is the cause of fear and anxiety? Kaka Sahib was not satisfied with Madhavrao's explanation. He continued to be anxious and restless the whole day, thinking and brooding over how to get the powerful bhakti of the Nathas. Next morning, the following miracle took place. One gentleman named Anandrao Pakhade came there in search of Madhavrao. The reading of the Bhagavad was then going on. Mr. Pakhade sat near Madhavrao and was whispering something to him. He was mentioning in low tone his dream vision. As there was some interruption in the reading by this whispering, Kaka Sahib stopped the reading and asked Madhara what the matter was. The letter said, yesterday you expressed your doubt. Now here's the explanation of it here. Mr. Pakhade's vision, explaining the characteristics of devotion and showing that devotion in the form of bowing down to or worshipping the Guru feet is sufficient. All were anxious to hear the vision, especially Kaka Sahib. At their suggestion, Mr. Pakhade began to relate the vision as follows. I was standing in deep sea in waist deep water. There I saw Sai Baba all of a sudden. He was sitting on a beautiful throne studded with diamonds, with his feet submerged in water. I was most pleased and satisfied with the form of Baba. The vision was so realistic that I never thought that it was a dream. Curiously enough, Madhura was also standing there. He said to me feelingly, Anandrao, fall at Baba's feet. I rejoined, I also wish to do so, but his feet are in water. How can I place my feet or head on them? I'm helpless. Hearing this, he said to Baba, Oh Deva, take out your feet, which are under water. Then Baba immediately took out his feet. I caught them without delay and bowed down to them. On seeing this, Baba blessed me, saying, Go now, you will attain your welfare. There's no cause for fear and anxiety. He also added, give a silk bordered dhota to my Shama. You will benefit time thereby. In compliance with Baba's order, Mr. Pakhade had brought the dhota and requested Kaka Sahib to hand it over to Madhavrao, but the latter refused to accept it, saying that unless Baba gave a hint or suggestion for acceptance, he would not accept it. Then, after some discussion, Kaka Sahib decided to cast lots. It was the practice of Kaka Sahib to cast lots in on all such insignificant matters, and to abide by the decision as given in the picked up chit. In this particular case, two chits, one of which was written to accept and on the other to reject, were placed at the feet of Baba, and a child was asked to pick one of them. The accept chit was picked up, and the other was accepted by Madhavrao. In this way, both Anandrao and Madhavrao were satisfied, and Kaka Sahib's difficulty was solved. This story exhorts us to give respect to the words of other saints, but at the same time asks us to have full faith in our mother, that is the Guru, and abide by his instructions, for he knows our welfare better than any other person. Carve out in your heart the following words of Baba. There are innumerable saints in this world, but our Father is the Father. Others might say many good things, but we should never forget our Guru's words. In short, love your Guru wholeheartedly, surrender to him completely, and prostrate yourself before him reverentially. And then you will see that there is no sea of mundane existence before you to cross, as there is no dark rest for the sun. Wooden plank, Baba's bedstead, and not Bhagat's. In his earlier days, Baba slept on a wooden plank 4 arms in length and only a span in breadth, with puntis burning at its 4 corners. Later on, he broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Once Baba was describing the greatness or importance of this plank to Kaka Sahib. On hearing this, the latter said to Baba, if you still love the wooden plank, I will again suspend or hang up one in the masjid for you to sleep at ease? Baba replied, I won't like to sleep up leaving Mahasapati down on the ground. Then Kaka Sahib said, I will provide another plank for Mahasapati too. Baba said, how can he sleep on the plank? It is not easy to sleep on a plank. He who has many qualities in him only can do so. He who can sleep with his eyes open can affect that. When I go to sleep, I often ask Mahasapati to sit by my side, place his hand on my heart, and watch the chanting of Lord's name there. And if he finds me sleepy, wake me up. He can't do even this. He himself gets drowsy and begins to nod his head. When I feel his hand heavy as a stone on my heart and cry out, "Oh Bhagat," he moves and opens his eyes. How can he who can't sit and sleep well on the ground and whose asana is not steady and who is slave to sleep can sleep high up on a plank? On many other occasions, Baba said out of love for his devotees, what is ours is with us and what is others is with them. Both to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri Sai Nathaya Namah.
Chapter 46, Baba's Gaya trip, story of goats. This chapter describes Shama's trip to Kashi, Prayag and Gaya and how Baba in the form of his portrait was there ahead of him. It also describes Baba's reminiscence of the past birth of two goats. Blessed, O Sai, are your feet, blessed is your remembrance and blessed is your darshan, which liberates us from the bond of karma. Though your form is invisible to us now, still if the devotees believe in you, they get living experiences from you. By an invisible and subtle thread, you draw your devotees from far and near to your feet and embrace them like a kind and loving mother. The devotees do not know where you are, but you so skillfully pull the wires that they ultimately realize that you are behind them to help and support them. The intelligent, wise, and learned low folk fall into the pit of the sansar on account of their egoism, but you save by your power the poor, simple, and devout persons. Inwardly and invisibly, you play all the game, but show that you're not concerned with it. While you do things, but pose yourself as a non-doer. Nobody ever knows your life. The best course, therefore, for us is to surrender our body, speech, and mind of your feet, and always chant your name to destroy our sins. You fulfill the wishes of the devotees, and to those who are without any desire, you give bliss supreme. The chanting of your sweet name is the easiest sadhana for devotees. By this sadhana, our sins, rajas and tamas qualities will vanish. The sattva qualities and righteousness will gain predominance, and along with this, discrimination, dispassion, knowledge will follow. Then we shall abide in ourselves and our Guru, who are one and the same. This is what is called complete surrender to the Guru. The only sure sign of this is that our mind gets calm and peaceful. The greatness of the surrender, devotion, knowledge is unique. For peace, non-attachment, fame, and salvation, etc., come in its way. If Baba accepts a devotee, he follows him and stands by him day and night, at his home or abroad. Let the devotee go anywhere he likes. Baba is there ahead of him in some form, in an inconceivable manner. The following story illustrates this. Gaya trip. Sometime after Kaka Sahib Dikshit was introduced to Sai Baba, he decided to perform the thread Upanayam ceremony of his elder son Babu at Nagpur. At about the same time, Nana Sahib Chandorkar decided to perform the marriage ceremony of his elder son in Gwalior. Both Dikshit and Chandorkar came to Shirdi and lovingly invited Baba for these functions. Baba asked them to take Shama as his representative when he was pressed to come in person. Baba told them to take Shama with them and said, after doing Banaras and Prayag, we would be ahead of Shama. Now mark these words, for they show Baba's all-pervasiveness. After taking the permission of Baba, Shama decided to go to Nagpur and Gwalior for these functions and ceremonies, and then to Kashi, Prayag and Gaya. Apakoti made up his mind to accompany him. They both went first to Nagpur for the thread ceremony. Kaka Sahib Dikshit gave Shama rupees 200 for his expenses. Then they went to Gwalior for the marriage ceremony. There, Nana Sahib Chandorkar gave Shama rupees 100 and his Vyahi, Mr. Jatar, gave him also rupees 100. Then Shama went to Kashi and then to Ayodhya. He was well received in Jatar's beautiful temple of Lakshmi Narayan at Kashi and in the Ram Mandir at Ayodhya by Jathar's manager. They, Shama and Koti, stayed for 21 days in Ayodhya and 2 months in Kashi, Banaras. Then they left for Gaya. In the train, they felt a little uneasy on hearing that plague was prevailing in Gaya. At night, they alighted at the station and stayed in the Dharamshala. In the morning, the Gayawala, the priest who arranges for the lodging and boarding of the pilgrims, came there and said, "The pilgrims have already started. You better make haste." Shama casually asked him whether there was plague in Gaya. "No," said the Gayawala. Please come without any fear or anxiety and see yourself. Then they went with him and stayed in his house, which was a big and spacious vada. Shama was pleased with the accommodation provided to him, but what pleased him most was a beautiful big portrait of Baba fixed in the central and front portion of the building. On seeing this portrait, Shama was overwhelmed with emotion. He remembered Baba's words, that is, after doing Kashi and Prayag, we would be ahead of Shama, and burst into tears. His hair stood on end, his throat was choked, and he began to sob. The Gayawala thought that he was afraid of plague prevailing there and therefore was crying, but Shama inquired from him how he got Baba's portrait there. He replied that he had 200 or 300 agents working at Manmad and Puntambe for looking after the convenience of the pilgrims to Gaya, and from them he heard about Baba's fame. Then, about 12 years ago, he went to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. There he was attracted by Baba's portrait hung in Shama's house, and with Baba's permission, Shama gave it to him. This was the same portrait. Shama then remembered this incident. The Gayawala's joy knew no bounds when he learned that the same Shama who obliged him before was his guest now. Then they both exchanged love and service and were most delighted and happy. The Gayawala gave him a royal welcome. He was a very rich man. He sat in a palanquin and made Shama ride an elephant and attended to all his comforts and conveniences. The moral of the story is that Baba's words came out true to the letter, and unbounded was his love towards the devotees. But leave this aside. He also loved all creatures equally, for he felt that he was one with them. The following story will illustrate this. 2 goats. Baba was once returning from Lendi when he saw a flock of goats. 2 of them attracted his attention. He went to them, caressed and fondled them, and bought them for rupees 32. The devotees were surprised at this conduct of Baba. They thought that Baba was duped in this bargain, as the goats would fetch rupees 2 each, or at the most rupees 3 or rupees 4 each. That is rupees 8 for both. They began to take Baba to task for this, but Baba kept calm and cool. Shama and Tatya Kote asked Baba for an explanation. He said he didn't care to store money, as he had no home or family to look after. He asked them to purchase at his cost 4 seers of dal and feed the goats. After this was done, Baba returned the goats to the owner of the flock and gave out the following reminiscence and story of the goats. Oh, Shama and Tatya, you think that I've been deceived in this bargain? No. Listen to their story. In their former birth, they were human beings and had the good fortune to be with me and sit by my side. They were uterine brothers, loving each other initially, but later on they became enemies. The elder brother was an idle fellow, while the younger was an active chap and earned a lot of money. The former became greedy and jealous and wanted to kill his younger brother and take away his money. They forgot their fraternal relations and began to quarrel with each other. The elder brother resorted to many devices to kill his younger brother, but all his attempts failed. Thus, they became deadly enemies, and finally, on one occasion, the elder gave a deadly blow with a big stick on the latter's head, while the latter struck the former with an axe, with the result that both fell dead on the spot. As a result of their actions, they were both born as goats. As they passed by me, I at once recognized them. I remembered their past history. By taking pity on them, I wanted to feed them and give them rest and comfort. And for this reason, I spent all the money for which you blame me. As you didn't like my bargain, I sent them back to the shepherd. Such was Sai's love for the goats. Woe to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 47. Baba's reminiscence. The last chapter describes Baba's reminiscence about 2 goats. This chapter describes more such reminiscence and relates the story of Veer Bhadrappa and Chenbasappa. Blessed is the face of Sai. If we cast a glance at him for a moment, he destroys the sorrow of many past births and confers great bliss on us. And if he looks at us with grace, our bondage of karma is immediately snapped away and we are led to happiness. The river Ganges washes away the dirt and sins of all people who go to her for a bath, but she intently longs for the saints to come to her and bless her with a touch of their feet and remove all the filth or sins accumulated in her. She knows for certain that this can only be removed by the holy feet of the saints. Sai is the crest jewel of the saints, and now hear from him the following purifying story. The snake and the frog. Sai Baba said, one morning, after taking my breakfast, I strolled along till I came to a small river bank. As I was tired, I rested there, washed my hands and feet, and had a bath and felt refreshed. There was a footpath and a cart track, sheltered by shady trees. The breeze was also blowing gently. As I was preparing to smoke chillam, I heard the croaking of a frog. I was striking the flint and lighting the fire when a traveler turned up, sat by my side, bowed down to me, and politely invited me to his house for meals and rest. He lit up the pipe and handed it over to me. The croaking was heard again, and he wanted to know what it was. I told him that the frog was in trouble and was tasting the bitter fruit of its own karma. We have to reap now the fruit of what we sow in our past life, and there is no use crying about it now.
Then he smoked and handed over the pipe to me and said that he would go there in person and see for himself. I told him that a frog was caught by a big snake and was crying. Both were very wicked in their past life and were now reaping the fruit of their past actions in the present bodies. He went and found that a huge black serpent was holding a big frog in its mouth. He returned to me and said that in about 10 to 12 minutes, the frog would be eaten up by the snake. I said, no, this can't be. I'm its father, protector, and I'm here now. How shall I allow the snake to eat it up? Am I here for nothing? Just see how I release it. After smoking again, we walked up to the place. He was afraid and asked me not to proceed further as the snake might attack us. Not minding him, I went ahead and addressed the creatures thus. Oh, Veer Bhadrappa, has not your enemy Basappa yet repented? Though he has been born as a frog, and you too, though born as a serpent, still hold bitter enmity against him? Be ashamed of yourself. Give up your hatred now and rest in peace. On hearing these words, the snake left the frog quickly and dived into the river and disappeared. The frog also jumped away and hid itself in the bushes. The traveler was much surprised. He said that he couldn't understand how the snake dropped the frog and disappeared on hearing the words, who was Veerabhadrappa and who was Basappa, and what was the cause of their enmity. I returned with him to the foot of the tree, and after sharing again a few puffs of smoke with him, I explained the whole mystery to him as follows. There was an ancient holy place sanctified by temple of Mahadev about 4 or 5 miles from my place. The temple was old and dilapidated. The residents of the place collected funds for its repairs. After a large amount was collected, arrangement for worship was made and plans with estimates for repairs were prepared. A rich local man was appointed the treasurer and the whole work was entrusted to him. He was to keep regular accounts and be honest in all his dealings. He was a first-class miser and spent very little for the repairs, which consequently made very little progress. He spent all the funds, swallowed some amount himself, and spent nothing from his pocket. He had a sweet tongue and was very clever in offering plausible explanations regarding the poor and tardy progress of the work. The people again went to him and said that unless he lent his helping hand and tried his best, the work would not be complete. They requested him to work out the scheme and again collected subscriptions and sent the amount to him. He received it, but sat as quiet as before without making any progress. After some days, God, Mahadev, appeared in his wife's dream and said to her, you get up, build the dome of the temple. I will give you 100-fold of what you spend. She told this vision to her husband. He was afraid that it would involve him in expenses and therefore laughed it off, saying that it was a mere dream, a thing not to be relied and acted upon, or else why did not God appear to him in the dream and tell him about it? Was he far off from her? This looks like a bad dream, having its object in the creation of ill feeling between husband and wife. She had to remain quiet. God doesn't like big subscriptions and donations collected against the wishes of the donors, but he likes ever trifling amounts given with love, devotion, and gratitude. Some days after, God again appeared in a dream and said, do not bother yourself about your husband and the collections with him. Don't press him to spend any money for the temple. What I want is bhava and devotion. So give if you like anything of your own. She consulted her husband about this vision and decided to give God her ornaments given by her father. The miser felt disconcerted, and decided to cheat even God in this item. He undervalued the ornaments at ₹1,000 and bought them himself, and in lieu of the amount, gave a barren field to God as endowment or in security. The wife agreed to this. The field or land was not his own. It belonged to one poor woman named Dubaki, who mortgaged it to him for ₹200. She was not able to redeem it for long, so the cunning miser cheated all, his wife, Dubaki, and even God. The land was sterile, uncultivated, and worth nothing, and yielded nothing, even in the best season. Thus ended this transaction. The land was given in the possession of a poor priest who was pleased with the endowment. Sometime later, strange things happened. There was a terrific storm and heavy downpour. Lightning struck the house of the miser. When he and his wife both died, Dubaki also breathed her last. In the next life, the rich miser was born at Mathura in a Brahmin family and was named Veer Bhadrappa. His devout wife was born as a daughter of the priest of the temple and was named Gauri. The woman Dubaki, the mortgager, was born as a male in the family of the Gurav, attendant of the temple, and was named Chenbasappa. The priest was a friend of mine. He often came to me, chatted and smoked with me. His daughter Gauri was also devoted to me. She was growing fast and her father was seeking a good husband for her. I told him not to worry about this, as the bridegroom himself would come seeking her. Then there came a poor boy named Veer Bhadrappa, wandering and begging his bread to the priest's house. With my consent, Gauri was given in marriage to him. He was also devoted to me initially, as I recommended his marriage with Gauri, but later became miser. Even in this new life, he was hankering after money and asked me to help him to get it, as he was leading a married man's life. Strange things happened. There was a sudden rise in prices. By Gauri's good luck, there was a great demand for land, and the land was sold for 1 lakh rupees, 100 times the worth of her ornaments. Half the amount was paid in cash, then the remaining was to be paid in 25 installments or ₹2,000 each. All agreed to this transaction but began to quarrel over the money. They came to me for consultation. I told them that the property belonged to God and was vested in the priest, that Gauri was his sole heiress and proprietress, and no amount should be spent without her consent, and that her husband had no right whatsoever to the amount. On hearing my opinion, Veerbhadrappa was annoyed with me and said that I wanted to establish Gauri's claim and embezzle her property. On hearing these words, I remembered God and kept quiet. Veerbhadrappa scolded his wife Gauri, and she came to me at noon and requested me not to mind the words of others and not to discard her as she was my daughter. As she thus sought my protection, I gave her a pledge that I would cross 7 seas to help her. Then that night, Gauri had a vision. Mahadev appeared in a dream and said, the whole money is yours. Don't give anything to anybody. Spend some amount for temple purposes in consultation with Chenbasappa. And if you want to use it for some other purpose, consult Baba and the masjid myself. Gauri told me the vision and I gave her proper advice in the matter. I told her to take the principal or capital amount to herself, give half the amount of interest to Chenbasappa, and that Veerbhadrappa had nothing to do in the matter. While I was thus talking, both Veerbhadrappa and Chenbasappa came there quarreling. I tried my best to pacify them and told them of God's vision to Gauri. Veerbhadrappa got wild and angry, threatened to kill Chenbasappa, cutting him to pieces. The latter was timid. He caught my feet and sought refuge in me. I pledged myself to save him from the wrath of his foe. Then after some time, Veerbhadrappa died and was born as a snake, and Chenbasappa died and was born as a frog. On hearing the croaky of Chenbasappa and remembering my pledge, I came here, saved him, and kept my word. God runs to his devotees for help in times of danger. He saved Chenbasappa, the frog, by sending me here. All this is God's Leela sport. The moral of the story is that one has to reap what one sows, and there is no escape unless one suffers and squares up one's old debts and dealings with others, and that greed for money drags the greedy man to the lowest level and ultimately brings destruction for him and others. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Satcharita Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Chapter 48. Warding off devotees' calamities. Story, Shivade Sapatnekar. At the commencement of this chapter, someone asked Hemat Pant whether Sai Baba was a guru or Sadguru. In order to answer the question, Hemat Pant describes the signs or marks of a Sadguru as follows. Signs of Sadguru. He who teaches us Ved and Vedanta or the 6 Shastra systems. He who controls the breath or brands his body with mudras, metallic marks of Vishnu's weapons, or giving pleasing discourses regarding Brahma. He who gives mantras, sacred syllables to the disciples and orders them to chant the same as a number of times, but does not assure them any result in a definite time. He who by his lengthy gross knowledge explains beautifully the ultimate principle, but has himself got no experience or self-realization, is not a Sadguru. But he who by discourse creates in us a distaste for the enjoyments of this world and the next, and gives us a taste of self-realization, who is well versed in both the theoretical and practical knowledge, self-realization deserves to be called a Sadguru. How can he, who is himself devoid of self-realization, give it to others' disciples? A Sadguru does not ever in his dream expect any service or profit from his disciples. On the contrary, he wishes to serve them. He does not think that he is great and the disciples small. Not only he loves them as a son, but regards him as equal to himself or as Brahma. The main characteristics of a Sadguru is that he is the abode of peace. He is never restless or ruffled. He has no pride of his learning. The poor and the rich, the small and the great are the same to him. Hemat Pant thinks that on account of the store or accumulation of merits in his past births, he had the good fortune of meeting and being blessed by such a Sadguru as Sai Baba. Even in full youth, he hoarded nothing except chilim. Perhaps he has no family, no friend, no home, not any support. Since he was 18, his control of mind was perfect and extraordinary. He lived fearlessly in secluded places and always abided in his self. On seeing the pure attachment of his devotees, he always acted in their interests, and hence he was in a very way dependent on them. What experience he gave to his devotees while he was living in flesh are felt even today after his Mahasamadhi by those who attach themselves to him. What the devotees have to do this, they have to trim their heart lamp of faith and devotion and burn it in wicks of love. And when this is done, the flame of knowledge, self-realization will be lit up and shine bright. Mere knowledge with love is dry. Nobody wants such knowledge. Without love, there is no contentment. So we should have unbroken and unbounded love. How can we praise love? Everything is insignificant before it. Without love, our reading, hearing, and the study are of no avail. In the wake of love come devotion, dispassion, peace, and liberation with all their treasures. We do not get love for anything unless we feel earnestly about it. So where there is real yearning, God himself manifests himself. It includes love, and it is the means of liberation. Now let us revert to the main story of this chapter. A man should go to a true saint with a pure mind, or even otherwise fraudulently, and hold his feet. Ultimately, he is sure to be saved. And this is illustrated by the following stories. Mr. Shewade, Mr. Sapatnekar of Akkalkot, Solapur district was studying law. A co-student, Mr. Shewade, met him. Other fellow students also got together and compared notes of their study. It was found by the questions and answers amongst themselves that Mr. Shewade was the least prepared of all the examination, and therefore all the students derided him. But he said that though he was not prepared, he was sure to pass the examination as his Sai Baba was there to get him through it successfully. Mr. Sapatnekar was surprised at his remark. He took Mr. Shewade aside and asked him who the Sai Baba is, whom he extolled so high. He replied, there lives in a masjid in Shirdi, Ahmednagar district of Fakir. He is great Satpurush. There may be other saints, but this is one is unique. Unless there is a great store of merits on one's account, one can't see him. I fully believe in him, and what he says will never be untrue. He has assured me that I will pass definitely next year, and I'm confident that I will get through the final examination by his grace. Mr. Sapatnekar laughed at his friend's confidence and jeered at him and Baba. Later, when Shewade passed his exam successfully, it made Sapatnekar quite surprised. Mr. Sapatnekar passed his examination, settled at Akkalkot, and practiced as a pleader there. 10 years after this, that is in 1913, he lost his only son on account of a throat disease. This broke his heart. He sought relief by making a pilgrimage to Pandharpur, Gangapur, and other holy places. He got no peace of mind. Then he read Vedanta, which also did not help him. In the meanwhile, he remembered Mr. Shewade's remarks and his faith in Baba, and he thought that he too should go to Shirdi and see Baba. He went to Shirdi with his younger brother Panditrao and was much pleased to see Baba from a distance. When he went near and prostrated himself and placed a coconut before Baba with feeling of devotion, the latter at once cried out, "Get away!" Sapatnekar hung down his head, moved back, and sat aside. He wanted to consult somebody who could advise him to how to proceed. Somebody mentioned Bala Shimpi's name. Sapatnekar saw him and sought his help. They bought Baba's photos and came with him to the masjid. Bala Shimpi took a photo in his hand, gave it to Baba, and asked him whose photo it was. Baba said that this photo was of the Yar, lover of him, pointing to Sapatnekar. Saying this, Baba laughed and all others joined. Bala asked Baba the significance of the laugh and beckoned Sapatnekar to come forward and take darshan. When Sapatnekar began to prostrate himself, Baba again cried out, "Get out!" Sapatnekar did not know what to do. Then they both joined their hands and sat before Baba praying. Baba finally ordered Sapatnekar to clear out immediately. Both were sad and dejected. As Baba's order had to be obeyed, Sapatnekar left Shirdi with a heavy heart, praying that he should be allowed to take darshan next time. Mr. Sapatnekar, 1 year elapsed. Since still his mind was not at peace, he went to Gangapur where he felt more restless. Then he went to Madegaon for rest and finally decided to go to Kashi. 2 days before starting, his wife got a vision. In her dream, she was going with a picture to Lakkat Shah's well. There, a fakir with a piece of cloth tied around his head, sitting at the foot of the neem tree, came close to her and said, "My dear Lassi, why you get exhausted for nothing? I get your pitcher filled with pure water." She was afraid of the fakir and hastened back with the empty pitcher. The fakir followed her. At this, she was woke up and opened her eyes. She told this vision to her husband. They thought that this was an auspicious sign and they both left for Shirdi. When they reached the masjid, Baba was absent. He had gone to Lendi. They waited till his return. When he returned, she was surprised to see that the fakir she saw in her vision exactly resembled Baba. She reverentially prostrated herself before Baba and sat down looking at him. On seeing her humility, Baba was much pleased and began to tell a story in his peculiar characteristic manner to a third party. He said, "My arms, abdomen, and waist have been paining for a long time. I took many medicines and pains did not abate. I got sick of the medicines and they gave me no relief. But I'm surprised to see now all the pains have disappeared at once." Though name was mentioned, it was story of Mrs. Sapatnekar herself. Her pains, as described by Baba, left her soon and she was happy. Then Mr. Sapatnekar went ahead to take darshan. He was again welcomed with the former "get out" this time. He was more penitent and persevering. He said that Baba's displeasure was due to his past deeds and resolved to make amends for the same. He determined to see Baba alone and ask his pardon for his past actions. He placed his head on Baba's feet and Baba placed his hand on him. Then Sapatnekar sat stroking Baba's leg. Then a shepherdess came and sat massaging Baba's back. Baba, in his characteristic way, began to tell the story of a baniya. He related the various vicissitudes to all his life, including the death of his only son. Sapatnekar was surprised to see that the story which Baba related was his own, and he wondered how Baba knew every detail of it. He came to understand that he was omniscient and he knew the hearts of all. When this thought crossed his mind, Baba, still addressing the shepherdess and pointing to Sapatnekar, said, "This fellow blames me and charges me that with the killing of his son. Do I kill people's children? Why does this fellow come to the masjid and cry, 'Now I'll do this. I'll again bring that very child back in his wife's womb'?" With these words, he placed his blessing hand on his head and comforted him, saying, "These feet are old and holy. You are carefree now. Place entire faith in me, and you will soon get your object." Sapatnekar was much moved with emotion. He bathed Baba's feet with his tears and then returned to his residence. Then he made preparations for worship and Naivedya and came with his wife to the masjid. He offered all this to Baba and accepted prasad from him. There was a crowd in the masjid, and Sapatnekar went there and saluted Baba again and again. On seeing heads clashing against heads, Baba said to Sapatnekar, "Oh, why do you prostrate yourself now and then? One namaskar offered with love and humility is enough." Then Sapatnekar witnessed that night the Chavadi procession. Described earlier, in that procession, Baba looked like variable Pandurang Vitthal. At the parting next day, Sapatnekar thought that he should first pay 1 rupee as dakshina, and if Baba asked again, instead of saying no, he should pay one more, reserving with him sufficient amount as expenses for the journey. When he went to the masjid and offered 1 rupee, Baba asked for another as per his intention, and when it was paid, Baba blessed him, saying, "Take the coconut, put it in your wife's oti, upper fold of her sari, and go away without the least anxiety." He did so, and within a year, a son was born to him, and with an infant of 8 months, the couple came to Shirdi, placed him at Baba's feet, and prayed thus: "O Sainath, we do not know how to repay your obligations, therefore we prostrate ourselves before you. Bless us and poor helpless fellows henceforth. Let your holy feet be our sole refuge. Many thoughts and ideas trouble us in waking and dream states. So turn away our minds from them to your bhajan and bless us." The son was named Murlidhar. 2 others, Bhaskar and Dinakar, were born afterwards. The Sapatnekar couple thus realized that Baba's words were never untrue and unfulfilled. Vote to Sri Sai, peace to be our. Stories of Harikanoba, Somadev Swami, Nana Sahib Chandokar. When even the Vedas and the Puranas cannot sufficiently praise, describe Brahma or Sadguru, then how can we, ignorant, describe our Sadguru, Sri Sai Baba? We think that it is better for us to keep quiet in this manner. In reality, the observance of the vow of silence is the best way of praising the Sadguru. But the divine qualities of Sai Baba make us forget our vow of silence and inspire us to open our mouth. Tasteful dishes lose their state if there is no company of friends and relatives to partake the dishes with us. But when they join us, the dishes acquire additional flavor. The same is the case with the Sai Leelamrit, the nectar in the form of Sai Leelas. The nectar we cannot partake alone. This nectar we cannot partake alone. Friends and brothers have to join us, the more the better. It is Sai Baba himself who inspires the stories and gets them written as he desires. Our duty is to surrender completely to him and meditate on him. Practicing penance is better than pilgrimage, vow, sacrifice, and charity. Worshipping Hari, Lord, is better than penance, and meditation of the Sadguru is the best of all. We have therefore to chant Sai's name, think over his sayings in our mind, meditate on his form, feel true love for him in our heart, and do all our actions for his sake. There is no better means than this for snapping the bondage of this sansar. If we can do our duty on our part as stated above, Sai is bound to help and liberate us. Now we revert to the stories of this chapter. Harikanoba. A gentleman of Mumbai named Harikanoba heard from his friends and relatives many leelas of Baba. He did not believe in them as he has a doubting mind. He wanted to see Baba himself, so he came to Shirdi with some Mumbai friends. He wore a lace-bordered turban on his head and a new pair of sandals on his feet. On seeing Baba from a distance, he thought of going to him and prostrating himself before him. He did not know what to do about his new sandals. After going to one corner in the open courtyard, he placed them there and went to the masjid and had Baba's darshan. He made a reverential bow to Baba, took Udi and prasad from Baba and returned. When he reached the corner, he found to his utter dismay that his sandals had disappeared. He searched for them in vain and returned to his lodging very much dejected. He bathed, offered worship and Naivedya and sat down for meals, but all this while he was thinking about nothing but his sandals. After finishing his meals, he came out to wash his hands when he saw a Maratha boy coming towards him. He held in his hand a stick at the end of which he was hanging a pair of new sandals. He said to the men who had come out to wash their hands that Baba sent him with his stick in hand and asked him to go out to the streets calling Harika Beta, Jarika Peta, and that if anybody claims his sandals, first assure yourself that his name is Hari and that he is the son of Ka, that is Kanoba, and that he wears a lace-bordered turban, and then give them over to him. On hearing this, Harikanoba was pleasantly surprised. He went ahead to the boy and claimed the sandals as his own. He said to the boy that his name was Hari and that he was the son of Kanoba, and showed him his lace-bordered turban. The boy was satisfied and returned the sandals to him. Harikanoba wondered in his mind that his lace-bordered turban was visible to all, and Baba made a sin. But how can he know that his name was Hari and that he was the son of Kanoba? And as this was his first trip to Shirdi, he came there with the sole object of testing Baba and with no other motive. He came to know by this incident that Baba was a great Satpurush. He got what he wanted and returned home well pleased. Somadev Swami. Now hear the story of another man who came to try Baba. Bhaiji, brother of Kakasad Dikshit, was staying at Nagpur. When he had gone to the Himalayas in 1906, he made an acquaintance with one Somadev Swami of Haridwar at Uttarkashi down the Gangotri Valley. Both took down each other's names in their diaries. 5 years later, Somadev Swami came to Nagpur and was Bhaiji's guest. There he was pleased to hear the Leelas of Baba, and a strong desire arose in his mind to go to Shirdi and see him. He got a letter of introduction from Bhaiji and left for Shirdi. After passing Manmad and Gopargam, he took a Tonga and drove to Shirdi. As he came near Shirdi, he saw two flags floating high over the masjid in Shirdi. Generally, we find different behavior, different mode of living, and different outward paraphernalia with different saints. But these outward signs should never be our standards to judge the worth of a saint. But with Somadev Swami, it was different. As soon as he saw the flags flying, he thought, why should a saint take a liking for the flags? Does this denote sainthood? It implies the saint's hankering after fame. Thinking thus, he wished to cancel his Shirdi trip and said to his fellow travelers that he would want to go back. They said to him, then why did you come so far? If your mind became restless by the mere sight of the flags, how much more agitated would you be on seeing the Rath, the palanquin, the horse, and all the paraphernalia in Shirdi? The Swami got more confounded and said, not sadhu with horses, palanquins, and tom-toms have I seen, and it is better for me to return than visit such a sadhu. After saying this, he started to return. The fellow travelers pressed him not to do so, but proceed. They asked him to stop his inconsistent way of thinking and told him that the sadhu, that is Baba, did not care a bit for the flags and other paraphernalia, nor for the name. It was for the people. It was the people, his devotees, who kept up all the paraphernalia out of love and devotion for him. Finally, he was persuaded to continue his journey, go to Shirdi and see Baba. When he went and saw Baba from the courtyard, he melted inside. His eyes were full of tears, his throat and was choked, and all his evil and crooked thoughts vanished. He remembered his guru saying that that is our abode and place of rest where the mind is most pleased and settled. He wished to roll himself in the dust of Baba's feet, and when he approached Baba, the latter got wild and cried aloud, let all our humbug paraphernalia be with us. Go back to your home. Beware. If you look back, come back to this masjid again. Why take the darshan of the one who flies a flag over his masjid? Is this a sign of sainthood? Remain here, not a moment. The Swami was taken aback by surprise. He realized that Baba read his heart and spoke it out. How omniscient was he? He knew that he was least intelligent and that Baba was noble and pure. He saw Baba embracing somebody, touching someone with his hand, comforting others, staring kindly at some, laughing at others, giving Udi Prasad to some, and thus pleasing and satisfying all. Why should he alone be dealt so harshly? After thinking seriously, he came to realize that Baba's conduct responded exactly to his inner thought, and that he should take a lesson from this and improve. And that Baba's wrath was a blessing in disguise. It is needless to say that later on his faith in Baba was confirmed and he became a staunch devotee of Baba. Nana Sahib Chandorkar. Hemad Pant concludes his chapter with the story of Nana Sahib Chandorkar. Nana Sahib was once sitting in the masjid with Mahalsapati and others. A Mohammedan gentleman from Bijpur came with his family to see Baba. On seeing veiled ladies with him, Nana Sahib wanted to go away, but Baba prevented him from doing so. The ladies came and took the darshan of Baba. When one of the ladies removed her veil for saluting Baba's feet, Nana Sahib, who had a glimpse of her face, was so much smitten with her beauty that he wished to see her again. Once again, knowing Nana's restlessness of mind, Baba spoke to him after the lady had left the place. Nana, why are you getting agitated and vain? Let the senses do their allotted work or duty. We should not meddle with their work. God had created this beautiful world and it is our duty to appreciate its beauty. The mind will get steady and calm slowly and gradually. When the front door was open, why you go by the back one? When the heart is pure, there is no difficulty whatsoever. Why should one be afraid of anyone if there be no evil thought as us? The eyes may do their work. Why should you feel shy and tottering? Shama was there and he could not follow the meaning of what Baba said. So he asked Nana about this on their way home. Nana told about him restlessness at the sight of the beautiful lady. Now Baba knew it and advised him about it. Nana explained Baba's meaning as follows: that our mind is fickle by nature. It should not be allowed to get wild. The senses may get restless. The body, however, should be held in check and not allowed to be impatient. Senses run after objects of desire, but we should not follow them and crave for them. But by slow and gradual practice, restlessness can be conquered. We should not be swayed by the senses, though they cannot be completely controlled. We should curb them rightly and properly according to the need of the occasion. Beauty is the subject of sight. We may fearlessly look at the beauty of objects. There is no room for shyness or fear. Only we should never entertain evil thoughts. Making the mind desireless observes God's work of beauty. In this way, the senses will be easily and naturally controlled, and even enjoying objects will be reminded of God. If the other senses are not held in check, and if the mind be allowed to run after objects and be attached to them, our cycle of births and deaths will not come to an end. With Vivek discrimination as our charioteer, we will control the mind and shall not allow the senses to go astray. With such a charioteer, we reach the Vishnupada, the final abode, our real home, from where there is no return. Go to Sri Sai. Peace to be all. Chapter 8. Stories of Kakasa Dikshit Sri Tembe Swami Balram Granda. Chapter 50 of the original Satcharita has been incorporated in chapter 39 as it dealt with the same subject matter. Now, chapter 51 of the Satcharita has been treated here as chapter 50. This chapter gives the stories of Kakasa Dikshit Sri Tembe Swami and Balram Granda. Victory to be unto Sai, who is the mainstay of the Bhaktas, who is our Sadguru, who expounds the meaning of the Gita and who gives us all powers. O Sai, look favorably on us and bless us all. The sandalwood trees grow on the Malaya mountains and ward off heat. The clouds pour their rainwater and thereby cool and refresh all the people. The flowers blossom in the spring and enable us to worship God. Therefore, with the stories of Sai Baba come forth in order to give solace and comfort to the readers. Both those who tell and those who hear the stories of Baba are blessed and holy. It is a well-established fact that though we try hundreds of means or sadhanas, we do not attain the spiritual goal of life unless the Sadguru blesses us with his grace. Here the following story in illustration of his statement. Kakasa Dikshit, 1864 to 1926. Mr. Harisitaram Elias Kakasa Dikshit was born in 1864 in a Vadnagara Ragar in a Brahmin family at Khandwa, Central Province. His primary education was done at Khandwa, Hinganghat, and secondary education at Nagpur. He came to Mumbai for higher education and studied first in the Wilson College and then in the Elphinstone College. After graduation in 1883, he passed his LLB and solicitor's examinations and then served in the firm of the government solicitors, Mrs. Little and Co. And then after some time started a solicitor's firm of his own. Before 1909, Sai Baba's name was not familiar to Kaka Sahib, but after that, he soon became his great devotee. While he was staying at Lonavala, he happened to see his old friend, Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar. Both spent some time in talking about many things. Kaka Sahib described to him how while he was boarding a train in London, he met with an accident in which his foot slipped and was injured. Hundreds of remedies gave him no relief. Nana Sahib told him that if he wished to get rid of the pain and lameness of his leg, he should go to his Sadguru Sai Baba. He gave him all the particulars of Sai Baba and mentioned to him Sai Baba's dictum. I draw to me my man from far off or even across the sevens, like a sparrow with a string fastened to its feet. He also made it clear to him that if he was not Baba's man, he would not be attracted to him and given darshan. Kaka Sahib was pleased to hear all this and said to Nana Sahib that he would go to Baba, see him and pray to him to cure not so much his lame leg, but bring round his lame, fickle mind and give him eternal bliss. Sometime after Kaka Sahib went to Ahmednagar and stayed with Siddhar Kaka Sahib Mirikar in connection with securing votes for his seat in the Mumbai Legislative Council. Mr. Bala Sahib Mirikar, son of Kaka Sahib Mirikar, who was a Mamalatdar of Kopargam, also came at that time of Ahmednagar in connection with the horse exhibition there. After the election business was over, Kaka Sahib Dikshit wanted to go to Shirdi and both the Mirikars, father and son, were also thinking about a fit and proper person as a guide with whom he should be sent there. There, Sai Baba was arranging things for his reception. Shama got a telegram from his father-in-law at Ahmednagar stating that his wife was seriously ill and that he should come to see her with his wife. Shama, with Baba's permission, went there and saw his mother-in-law and found her improving and better. Nana Sahib, Pense and Appa Sahib, they happened to see Shama on their way to the exhibition and they told him to go to Mirikar's house, see Kaka Sahib Dikshit there and take him to Shirdi along with him. Kaka Sahib Dikshit and the Mirikars were also informed of Shama's arrival. In the evening, Shama came to Mirikars, who introduced him to Kaka Sahib. They arranged that Shama should leave to Kopargam with Kaka Sahib by the 10 o'clock night train. After this was settled, a curious thing happened. Bala Sahib Mirikar threw aside the wheel or covering on Baba's big portrait and showed the same to Kaka Sahib. He was surprised to see that he whom he was going to meet at Shirdi was already there in the form of his portrait to greet him at this juncture. He was much moved and made this prostration before the portrait. This portrait belonged to Megha. The glass over it was broken and it was sent to Mirikars for repairs. The necessary repairs had been already made and it was decided to return the portrait with Kaka Sahib and Shama. Before 10 o'clock, they went to the station and booked their passage. But when the train arrived, they found that the second class was overcrowded and that there was no room for them. Unfortunately, the guard of the train turned out to be an acquaintance of Kaka Sahib and he put them in the first class. Thus, they travelled comfortably and alighted at Kopargam. Their joy knew no bounds when they saw their Nana Chandorkar, who was also bound for Shirdi. Kaka Sahib and Nana Sahib embraced each other and then after bathing in the sacred Godavari river, they started for Shirdi. After coming there and getting Baba's darshan, Kaka Sahib's mind was melted, his eyes were full of tears and he was overflowing with joy. Baba said to him that he was also waiting for him and had sent Shama ahead to receive him. Kaka Sahib was then passed many years in Baba's company. He built a vada in Shirdi, which he made as his more or less the permanent home. The experiences he got from Baba are so manifold that it is not possible to relate them all here. The readers are advised to read a special Kaka Sahib Dikshit number of Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 12, number 6 to 9. We close this account with the mention of one fact only. Baba had comforted him by saying that in the end he will take care of him in an air coach Viman that will secure him a happy death. This came out true. On the 5th July 1926, he was traveling in the train with Hemant Pant and talking about Sai Baba. He seemed deeply engrossed in Sai Baba. All of a sudden, he threw his neck on Hemant Pant's shoulder and breathed his last with no trace of pain and uneasiness. Shri Tembe Swami. We come to the next story, which shows how saints love each other with fraternal affection. Once Shri Vasudevanand Saraswati, known as Shri Tembe Swami, encamped at Rajamahendri, Andhra country on the banks of the Godavari. He was devout, orthodox, Jnani, and Yogi Bhakta and Dattatreya. One Miss Pundalikara, leader of Nanded, Nizam state, went to see him with some friends. While they were talking with him, the names of Shirdi and Sai Baba were casually mentioned. Hearing Baba's name, the Swamiji joined hands with reverence and taking a coconut gave it to Pundalikara and said to him, "Offer this to my brother Sai with my pranam and request him not to forget me, but ever to love me." He also added that Swamis do not generally bow to others, but in this case, an exception had to be made. Mr. Pundalikara considered to take the coconut in his message to Baba. The Swami was right in calling Baba a brother, for as he maintained an Agnihotra sacred fire day and night in his orthodox fashion, Baba too kept his Agnihotra, that is Duni, ever burning in the masjid. After 1 month, Pundalikara and others left for Shirdi with the coconut and reached Manmad. As they felt thirsty, they went to a rivulet for drinking water. As water should not be drunk on an empty stomach, they took out some refreshment, that is chivda, flattened as with spice, mixed with spice. The chivda tasted most pungent, and in order to soften it, someone suggested broke the coconut and mixed with scrapings with it. Thus, they made the chivda more tasty and palatable. Unfortunately, the coconut turned out to be the same that was entrusted to Pundalikara. As they neared Shirdi, Pundalikara remembered the trust that the coconut was very sorry to learn that it was broken and consumed. He came to Shirdi and saw Baba. Baba was already received a wireless message regarding the coconut from Tembe Swami, and himself, after asked Pundalikara was to give the thing sent by his brother. He held fast Baba's feet, confessed his guilt and negligence, repented, and asked for Baba's pardon. He offered to give another fruit as a substitute, but Baba refused to accept it, saying that the worth of that coconut was far more than that of an ordinary one, and that it could not be replaced by any other. Baba also added, "Now you need not worry yourself any more about the matter. It was on my account of my wish that the coconut was entrusted to you and ultimately broken on the way. Why should you take the responsibility of the actions on you? Do not entertain the sense of doership in doing good as well as for bad deeds. Be entirely prideless and rigorous in all things, and thus your spiritual progress will be rapid." What a beautiful spiritual instruction Baba gave. Balram Dhurandhar, 1870 to 1925. Mr. Balram Dhurandhar belonged to the Pathare Prabhu community of Santa Cruz, Mumbai. He was an advocate of the Mumbai High Court and sometime principal of the Government Law School, Mumbai. The whole Dhurandhar family was pious and religious. Mr. Balram served his community and wrote and published an account of it. He then turned his attention to spiritual and religious matters. He studied Gita carefully and its commentary, Dhyaneshwari, and other philosophical and metaphysical works. He was a devotee of Vithoba of Pandharpur. He came in contact with Sai Baba in 1912. 6 months earlier, their brothers Bapuji and Maman Rao came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. They returned home and mentioned their sweet experiences to Balram and other members. Then they all decided to see Sai Baba. Before they came to Shirdi, Baba declared openly that today many of my Darbar people are coming. The Dhurandhar brothers were astonished to hear this remark of Baba from others, as they had not given any previous intimation of the trip. All other people prostrated themselves before Baba and sat talking with them. Baba said to them, "There are my Darbar people whom I referred to before," and said to the Dhurandhar brothers, "We have been with each other for the last 60 generations. All the brothers were gentle and modest, and they stood with joined hands looking at Baba's feet. All the sattvic emotions, just as tears, choking, etc., moved them, and they were all happy. When they went to their lodging, took their meals, and after taking a little rest, again came back to the masjid. Balram sat near Baba, massaging his legs. Baba, who was smoking the chilim, advanced towards him and beckoned him to smoke it. Balram was not accustomed to smoking, but still he accepted the pipe, smoked it with great difficulty, and returned it reverentially. This was the most auspicious moment for Balram. He was suffering from asthma 6 years. The smoke completely cured him of the disease, which never troubled him again. Some 6 years later, on a particular day, he again got an attack of asthma. This was precisely the time when Baba took his Mahasamadhi. The day of this visit was a Thursday, and the Dhurandhar brothers had the good fortune of witnessing the Chavadi procession that night. At the Aarti function in the Chavadi, Balram saw the glowing of Pandurang on Baba's face, and next morning at the Kakada Aarti time, the same phenomenon, the same luster of the beloved deity, Pandurang was visible again on Baba's face. Mr. Balram Dhurandhar wrote in Marathi the life of the Maharashtra Saint Tukaram, but he did not survive to see its publication. It was published later on by his brothers in 1928. In a short note on Balram's life given in the beginning of that book, the above account of Balram's visit has been fully corroborated. White 6. Go to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Epilogue. We have done with chapter 51, and now we come to the last chapter, number 52 in the original. In this, Hemad Pant gave his concluding remarks and promised to give an index giving the contents of all the chapters in verse as is given in the Marathi sacred books. But unfortunately, the index was not found in Hemad Pant's papers. It was therefore composed and supplied by an able and worthy devotee of Sai Baba, Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamlatdar of Thana. As we give in English books an index in the beginning and contents of each chapter at its top, we need not consider the last chapter as index here. So we consider this chapter as the manuscript chapter as an epilogue. Unfortunately, Hemat did not survive to revise the manuscript of this chapter and make it ready for the press. When it was sent to the press, Mr. Dev found it to be incomplete and unintelligible in certain places, but it had to be published as it was found. The main topics dealt therein are briefly given below. Greatness of Sadguru Sai. We prostrate ourselves before and take refuge in that Sai Samar, who besets all animate and inanimate things in the universe, who pervades all creatures equally without any differentiation, to whom all devotees are alike, and who knows not honor and dishonor, like or dislike. If we remember him and surrender to him, he fulfills all our wishes and makes us attain the goal of life. This ocean of mundane existence is very hard to cross. Waves of attachments beat high against the bank of bad thoughts and break down trees of fortitude. The breeze of egoism blows with force and makes the ocean rough and agitated. Crocodiles in the form of anger and hatred move there fearlessly. Eddies in the form of the idea, I and mine, and other doubts whirl these incessantly, and innumerable fishes in the form of censure, hate, and jealousy play there. Though this ocean is so fierce and terrible, Sadguru Sai is its august destroyer, and the devotees of the Sai have the least fear of it. Our Sadguru is the boat which will safely take us across this ocean. Now, prayer. Now we shall, before Sai Baba and holding his feet, make the following prayer for the public. Let not our mind wander and desire anything except thee. Let this work, Satcharita, be in every house, and let it be studied daily. Let it ward off the calamities of those who study it regularly with reverence. Falashruti, reward of study. Now a few words about the reward you get from this work. After bathing in the sacred Godavari and after taking the darshan of the Samadhi in the Samadhi Mandir at Shirdi, you should read or hear the Satcharita. If you do this, all your threefold afflictions will vanish. Casually thinking about the stories of Sai, you will get interested in spiritual life, and if you go through it with love and reverence, all your sins will be destroyed. If you wish to get rid of the cycle of births and deaths, read sad Sai stories and remember him always and get yourself devoted to his feet. If you dive into the sea of Sai stories and then give them out to others, you will get an ever new flavor of them and save the hearers from future misery. If you go on meditating on Sai's form, it will in course of time lead you into self-realization. It is very hard to know or realize the nature of self or Brahma, but if you approach through the Sagun Brahma, Sai form, your progress will be easy. If the devotee completely surrenders himself to him, he will lose his individual ego and be merged in him and be one with him, as the river becomes one with the sea. If you thus become merged with him in any of the three states, with waking, dream, and sleep, you get rid of the bond of sansar. If anybody after bathing reads this with love and faith and completes it within a week, his calamities will disappear. Or if he hears or he reads it daily and regularly, all his dangers will be warded off. He will get the reward according to his faith and devotion. Without these, there will be no experience of any kind. If you read this with reverence, Sai will be pleased, and by removing your ignorance and poverty, you will give you knowledge, wealth, and prosperity. With concentrated mind, if you read a chapter daily, it will give you unbounded happiness. One who has his own welfare at heart should study it carefully, and then he will ever remember Sai gratefully and joyfully, birth after birth. This work should be read at home, especially on Guru Purnima, Ashada full moon day, Gokulashtami, Ram Navami, and Dasara Baba's Punya Tithi. If you study this one book carefully, all your desires will be satisfied. And if you always remember Sai's feet in your heart, you will easily cross the worldly illusion sagar. By its study, and deceased and sick will get health, the poor wealth, the mean and afflicted the prosperity, and the mind will get rid of all futile ideas and get steadiness. Dear devoted readers and listeners, we also bow to you all and make you a special request. Never forget him, whose stories you have read day by day or month by month. The more fervently you read or listen to these stories, the more encouragement Sai gives you to serve you and be of use to you. Both the author and the readers must cooperate in this work, help each other, and be happy. Prasad Yachana. We close this with prayer to the Almighty for the following prasad of favor. May the readers and devotees have complete and wholehearted surrender and devotion at Sai's feet. May his form be ever fixed in their eyes, and may they see Sai, the Lord, in all beings. Amen. Go to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Maharaj ki jai.
Sai Baba ॐ अनन्तकोटि ब्रह्माण्ड नायक राजाधिराज योगीराज श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ महाराज की जय। आरती साई बाबा सुख्यदातार जीवा चरण रजातली द्याबा दासा बिसावा भक्ता बिसावा। आरती साई बाबा जालुनियानंग स्वस्वरूपी रहे दंग मुमुक्षु जनांगदाबी निज डोळा श्रीरंग डोळा श्रीरंग। आरती साई बाबा जया मनी जैसा भाव दया तैसा अनुभव दाविशी दया घना ऐसी तुझी ही माव तुझी ही माव। आरती साई बाबा तुमचे नाम ध्याता हरि संस्कृती व्यथा अगाध तब करणी मार्ग दाविशी अनाथा दाविशी अनाथा। आरती साई बाबा कलिजुगी अवतार सगुण पर ब्रह्म साचार अवतीर्ण झालासे स्वामी दत्त दिगंबर दत्त दिगंबर। आरती साई बाबा आठा दिवस गुरुवारी भक्त करी तिवारी प्रभुपद पाहवाया भव भय निवारी भय निवारी। आरती साई बाबा माझा निज द्रव्य ठेवा तब चरण रज सेवा मागणे हेची आता तुम्हा देवाधिदेवा देवाधिदेवा। आरती साई बाबा इच्छिता दिन चातक निर्मळ तोय निज सुख पांजवे माधवाया सांभाळ आपुळी भाक आपुळी भाक। आरती साई बाबा सुख्य दातार जीवा चरण रजातली द्याबा दासा बिसावा भक्ता बिसावा। आरती साई बाबा शिर्डी माझे पंढरपूर साई बाबा रमा बर बाबा रमा बर साई बाबा रमा बर। शुद्ध भक्ती चंद्र भागा भाव पुंडलिक जागा पुंडलिक जागा भाव पुंडलिक जागा। याहो अब घे जना करू बाबांची बंधन साईंची बंधन करू बाबांची बंधन। गणू म्हणे बाबा साई धाब पाब माझे आई पाब माझे आई धाब पाब माझे आई। घालीन लोटांगण बंदीन चरण डोल्यांगी पाहीन रूप तुझे प्रेमे आलिंगन आनंदे पूजिन भावे उबाळीन म्हणे नम त्वमेव माता पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बंधु सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्यां द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव। कायेन वाचा मनसेन्द्रिये वा बुद्ध्यात्मना वा प्रकृति स्वभावत् करोमि यद्यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणायेति समर्पयामि। अच्युतं केशवं रामनारायणं कृष्णदामोदरं वासुदेवं हरिं श्रीधरं माधवं गोपिका वल्लभं जानकीनायकं रामचन्द्रं भजे। हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे। अनंत कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक राजाधिराज योगिराज परब्रह्म श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ महाराज